Chapter 1. The Misguided Journey Through Time. On September 7th, 774 of the AD era, the day had arrived when the Z warriors gathered to implore Shenron to dispel the terror that the evil Majin Buu instilled in humanity. All the Z warriors convened at Bulma's residence, a subsidiary of Capsule Corporation in West City. Come forth, Shenron. With a resounding call from Goku, the sky darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling brilliance, from which emerged our venerable friend Shenron. Gazing at the assembly before him, Shenron, though well acquainted with them, maintained an air of grandeur. State your wish. Any wish I shall fulfill. His booming voice indeed commanded respect, yet the Z warriors, having encountered him numerous times, remained unfazed, with only Goten and Trunks displaying palpable excitement. Without further ado, Goku spoke. Shenron, please help those who were killed by Buu to rid themselves of their fear of him. That wish is quite simple. Shenron's eyes glimmered red for a brief moment. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Scratching his head, Goku cheerfully replied, Thank you, Shenron, but I have no further wishes. Thus, Shenron dissipated, transforming back into the Dragon Balls which scattered across the globe. I haven't had my wish granted yet. Bulma glared at the departing Dragon Balls and shouted at Goku. He quickly sidestepped and exclaimed, Bulma, I'm famished. Let's eat. By the way, where's Vegeta? In truth, Goku felt a twinge of fear towards Bulma and swiftly changed the subject. Understanding Goku's nature, Bulma did not press further. After all, the cooldown period for the Dragon Balls would be halved since one wish had not been used, and she had no pressing wishes of her own. She could always seek the dragon balls again in the future. That I don't know where Vegeta has gone to train. He mentioned he didn't want to be disturbed for such a trivial matter. Humph. Although everyone gathered to ask Shenron for wishes, it is still a gathering, Bulma lamented as they walked. Let's go eat and not worry about him. Perhaps he's been demoralized by Goku. After all, Goku is currently far stronger than Vegeta, Krillin chuckled, and Goku merely smiled, unbothered. The Z warriors followed Bulma to the grand courtyard, where a feast had been prepared, and soon, laughter and merriment filled the air. While they celebrated, Vegeta found himself in dire straits. Having been training in the gravity chamber, he now lay unconscious on the ground that a mysterious force had suddenly invaded his mind, causing his consciousness to fade. This force seemed intent on exiling his very soul. Sensing danger, Vegeta's spirit awakened. However, he was unable to resist this overwhelming power. His soul screamed in defiance, striving to remain intact against this intrusion. This harrowing experience reminded him of when he was under Babbidi's control, but this time was different. Vegeta had not willingly relinquished his mind. Vegeta felt his essence being pulled in an abyss of chaos, tortured by the relentless force. His screams echoed in the void as his soul began to dissipate. Time became nebulous. Moments felt like eternity. In this haze, fleeting images emerged. His father, King Vegeta, imparting wisdom, his solitary battles on distant planets, his initial confrontation with Kakarot, and moments with Bulma and Trunks. These memories ignited a flicker of hope within him, like a flame dancing in the wind, wavering but refusing to extinguish. Kakarot, I will surpass you. Bulma and Trunks, I shall not perish so easily. Vegeta roared defiantly. At that moment, he perceived a glimmering essence entwined with the force approaching him. It collided with his being and surged into his mind, occupying his consciousness. Vegeta was taken aback. He knew not the identity of this entity, but he was acutely aware that if his body were overtaken, he might never return. Yet, resisting the onslaught seemed an insurmountable challenge. Vegeta bellowed with ferocity, wishing his soul could transform into a Super Saiyan, or even ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Alas, even in his prime, his spirit could not embody such power. Nonetheless, he recognized the gravity of his situation. He must annihilate the encroaching essence, or all hope of transcending Kakarot and remaining by Bulma's side would be lost. Thus, Vegeta's soul surged toward the radiant essence, painfully but resolutely. He was no stranger to life and death struggles, and his indomitable will remain steadfast. As the proud Scion Prince, he continued to roar, inching ever closer to the luminescent force. With his essence reduced to mere strands, he did not hesitate, launching himself toward the light. He understood that this leap could lead to his demise, for if this entity matched his strength, he would be but a moth drawn to the flame. Yet, he pressed on, for his dignity would not allow him to be dominated. Upon contact with the radiant essence, Vegeta savagely clutched it. However, this soul was as fragile as paper. Even in his weakened state, Vegeta proved too formidable a foe. In a moment of clarity, he consumed the essence, stabilizing his faltering spirit and reclaiming his body. Though he was left utterly drained, his consciousness fading once more. Within 10 minutes, Vegeta opened his eyes, gasping for breath, still caught in the aftermath of the ordeal. Realizing he was not dead, he relaxed, only to be met with a searing pain in his head. Cold sweat poured down as he clutched his temples, letting out low growls. Time passed, 10 minutes or 20. Eventually, the cacophony subsided, and he found himself inundated with a flood of unfamiliar memories. Vegeta discerned that these memories likely belonged to the essence he had consumed. Gradually, he began to assimilate them. The essence once belonged to a man named Ji Kuan, an ordinary individual from Blue Star. Having completed his university studies, he became a basketball coach, only to meet with an untimely accident that led to his soul traversing into this realm, with Vegeta being the unfortunate recipient of this crossover. Fortunately, Vegeta had endured the encounter. Though the nature of the mysterious force remained elusive, this ordinary soul was no match for the indomitable spirit of the Scion. Prince, suddenly, as Vegeta sat on the ground, a peculiar realization struck him. Chapter 2. Organizing Memories, a work titled Dragon Ball, left Vegeta utterly astounded. This creation is divided into two segments, an anime and a manga, with the latter being the original source, deemed more authoritative according to Season Kuan's recollections. The entire Dragon Ball manga comprises Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball GT. As Vegeta navigated through these chapters, he realized he was currently at the conclusion of Dragon Ball Z, which struck him like a thunderbolt. For this manga chronicled events that had already transpired in his world. Vegeta was so bewildered that his mind was in a whirl. His mouth slightly agape as he absorbed these memories. He could not comprehend the origins of this soul that had invaded his body, nor why it possessed knowledge of his world's trajectory and could craft such narratives. An overwhelming tide of questions flooded Vegeta's mind. Little did he know that this soul, drawn across dimensions by an unknown force, had fortuitously encountered the dragon's power, which had been significantly diminished. Otherwise, he would have been unable to resist this force and would have vanished from this realm in an instant. Coincidentally, when the dragon granted a wish, it was to eliminate the fear of the puppeteer in someone who had been killed and resurrected. Vegeta was among those revived by the dragon. Logically, he should not have had to dispel this fear, for perhaps he had never felt fear at all. However, the dragon was compelled to impart the will of this wish to Vegeta. Although the dragon possessed its own intellect, it was still bound to fulfill wishes. This will was something Vegeta could resist, akin to Goku's refusal to comply with the dragon's request to return to Earth during his training on Yardrat. By a twist of fate, Vegeta encountered this power intertwined with the soul. The dragon's influence had significantly weakened this force. Season Kuan's soul, being that of an ordinary person, was quite feeble when compared to Vegeta's resolute spirit, and at this moment, Season Kuan was also unconscious, making it entirely reasonable for Vegeta to assimilate him. Dad. At that moment, the training room door swung open, revealing Trunks. Dad, Mom asked me to tell you it's time for dinner. Upon seeing Vegeta slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, Trunks rushed to his father's side. Dad, what's wrong? Vegeta heard Trunks' voice, yet he remained in a dazed state. Feeling weak. Instinctively, he replied, I understand. Unaware of his father's recent brush with death, Trunks assumed Vegeta had simply overexerted himself during training, and thus failed to notice anything amiss. Enthusiastically, he continued, Dad, let us hurry to dinner. Uncle Goku is here, and he brought a feast. Goten even brought some delicious dinosaur meat from the Bunbun Mountain. At that moment, Vegeta chose not to dwell on his confusion. Perhaps once his strength grew, he could unravel these mysteries or consult the dragon. He subtly shook his head, deeming such thoughts absurd, and decided to revisit them when the opportunity arose. Hearing Trunks mention the dinosaur meat from Bunbun Mountain, Vegeta was reminded of the memories of Kakarot's upbringing. Recalling how that boy had consumed copious amounts of dinosaur meat in his youth, particularly the tail, and Gohan, too, had feasted on dinosaurs in his childhood. Upon reflecting on this, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed hereditary. As he was not in the mood for further training, he decided to take a break and enjoy a meal, accompanying Trunks to the gathering place. "Ah, look who has arrived," exclaimed Goku, who was currently devouring a large roasted pig, his words muffled by food. The sight of Goku ignited Vegeta's temper, reminiscent of certain memories, and he had to remind himself to remain calm. Otherwise, he would be tempted to confront Goku. With a huff, Vegeta ignored Kakarot and made his way to Bulma, sitting down beside her and beginning to eat heartily. "Hey, Vegeta, you seem a bit off," remarked Piccolo, perceptively noticing Vegeta's unusual demeanor. As Piccolo spoke, the others turned their gazes toward Vegeta. Gohan suggested, "Perhaps Uncle Vegeta has just finished training." Krillin added, "You all possess such remarkable strength, yet continue to train relentlessly. It leaves those of us less powerful feeling rather inadequate." The others chimed in agreement, though Gohan and the other Saiyans remained silent, knowing that their increasing strength contributed to Earth's peace. While lively discussions and gossip swirled around them, Bulma gently nudged Vegeta and whispered, "Are you all right?" The concern in Bulma's eyes warmed Vegeta's heart, yet his expression remained stoic as he replied, "I haven't trained recently. I'm simply taking a break." In truth, his idea of rest involved processing the memories within his mind, formulating future plans, and recuperating from his injuries. "I wish I could train too. Staying at home with Chi-Chi these past few days has left me feeling rusty." "Hey, Vegeta, after you finish eating, let us have a spar," Goku called out after finishing his piglet. "Not a chance," Vegeta retorted. It was a joke, really. In his current weakened state, he couldn't even consider fighting Kakarot, let alone Yamcha. Though physically uninjured, his spirit felt frail, rendering him incapable of mustering any strength, prompting Vegeta to decline Kakarot's invitation without hesitation. Goku, feeling bored, picked up 2 large drumsticks and began to eat. 2 hours later, the feast came to an end, and everyone prepared to depart. Krillin sighed. "I wonder when we will all meet again. After all, everyone has their own lives to lead, and without any major events, it's rare for us to gather." "Not to worry, we can still get together occasionally. However, my birthday is on August 18th, and everyone must attend," Bulma declared with a smile, though the latter part of her statement hinted at the consequences of not showing up, prompting everyone to agree, with only Goku appearing unconcerned. Soon after, Tien and Kaiatsu were the first to leave, followed by the others one by one. After a refreshing shower, Vegeta lay in bed while Bulma was still removing her makeup. He paid her no mind, instead repeatedly replaying the fragments of memories in his mind. From a divine perspective, he never anticipated the vast disparity between his experiences and how they appeared. It was painfully clear how arrogant he had once been, especially prior to Frieza's fatal attack on him, showcasing just how foolish he had truly been. Upon meticulous reflection, Vegeta has come to grasp several pivotal insights. Firstly, throughout his arduous training, he has lacked the guidance of a master, relying solely on his own endeavors, whereas Kakarot has consistently benefited from esteemed mentors since childhood, even continuing his training in the afterlife. This disparity can be attributed to his own character. Although Vegeta has no intention of altering his disposition, he has developed a desire to seek mentorship and learning. Secondly, the evaluation from the world of Jikuin labels him as a genius who has overexerted himself. While this may appear to be a compliment, it suggests that he has neglected the balance of work and rest, spending excessive time in the gravity chamber. Although he has made progress, it has consumed an inordinate amount of time. For instance, his ascension to Super Saiyan 2 was the result of 7 years of rigorous training in that chamber. Thirdly, a decade hence marks the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, which signifies the conclusion of Z and the commencement of GT. He wonders whether his world aligns with the GT universe, for according to Jikuin's recollections, GT is merely a parallel universe, and Akira Toriyama has not produced any new Dragon Ball works since Jikuin's arrival, as Super had not yet begun its serialization. Thus, he resolves to enhance his abilities within this decade, especially considering the unfavorable fate that awaits him in GT. Lastly, the authenticity of Super Saiyan 4 remains to be validated. As in GT, Vegeta could achieve this form directly, bypassing Super Saiyan 3. He deems it essential to unravel these mysteries over the next 10 years. Chapter 3. The journey to Yardrat. Lost in contemplation, Vegeta eventually succumbed to slumber, unaware of how much time had elapsed or when Bulma had retired to bed. Upon awakening, he found himself alone, and Bulma, too, was intrigued by his prolonged rest. She was accustomed to his rigorous training regimen, and his sudden relaxation felt peculiar to her. However, She chose not to disturb him, rising early to attend to her duties. As Vegeta roused, he felt noticeably rejuvenated compared to the prior evening, although the wounds to his soul would not mend easily. At that moment, Trunks barged into his chamber, softly inquiring, "Dad, you promised to take me to the amusement park." Vegeta was taken aback, questioning when he had ever made such a promise. Noticing the bewildered expression on his father's face, Trunks reminded him, "You said that if I could hit you in the training room, you'd take me to the amusement park." Vegeta recalled that prior to the martial arts tournament, he had sought to assess Trunks' strength in the training room and had been unexpectedly struck by Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation, indeed making a promise to the boy. Amidst the subsequent events, he had inadvertently forgotten. Since Trunks had brought it up, Vegeta concluded that as he was unable to train at present, he might as well fulfill this promise. "Call your mother. We shall go together tomorrow," he declared before proceeding with his morning routine. Trunks, overjoyed, dashed out of the room. Watching his son's retreating figure, Vegeta couldn't help but think of future Trunks, who must endure considerable hardships. He resolved to provide little Trunks with a joyful childhood. A month has elapsed, and Vegeta feels that his body has nearly fully recuperated. During this time, he has spent more moments with his family than ever before, engaging in contemplation and mental training. It is at this juncture that Vegeta resolves to embark on a new journey of self-improvement. His initial step is to venture to Yardrat. After considerable reflection, he has come to realize the necessity of guidance from a master. Despite his formidable strength, he acknowledges that there are many prodigious talents in the realm of cultivation. He has no intention of seeking counsel from Master Roshi, the cat from the Supreme Kai's tower, or the King Kai, perhaps due to his inherent disposition. Having roamed the universe, he is aware that the inhabitants of Yardrat possess some peculiar abilities. Notably, Kakarot, in less than a year on Yardrat, considering the lengthy return journey, not only mastered instant transmission but also became adept at transforming into a Super Saiyan, growing even stronger. Vegeta recalls the hardships he endured in the past and has resolved to learn every technique that the Yardratans possess. The time frame for this endeavor is flexible. Prior to his departure, he discussed it with Bulma, who stipulated that he must return at least once a year. Vegeta, at times, fears Bulma's resolve. He feels fortunate that she consented to his journey to such a distant realm. Thus, he wholeheartedly agrees to strive for mastery before returning. The spacecraft has been prepared, a vessel strikingly similar to the one Vegeta once traveled in, adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem. The choice of this ship seems to reflect Vegeta's preference, and its speed greatly surpasses that of his previous craft, allowing him to reach Yardrat in just a month. The ship is equipped with a hibernation nutrient solution and features a large screen, specially designed by Bulma, enabling Vegeta to communicate with Earth via video upon arrival. Upon entering the spacecraft, he reclines in a chair, dons the mask for the hibernation nutrient solution, and prepares for a month-long slumber to reach his destination. Before departing, he cautions Bulma against using the Dragon Balls, harboring a fear of the potential emergence of a GT-like scenario. Although Vegeta does not believe such an occurrence is likely, he questions why the Namekians, who have a long history and have utilized the Dragon Balls numerous times without incident, have not faced any problems, especially considering the might of the Eternal Dragon. Bulma, however, remains unconcerned, reminding him to ensure his safety and to contact her immediately should any issues arise. Thus, Vegeta sets forth for Yardrat, a fact known only to Bulma, Trunks, and Bulma's parents. Meanwhile, Goku is being reprimanded by Chi-Chi for his lack of diligence in his work, especially with Gohan and Videl on the verge of marriage. Goku, in his usual naive manner, queries, "Does Gohan need money for his wedding?" Enraged, Kiki unleashed a torrent of invective, prompting Goku to hastily vacate the premises to attend to his duties. Meanwhile, Piccolo, fulfilling his role as caretaker, sensed the commotion from a distance and couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was indeed a formidable challenge to have Goku earn a living. It appeared that Gohan would soon have to shoulder the responsibility of financial support, further neglecting his training. With a soft sigh, Piccolo settled into a meditative posture to continue his own practice. A month later, Vegeta arrived on planet Yardrat, his spacecraft descending in an uninhabited area devoid of any structures. Upon disembarking, he was immediately surrounded by a multitude of peculiar creatures, all clad in the black and white garb reminiscent of Goku's return to Earth. Some appeared diminutive, sporting round heads adorned with protruding antennae and blue skin, while others were tall and slender, reminiscent of classic extraterrestrial depictions, dotted with spots and possessing purple skin. The blue-skinned beings moved in unison before their purple-skinned counterparts. The gathering seemed to comprise several hundred individuals, and the leading blue creature approached, extending a hand and exclaiming, "Hey, welcome." The rest of the blue beings echoed the sentiment, and Vegeta, slightly taken aback, responded with a cordial, "Hello," as he shook hands with the leader. He found himself at a loss for words, as the striking similarity in appearance among the blue beings made it challenging to distinguish one from another. The thought of training alongside so many indistinguishable entities filled him with apprehension about potential visual fatigue. At that moment, the leader grinned and inquired, "Are you Vegeta? I've heard Goku mention you." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, and the blue leader continued, "Before Goku's arrival, our planet was attacked by the Ginyu Force." Vegeta replied, "Speaking of which, they must have been considering how to conquer this place at that time, right? We are sincerely grateful to you and Goku for dealing with them." The leader expressed with a look of gratitude. "Indeed, no need for thanks," Vegeta replied with a nod. The blue leader then guided Vegeta toward their city, followed by a throng of blue and purple beings. Within the city, many more blue and purple citizens were present, with the purple ones primarily serving as guards or attendants. As they reached a grand structure connected by a sky bridge, Vegeta inquired, "By the way, who taught Kakarot the instant transmission technique?" Chapter 4. Spirito, the leading blue creature, paused, momentarily taken aback. "Who? I forgot to mention." Raising both hands, the surrounding blue and purple beings suddenly vanished. "I neglected to inform you. It's just me here." The abrupt disappearance of the others startled Vegeta, who gazed at the leader in astonishment. As they continued walking, the leader explained, "Our powers are relatively weak, and our numbers are limited, hence for safety reasons. We often create the illusion of larger crowds to deter potential threats to our planet. Perhaps the Ginyu Force hesitated to attack because they perceived a formidable presence among you. Combined with the rumors of your peculiar abilities?" Vegeta queried. The leading figure, Little Blue, shook his head in uncertainty. He explained that the Ginyu Force had abruptly departed from the planet Yardrat, leaving them in the dark about the specific events that transpired. As for the peculiar techniques they possessed, he assured that they had merely gained insights during their training, such as instant teleportation. Upon meeting the Elder, he would provide further enlightenment. After all, it was the Elder who had taught Goku this very skill. "Look, ahead lies the Elder's abode." Little Blue pointed towards a magnificent structure. As they approached the entrance, the grand door, towering 3 times the height of a scion, swung open of its own accord. Inside, a colossal version of Little Blue appeared, distinguished by its round head adorned with 2 antennae and 2 tendrils beneath its mouth, exuding an aura of superiority in comparison to the previous Little Blue. Flanking it were 2 small purple figures, standing at attention like sentinels. "Are you Vegeta?" Elder Pabala inquired, bowing slightly and extending his hand with a friendly smile. Vegeta nodded and reciprocated the handshake. Little Blue introduced, "This is our planet's Elder, Lord Pabala." Without further ado, Vegeta posed a direct question. "Did you teach Kakarot the technique of instant teleportation?" Elder Pabala, with a gentle smile, nodded, unfazed by Vegeta's brusqueness. "What brings you to the planet Yardrat, Mr. Vegeta?" He had heard that the inhabitants of Yardrat possessed some unusual abilities, and that Kakarot had trained here for a time, claiming that the locals had numerous skills beneficial for training. "I have come to learn and hone my abilities, hoping to master all the techniques of Yardrat. Please, impart your knowledge upon me." It was a rare occasion for Vegeta to request guidance, yet his demeanor remained as impassive as ever. "You seem to have misunderstood. We do not possess a plethora of techniques," Elder Pabala remarked, stroking the tendrils beneath his mouth. "What we can do is merely a byproduct of controlling Spirito." "What is Spirito?" Vegeta inquired. "Spirito is the energy that Goku refers to, as you are aware," Little Blue clarified. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. In a flash, Little Blue appeared behind Vegeta, demonstrating that instant teleportation was indeed a technique born from the control of Spirito. "And replication is as well," he continued, as countless Little Blues emerged from the original's form. After retracting his duplicates, Little Blue grew to match the Elder's towering stature. This was the technique of enlargement. Subsequently, he showcased techniques of contraction, levitation, and earth burrowing for Vegeta's observation. At this moment, Elder Pabala interjected, "All of these feats are achievable through the mastery of Spirito, a skill that every inhabitant of Yardrat can attain." If you comprehend the structure of Spirito, these techniques become quite simple. The crux of the matter lies in your ability to perfectly control your power, which will facilitate your training significantly. Understood? Then teach me how to control the spirit. Vegeta said with a serious expression. Pabala nodded. Let us proceed to the training grounds. The trio arrived at a forest of needle peaks. Why is it called a forest of needle peaks? Here, an expanse of white structures resembling slender needles stood tall, varying in height and size, with their tips not particularly sharp. Leading the way, the petite blue figure leapt onto one of the needle peaks, sitting cross-legged, feet together perched on the tip, hands resting before the abdomen, eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. First, feel how the spirit flows within your body at the peak, perceive its birth and growth, and learn to control it perfectly. Do not let it be driven by instinct. Instead, feel it. Remember to calm your mind. Your spirit is quite unstable, far more than Goku's. Go forth and train like Rao, Elder Pabala instructed. Rao was the petite blue figure leading the way. Vegeta glanced at Rao and ascended the needle peak. Imitating Rao's posture, Vegeta settled into a cross-legged stance on a nearby peak. The position felt peculiar, but he did not dwell on it, adhering to Pabala's guidance. Seeing Vegeta on the peak, Pabala nodded and ascended another peak, standing at its tip and closing his eyes. Strangely, in this position, Vegeta felt he could clearly perceive the energy within himself. He too calmed his mind to contemplate his spirit. He took his time, for he was determined to surpass Kakarot, and through the training of the Ardatlants, he sought a path suited to his own cultivation. Listening to Pabala's words, Vegeta began to comprehend. His previous training had relied solely on brute force, spending every day in the gravity chamber without ever taking the time to thoughtfully analyze the composition of energy, the connection between energy and bodily control and balance. Thus, Vegeta commenced his training. In the realm of Dragon Ball, energy comprises courage, righteous spirit, vital energy, and physical strength. Courage and righteous spirit represent pure mental power, while physical energy signifies pure bodily strength. Vital energy, somewhat unique, encompasses both physical and spiritual energy, deriving from both innate and acquired training. A person's physical body has its limits regardless of how it is trained. Hence, vital energy serves as a means to enhance strength and aid the body in surpassing its limits, which is the essence of cultivation. For many years, Vegeta had passively honed his vital energy through exploration, primarily enhancing his physical strength without actively training his vital energy. The growth of combat power also indirectly arose from the enhancement of physical strength and courage, which is why, despite his diligent training and frequent immersion in the gravity chamber, the results were not as significant as he had hoped. Chapter 5. Instant transmission. Your physical energy is excessively vast, yet the connection between your body and energy remains insufficient. Lacking balance. Calm your mind. Your spirit is quite unstable. First, master the spirit within your body. Such a formidable spirit presents a long and arduous journey ahead. Uncertain how much time had passed, Vegeta heard the voice of Pibra beside him. In the past, Goku had sat in this place for 150 days. While your current Spirito is significantly larger and more unstable than Goku's back then. During your training, I will ensure your nutritional needs are met. So do not worry about provisions. Vegeta opened his eyes slightly, nodded, and then resumed his meditation. As Pibra had indicated, his Spirito and mind were indeed unstable. He was prone to impatience, which had caused his earlier restlessness, prompting Pibra to offer a timely reminder. Although your physical form is robust from training, your internal organs bear numerous scars, seemingly accumulated from various pressures. This internal damage places substantial burdens on your body. Attempting to nourish it with Spirito will facilitate a better balance between your physical form and energy. Pibra recognized the toll the gravity chamber had taken on Vegeta's body. While the Scion physique is formidable, it cannot endure relentless training without respite. Nurturing the body with Spirito is an excellent approach. Vegeta's physical strength is already considerable. What he now requires is not only a mental elevation but also mastery over his energy and a sense of bodily equilibrium. 3 full months elapsed as Vegeta maintained his meditative stance. Countless times, he felt on the verge of giving up. Yet Pibra's brief words would often soothe him back into focus. Some of these words were instructive, others encouraging, but most served as motivation. For instance, whenever Pibra mentioned Goku, Vegeta would feel invigorated, instantly centering his mind once more. After 3 months, Vegeta finally stood up, with Pibera and Laurel by his side. Pibera nodded and remarked, "You have gained commendable control over your Spirito in just 3 months, faster than Goku did in his time. Next, I shall teach you the techniques of Spirito." Vegeta smirked. I am certainly more astute than Kakarot." Although he did not outwardly express much, he felt a sense of satisfaction internally. Pibera then led Vegeta back to the previous palace and paused before inquiring, "Do you need to rest?" Mastering Spirito can be quite taxing on one's energy. A balance between work and rest is essential. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled how long it had been since he last contacted Bulma and her companions. He decided to visit them, informing Pibera that he would rest for the night and return in the morning. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta took flight, propelling himself like a cannonball. He marveled at how even ordinary flying had become several times faster than before. The flow of energy within him was remarkably smoother, allowing him to reach his previous landing spot in mere seconds. Upon entering the spaceship and activating the communicator, it connected immediately, revealing Bulma's visage on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Bulma's loud voice boomed, "Vegeta, where have you been? It's been ages without a word." Vegeta felt a headache coming on. "I've been training here. The Ardatian people are quite friendly." Vegeta, typically reticent, merely stated that he was engaged in training and conveyed that he was not significantly troubled, thereafter choosing silence. In contrast, Bulma incessantly inquired about the appearance of the Yardrat people, the suitability of Yardrat for tourism, and the culinary delights it offered. Her barrage of questions captivated Trunks, who joined in, asking Vegeta what Yardrat was like, and expressing his longing for his father, pleading to be taken to Yardrat for a delightful adventure. Revealing his true desire for amusement, Vegeta inquired, "Can this communicator be detached? If so, I shall remove it now and take you to see Yardrat." Bulma replied, "Of course it can be taken apart. I anticipated this scenario long ago. What do you think? Am I clever?" Her expression was one of playful arrogance, reminiscent of Vegeta himself, as if they were cut from the same cloth. Subsequently, Bulma instructed Vegeta on how to dismantle the communicator. He then set off to locate Rao and Pibera. After a brief interlude, Vegeta returned to the spacecraft, retrieved some sustenance, and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he tidied himself and proceeded to Pibera's dwelling. Upon seeing Vegeta, Pibera greeted him and stated, "Today, I shall teach you the simplest techniques of enlargement and reduction." Pibera then demonstrated both enlargement and reduction, explaining the underlying principles and methods. Although Vegeta recognized the limited utility of these techniques for himself, he patiently endeavored to learn them, acknowledging that they constituted the fundamental applications of Spirito. Remarkably, within half an hour, Vegeta mastered this skill, prompting Pibera to nod in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. You are indeed the most perceptive genius I have ever encountered." Pibera then imparted several additional rudimentary techniques to Vegeta, which, while lacking significant practical value, served primarily as means for Yardrat inhabitants to intimidate or defend themselves, such as burrowing, replication, and evasion of water. Vegeta swiftly grasped these as well. Next came the technique of instant transmission, a more complex endeavor. This technique involved perceiving a vessel capable of bearing one's Spirito and then transforming one's essence into Spirito, creating a frequency resonance with the Spirito of the vessel, thereby allowing for instantaneous relocation to its vicinity. In his time, Goku had only mastered this technique partially, as he needed to sense another's ki to capture the requisite frequency. True Spirito could even perceive the Spirito of planets and certain unique objects. Mastery of this technique depended on one's intuition, as I have already elucidated the principles. Now, you must engage with the process yourself. Attempt to sense Rao's Spirito and try to instantaneously move beside him before exploring other Spirito. Once you comprehend the method and deepen your understanding of the Spirito of all things, achieving resonance with the frequency will become a far simpler task. However, this enlightenment is not something one can attain overnight, unless you, like Goku, settle for only partial understanding and return home. Pibera regarded Vegeta as he spoke. "I understand, and I am not in a hurry. I will master it completely." Vegeta nodded. Chapter 6. Galactic Patrolman Melis Pibera articulated the concept of instantaneous movement with clarity. It involves propelling an individual in the form of a spiritual entity and subsequently locating a vessel at a distant location to intercept this spiritual essence, thereby reconstituting the original being. This vessel may be another individual or an object situated far away. To accurately identify this vessel, one must ascertain its frequency, which elucidates why knowledge of the spiritual essence of an object is imperative prior to the teleportation. Upon comprehending this frequency, one must utilize their understanding of the spiritual essence to induce their own essence to vibrate at the appropriate frequency, allowing it to propagate outward. This emanating essence will elicit a response from the distant vessel's spiritual essence, resulting in the manifestation of our essence in the vicinity of the vessel, thus enabling the teleportation to materialize beside the chosen entity. Vegeta recognized that the crux of mastering instantaneous movement lies within the spiritual essence. Thus, he sat upright, closed his eyes, and first attuned himself to the vibrational frequency of his own essence, gradually extending his awareness to the vibrations of others. The path of cultivation is invariably protracted, and so Vegeta remained in meditation for an extended period until he felt he had grasped the technique of instantaneous movement. He rose and abruptly vanished from Pibara's abode, only to reappear beside Rao. Wow, you have mastered instantaneous movement. Remarkable. You achieved this in merely a week. While Goku took an entire month, Rao exclaimed in admiration at the sudden appearance of Vegeta. I have yet to fully master it. I must attain complete proficiency in instantaneous movement, Vegeta replied with a grave expression. Since arriving on Yardrat, not only had his strength progressed significantly, but he had also gained profound insights into various aspects of cultivation, such as the composition of spiritual essence. In his previous training, he had overly fixated on the gravity chamber, neglecting the essential cultivation of his spiritual essence, which had led to considerable strain on his body. Even now, he was utilizing spiritual essence to nurture his physique. These realizations were far clearer than when he had trained alone, particularly as he had acquired so many techniques. According to Rao, Yardrat is home to 4 great secret arts, of which instantaneous movement is but one. While grasping the experience of instantaneous movement and simulating the spiritual essence of humans was relatively straightforward, emulating animals or unique objects and planets possessing spiritual essence proved to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, Vegeta invested a full 6 months to achieve modest progress, gaining a thorough understanding of the spiritual essence of planets and animals. However, the challenge lay in the special objects imbued with spiritual essence, which he had yet to encounter, rendering it difficult. Pibara also advised Vegeta not to rush. With sufficient experience, success would naturally follow. During this half-year, Vegeta's training had not waned. He felt that his current state had far surpassed that of Kakarot, and he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, while Super Saiyan 3 remained elusive. Engage in the experimentation of teleportation more frequently. You might venture to distant planets. With your formidable strength, traversing any terrain should pose no challenge. Regardless of how inhospitable the environment may be, you can endure or resist it with the aid of Spirito. Explore various planets and take the opportunity to encounter those unique artifacts that possess Spirito. As inhabitants of the planet Yardrat, we lack the power to traverse the cosmos. Thus we have never witnessed such marvels. Experience them for yourself, and upon your return, share your findings with us, suggested Pabala. Vegeta nodded. During the past 6 months, he had visited numerous nearby planets not far from Yardrat, yet he had never encountered these extraordinary artifacts imbued with Spirito. Hence, Pabala encouraged Vegeta to explore even more distant worlds. Upon sensing a peculiar life force emanating from a far-off planet, Vegeta resolved to investigate. He attuned himself to the Spirito of that planet and swiftly vanished from Pabala's view. Pabala watched with a smile as Vegeta disappeared, truly a diligent genius. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta found himself in a desolate world engulfed in swirling sands. Hey, you, where did you come from? Get lost. A throng of individuals surged past him, cursing his unexpected arrival that startled them. Vegeta's gaze turned icy, with a mere flick of his hand. The entire group tumbled to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, a voice resonated from a distance. Thank you, my friend, for your intervention. Those individuals are criminals. A slender figure, resembling Vegeta in stature with pale purple skin and white hair, materialized nearby. An individual imbued with the strange essence of Spirito. Greetings, I am Mels, a member of the Galactic Police. May I inquire your name? Mels asked with a gentle smile directed at Vegeta. Vegeta, Galactic Police? Vegeta questioned, puzzled, as this did not appear to be a galaxy. Ah, You are the renowned Mr. Vegeta. Mel's gestured for his subordinates to apprehend the criminals and swiftly approached Vegeta. The Galactic Police recognizes me? I don't believe I've had any dealings with you. Vegeta's intrigue deepened. We are well aware of your exploits alongside Mr. Son Goku and other warriors in defeating Majin Buu. We have long desired to pay a visit, but have been preoccupied with the overwhelming number of criminals. This particular group managed to escape from the galaxy, requiring significant effort to track down, Mel's explained, perceiving Vegeta's curiosity. It appears the proficiency of your Galactic Police is rather lacking, Vegeta remarked, observing the officers. However, he bore no contempt, for Mel's was inscrutable, undoubtedly a formidable presence. This statement served as a subtle test of Mel's capabilities. Mel's, upon hearing Vegeta's words, smiled faintly. If the Galactic Police could enlist more individuals as powerful as you and Mr. Son Goku, it would indeed be a boon. After finishing his words, Mel's clasped his hands and bowed slightly, raising his head and widening his eyes as he addressed Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, might I inquire if you would be willing to join the Galactic Patrol? We are in need of a formidable and righteous warrior like yourself to maintain peace in the nearby star systems. Vegeta's mind buzzed with confusion. When had he become a paragon of virtue? Merely voicing his opinions on the Galactic Patrol's inadequacies had led to such an absurd proposition? With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he replied, I have no interest in being a Galactic Patrol officer. If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he prepared to depart for another planet. Wait, Mr. Vegeta. While it is regrettable that we cannot collaborate, we do have a matter that requires your assistance. Concerning Tais, Mel's called after him. Tais, Bulma's sister? Although he had never met her, Vegeta had often heard her name mentioned by Bulma. What is the matter with Tais? He inquired. Chapter 7. Moro Miss Tais has recently encountered some difficulties. We have been unable to assist her. And now she has taken to drinking daily, wallowing in despair, and isolating herself at home. We fear for her well-being, as even Gabe has stopped paying her any heed. I believe you, Mr. Vegeta, might be able to persuade her, or perhaps take her back to Earth for a change of scenery, Mel's explained. Where's Tais now? Vegeta mused, realizing that while he might not be able to offer much assistance, he could indeed bring Tais back to Earth and let Bulma help her. It seemed she hadn't returned home in quite some time. A reunion with Bulma and the briefs could do her good. Miss Tais resides on a planet near the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Mel's replied. Excellent, Vegeta agreed. You must accompany us back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I assure you, you will find it intriguing. Please inform me of the location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I possess a technique that allows me to arrive there instantaneously, Vegeta stated, unwilling to waste time traveling by spaceship when he could teleport. Instantaneous movement? Mr. Vegeta can perform such a technique? Mel's exclaimed, astonished. Vegeta was equally surprised. Even this small Galactic Patrol officer was aware of such a skill. Instantaneous movement was a technique exclusive to the attendants and guards of the Supreme Kai. It was said that the Yardrat people also possessed this ability. Did you learn it from Yardrat? Mel's inquired. Vegeta began to sense that Mel's was not merely an ordinary Galactic Patrol officer. The fact that even the Supreme Kai knew of him suggested a depth of knowledge and significance beyond mere appearances. Who exactly are you? That even the Supreme Kai is aware of you? Vegeta pressed. I am Mel's, the captain of the elite squad of the Galactic Patrol, Mr. Vegeta, Mel's replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Seeing that the other party was reluctant to divulge more, Vegeta chose not to pursue the matter further. Just tell me the direction to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I will sense it, he insisted. Mel's then provided Vegeta with the location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Moments later, Vegeta opened his eyes. Will you accompany me? I am not inclined to wait for your spaceship to return after several months. Mel's nodded in agreement. Well, since we have apprehended the criminals, I shall speak with them. After issuing instructions to his team, Mel's placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and with a swift motion, the two appeared at the headquarters of the Galactic Police. Mr. Vegeta, allow me to show you around the Galactic Police headquarters, and then I shall introduce you to the Galactic King. He is a benevolent man, having founded the Galactic Police, which I greatly admire. Mel's remarked as he stood beside Vegeta. Upon arrival, Vegeta sensed a multitude of malevolent energies permeating the headquarters. One particular aura sent shivers down his spine, though faint. It bore an unsettling resemblance to the sinister presence of the evil wave from years past, yet it felt even more malevolent. The criminals incarcerated within the Galactic Police headquarters were notorious for their heinous deeds and remarkable power, although few matched the might of Mr. Vegeta himself. As Mel's and Vegeta conversed while walking, Vegeta suddenly declared, "Take me to see these criminals." Mel's paused, slightly taken aback. "Mr. Vegeta, have you made a discovery? There is an aura akin to that of a formidable adversary we once vanquished. I wish to investigate," Vegeta replied. "Very well, let us proceed to the prison," Mel said. Redirecting their course. Upon entering the prison, they encountered a plethora of lesser foes, until they finally reached the innermost depths where the source of the sinister energy resided. Moro, an exceedingly frail old man resembling a nearly deceased goat. "Is this the Moro you speak of, Mr. Vegeta?" Moro was captured 1,000,000 years ago by the Grand Kaioshin and several other Kaioshins, who reportedly paid a heavy price for his apprehension. The Grand Kaioshin sacrificed nearly all of his divine power to seal Moro's dark magic. Moro revels in consuming planets, devouring everything on them to enhance his own power. He once absorbed an entire galaxy and countless planets. Hence, he has been imprisoned in the galactic prison for millennia, shackled with anti-magic stones, Mel's elaborated to Vegeta. Vegeta scrutinized Moro, who remained shackled, head bowed, seemingly too feeble to rise. Given his multitude of crimes, why not execute him? Vegeta inquired. "We lack the power to destroy Moro. Approaching him risks having our energy siphoned away, and using our powers would only serve to nourish him further. Despite his confinement, we cannot draw near. The anti-magic stones merely suppress 999 parts of his magical energy. It is the remaining 1% that has allowed him to endure," Mels explained. "Not even you, Mels." Vegeta glanced at him, his tone cool. Mels hesitated, offering an awkward smile. "You jest, Mr. Vegeta. Come, let us visit the planet of Ties." "Is a visit to the Galactic King truly necessary?" Mels asked. "Such a formality is unwarranted," Vegeta replied. Subsequently, Vegeta stepped out of the prison. "Vegeta? Such a formidable human. Should I absorb him, my power would return to 1/10 of its former glory." In the dim corners of the prison, Moro lifted his head. Upon exiting the prison, Merus informed Vegeta of the whereabouts of Ties, and the two instantaneously transported to the planet where Ties resided. In the city, before a house imbued with Earth's characteristics. Merus knocked on the door. "Miss Ties, are you home?" he inquired. "Who is it?" A rustling voice replied from within, and shortly thereafter, Ties opened the door. "Captain Merus, what brings you here?" She seemed somewhat distracted. "Miss Ties, this is Mr. Vegeta," Merus introduced him. "Ah, so you are my brother-in-law." Ties, previously listless, looked at Vegeta with newfound interest. "Please come in." Vegeta nodded and followed Merus and Ties into her abode. Ties brewed 3 cups of tea, and the trio sat at the table. Merus began, "Miss Ties, while apprehending a criminal, I encountered Mr. Vegeta. I heard you have been facing troubles lately, so I brought Mr. Vegeta along, hoping he might assist you. Indeed, my novels have been selling poorly, and I lack material for my next work. It is driving me to despair." I had mentioned to Captain Merus that I wished to observe the arrest of criminals for inspiration to write a novel titled Legend of Galactic Heroes, but he declined, Ties lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Merus. Merus, with a sheepish smile, replied, "Thus, I brought Mr. Vegeta here. He and Mr. Goku recently vanquished Majin Buu, a significant event. They are true heroes." Vegeta, already aware of Merus's intentions to have Ties craft a story about them, was not surprised when Merus continued, as Mr. Vegeta is Miss Ties' brother-in-law. I believe she could draw inspiration from him to write a tale of defeating Majin Buu and saving the universe. However, I hope that in this narrative, both Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku are portrayed as Galactic Patrol members. It became evident that Merus aimed to promote his Galactic Patrol by inviting Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Ties exclaimed, "Wow! Such a story would surely become a sensation with my writing skills." She then implored Vegeta for assistance. Vegeta felt a knot in his stomach. After all, this request came from Bulma's older sister, and to refuse might incur Bulma's wrath. Though reluctant, Vegeta acquiesced and suggested they return to Earth to commence their creative endeavor, as he had thought of an excellent candidate. However, feeling tricked by Merus, Vegeta expressed his displeasure directly, saying, "Merus, what is the meaning of this?" The tone of discontent was evident to all, yet Mels remained composed, offering a calm smile. "Mr. Vegeta, I must confess, my request for your presence is indeed self-serving. However, If I were to share with you an extraordinary piece of news, I hope you might pardon my intentions. Oh, what news? Vegeta, aware of Mel's enigmatic nature, was intrigued. Regardless of its potential relevance to him, he was inclined to hear it. Chapter 8. Zuno, are you familiar with Mr. Zuno? Mel's inquired. Vegeta shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Mr. Zuno is an astonishing individual, possessing knowledge of all things in existence, even details about patterns and people he has never encountered. Surely, there are matters you wish to uncover, Mr. Vegeta, Mel's continued. Vegeta nodded, contemplating whether this Zuno could provide him with the insights he sought. Naturally, there must be conditions. Coincidentally, you could accompany Ms. Ties on this journey. I believe she would find it quite intriguing, Mel's responded with a smile. Is that so? Vegeta, will you take me along? Ties exclaimed, eager to experience such a remarkable event, considering it a potential source for her writing. Tell me, Mels, who exactly is this Zuno? Is he truly omniscient? What are the conditions for him to answer questions? If there are peculiar stipulations, I shall not partake, Vegeta pressed, determined to clarify before embarking on what could be a fruitless endeavor. He had numerous mysteries to unravel, including matters of his own cultivation. He needed to forge his own path, lest he remain in Kakarot's shadow. Rest assured, Mr. Vegeta, I am not deceiving you. Few in the universe are acquainted with him. And as for the conditions, they are quite simple. You will discover them once you arrive. To my knowledge, there is nothing that Zuno does not know, Mels replied, his smile unwavering, exuding confidence. Can fulfilling these conditions truly grant access to countless answers? Is such a miraculous person truly existent? Ties inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Ms. Ties, Mels affirmed with a smile. Since Captain Mels asserts it, it must be true. Vegeta, shall we first journey to Mr. Zuno's planet? Ties expressed her trust in Mels and turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, too, chose to place his faith in Mels. This mysterious individual, while enigmatic, possessed a strong sense of justice, suggesting there was little reason for deception. Then please share the location with me. Ties, and I will proceed first. Should I discover you have misled me, I shall ensure you learn a lesson, Vegeta warned. Mr. Vegeta, you jest. I would never lie to you. Since you harbor doubts, take Ms. Ties to Zuno's planet first, and afterward, return to Earth to assist her with her creative endeavors, Mels said, revealing the location of Zuno's planet with a smile. Vegeta sensed the presence of Zuno's star, a relatively small planet, yet there was a remarkably conspicuous being known as Zuno. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta opened his eyes and addressed Ties. I have located Zuno's star. Place your hand upon my shoulder, and I shall transport you there. Ties was utterly unaware of Vegeta's ability to teleport, finding his words perplexing. As she regarded him with a curious expression, Mels interjected, Mr. Vegeta possesses an extraordinary skill that allows him to instantly take Miss Ties to Zuno's star. Do experience it, Miss Ties. Ties gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. She was aware of her brother-in-law's prowess through Bulma, yet Bulma had mentioned that Vegeta was solely focused on training and lacked any romantic sensibility. Indeed, as cold as Bulma had described. However, Bulma had never mentioned Vegeta's remarkable power. Otherwise, Ties would have long requested him to transport her to other planets to enrich her creative inspiration with diverse cultures. Perhaps he wasn't as unapproachable as Bulma suggested, Ties mused, placing her hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Ties' internal thoughts were far from his mind. His amiability towards her stemmed from his respect for Bulma. In an instant, they vanished before Mels. In the next moment, Vegeta and Ties found themselves within a grand, resplendent wooden palace. Inside were three figures. The central one, a colossal infant seated upon an enormous floating throne, was presumably Zuno, dwarfing even Frieza. The two flanking figures appeared to be guards, though they could also be offspring. Where are we? Ties exclaimed, utterly astonished. Did we truly reach Zuno's star in an instant? How marvelous. You are Zuno? Vegeta inquired bluntly, scrutinizing the massive infant. Who are you? Lord Zuno does not entertain impolite visitors, the two smaller Zunos exclaimed, their anger palpable at the unexpected arrival of Vegeta and Ties. As Vegeta prepared to teach these beings a lesson, Zuno spoke. I am Zuno. There is nothing in this universe that I do not know. Since you have arrived, you must present a tribute. What kind of tribute do you seek? Vegeta inquired. You are ignorant of the customs of Zuno's star? How did you arrive here? Speak. Before Zuno could continue, the two smaller Zunos exhibited a bias against Vegeta and Ties. Unable to tolerate their provocation, Vegeta unleashed his formidable energy. shattering the surrounding wooden columns and walls, reducing the palace to ruins in an instant. Zuno remained unfazed, while the two smaller Zunos displayed expressions of terror. At this moment, Zuno said, "Very well, I now know who revealed Zuno Star's location to you, and I am aware of how you arrived. Since you are unfamiliar with the customs, allow me to enlighten you. Every questioner must offer Zuno a kiss as tribute." Zuno spoke courteously, evidently out of respect for Merus, as it was Merus who had summoned Vegeta. "What? You want me to have Lord Vegeta kiss you?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta was incensed. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a formidable aura that sent the two small Zunos flying. Tai stood beside Vegeta, unaffected, but the entire Zuno Star trembled as though facing an apocalypse. Vegeta's current strength far surpassed that of Kakarot, who also possessed the Super Saiyan 2 form. Vegeta had undergone a remarkable transformation, and even against the malevolent puppet, defeat would not come easily. At worst, he would exhaust his stamina. With a wave of his hand, Zuno summoned a force that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was inescapable, immobilizing Vegeta. "Since you are unwilling, let your companion take your place," Zuno remarked, glancing at Tais. Chapter 9. The Super Dragon Balls. What is this power? Vegeta felt that although the force was not overwhelmingly strong, he found himself unable to break free. This Zuno appeared unimposing, yet possessed an enigmatic strength that did not seem to stem from Spirito. Tais observed Vegeta's apparent struggle, sensing something was amiss. The aura Vegeta had radiated dissipated, and the planet ceased its trembling. Tais realized that it must be Zuno's doing. Someone whom Merus frequently praised could not be ordinary. Indeed, in Tais' eyes, Captain Merus was the epitome of strength, having remained undefeated thus far, naturally inspiring a sense of admiration. Lord Zuno, could you possibly release Vegeta? I shall present you with an offering," Tais said, swiftly approaching Zuno and gently kissing him on the cheek. Zuno smiled and nodded. "Excellent. I appreciate your demeanor. You may ask 5 questions." Concurrently, he lifted the hold he had on Vegeta. "Really? Is that true?" Tais exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight. "Yes, it is indeed true." "You have 4 questions remaining," Zuno replied. Tais was momentarily bewildered. "What?" "Tais, allow me to ask a few questions first," Vegeta said, turning to her. She quickly moved to Vegeta's side, replying, "Sure, tell me your questions, and I shall ask him, but you must leave me at least 1 question." Vegeta nodded and instructed Tais, "You ask him how to train to become a Super Saiyan 3. Thus, Tais posed the question to Zuno. "How does one train to become a Super Saiyan 3? Zuno's eyes flickered, and he nodded, seemingly aware of the transformation method. He spoke. Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that restores the primal essence of the Saiyan. By harnessing the Bruz light wave to influence the Saiyans, they can awaken their inner wildness, transforming into a great ape. From this great ape form, they can evolve into a Super Saiyan, regaining their intellect to comprehend Super Saiyan 3. What? This seems akin to the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4. How can it be for Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta inquired impatiently. Is there a Super Saiyan 4? Zuno cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta and spoke. No. The absence of Super Saiyan 4 was astonishing. Had the Saiyan training culminated with Super Saiyan 3? How then had Kakarot attained his Super Saiyan 3 form? An increasing number of questions flooded Vegeta's mind. You have only 2 inquiries remaining, Zuno stated. As Vegeta prepared to press further, he suddenly realized that he was left with just 1 question. After some contemplation, he resolved to first locate the special object that possessed the Spirito to fulfill Pibra's wish. Where can I find this special object containing Spirito? Zuno pointed, indicating a linear distance of 9,527 light-years in one direction. He then pointed again, this time to a location 4,399 light-years away, and once more to another point 1,314 light-years distant. He then fell silent, awaiting the next question. Only 3 locations? Such scarcity? No wonder Pibra and the others have never encountered them. With the questions exhausted, Vegeta allowed Tais to take her turn. While he focused on contemplating the Spirito of those 3 items, Tais stepped forward and asked, when can I get married? Zuno responded, it is impossible to predict the future with precision. Estimates suggest it will be in 8 years. What? 8 years? Tais exclaimed in disbelief. Your question has been answered. There are certain matters I cannot disclose, Zuno replied. At that moment, Vegeta opened his eyes, having memorized the locations of the Spirito. He decided to take Tais back to Earth, ensure her well-being, and perhaps pay a visit to Bulma before venturing to those 3 locations himself. Let us depart, Ties. Vegeta instructed. Huh, where to? Ties was momentarily bewildered. To Earth, Vegeta declared, closing his eyes. Ties rested her shoulder against Vegeta's, and together they vanished from Zuno's realm. On Earth, in West City at Capsule Corporation, Bulma was startled when Vegeta and Ties suddenly appeared before her while she was watering her plants. Ah, Vegeta, and you too. Sister? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected reunion. Ties and Bulma then proceeded to explain the circumstances, while Vegeta excused himself for a shower. So, sister is back to write novels, and you're planning to stay at home? I'll go fetch Mom and Dad. Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Let us go together and surprise them, Ties suggested, linking her arms with Bulma as they walked, their laughter ringing out as they made their way to Dr. Brief's location. Dinner that evening was a gathering of 6, with Vegeta and Trunks consuming an abundance of food in silence, while the others engaged in lively conversation. Trunks occasionally chimed in, albeit he was still getting accustomed to this and he barely knew. After finishing their meal, Ties eagerly inquired of Vegeta when he could begin recounting the tale of how to vanquish Majin Buu. Without any superfluous chatter, Vegeta promptly took Ties to Mr. Satan's residence, explaining that Satan was a key figure involved throughout the Majin Buu incident, and that Majin Buu was currently residing in Satan's home. This revelation startled Ties, and as they arrived at Satan's house, she expressed her intentions. Mr. Satan then informed Ties about Majin Buu's current situation, which somewhat alleviated her fears, though she still felt trepidation. Consequently, she requested to visit daily, asking Mr. Satan to notify her only when Majin Buu was absent. Afterward, she requested Vegeta to escort her back to Capsule Corporation, during which Vegeta suggested that Bulma accompany her to Mr. Satan's house in the future. Following a few days at home, Vegeta ventured to the location of the object containing the Super Dragon Balls. In an instant, he found himself on a colossal orange-red planet, its surface seemingly transparent, revealing 6 stars within. Astonished, Vegeta exclaimed, "Is this the Dragon Balls?" The enormity of the Dragon Balls left him dumbfounded. He wondered about the other 2 locations as well. In another flash, Vegeta appeared at the farthest point indicated by Zuno, confirming the presence of the 7-star ball, then moved again to the 5-star ball. What is the meaning of this? How can there be such gigantic Dragon Balls? Chapter 10. Longing for a tale. Are there only these 3 Dragon Balls? Where are the others? Logically, Zuno should have disclosed the locations of all the Dragon Balls. Why were only these 3 revealed? Moreover, these 3 Super Dragon Balls could not be taken easily. Vegeta decided to return to planet Yardrat to inform Pibera of the situation while simultaneously training in Super Saiyan 3. Standing on the surface of the 5-star ball, Vegeta contemplated the complexities of the universe and acknowledged that his current level was insufficient. After completing his training, he intended to inform Kakarot about the matter and accompany him to inquire with Zuno, as he found it inconceivable to approach Zuno himself. It would be better for Kakarot to take on that task. With that thought, he returned to planet Yardrat. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared before Pibera. Back so soon. Did you find anything of interest? Pibera's small eyes radiated a certain humor, his hands often clasped behind his back. He bore a tall stature reminiscent of Zuno, though not quite as grand. I discovered a special item containing Super Dragon Balls, 3 Dragon Balls the size of planets. But I lack the means to transport them, Vegeta informed Pibera with a nod. Dragon Balls? What are those? Pibera inquired. The Dragon Balls, crafted by the Namekians, can grant wishes. Surely you must know this, Pibera? Vegeta replied. So, they are wish-granting orbs. It seems the term Dragon Balls originated from the Namekians, who pride themselves as the descendants of the Dragon God. Pibera remarked with a sense of awe. Dragon God? What do you know about that, Pibera? Vegeta asked, intrigued by the unexpected knowledge Pibera possessed. Indeed, I possess limited knowledge as well. It is said that the Dragon God Salama is the most ancient deity, existing since primordial times. The wish orbs he crafted are imbued with extraordinary powers, capable even of resurrecting the deceased. Only the wish orbs created by the Dragon God can possess the elusive Spirito. No wonder that for millions of years, none of us from the Yardrat star have encountered such a miraculous artifact. Pibera mused, expressing his astonishment. Indeed, the dragons summoned by the Dragon Balls can indeed fulfill wishes. I have been resurrected twice by the Dragon Balls fashioned by the Namekians, Vegeta remarked with a nod. Pibera, Do you think using the Dragon Balls might lead to any adverse consequences? Vegeta inquired, attempting to probe Pibra's thoughts. I am uncertain about this matter. However, the wish orbs created by the dragon god Salama are meant to grant desires. It is said that the power of the dragon god transcends life and death, capable of reversing fate, which is why various wishes can be fulfilled. It seems that the Namekians, as part of the dragon lineage, possess a hint of the dragon god's talent. At the very least, the wish orbs crafted by the dragon god, which you refer to as Dragon Balls, have not presented any issues. As for those made by the Namekians, I cannot say. Pibra produced a book with a flourish, perusing its contents as he spoke to Vegeta. After a pause, Pibra continued, Do you wish to continue your training, or seek out other super wish orbs? During my travels in the cosmos, I have come upon a piece of information regarding an individual named Zuno, who possesses knowledge of all things. It was he who provided me with the location of the Super Dragon Balls, without which I would not have found this peculiar object imbued with Spirito so swiftly. I find it curious that there are only 3 Super Dragon Balls. Logically, there should be 7. Pibra, do you know anything about this? Vegeta expressed his curiosity, believing the Yardrat people to be well-informed. Zuno, I have heard, is a title reserved for those who comprehend the truths of the universe. When a new Zuno appears, the old one cannot coexist. Such beings are exceedingly rare, typically accessible only to deities. As for why there are only 3 wish orbs, I do not possess that knowledge. Pibra, indeed, is a fountain of wisdom, well-versed in a myriad of subjects. The Yardrat people are truly deserving of their ancient heritage. Can only deities possess such knowledge? By the way, Pibra, do you have any insights into the nature of gods? They seem rather feeble, in my experience. Vegeta shared his thoughts, having encountered many deities who appeared lacking in strength. Not all gods are weak. The deities inhabiting the planets represent the most rudimentary tier of divine beings, on par with those of the underworld. Ascending from them are the Kais, the Supreme Kais, and the Grand Supreme Kais. Generally, the Kais refrain from meddling in mortal affairs, which is why these gods wield only limited divine power and are not particularly formidable. The truly powerful beings are the Destroyers, who possess mastery over divine techniques. Along with certain exceptional deities, they are the ones who stand atop the cosmic hierarchy, Pibra elucidated. Destroyers? The image of a slender, purple cat named Beerus involuntarily surfaced in Vegeta's mind. In my childhood, I witnessed Beerus arrive at the planet Vegeta, and my father displayed utmost reverence. However, Vegeta remained oblivious to the true extent of his power and authority, merely knowing that he was at least as formidable as Frieza, if not more so, which explained my father's fear. Vegeta had nearly forgotten this individual, considering that he once perceived him as comparable to Frieza. Yet, after encountering the Kais, he began to view deities as relatively weak, thus neglecting to regard Beerus with any seriousness. Beerus, the god of destruction, is it? Vegeta murmured. Pibra, do you know how powerful he truly is? A god dedicated to destruction? I never imagined you were aware of Lord Beerus's title, Pibra replied. The god of destruction is immensely powerful, beyond comprehension. Just recently, he could have obliterated Majin Buu with a single strike. As for whether he exclusively engages in destruction, I am uncertain. However, it is said that he seldom interferes with earthly matters. Yet, he often destroys planets or individuals that displease him. It is rumored that Lord Beerus has not made an appearance in many years. Pibra stroked his antennae as he spoke. This revelation instilled a clearer concept of the god of destruction within Vegeta, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, exercising his will with apparent malevolence. It was no wonder his father had been so fearful. A lapse in service could have cost them the planet Vegeta. By the way, Pibra, are you familiar with the Scions? Vegeta's inquiry left Pibra momentarily bewildered. Aren't you the Prince of Scions? Why are you asking me about them? As a renowned warrior race in the universe, I have heard a bit about them. The remaining 2 benevolent Scions, you and Goku, are perhaps destined, Pibra responded patiently, despite his confusion regarding Vegeta's question. Upon hearing Pibra discuss the survival of the Scions, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, I am aware that our race has committed numerous transgressions in the past, and we have paid for those mistakes. However, I did not intend to dwell on that. I wanted to ask if you know that we can transform into great apes? Pibra nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Vegeta to continue. Long ago, the Scions rarely manifested as Super Scions. Thus, the great ape was our emblem. However, since Kakarot and I achieved the Super Saiyan form, Our severed tails have failed to regenerate. What might be the reason for this? Well, I am uncertain, but perhaps it indicates that you have mastered transformations that surpass the great ape. Hence, the tail has become unnecessary and ceased to grow back. Pibra pondered thoughtfully. I too suspect that may be the case. Pibra, do you possess any means to help me regrow my tail? Why the sudden desire to regrow your tail? Pibra inquired. I obtained information from Zuno indicating that to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, one must first become a great ape. However, it seems one must maintain control over their will, as transforming into the ape-like Super Saiyan may lead to a loss of control. Once I regrow my tail, I intend to test this on a desolate planet. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, explained to Pibra while leaning against a pillar. He spoke slowly. Pibra, do you have a solution? Well, on our planet Yardrat, we possess 4 signature techniques. You have already mastered instant transmission. The most challenging of these, the healing technique, I had intended to teach you last. While it may not directly allow you to regrow your tail, you can continually apply the healing technique at the tail's base to stimulate its growth. Although I am uncertain of its efficacy, it is worth a try. Pibra stroked his antennae and suggested, the 4 signature techniques? What are the remaining 2? Teach me all of them, and once I have mastered them, I can begin my training in Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta responded, instant transmission, spirit control technique, healing technique, and spirit extraction technique. These 4 are the hallmarks of our Yardrat. To master them, your spirit must be immensely powerful. In time, your mental fortitude will also strengthen, and you should be able to transform into a great ape Super Saiyan without losing your sanity. Pibra remarked. In the original text, it was referred to as spirit separation technique, which I found poorly translated as it seemed specifically tailored for Moro and was only used once, making it overly coincidental. Thus I made some modifications. Pibra's assertion was not unfounded. During the past 6 months of training, Vegeta had significantly enhanced his prowess. Most importantly, his training methods had transformed. No longer did he recklessly enter the gravity chamber, leaving his body riddled with injuries and ailments unbeknownst to him. Now, under guidance, he was gradually nurturing himself back to health, and once he mastered the healing technique, he should be fully restored. Vegeta made a phone call to Bulma and then commenced training with Pibra. This training lasted 3 years, with the first focus on the spirit extraction technique. It took Vegeta 3 months to perfect this technique, which was not overly difficult. The remaining time was devoted to mastering the spirit control technique and the healing technique, both of which proved to be quite challenging. Given Vegeta's aptitude, it took him considerable time to achieve mastery. The spirit extraction technique allows the user to siphon the spirit of an opponent, gradually weakening them, provided one can approach or injure the adversary. However, this technique is less effective against stronger opponents. It shines against those of equal or lesser strength, making it a formidable move. For Vegeta at his level, even a slight increase in combat prowess was a commendable gain. This technique possesses a unique capacity. It is particularly effective against opponents who possess another spirit, such as Cell and Bu. If facing Cell, Vegeta merely needs to get close to extract androids 17 and 18 from him. In the case of Bu, if he can inflict a wound, he can instantly siphon away all spirits that do not belong to him. If he cannot inflict a wound, the process will take longer. The Spirito acceleration technique has but one effect, yet it can be employed in conjunction with an infinite array of maneuvers. It took an entire year to comprehend this technique, which serves to instantaneously enhance the operation of Spirito at the moment of its execution. For instance, when utilizing the ultimate flash, which typically requires a prolonged charge, it can be unleashed in an instant, a truly fearsome effect that demands a high level of mental acuity. The recovery technique is the most formidable of all, particularly when it is capable of restoring someone as powerful as Vegeta. This technique transforms Spirito into a unique form that can heal the body, and it can similarly be adapted to mend the soul. When paired with the acceleration technique, it can instantaneously mend injuries. Yet the combination of these 2 techniques places an immense strain on the mind. Currently, Vegeta can only use this technique once, as doing so depletes his mental energy, leading to exhaustion. Additionally, a tail has begun to grow again due to his mastery of a more advanced transformation. Once severed, it no longer grows back spontaneously. However, after a period of enhancement through the recovery technique, the previously dormant coccyx has gradually yielded a tail. It has been over 3 years since Vegeta last returned home, which was only when his brother visited Earth. Upon observing the weakness of his opponents, he refrained from engaging, choosing instead to focus on training the recovery technique and fostering the growth of his tail, thus avoiding confrontation with Kakarot. Now, as his training nears completion, Vegeta bids farewell to Pibra and Rao before moving to a nearby desolate planet. Pibra, watching Vegeta disappear, reflects on him as the most diligent and hardworking genius he has ever encountered. He feels a sense of joy witnessing Vegeta master the techniques of planet Yardrat, understanding through their time together that beneath Vegeta's cold exterior lies a unique fervor and innocence. Upon arriving on this barren planet, Vegeta wastes no time. A sphere of light materializes in his hand, a man-made moon simulated by Spirito to replicate the Blood's waves. As this orb ascends, a long-forgotten sensation washes over him, a warmth emanating from his tail. Gradually, Vegeta transforms into a great ape, yet the rage typically associated with this transformation does not affect him. This sensation is far weaker than that of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and he now feels no impact from this form at all. The crucial aspect is to transform into a Super Saiyan while in the great ape form. Attempting this is a tad more challenging than shifting from his humanoid guise, for the flow of energy appears to differ. Closing his eyes, he attunes to the sensation, and after several minutes, he opens his eyes wide. With a triumphant roar, the ape-like Vegeta is enveloped in a golden aura, his fur transforming to a brilliant gold. A surge of ferocity courses through him, influencing his emotions, while the Spirito within him becomes agitated. Vegeta pounds the ground beneath him, releasing energy blasts from his mouth, swiftly causing immense fissures to appear all around. Suddenly, Vegeta ceased his tumultuous movements. He had anticipated this occurrence. His spirit was already remarkably potent, and the moment he felt the disturbance, he began to regain control of his Spirito. Within just a few seconds, Vegeta regained his composure, closed his eyes once more, and prepared to transition back to his humanoid form. This pivotal step hinged on mastering the power of the great ape in human form. This phase proved to be rather straightforward. Within mere seconds, Vegeta acquired the technique, akin to the utilization of Spirito, reminiscent of the transformation into a great ape. In an instant, Vegeta reverted to his human form, characterized by his long hair and elevated brow, though his eyebrows remained intact. The most striking difference compared to Goku was the golden hue of his tail, which swayed with agility. Chapter 12. The arrival of the God of Destruction. Vegeta sensed the distinction between his Super Saiyan 3 and Kakarot's. His mastery over Super Saiyan 3 was flawless, devoid of the leaking energy phenomenon exhibited by Kakarot. Moreover, it seemed to require no significant physical exertion. Vegeta realized that this was the true essence of Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot's transformation, achieved in the afterlife, was but a half-finished product. Vegeta could not help but marvel at Kakarot's genius. He had managed to grasp elements of Super Saiyan 3 without transforming into a great ape. Haha, I have finally surpassed Kakarot. I am coming for you, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Just then, with a resounding boom, the ground beneath him shattered, and magma began to flow forth, bubbling as if eager to erupt. It was revealed that Vegeta's transformation into a golden great ape had nearly obliterated the planet. With a firm gesture, he employed a restoration technique, channeling the immense Spirito within him to stabilize the planet, halting its impending collapse. As Vegeta retracted his hands and returned to his normal state, he departed from the planet in an instant. On Earth, Goku had just received $1 million from Mr. Satan. Upon acquiring the funds, he instructed Goten to take it home to Chi-Chi and then immediately teleported to King Kai's planet to commence his training. Upon Vegeta's return to Earth, he sensed no trace of Kakarot's energy, concluding that Kakarot was likely off training somewhere. After some contemplation, Vegeta decided to return to Capsule Corporation. With Bulma's birthday approaching in 2 months, he felt it prudent to spend time with them. Ties had also departed, asking Mr. Satan to regale her with tales of Majin Buu, transforming the final protagonist into one, Mr. Satan the hero. Whether Tai's novel would become a bestseller remained uncertain. Thus, Vegeta spent a full 2 months at Capsule Corporation, dedicating 3 hours each day to training in the gravity chamber, reinforcing and enhancing his Super Saiyan 3 abilities, while the remainder of his time was primarily devoted to mastering Spirito. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, Beerus and Whis floated in space, observing the remnants of a recently destroyed planet, which shimmered like fireworks. Alas, we have indeed obliterated this planet, Whis remarked with a hint of melancholy. Humph. One cannot simply ignore the refuse, especially since I have already envisioned that individual in my dreams. Beerus narrowed his eyes, a peculiar glimmer emanating from his gaze. Oh, a dream? Pray tell, who is this individual that graced your slumber? Whis inquired, his expression one of curiosity as he awaited Beerus's elucidation. Indeed, it is the ultimate warrior who can please me, the god of super science. Beerus displayed a look of eager anticipation, but then, feeling fatigued, decided to ponder such matters later. He then lowered his head in contemplation. Very well, Whis nodded resignedly. At that moment, in the realm of the Kaiashins, the elder Kaiashin bore a grave expression as he addressed the god of destruction. Jebit, another planet has vanished. This aura seems to indicate the involvement of Lord Beerus. The god of destruction. Lord Beerus? Jebit appeared bewildered. He knew of Beerus's existence, but had never encountered him. After all, following the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Majin Buu, the knowledge of many matters had been lost. The elder Kaiashins subsequently explained the symbiotic relationship between the Kaiashins and the gods of destruction, along with other divine knowledge. Ancestor, shall we not intervene in this matter? Jebit inquired. The elder Kaiashin delivered a sharp rap on Jebit's head, retorting, why not try your hand at it, you insolent child? Jebit chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging, understood. This segment serves to fill the gap in the original narrative where the Kaiashins were oblivious. As the elder Kaiashin had once coexisted with Beerus, it is implausible that he would not inform the Kaiashin upon sensing Beerus's presence. Moreover, in the original work, the Kaiashin witnessed the disappearance of the planet but was unaware of the perpetrator, later discovering that Zampa and Bados had entered Universe 7. All while stating that only gods could sense the existence of other gods, which is highly unreasonable. Beerus and Whis returned to the god of destruction's planet, where Beerus reclined in a chair and said, Hey, Oracle Fish, is the formidable foe from my dream the god of super science? The Oracle Fish emerged from its vessel, peering forth. Indeed, it is the god of super science. Whis added, given that Mr. Oracle Fish has stated it, it may indeed hold truth. However, Lord Beerus, it appears that the Scion homeworld, planet Vegeta, has been obliterated by Frieza. Beerus recalled this with a headache, remarking, it seems I may have inadvertently suggested this to Frieza. Whis glanced at his staff and noted that a planet named Earth still hosted a few surviving Scions, while the distant planet Wampa also harbored 2 survivors. And there was yet another Scion, albeit seemingly weak. Oh, this Scion is actually on the Kaiashin planet? How could a Scion possibly engage with the Kaiashin? Beerus inquired. This Scion on the Kaiashin planet is named Kakarot, known on Earth as Son Goku. He has defeated Frieza. Whis cast a glance at Goku, who was diligently training. What? He has vanquished Frieza? Beerus exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Frieza has been slain, yet I am unable to capture any information regarding the one who executed him. Peculiar indeed. Whis remarked with an enigmatic expression. It seems this individual is rather suspicious, capable of defeating Frieza. Whis, let us investigate and ascertain whether he is indeed the Super Saiyan God. Beerus rose to his feet. Very well, Lord Beerus. He is on King Kai's planet. Let us depart. Whis responded with a nod of his staff. On King Kai's planet, Goku, engrossed in his training, remained blissfully unaware that he was being observed. Suddenly, King Kai emitted a peculiar sound, prompting Goku to inquire, what is the matter, King Kai? Lord Beerus has arrived. Why does Lord Beerus come here? King Kai exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Who is Lord Beerus? Goku asked, intrigued. King Kai proceeded to explain the formidable existence of the god of destruction, Beerus, and his immense power. Upon learning of Beerus's might, Goku's fighting spirit surged, eager to engage in battle with Beerus. Very well, let us see how you fare. Beerus and Whis materialized behind King Kai, directly opposite Goku. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis. King Kai bowed respectfully. Whis smiled and replied, it has been a while, North Kai. The ensuing battle between Goku and Beerus was inevitable. Despite Goku's 3 transformations, he was effortlessly subdued by Beerus. Disappointed, Beerus concluded that Goku was not the Super Saiyan God, subsequently knocking him unconscious as he prepared to journey with Whis to Earth in search of the remaining Scions. Meanwhile, Kampa and Vados had also entered Universe 7, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 13. The Great Battle with Beerus. At that moment on Earth, Bulma and others were celebrating a birthday party aboard Bulma's private yacht. The festivities were in full swing, and Beerus and Whis made their appearance on the yacht. Upon seeing the lavish spread of food, Beerus was instantly captivated, momentarily forgetting his quest for the Super Saiyan God. Whis, it appears these individuals are hosting a birthday celebration. The array of food is more extravagant than even I, the God of Destruction, could imagine. I must sample these delicacies. If they do not meet my standards, I shall destroy this planet, Beerus declared with a fierce countenance. Whis responded with a smile. The food does indeed appear delectable. It is quite appetizing, Lord Beerus. They promptly seated themselves at the table laden with the most food, eagerly devouring a roasted goose. Excuse me, who are you two? Krillin, the most observant of the group, queried without reservation. Immersed in the world of exquisite cuisine, Beerus and Whis paid no heed to Krillin's words, inciting his indignation. Krillin raised his voice once more. Who are you two? This time, Whis responded, wiping his mouth with a smile. My apologies. The food is simply too delicious. We have come to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Beerus remained engrossed in his meal, devouring 2 pieces of strawberry pudding that belonged to the young Trunks and Goten. Enraged, the 2 children quickly finished the remaining pudding. Upon witnessing this, Beerus was infuriated. Had he not felt a pang of sympathy for the feast before him, he might have overturned the table in his wrath. Indeed, Beerus displayed a lack of decorum. In a fit of anger, he waved his hand, sending the 2 children tumbling into the depths of the sea. The onlookers, alarmed by this display, sprang into action. From a distance, Vegeta and Bulma also took notice and hurried over. God of Destruction Beerus? Vegeta recognized him. At that moment, the 2 children fused together and, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, charged at Beerus. Vegeta hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, wanting to assess the power of the God of Destruction. Beerus, observing the fusion of the 2 children, regarded them with mild interest. It was no contest. He swiftly apprehended them, delivering several firm swats to their backsides before toppling them to the ground. Glancing at the prostrate Gotenks and then at Vegeta, Beerus spoke nonchalantly. Prince Vegeta, are these 2 little ones your sons? Pray tell, where might I find the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, taken aback by how effortlessly Beerus had subdued the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, realized the depths of Beerus's power. Indeed, he was worthy of the title bestowed upon him by Beerus, a being of formidable strength at the pinnacle of the universe. The Super Saiyan God, beyond these 2 children, and my companion Gohan and Kakarot, it appears there are no other Saiyans of combat prowess. As for the Super Saiyan God, I have not heard of such a being, Vegeta replied, subtly implying that his brother could be deemed without any fighting ability. What? None of you are the Super Saiyan God? Whis, did you not mention that there are a few Saiyans living elsewhere? Beerus inquired of Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus, 2 Saiyans still reside on the distant planet of Vampa. Shall we depart immediately? Whis replied, leisurely gnawing on a bone. Listen here, I care not who you are. Even if you are acquainted with Vegeta, you shall not wreak havoc at my birthday celebration and simply depart. Bulma fumed, rushing forward to deliver a slap to Beerus, appearing poised to do the same to Whis. Vegeta, sensing the impending chaos, hastily intervened. In an instant, Beerus retaliated with a slap that sent Bulma flying into Vegeta's arms. Seeing Bulma unconscious, Vegeta's composure shattered. Bulma! He roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his golden tail swaying with fury. Gently placing Bulma down, he lunged at Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing the sudden surge of speed from Vegeta, which Gohan and Piccolo could scarcely comprehend. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Beerus effortlessly evaded or countered each strike. After parrying a particularly heavy kick, Beerus remarked, "Your transformation appears distinct from theirs. Alas, you are not the Super Saiyan God." With that, he delivered a swift chop to the back of Vegeta's neck, seeking to incapacitate him. Vegeta, however, did not succumb. Rather, it was Beerus's strike that roused him from his stupor. At this moment, both Vegeta's spirit and his mastery of spirit control had reached formidable heights, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure despite the fury that had previously overtaken him. Yet, since he was engaged in battle, especially against a god of destruction, Vegeta was eager to test the extent of his own strength in comparison to that of Beerus. With his energy finely tuned, he charged towards Beerus, proclaiming, I embody the true Super Saiyan 3, not the half-baked version of Kakarot. Allow me to experience the might of a god of destruction." Beside him, Piccolo's face turned pale with disbelief as he remarked, I can hardly fathom that Vegeta has achieved Super Saiyan 3, and his energy surpasses that of Goku's. Gohan chimed in. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, did you hear that? Uncle Vegeta claims that Dad's Super Saiyan 3 is merely a half-finished product, and look at Uncle Vegeta's tail. Gohan, astonished, continued his discussion with Piccolo. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, having concluded their fusion, were less contemplative. Trunks incessantly shouted praises for his father, while Goten wished fervently for Vegeta to deliver a sound thrashing to Beerus, considering how brutally they had just been defeated. Regaining his rationality, Vegeta's strikes became precise and calculated. He adeptly employed spirit control, feigning an attack before executing a rapid teleportation and unleashing his ultimate flash. In an instant, he appeared beneath Beerus, delivering a devastating blow that connected with the god of destruction. Although this was the first time Vegeta had utilized this technique in actual combat, his vast experience ensured success. Whis observed the momentary strike with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted, causing the very earth to tremble. Despite the numerous reinforcements provided by the dragon Shenron, the planet struggled to withstand such power. Fortunately, the energy was directed solely at Beerus, otherwise, the solar system would surely have been reduced to ashes. Nearby, Piccolo, Krillin, and others were rendered immobile by the sheer force, while the ocean surged with towering waves, causing the cruise ship to sway like a mere raft. With a subtle motion of his staff, Whis quelled the tumult, restoring tranquility to the surroundings, leaving only Beerus at the center of the energy and a panting Vegeta. What is happening? What is happening? The crowd inquired anxiously. Only Piccolo, casting a wary glance at Whis, recognized that his calm demeanor signaled impending trouble. At that moment, Goku arrived in haste, astonished to see Vegeta and the energy engulfed Beerus. I must admit, Vegeta, your power places you among the select few humans I have encountered, he acknowledged. However, you still fall significantly short of the Super Saiyan God that would truly captivate me. As the dust settled, Beerus emerged unscathed before the onlookers. Raising a hand, a dark purple energy coalesced at his fingertip. Enough of this. I've played with you for too long. It is time to destroy this planet. Chapter 14. The Ascension of Wait, Lord Beerus. You are here in search of the Super Saiyan God. Since we are not among them, the only surviving Saiyan is my brother. He recently came to Earth, and, lacking any fighting power, how could he possibly be the Super Saiyan God? As he observed Beerus, who remained unscathed and seemed intent on annihilating Earth, Vegeta, though calm enough to teleport away, was concerned for Bulma and the others who could not escape. He voiced his thoughts. Indeed, Lord Beerus, even if we are not, we could train to become Super Saiyan gods to battle you. Goku interjected as he soared into the scene. Beerus cast a glance at Whis, only to find him indulging in delicacies at another table, seemingly oblivious and thoroughly enjoying himself. Hey, Whis, Beerus called out through gritted teeth. Ah, Lord Beerus, what is the matter? Whis inquired, setting down his food upon hearing Beerus's voice. Whis, is what they said true? Do you believe the surviving Saiyan you mentioned could indeed be the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked, retracting the destructive energy in his hand. Whis floated beside Beerus, handing him his staff. My lord, consider this. The two Saiyans from planet Vegeta are still in relative isolation, likely having minimal contact with the outside world, and thus unable to encounter deities. The other must be Mr. Vegeta's brother, whose power remains feeble, seemingly incapable of transforming even into a Super Saiyan. Hence, it appears that the Super Saiyan God has yet to be born. What? So our journey has been in vain? Beerus exclaimed, his irritation palpable. Not at all, Lord Beerus. The food on Earth is exceptionally delectable, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta might genuinely have the potential to become Super Saiyan gods. Whis replied with a smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus, we might instantly transform into Super Saiyan gods. Goku chimed in. Beerus shot a glance at Goku, who was calling out to the recently awakened Bulma. Bulma, have the Dragon Balls been gathered? Thus, the Eternal Dragon was summoned. Goku first inquired, does the Super Saiyan God exist? His intention was to ascertain whether the legendary figure had truly manifested. The dragon responded, the Super Saiyan God has yet to appear. Goku then posed another question. How does one become a Super Saiyan God? This is my second wish. One must comprehend the essence of divinity, transforming their inner energy into divine energy. This divine energy is characterized by the mastery of one's innate divinity, allowing for an instantaneous transformation into a Scion God. However, to attain the status of Super Saiyan God requires further advancement. Currently, the only Scions who meet the divine mastery criteria are Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, though Gohan can no longer become a Super Saiyan God, as he has already been guided by the Supreme Kai and has thus lost the potential to ascend to this status. The dragon explained to everyone present. Dragon, could you elaborate further? Goku requested, still seeking clarity. The two strands of divine energy are bestowed upon you for enlightenment, wishing you to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God. Upon concluding his words, the dragon transformed into stone and departed. The notion that 6 Scions could become Super Saiyan gods is utterly preposterous, especially considering one yet to be born, who inexplicably possesses a righteous heart. Such absurdity is hard to fathom. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances while observing the dragon. Beerus spoke. Is that a wish orb crafted by the dragon god? Why does Earth possess one? It appears to be utilized quite frequently. Whis examined it briefly and replied. It seems to be a creation of the Namekians. Interestingly, there is a Namekian here who seems to serve as Earth's deity. Is there a problem, Whis? Beerus squinted his eyes. There shouldn't be, although it does raise questions, Whis responded, his expression mirroring curiosity. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta each held a strand of divine energy. Goku exclaimed to Vegeta, Vegeta, you've actually mastered Super Saiyan 3? And when did you grow a tail? When shall we spar? Goku's face was alight with excitement. Vegeta, however, was not in the mood to engage with Kakarot, the insufferable fool, and retorted sharply, Humph. Kakarot, your Super Saiyan 3 is merely a half-finished product. I have no time for idle chatter. Let us first overcome this challenge before I settle the score with you. Following this exchange, the two sat down, cross-legged on the ground, to meditate. Beerus and Whis, undeterred, continued to indulge in their meal. The others, wary of approaching, whispered among themselves about the identities of Beerus and Whis, discussing everything from the god of destruction to who would become the Super Saiyan god first, Goku or Vegeta. Only Bu and his dog seemed indifferent, eagerly snatching up any delicacies in sight. Bu approached Beerus and Whis' table and grabbed a piece of cake. Just as Beerus was about to erupt in anger, Whis interjected, Ah, Lord Beerus, is that not? Whis appeared somewhat taken aback. That wretched fatso appears to have been devoured by this creature. Beerus seethed through clenched teeth. The great Kaioshin, the first to coexist with Beerus, had been consumed. And after several generations of Kaioshins, the old Kaioshin emerged, possessing a wealth of knowledge yet lacking in power. Ultimately, Beerus, fearing for his own life, sealed him within the Z-Sword. It seems this fatso is still in slumber. Humph. Beerus contemplated whether to awaken him, but decided it best to avoid the sight of that wretched face. In the meantime, Bu had devoured several pieces of cake. Hey, you glutton, do not eat my cake. Beerus growled, unleashing a gust of energy that sent Bu flying away. Unfazed, Bu simply ran to another table to continue feasting. As Beerus had just finished his meal, 2 powerful auras suddenly emerged simultaneously. In that moment, Goku and Vegeta both stood up, their divine energy gradually dissipating. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting them into the sky, where their crimson auras flared magnificently. Beerus ascended as well, observing the 2 warriors, as their red flames enveloped their forms. A sudden flash of crimson light signaled the completion of their transformation into Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, this was the essence of the Super Saiyan God. Although they had yet to attain the form of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, it was invigorating to stretch their limbs after a hearty meal. Come at me together. Beerus beckoned with a flick of his finger. Is this truly the Super Saiyan God? Piccolo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. The mere presence of the Super Saiyan God exerted such an overwhelming pressure on him. He trembled at the thought of facing a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. The others felt little, as they were unable to sense the divine aura, but there was no doubt that this form was immensely powerful. Chapter 15. The Clash of Titans. Vegeta, I never expected you to grasp the Super Saiyan God form so swiftly, Goku remarked to Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot. If you can become a Super Saiyan God, how could I, Prince Vegeta, fall behind? You are not to interfere in this battle, Vegeta retorted coldly. Come at me together. Beerus had already charged forward, his fists aimed directly at the 2. Damn it, Vegeta thought, reluctant to ally with Kakarot, yet recognizing the inscrutable strength of Beerus. Even in their Super Saiyan God forms, they sensed that they would need to exert their utmost strength to withstand that punch. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry of strikes, the three combatants exchanged blows, causing the very fabric of Earth's space to tremble. Beerus effortlessly parried their attacks, though Goku and Vegeta's strikes appeared chaotic. At times they yielded surprising effects. Gradually, Beerus began to perceive that the two were proving to be a formidable challenge. Hey, if they keep this up, the Earth won't be able to withstand it, Krillin exclaimed, his scalp turning pale. Piccolo was similarly affected, his face a ghastly green. The sheer force of their battle was palpable even from a distance, a stark contrast to his previous encounters with Bu. Their mastery over their power was so precise that the Earth quaked violently. This was no mere clash of mortals, it was a divine confrontation. Ho ho! Whis remarked with a smile upon hearing their conversation. Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku are quite impressive. If Lord Beerus does not take this seriously, he may find himself at a disadvantage. It seems you are struggling to withstand the aftermath of this battle. With a flick of his staff, Whis stabilized the entire planet, ceasing its tremors. Mr. Whis, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? If we lose, will Lord Beerus still destroy the Earth? Bulma, who had witnessed Whis's composed demeanor and his assistance in mitigating the battle's aftermath, inquired with concern, realizing the gravity of facing a deity after having previously clashed with one. With a demeanor of ease, Whis remarked, though Vegeta and Mr. Goku have mastered the divine energy to become gods among Saiyans, their training remains insufficient. Lord Beerus has yet to unleash his true power. Whether Earth faces destruction may well depend on his mood. He then chuckled softly, adding, while I am not in favor of obliterating Earth, after all, there are so many delightful cuisines here. I cannot intervene in Lord Beerus's decisions. At this point, Bulma, having discerned Whis's words, understood that Beerus had come seeking a spar with the Super Saiyans. Since Goku and Vegeta had achieved godhood, it indicated their potential for further evolution. Provided no unforeseen events transpired, they should be safe. I am both the attendant and mentor of Lord Beerus, hailing from the angelic race, Whis disclosed without reservation. What? A mentor to the god of destruction? Then, Mr. Whis must be extraordinarily powerful. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Our angelic kind do not engage in combat proactively, Whis replied. Suddenly, the prince executed a prince's technique in tandem with Goku, unleashing a swift instant transmission Kamehameha wave. This dual assault struck Beerus directly, causing him to suffer a minor setback. His attire darkening slightly, while his gaze turned icy. You two think you can play with me, treating me as an equal? With those words, Goku and Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning, propelled away like cannonballs. They scarcely glimpsed Beerus's movements, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Goku crashed into a mountain, while Vegeta plunged into the sea, sending waves soaring. Yet you have done well. To compel me to use merely 1/10 of my energy is quite an achievement, Beerus declared, looking down upon their positions. Only 1/10? Goku reappeared in Beerus's line of sight, while Vegeta slowly ascended, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. What an exhilarating feeling. The power of a Saiyan surges forth unceasingly. Their energies continued to rise, their determination escalating. What? They are actually growing stronger? The god of T's eyes widened in disbelief. Goku and Vegeta charged at Beerus once more. Vegeta's punch and Goku's kick were deftly evaded by Beerus, who twisted and sidestepped, then seized Goku's fist while blocking Vegeta's kick with his foot. The battle resumed with fervor, and Beerus swiftly captured both of their heads, forcefully colliding them together before soaring into the sky. He gathered a colossal purple energy sphere in his hands and hurled it toward the two. Upon seeing this energy, they could not help but shout in unison, unleashing their Kamehameha and final flash. The two beams intertwined as they surged toward the purple energy ball, causing a tremendous explosion of energy. Beerus's attack, however, remained relentless, inching closer toward them with each passing moment. Damn it! Vegeta roared, vanishing in an instant. Hey, Vegeta! Goku exclaimed anxiously, hastening to amplify his power. The reappearance of Vegeta came from behind Beerus, unleashing a sudden barrage of explosive attacks, a relentless 10 strikes delivered at astonishing speed. Beerus, caught unawares, was struck head-on, while the energy sphere before him was repelled by Goku, subjecting him to a dual assault. The colossal shockwave sent both Goku and Vegeta hurtling away. And after executing such a formidable onslaught, Vegeta found himself drained. He had employed the technique of acceleration to enhance both his instantaneous movement and explosive strikes, rapidly executing multiple explosions that took a toll on his body and spirit. Despite his continuous use of the deprivation technique since the battle commenced, he had not managed to siphon even a fragment of Beerus's power. I hope Lord Beerus isn't too angered by this, was remarked, observing the unfolding scene with a hint of concern. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the epicenter of the explosion, dispersing the smoke and revealing Beerus, who raised a finger, his gaze akin to that of the Grim Reaper. Receive this blow, and you shall be spared from death, as will your planet. His indifferent voice echoed from the heavens. A concentrated violet energy sphere coalesced at Beerus's fingertip, hurtling towards the two warriors. In an instant, it made contact, transforming from a mere energy orb into a vast cocoon enveloping both Goku and Vegeta. They cried out in agony, their bodies contorting under the immense pressure. It appears Lord Beerus is truly incensed, resorting to such a move, Whis observed with a mix of resignation and concern. Beerus, not taking the confrontation lightly after being slightly challenged by their combined efforts, now unleashed a fraction of his power in a miniature destruction attack, an onslaught that few could withstand. Chapter 16. Averted Crisis. The heart-wrenching screams emanating from the destructive energy of Beerus resonated, as the two warriors endured relentless torment. Their minds were ensnared by Beerus's ultimatum: endure this force, or face the annihilation of Earth. Their thoughts faltered, leaving only their bodies to resist the devastation. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, the old Kai and Kibito Shin were closely monitoring the battle on Earth. The old Kai's expression darkened as he exclaimed in dismay. This is dire. Beerus has unleashed destruction. Goku and Vegeta are doomed, and Earth is at risk of obliteration. Kibito Shin, overwhelmed, shut his eyes, wishing to avert his gaze from the unfolding tragedy. Suddenly, Kibito Shin's eyes widened in alarm. Ancestor, what is this? He swiftly redirected the vision from the well, revealing Kampa and Vados in some distant corner of the universe, with Kampa just having obliterated a planet. Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6? Why has he ventured into Universe 7 without notice? And to destroy planets here, does he not fear Beerus's wrath? Are they collecting Dragon Balls? The old Kai, now fully focused on the situation, declared, I must hasten to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls. Kibito Shin, reacting swiftly, shared his anxiety over Kampa and Vados' intentions with the Dragon Balls. In the depths of the cosmos, both Kampa and Beerus discovered the Kaiashins who were secretly observing them, prompting an audacious visit to the Kaiashin realm where they knocked on the doors of the two Kaiashins. It must be said, the Kaiashins of Universe 7 truly appear feeble. Perhaps they are overshadowed by the might of Beerus. However, upon retrieving the Dragon Balls, the god Jebet cleverly utilized the opportunity to separate the two into Kaiashin Shin and Jebet, as they were still unaccustomed to their fusion. Consequently, they implored the dragon to undo their amalgamation. Meanwhile, on Earth, everyone was fervently hoping that the two could withstand the destructive energy unleashed by Beerus. Yet, witnessing their pitiful state, they could not help but pray for their safety. At this moment, Vegeta, having ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan god, surpassed Goku in strength, for Vegeta had mastered Super Saiyan 3 flawlessly. Moreover, Spirito, under the guidance of Pibara, had surpassed Goku significantly in terms of power. However, after unleashing 10 devastating attacks against Beerus, Vegeta found himself weakened, rendering him no better off than Goku. As time trickled by, their anguished cries became increasingly feeble, until the destructive energy finally dissipated, and both fell unconscious. Lord Beerus, it seems they have passed your test, Whis remarked with a smile as he flew to Beerus's side. Indeed, Beerus had requested that they endure the destructive energy. Though they had succumbed to unconsciousness, they had nonetheless fulfilled Beerus's requirement. Although Beerus felt somewhat unfulfilled, he nodded and instructed, Whis, please heal them both. With a wave of his staff, Whis emitted a radiant glow, restoring their injuries and gently rousing them. Upon awakening, the two appeared alarmed, immediately assuming fighting stances. Congratulations, you have met Lord Beerus's expectations. He has spared Earth, was explained upon observing their reaction. However, let me be clear. Should you fail to grow stronger and attain the status of Super Saiyan God next time, I shall still destroy Earth, Beerus stated coldly, turning away from them with his arms crossed. After a moment, he glanced back at them and added, by the way, This is Universe 7. Part of a total of 12 universes, each harboring extraordinary beings. Our universe may even contain individuals stronger than us. Does that not invigorate your spirits? He paused, gesturing to Whis. This is Whis. Not only is he my attendant, but he is also my mentor and, indeed, stronger than I. What? Universe 7? 12 universes? Mr. Whis is even stronger than Lord Beerus. Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, flooded with questions. Whis merely chuckled, covering his mouth, and Beerus beckoned him to prepare for their departure. Wait, Lord Beerus. Vegeta suddenly interjected. What is it? Beerus, preparing to take flight, glanced back at Vegeta. May I accompany you in your training? Vegeta's request stunned everyone, even surprising Beerus, while Whis maintained his characteristic smile. I want to go too, Goku quickly added, having regained his composure. Unexpectedly, Vegeta sought assistance, training alongside others. Although the god of tea expressed his astonishment, there lingered an inexplicable air of sarcasm. Surprisingly, the crowd nodded in agreement, but only Bulma countered, stating, Vegeta has already trained on Yardrat, and even took a Yardrat named Pibra as his master. Vegeta has become incredibly formidable. He is no longer inferior to Goku, and has shown remarkable progress. Bulma harbored great faith in Vegeta, describing his nature as driven rather than overly ambitious. What benefits could there be in following us for training? Beerus's remarks swiftly extinguished their enthusiasm. Consequently, the two fell silent, while Beerus and Whis departed Earth, returning to Universe 7. On the way, Whis remarked, I had anticipated that Lord Beerus would allow them to accompany us to the Destroyer Planet. Humph, the Destroyer Planet is not a place one can simply visit. Beerus retorted coldly. Meanwhile, Kappa and Vados had been closely monitoring Beerus's movements. Upon noticing his departure from Earth, they too adopted a low profile to avoid detection. Previously, Whis had activated protective measures on King Kai's planet and Earth to withstand any potential explosions, making it difficult to notice their presence. Now that Beerus and Whis had left, they needed to conceal their energy signatures. Strange, how could Beerus remain engaged in battle with mortals for such an extended period? Kappa pondered aloud. Vados, can you see who Beerus is fighting? Noticing something unusual, Kappa inquired. Vados raised her staff and instantly observed Goku and Vegeta on Earth. Turning to Kappa, she remarked, it appears to be two Saions. These two possess considerable strength, only slightly weaker than Hit. Humph, it would be effortless for Hit to eliminate these two. Kappa scoffed. But do not underestimate them, Lord Kappa. Look at how they maintain their Saiyan ferocity. They can transform into great apes, and this planet harbors numerous strong warriors. Far superior to those in Universe 6, Vados noted, having spotted Vegeta's tail. Unfortunately, she remained unaware that Goku and Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyans and even Super Saiyan gods. Indeed, it is concerning that our universe's Saiyans have lost their ferocity. Lacking even tails, Kappa concurred. Having only Hit in our universe is sufficient. Kappa then shifted the topic. Lord Kappa, we have been in Universe 7 for quite some time, and we have only found 2 Super Dragon Balls. It may take a long while to locate the remaining 2, especially now that Lord Beerus is awake. We must proceed with caution, Vados lamented. Chapter 17. The rivalry of the Super Saiyan 3 battle having narrowly escaped disaster, the warriors of Earth were filled with joy. That evening, they gathered once more, as the earlier birthday celebration had been marred by chaos. Goten and Trunks clamored for another glimpse of the god of Saiyans, and Bulma joined in the excitement. Unable to resist, Goku and Vegeta transformed once more into the god of Saiyans, leaving everyone in awe of their formidable power. Father, could you showcase Super Saiyan 3 for us once more? Trunks proposed eagerly, as it was his first time witnessing Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, and he yearned to see it again. Indeed, Vegeta, you previously mentioned that my Super Saiyan 3 was merely a work in progress. What did you mean by that? Also, during your battle with Lord Beerus, you utilized instant transmission. How is it that you can perform it too? Goku scratched his head, grinning as he queried. Upon hearing this, Vegeta chuckled. Humph, Kakarot. If you wish to know, why not transform into Super Saiyan 3 and battle me? As for instant transmission, I learned it on the planet Yardrat. Excellent. Goku, invigorated by the prospect of a fight, could hardly contain his excitement. Not here. Do you two intend to ruin my birthday banquet? Bulma stormed over, her fierce demeanor resembling that of a lioness. Goku and Vegeta instantly deflated, but Goku's competitive spirit flared, He was reluctant to concede easily. Vegeta, let us battle in the Supreme Kai's realm, he suggested, recalling that during their confrontation with Kid Buu, the Supreme Kai had mentioned that his realm was indestructible. We want to go too. Goten and Trunks chimed in. No, you must stay and celebrate my birthday with me, Bulma exclaimed, distressed at the thought of her celebration being overshadowed. Ultimately, Bulma could not prevail against Goku and the others. In the end, only Buu, Chaozu, Tien, Krillin, and Android 18 remained as the festivities came to a swift conclusion. As Goku prepared to teleport to the Supreme Kai's realm, he suddenly noticed that Vegeta had already transported himself and Trunks there. After sensing the energy, Goku followed suit in an instant. Vegeta, how did you get here so quickly? Goku inquired upon arriving at a slightly lower peak beside Vegeta. Kakarot, your instant transmission still lacks refinement, Vegeta taunted. Really? You've mastered the technique of sensing the planet Yardrat's resonance? I've struggled to grasp that. It's far too complex for me, Goku acknowledged, realizing that Vegeta had indeed mastered instant transmission. Although Goku possessed an innate talent for martial arts, he was somewhat single-minded and found the concept of planetary resonance beyond his comprehension, thus unable to grasp it. Goku-san, Vegeta-san, what brings you here? The trio from the Supreme Kai's realm approached after sensing their arrival. Supreme Kai, I see you've separated from Kibito, Goku remarked, puzzled. He had thought that the Patera fusion was permanent, yet he felt that separation might be preferable. We used the Dragon Balls to undo the fusion, the Supreme Kai explained. We have come to the Kaioshin realm for a bout. Goku scratched his head in response, clearly eager for the challenge. Without further ado, he unleashed a mighty roar and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Come on, Vegeta. Goku struck his signature pose, which he reserved exclusively for battles with Vegeta. Vegeta, with a deep voice, commanded, and his tail swayed as if moved by an unseen force. Suddenly, his tail transformed into a golden hue, and his long hair and piercing eyes emerged. Vegeta assumed a combat stance, prompting the other onlookers to swiftly retreat to a safe distance, wary of the impending clash. It seems that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 is linked to his tail, Piccolo observed. Gohan nodded in agreement. Perhaps Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 is indeed the perfected form. Judging by the intensity of their auras, Vegeta appeared to be on par with Goku. No, Uncle Piccolo, while Uncle Vegeta's energy is indeed fierce, it is more restrained. Whereas Dad's is uncontrollable, Gohan clarified. While this discussion unfolded, the battle had already commenced. Vegeta charged at Goku, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Goku, quick on his feet, leaped into the air to evade the blow, which instead obliterated a mountain in the Kaioshin realm. After dodging, Goku launched himself towards Vegeta, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Vegeta deftly dodged, countering with an elbow strike to Goku's waist, which Goku blocked with his arm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, battling from the heavens down to the earth, and then back to hand-to-hand combat. The intensity of their skirmish caused the ground of the Kaioshin realm to crack violently, as mountains and colossal trees toppled. They fought with remarkable synergy, relying solely on their physical prowess and never once employing energy blasts. Initially, the battle appeared evenly matched, but as Vegeta let out a cold grunt, his punches became increasingly fierce. Goku found himself overwhelmed, eventually being driven deep into the mountain and underground. Vegeta, you have been concealing your power. Goku roared in fury. Kakarot, I have no intention of toying with you any longer. Your strength is waning, Vegeta declared, suddenly unleashing his full power. In an instant, he appeared beside Goku, moving purely by speed without any additional techniques. Goku, a seasoned fighter, quickly assessed Vegeta's attack, raising his hand to block, only to be sent flying, his arm numbed by the force. Vegeta pursued the airborne Kakarot, landing a kick to his midsection, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. In a flash, Vegeta was sent sprawling back, as Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan Red. Kakarot. Vegeta halted, preparing to retaliate in his own Super Saiyan Red form. When Goku spoke, Vegeta, I didn't expect the disparity between my Super Saiyan 3 and yours to be so vast. This time, I concede defeat. Please, tell me how you trained. Goku, now in his normal state, approached Vegeta, nursing his injuries. Upon hearing Kakarot concede, Vegeta erupted into laughter, only to quickly stifle it. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for so long. The key to truly transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 lies in the growth of a tail. The transformation into a great ape, and then achieving Super Saiyan in that form while withstanding the fury coursing through one's body. Otherwise, one risks losing all rationality. Subsequently, by mastering the strength of the great ape in humanoid form, one can genuinely attain Super Saiyan 3. The Super Saiyan 3 you forcibly cultivated in the afterlife is riddled with flaws. Chapter 18. Bribing Whis. Vegeta promptly returned to Earth with Trunks, while on the other side, Goku, having bid farewell to Piccolo and the others, returned to the King Kai's realm, seeking assistance in regrowing his tail. Lord King Kai, could you help me grow a tail? Goku inquired, scratching his head. With an awkward expression, King Kai replied, Goku-san, perhaps you should ask the ancestor for guidance? The old Kai shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the ignorance of the current generation. Upon inspecting Goku's lower back, he realized that he could not simply regrow the tail without losing face. Goku, your tail is sealed, preventing its growth. Since you have already attained the status of a Super Saiyan God, it would be wise to pursue that path henceforth. The old Kai expressed his thoughts, believing that Goku's direct pursuit of the divine route would be more advantageous than the Super Saiyan path. However, Goku held a different perspective. He yearned to perfect his Super Saiyan 3 form. His previous training philosophy revolved around cultivating a constant state of transformation and developing new Super Saiyan forms. Although he had embarked on the divine path, his mindset had not transitioned as swiftly. Thus, after much persuasion from Goku, the old Kai resorted to the most crude yet potentially effective method. He created an opening at Goku's lower back, causing Goku considerable discomfort for several days. Consequently, Goku spent several days in the King Kai's realm, and with the old Kai's assistance, he grew his tail and even simulated the moon. Ultimately, Goku transformed into a great ape, but unlike his childhood, he did not succumb to rage and lose control. Yet, in his great ape form, Goku completely lost his sense of self, terrifying the trio in the King Kai's realm, who were powerless to intervene as Goku wreaked havoc, leaving the realm in a state of disrepair, much to the old Kai's dismay. During Goku's rampage in the King Kai's realm, Vegeta pondered his next steps in training. Having just begun to explore the divine realm, his vision remained clouded. Should he attempt to break through to Super Saiyan God directly, or should he cultivate a constant state? Or perhaps focus on honing divine energy? Ultimately, Vegeta resolved to employ his old methods, akin to the time he achieved Super Saiyan 1. Maintaining the Super Saiyan state not only to master the new form more effectively, but also to enhance his understanding of the next transformation. A month passed unnoticed. And one day, upon exiting the training chamber, Vegeta encountered Bulma and Whis approaching, laughing and carrying delicacies from a nearby capsule company. Whis, what brings you here? Has Lord Beerus arrived? Vegeta's immediate reaction was to suspect that Beerus had returned. Whis gazed at Vegeta, who was maintaining his Super Saiyan God form, momentarily taken aback before speaking. I have come to Earth in secret. After indulging in the delectable cuisine here last time, I simply could not forget it. Upon returning, Lord Beerus has been asleep, and I longed for the exquisite flavors, so I discreetly made my way here. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Bulma interjected. I never expected Whis to be the first to seek me out. Surely, he must have been captivated by the delicious food at my last birthday banquet, which is why he specifically came to me for a culinary adventure. The trio gathered around the dining table and began to savor the freshly acquired delicacies. Vegeta, not one to dwell on trivial matters, saw a splendid opportunity and inquired, Whis, what should the Saiyan God focus on in terms of training next? Mr. Vegeta, your passion for training is truly commendable, Whis remarked playfully. Bulma chimed in, indeed, all you do is practice. Shouldn't you spend more time with your wife? Whis refrained from responding, leaving Vegeta to fall silent. With Bulma voicing her thoughts, he knew any further comment would likely draw ire. After savoring a colossal lobster, Whis could not help but exclaim, Miss Bulma, might I take some of this exquisite lobster back to the realm of destruction? It dawned upon Vegeta that Whis could indeed be swayed with culinary treats. This sparked an idea in him, even the notion of taking Whis as a mentor. When do you plan to return? Vegeta inquired. Whis, tearing into a piece of shredded chicken, replied, well, once I finish this meal, I shall be heading back. What is it, Mr. Vegeta? Nothing much. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, then adopted an air of mystery. Whis, would you care to taste the most delectable food on Earth? Upon hearing this, Whis's interest piqued. The most delectable food? Mr. Vegeta, are you suggesting I partake in such a feast? I could linger a bit longer to offer you some guidance, if that would be acceptable. Whis' tone shifted, revealing his preference for the culinary delights over the potential reprimand from Beerus. I have an abundance of such delicacies at home. Bulma insists on enjoying them every few days. If you wish for more, then take me to the realm of destruction for training, and I shall bring plentiful provisions, frequently returning to Earth to gather more. What do you say? Vegeta proposed, leveraging Bulma's favorite dishes to entice Whis. It seems Mr. Vegeta has quite the knack for negotiation, Whis mused. The offer was indeed tempting. Bringing back more food to the realm of destruction would surely appease Beerus. After sipping his soup and contemplating, Whis realized that Beerus would not object to Vegeta's presence, especially if he brought ample food. Very well, Mr. Vegeta, I accept your terms. But you must first allow me to sample the most exquisite dishes. Whis' eyes gleamed with anticipation. What culinary delights can you present, Vegeta? Bulma pouted. Are you going to cook it yourself? Vegeta merely smiled with an air of mystery. Soon, he unveiled instant noodles, capturing Whis' heart. Thus Whis, accompanied by a bag full of capsules, returned to the realm of destruction with Vegeta. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, the remnants of Frieza were devising a plan to resurrect him. They had gathered all the fragments of Frieza's body, and now all that remained was to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls to bring him back, thereby restoring the glory of the Frieza Force. They were strategizing on how to acquire the Dragon Balls and had already established contact with the Pilaf gang on Earth, intending to procure the Dragon Balls through them. However, Pilaf informed them that the Dragon Balls would not be usable for another 4 months, so the remnants of Frieza were left in quiet anticipation. At this moment, Goku was still training in the realm of the Kais, focusing on mastering the consciousness of the Great Ape form. The old Kai instructed him that controlling one's consciousness could significantly enhance one's spirit, making it an excellent training method. Thus, training in Super Saiyan 3 had its merits. Upon hearing this, Goku redoubled his efforts, being a martial arts enthusiast who was now thrilled yet anxious due to being surpassed by Vegeta. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of a steady and systematic approach to his training. In this manner, tranquility enveloped the universe. Chapter 19. Training in the Divine Realm in the Destroyer Realm, Whis accompanied Vegeta to the vicinity of the Tree of Destruction. Beerus remained in slumber, undisturbed. Therefore, Vegeta entrusted the supplies to Whis and urged him to commence the training. Whis instructed Vegeta to sit cross-legged on the ground, while he did the same, his staff resting across his legs. Vegeta, how do you envision your training after achieving divinity? Whis inquired, refraining from directly imparting training techniques, instead prompting Vegeta for his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta responded, the principle of becoming a god of the Saiyans lies in mastering the divine essence within my energy, transforming all of it into divine energy. Thus, if I maintain my divine form as my norm, it should be the simplest method to master it. Vegeta shared his insights. Whis nodded in appreciation. Indeed, that is a commendable notion. However, it is not without its drawbacks. With a flick of his staff, a droplet of water appeared, which then transformed into a block of ice. After demonstrating, he asked Vegeta, do you observe that the state of this droplet has changed, yet it remains eternally in its icy form? Do you think that is feasible? Vegeta replied, if it remains in a state of cold, it will not melt. If it is not sufficiently cold, it will indeed melt. What do you think, Vegeta, are the disadvantages of perpetually existing in a divine state? Whis continued to inquire. Maintaining a divine state imposes a burden on both body and spirit. Although it does facilitate the mastery of this power, Vegeta understood. Precisely. Have you ever considered how to maintain yourself in a state analogous to that droplet of water, perpetually cold to the point of freezing? Whis posed another question. But before Vegeta could respond, Whis provided the answer himself. In essence, you, Vegeta, are not a god. You merely possess the essence of divinity within your aura. Divinity comprises divine energy, divine form, and divine soul. As of now, you possess only divine energy, barely achieving a semblance of divinity. However, you are still far from complete. Does this mean that my forthcoming training will focus on cultivating a divine body and a divine soul? Vegeta felt that Whis truly exemplified the qualities of a destroyer god, effortlessly pointing out the path during their training. It is unclear what Mr. Vegeta thinks, but one must accept divine responsibilities if one possesses a divine body, soul, and energy. I wonder if Mr. Vegeta is willing to do so, Whis remarked. What? Must I accept divine responsibilities? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it seems that neither you nor Mr. Goku appears inclined to submit to such control, Whis replied with a smile. Who bestowed these divine responsibilities? Are you also one who has been appointed, Whis? Vegeta inquired. Vegeta-san, you are still quite distant from such matters. There are 12 universes, each with its own destroyer gods, Kaioshins, and other deities. To be appointed to a divine position is to stand at the pinnacle, under the authority of the Grand Priest, Whis explained, omitting details about the Omni King, who does not oversee these affairs. I am not appointed. We angels are divine by birth. With the Grand Priest's acknowledgement, we may serve as the attendants of the destroyer gods. Vegeta fell silent, finally grasping the truth of this universe. Attaining divinity does not equate to invincibility, for there are higher powers that govern. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta asked, how should I proceed with my training? Quite simply, Vegeta-san, to accept divine responsibilities. One needs divine energy, body, and soul. Once you cultivate your divine body, the energy will find its vessel. As for the soul, if it is sufficiently robust, even deities can be influenced by it. Have you ever heard the saying, the heart's expanse determines the world's breadth? Whis elaborated. A light bulb seemed to flicker in Vegeta's mind, prompting him to seek Whis's guidance on specific training methods. Recognizing that Vegeta understood, Whis generously shared his knowledge and began training him. A month passed swiftly, and Goku had finally mastered Super Saiyan 3 flawlessly. Eager to challenge Vegeta once more, he hurried back to Earth, only to find that Vegeta was training in the realm of the destroyers. This news left Goku in a state of distress, prompting him to hastily prepare a bounty of delicacies and depart Earth amidst Chi-Chi's scolding. Thus, Goku arrived at the destroyer realm, where both he and Vegeta embarked on their training in the divine realm. Their training methodologies contrasted greatly. Goku would rest when never fatigued, while Vegeta would meditate before engaging in rigorous physical training. They often sparred, and what began with Vegeta dominating Goku had evolved into a more balanced contest. Whis would encourage them to attack him, providing guidance on their techniques throughout the process. During their training, Whis noted some issues in their approach to both cultivation and combat. Goku's body harbored numerous hidden ailments, while Vegeta exhibited excessive tension, lacking a balance between exertion and relaxation. Unbeknownst to Whis, Vegeta had already made significant adjustments. Otherwise, his training might have been reckless, yielding less favorable results. In combat, Goku often displayed carelessness, while Vegeta tended to overthink his strategies. Unbeknownst to them, over 3 months have elapsed, and the cultivation of the two individuals has finally reached its zenith, achieving a perfect mastery of Super Red, rendering them significantly more powerful than before. Now, both are comparing who shall first ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan God. During these 3 months, Beerus has been awakened a few times by their incessant bickering. However, the allure of delectable cuisine has kept him unconcerned. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a highland area, a soldier of the Frieza force named Sorb has gathered with Pilaf and others. Sorb summoned the eternal dragon and wished for Frieza's resurrection. Upon fulfilling the wish, the dragon departed immediately. As only 6 months had passed, the Dragon Balls had regained the power to grant one wish. Far away in the cosmos, within a spacecraft, Frieza's disassembled corpse was enveloped in a radiant light. As the brilliance faded, Frieza was resurrected. Upon opening his eyes, Frieza realized he had returned to life, having felt a tremendous force pull him away from the tree in hell where he had been suspended. He then left the underworld and regained his physical form. With a glint in his eye, Frieza caused the healing pod before him to explode. Emerging from the pod in his final form, he bore an expression as cold as death itself. The members of the Frieza force, upon witnessing their leader, knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Lord Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe." Observing that his former subordinates, who were once mere foot soldiers, had now become the highest leaders of the Frieza force, Frieza understood the current state of his army's disarray. Before he could speak, his subordinates began lamenting their plight, describing the dire survival conditions of the Frieza force, the betrayal of certain members, and the current situation. Frieza let out a disdainful snort and proclaimed, "I have just been resurrected. You must remain discreet. Once I complete my training and eliminate those Saiyans, we shall restore the glory of the Frieza force." Upon hearing Frieza's intent to annihilate the Saiyans, Sorb and the others hastily advised, "Lord Frieza, the Saiyans of today are not the same as before. Just a few years ago, they even defeated Majin Buu." Although taken aback, Frieza maintained his composure, determined to uphold the dignity of the universe's emperor. He retorted, "What significance does defeating Majin Buu hold? Just grant me, Emperor Frieza, some time, and I shall eradicate those monkeys." With a furious lash of his tail against the ground, he nearly shattered the spacecraft. Mindful that the Frieza force had but one vessel remaining, Sorb and the others quickly acquiesced, inquiring about Frieza's next course of action. Frieza turned his gaze towards the vastness of space and commanded, "First, we shall proceed to the frozen star. For the time being, you shall wait just outside its vicinity." The frozen star serves as the ancestral home of the Frieza clan, a lineage of frozen demons. Frieza's current endeavor involves a pilgrimage to this sacred ground, where ancient methods, once employed during the clan's struggle for survival, reside. Unexpectedly, both he and his father met their demise in a direct confrontation, compounded by the folly of his brother, Cooler, who also perished at the hands of the Scions. However, during his years in the underworld, Frieza has engaged in various imaginative training techniques and harnessed his power born from resentment, instilling in him a profound confidence that upon his emergence, the end of the Scions shall ensue. Though named the Frozen Star, its visage is not merely a blinding white. Rather, the planet is enveloped in a black golden hue, with mountains and rivers that exude an unsettling chill. In a vast plain stands a magnificent palace, constructed entirely of white jade, surrounded by a multitude of imposing statues. Behind the palace lies a serene pool, emanating a subtle coldness. This is the ancestral ground of the Frieza clan, the Imperial Palace. Frieza strides directly into the palace, retrieving a jade-colored stone from within and casting it into the pool. Suddenly, the statues surrounding the palace begin to tremble, and the waters of the pool recede into the earth, revealing a colossal ice sarcophagus. Frieza promptly reclines within the ice coffin, sealing the lid behind him. At that instant, the base of the coffin descends like an elevator, transporting Frieza into the hallowed burial grounds of the frozen demons. He is met with an intensely frigid realm, where dozens of ice sculptures entomb the remains of his ancestral kin, adhering to the Frieza clan's tradition of ice burial. This journey serves Frieza's ultimate purpose, to absorb the essence of all ancestors who once dominated the universe. For those who failed to seize power typically met their ends outside these sacred grounds. Thus, Frieza aims to assimilate their essence, enhancing both his lineage and strength. As this environment is ideally suited for cultivation, extracting the energies here will purify his bloodline, representing the swiftest and most formidable means of empowerment. Yet, he is aware that such actions would lead to the eternal extinction of the frozen demons, as the absence of this environment would hinder their propagation. At this moment, Frieza dismisses such concerns and begins his training in the ancestral realm. His power surges rapidly, precisely as he envisioned, and he exclaims with joy, "In just 3 to 4 months, I shall complete my training. Wait for me, you wretched monkeys." The mere thought of the Scions contorts his visage in disdain. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Vegeta has perfected the essence of the Scion God, mastering both divine energy and form. He is now striving to achieve Super Saiyan God status, a process that should have unfolded seamlessly. However, after several days of silence, he grows restless and seeks out Whis. It is widely understood that the transformation into Super Saiyan God is achieved by ascending from Saiyan God to Super Saiyan, with the foundation based on comprehending divine energy and converting one's own energy into divine energy. Consequently, one must attain mastery of divine energy and form before embarking on this transformation. As fate would have it, Kakarot stood alongside Whis. Goku inquired of Whis about his progress, revealing that just yesterday he had achieved the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan God, yet still found himself unable to transcend into the Super Saiyan God form. Vegeta chimed in, stating that he had been striving for several days as well. Whis responded, "It should have indeed been a seamless transition. However, it appears that there are some issues with your souls, Vegeta-san and Goku-san. Your physical form bears numerous hidden ailments. Thus, despite both of you reaching your peaks, perfection eludes you. I have prepared something for you. Follow me." Whis had discerned their troubles early on, waiting for both warriors to reach their maximum potential before guiding them to a breakthrough. Vegeta's soul had endured a tumultuous journey, having absorbed the memories of Jikuin's soul, which left a taint upon his essence, preventing him from advancing to the Super Saiyan God. Goku, having fought fiercely in the past, disregarded his bodily injuries, Techniques like the Kaioken and half-formed Super Saiyan 3 had inflicted indelible scars upon his body. Although he had trained to attain the divine form, he lacked the cumulative restorative techniques akin to Vegeta's spirit recovery. Whis led them to two immense wooden tubs, gesturing with his staff towards them. These medicinal baths are infused with some divine elixirs collected by Lord Beerus. Seize the opportunity to absorb them before he awakens. The tub on the left is for Goku-san to restore his physical form, while the one on the right is for Vegeta-san to cleanse his soul. As soon as Whis finished speaking, Goku shed his garments and leapt into the tub. Vegeta, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disdain, silently thought, Kakarot truly lacks awareness of his appearance. The mere idea of entering the tub naked like Kakarot made it difficult for him to proceed. Turning to Whis, he hesitantly asked, Whis, is it possible to enter the tub without removing my clothes? Whis, tapping Vegeta's head with his staff, replied, That is not permissible, Vegeta-san. Do not worry. There will be no one to witness on this planet. Grimacing, Vegeta finally stripped off his clothes and jumped into the tub, determined not to let Kakarot get ahead. Thus, the two soaked in their respective tubs for an entire day and night. The crimson water in Goku's tub and the emerald liquid in Vegeta's tub transformed into clear water. Subsequently, they both opened their eyes simultaneously, causing the tubs to shatter. Bare and with their tails swaying, a blue divine aura erupted from their feet, illuminating the surroundings as they completed their transformation into Super Saiyan gods. As they transformed, a colossal aura swept across the God of Destruction's realm, sending the Oracle Fish into a frenzy, unable to find direction. At that moment, Beerus opened his eyes. Chapter 21. Super Blue vs. Beerus. Congratulations, Goku-san and Vegeta-san. You have finally attained the Super Saiyan God form. To my surprise, your aura and hair have taken on a blue hue. How about we call it Super Blue? Whis congratulated them and subsequently simplified the name of their transformation. Goku and Vegeta nodded in agreement, donned their attire, and exchanged glances. Let us engage in a contest, Vegeta, Goku declared, filled with combat fervor. Vegeta, already eager for the challenge, promptly distanced himself and assumed a battle stance. At that moment, Beerus materialized between the two warriors. Indeed, you have both attained the form of Super Saiyan God. No, as Whis just referred to it, I shall call you Super Blue from now on. Given this, let us resume our previous battle. I wish to witness the extent of your Super Blue strength. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus unleashed two beams of energy, which Goku and Vegeta deftly deflected. Aware that this confrontation was inevitable and recognizing the unfathomable might of Beerus, who resided on an entirely different echelon, the two warriors accepted the challenge and charged towards him. Vegeta appeared above Beerus, launching a kick, while Goku aimed a punch directly at Beerus's face. Allowing their attacks to land, Beerus was sent hurtling back, creating a massive crater upon impact. Excellent. Your power has significantly increased since last time. Now I can afford to utilize 50% of my strength to entertain you, Beerus remarked with a playful grin as he emerged from the crater. With a light exclamation, a wave of destructive energy surged forth. Goku and Vegeta, enhancing their ki, braced themselves against this formidable force, their blue auras solidifying further. Vegeta, let us go? Goku shouted. No need for your chatter. Vegeta shot forward. As Beerus observed their advance, he too took to the sky, and soon the three engaged in close combat. Beerus deftly parried Goku and Vegeta's attacks. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous gust of energy, sending Vegeta flying far away, and then unleashed a furious assault on Goku, forcing him to retreat step by step. Beerus delivered a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen and kicked towards Vegeta, who did not flinch and retaliated with a kick of his own. Their legs clashed, and they quickly separated, exchanging powerful punches. The battle escalated into a fierce melee, with Beerus's assault being exceptionally aggressive. Yet, Vegeta, seasoned in combat, seized an opportunity during their palm-to-palm clash to deliver a headbutt to Beerus's face, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes that rained down upon Beerus, driving him deep into the ancient forest, where he collided with countless trees. Well done, Vegeta. Be cautious. Goku, having regained his breath, called out, clutching his abdomen. He immediately soared to Vegeta's side, intercepting a punch from Beerus, who had unexpectedly positioned himself behind Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta counterattacked, and as Beerus faced the two once more, he no longer regarded them with disdain. He was now genuinely prepared to engage them in earnest. Without granting either of the two any time to react, Two powerful punches struck their abdomens. Beerus, with lightning speed and immense force, sent them flying a considerable distance. However, Goku and Vegeta were not to be underestimated. During their ascent, they grasped Beerus's fists and, with a vigorous motion, hurled him into the air. Reacting swiftly, Beerus executed a somersault to dissipate the force, landing gracefully while delivering downward kicks towards the two. Goku seized Beerus's lower legs with both hands, while Vegeta crossed his arms to shield his head, successfully blocking the heavy blows. In an instant, Goku appeared above Beerus, wrapping his arms around him and attempting to send him crashing down. Just before impact, Vegeta emerged from below and kicked Beerus upward. Beerus, caught midair, braced himself with both hands and feet, halting his ascent. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta landed on Beerus but missed their target entirely. Suddenly, Beerus materialized above Vegeta, his feet together as he descended forcefully, striking Vegeta's back with a tremendous impact, sending him crashing to the ground. The fallen Beerus then kicked Vegeta toward Goku, colliding with him and leaving him disoriented. Without any mercy, Beerus seized the opportunity during their moment of vulnerability, delivering a powerful punch directly to Goku's head. Goku let out a cry of anguish before being slammed into the ground, reverting to his normal state and falling unconscious. At this point, only Vegeta remained. Observing Beerus incapacitate Kakarot, he refrained from rushing into a confrontation. Instead, he employed acceleration and recovery techniques to heal a significant portion of his injuries before re-engaging Beerus in battle. Despite having endured several hits, Beerus bore no visible scars. Excitedly licking his lips, he concentrated two glowing spheres of energy and launched them at the charging Vegeta. After Vegeta evaded the attack, Beerus countered with an elbow strike. Vegeta's fist collided with Beerus's elbow, sending shockwaves through his hand, prompting him to quickly retaliate with his other fist. The two exchanged blows for a time, Beerus sinisterly remarking, "Your earlier head strike seemed quite enjoyable." Beerus then charged, ramming his head into Vegeta's abdomen, the tremendous impact propelling Vegeta like a cannonball, with blood spilling forth as he lost consciousness. Lord Beerus certainly exerted considerable force this time, was commented with a smile. "Humph, a little punishment for these fellows, otherwise they wouldn't find their bearings," Beerus mused, intending to teach them a lesson. He acknowledged their prowess, remarking on their formidable strength as newly ascended Super Saiyans. "Is it true? Did Lord Beerus truly employ 50% of his strength?" Whis inquired, regarding Beerus with a peculiar expression. "Whis, mind your tongue," Beerus replied, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Please heal them." He gestured towards the two. With a flick of his staff, Whis soon had both of them standing up slowly. "Lord Beerus is truly remarkable. That was exceedingly painful." Wukong scratched his head. Although the pain had subsided, the memory of that moment still lingered with a faint ache. Vegeta remained silent, but Beerus interjected, stating, "Both of you possess formidable strength, regardless of the universe. However, let it not be forgotten that there are always those stronger beyond the horizon. Do not let the attainment of Super Saiyan God lead you to overestimate your prowess." Chapter 22. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza strikes indeed. Vegeta, it appears we must continue to strive for improvement, Wukong remarked, glancing at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. With a wave of Whis' staff, a grand banquet of food manifested before them. "After your exhausting battles, indulge in some sustenance. I myself am quite famished from watching you fight," Whis said, swallowing with anticipation. Without hesitation, Beerus dove into the feast, followed closely by Wukong and Vegeta, who approached the table like ravenous spirits. Whis couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, yet soon after, Wukong and Vegeta found themselves on the receiving end of a hefty reprimand from Beerus for their gluttony. The realm of destruction regained its former tranquility as Wukong and Vegeta, under Whis' mentorship, diligently honed their skills. Their training now included frequent sparring sessions with Beerus, who initially found the encounters amusing. However, as time passed, his patience waned, leading him to retreat for a nap. 3 months sped by, and Wukong and Vegeta had begun to grasp the fundamentals of Super Saiyan Blue. Through inquiries posed to Whis, they learned the subsequent methods of training in this form. Whis offered them 2 pieces of advice. First, that they were on the brink of mastering Super Saiyan Blue, which would permit them to attempt the training of divine techniques, a foundational aspect of such mastery, as exemplified by Beerus. The specifics of these divine techniques would be revealed once they advanced sufficiently. Secondly, they were advised to continue refining Super Saiyan Blue, unlocking the full extent of Super Saiyan God's power, ultimately striving to comprehend its ultimate potential. At this juncture, Wukong and Vegeta had yet to decide which path to pursue, as they had not fully mastered Super Saiyan Blue, rendering them unable to achieve its perfection. This indicated that their command over its power was still insufficient, and their bodies struggled under its immense strain. Meanwhile, on the icy planet of Frieza, the tyrant surged forth from his frigid tomb, shattering the ice coffin with an explosive force. With an impassive demeanor, Frieza suddenly broke into a sinister grin as he ascended to the spacecraft hovering in the vicinity. "My lord, you have finally emerged," his eager subordinates exclaimed, kneeling in fervent anticipation. "Set course for Earth," Frieza commanded decisively upon entering the control room. With a flick of his wrist, a glass of red wine materialized in his hand. Sipping it delicately, he revealed a satisfied smile. Observing Frieza's unwavering confidence, Sor boldly declared, "Congratulations, my lord, on completing your training. The Scions shall no longer pose a threat, and the universe will once again fall under the dominion of the Frieza Force." Proud of his exceptional progress, Frieza believed that his power far surpassed that of any Scion. Even if Majin Buu were to resurrect, he was convinced he could obliterate him with ease. "Are the remnants of my elite forces assembled here?" Frieza inquired, swirling the wine in his glass. Salb gestured towards Taguma and remarked, "Lord Frieza, Taguma is currently the only general in your army who can rival Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force. It is thanks to him that your forces continue to survive, but now that you have returned, I am confident that the Frieza Force will once again dominate the universe." While introducing Taguma, Salb did not hesitate to flatter Frieza. Frieza, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the warriors as mere insignificant pests, likely incapable of even dealing with some of Earth's lesser foes. Days later, the Frieza Force descended upon Earth. Piccolo and his companions had already sensed Frieza's energy and were awaiting his arrival. Although they could feel Frieza's presence, Gohan and the others believed that his power had not escalated to an insurmountable level, thus they refrained from notifying Goku and Vegeta. As Frieza's spaceship unleashed a horde of minions, Frieza himself emerged from the top window of the craft, gazing down at the Earthlings with a seething fury, yet maintaining a veneer of polite amusement. "Frieza, how have you returned? What brings you to Earth?" Gohan shouted, "Ha ha ha! To celebrate my glorious return to Earth, I have decided to present you with a grand gift." Frieza cackled, gathering a colossal sphere of energy upon his fingertip, having evidently recognized Gohan. In response, Gohan transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and declared, "Frieza, if you depart now, we will overlook your presence here. Otherwise, I shall defeat you and expel you from this planet." Gohan indeed inherited some of his father's tenacity. Frieza unleashed a massive energy blast, which Gohan countered with a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Frieza's devastating attack. "Frieza, though I am uncertain how you returned, our strength has multiplied exponentially since our last encounter. Even without my father and Uncle Vegeta, I possess the power to vanquish you," Gohan asserted, removing his glasses. "Who would have thought you've grown so much, little boy? You can even transform into a Super Saiyan now. But who is this little one?" Frieza exclaimed in a mix of astonishment and rage as he noticed Trunks. Despite not understanding how Trunks had reverted to childhood, he found it no stranger than his own resurrection. Enraged, Frieza fired a laser at Trunks, only for Gohan to swiftly intervene, extinguishing the blast with a single strike. Witnessing this, Frieza's fury morphed into a twisted amusement. "Frieza Force, eliminate these pests," he commanded, no longer in a hurry to engage directly. "Yes, my lord," came the synchronized response as the Frieza Force launched their attack. Within mere moments, all the minions lay defeated on the ground. Initially brimming with confidence, Taguma approached Gohan for combat, only to be swiftly incapacitated by a single blow. The Frieza Force proved utterly no match for the Earth warriors. Even Kairatsu could single-handedly overpower them. "Frieza, take your subordinates and leave Earth," Gohan declared with righteous authority. "It seems you remain oblivious to the circumstances. If I, King Frieza, did not possess the confidence to exact my revenge on Earth, would I dare to come here? I am aware that you filthy monkeys recently triumphed over Majin Buu, but what of it? With Son Goku and Vegeta absent, I, Frieza, shall grant you an opportunity." Frieza flew before Gohan and proclaimed, "Serve in my Frieza Force and deliver that child to me for execution, and I shall spare your lives." Frieza gestured towards Trunks. From a distance, Bulma, having overheard Frieza's brazen claims, realized that he might indeed have a hidden advantage. It would be prudent to summon Goku and Vegeta back. So she retrieved the communicator given to her by Whis. Humph, it appears that Frieza remains unrepentant. Gohan, undeterred by Frieza's intimidation, prepared to confront him. Wait, Gohan. It was Trunks who stepped forward, declaring, since he wishes to kill me, allow me to face him first. Trunks was visibly enraged. Chapter 23. Frieza's Humiliation. Trunks. We shall fight together, exclaimed Goten, his steadfast companion. No, it's too perilous for both of you, Gohan hastily objected. Yet, Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks and charged towards Frieza. As Gotenks surged forward, Bulma successfully contacted Whis. Upon receiving the news, Whis promptly informed Goku and Vegeta, who prepared to return at once. Whis cautioned that it would take considerable time to reach them, leaving uncertainty about their arrival. However, Vegeta, possessing the ability of instant transmission, resolved to teleport directly back with Kakarot. Upon hearing of Frieza's resurrection, Beerus expressed an interest in witnessing the event, and thus, the four of them instantaneously transported back to Earth. At that moment, Gotenks had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 and was engaged in fierce combat with Frieza. Although Frieza's final form had grown formidable through rigorous training, he found himself outmatched by the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, who relentlessly pushed him back. Frieza, seething with rage, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, but just as he was about to transform, the young warrior before him suddenly defused into two smaller figures. Frieza's murderous intent surged upon witnessing the two boys revert, and he was poised to strike when a familiar voice interrupted. Hey, Frieza. Frieza inexplicably felt compelled to retort. Are you here to die? Turning to face the source, he saw Son Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus. Lord Beerus? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, just as the two boys sought refuge behind Goku and Vegeta. It has been quite some time, Frieza. I heard you were dead, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, casually picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Indeed, Lord Beerus, many years ago I was slain by that purple-haired brat behind you, Frieza gritted through clenched teeth. Beerus glanced at Trunks and then back at Frieza. Frieza, are you attempting to deceive me? That child was not even born 15 years ago. Beerus's gaze turned icy. Frieza hastily explained, Lord Beerus, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You may inquire with these wretched monkeys. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, Hey, Frieza, are you back on Earth seeking death? The words struck a nerve with Frieza, who could no longer contain himself. It appeared that Vegeta had forgotten the terror I instilled in him in the past. Do you wish for me, Frieza, to show you that affection once more? While Frieza maintained a respectful demeanor towards Beerus, he displayed nothing of the sort towards the Saiyans, mocking them instead. After ridiculing Vegeta, Frieza turned to Beerus with a beaming smile and remarked, Lord Beerus, I have come to exact vengeance upon these Saiyans. You wouldn't dare impede my quest, would you? After all, it was you who encouraged me to obliterate planet Vegeta. However, upon catching a glimpse of Beerus's icy glare, he refrained from completing his thought. I shall not interfere in your grievances, Beerus stated, before departing with Whis towards Bulma. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Frieza exclaimed, elated by the response. Initially, he had presumed that the god of destruction, who had accompanied Goku and Vegeta, shared a cordial relationship with them. Yet, with Beerus's indifference, he felt liberated to pursue his vendetta. Vegeta, that little brat calls you father. Is he truly your adopted son? His power surpassed yours back in the day. Frieza taunted after Beerus had departed, his words dripping with disdain. Kakarot, I must personally eliminate Frieza. You are not to intervene, Vegeta warned, observing Goku's restless demeanor. You filthy monkeys will not escape. Heh, Vegeta, just watch as I eliminate the others and let you relive the terror of the past. With that, Frieza unleashed a laser beam towards Goku, taunting, Filthy monkey, I will repay you for the humiliation you caused me 1,000-fold. Goku, swiftly deflecting the beam, retorted with his iconic line, Frieza, you still have time to leave Earth. You cannot even defeat us, and yet you boast. Trunks chimed in from behind Vegeta, while Goten added, exactly, what thick skin you have. Frieza, infuriated by their taunts, recognized their numerical advantage and decided to strike first, charging at Goku. Vegeta, aware of Frieza's deep-seated animosity towards Kakarot, determined to let them battle while he planned to personally end Frieza's life. Thus, he led Trunks and Goten to a nearby clearing. As Frieza lunged at Goku, the latter did not flinch, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and engaging in combat with Frieza. Both understood that this was merely a preliminary test, a warm-up of sorts. Frieza, growing impatient, unleashed his full power, astonishing Goku, who then ascended to Super Saiyan 3 and landed a punch that forced Frieza to expel his bile. Wukong refrained from making a move, chuckling as he remarked, "To be honest, I never anticipated that you, Frieza, could become this powerful. I have trained for so long. Yet you appear to have resurrected not long ago and already possess such formidable strength. I truly wish to see you continue your training, grow even stronger. And then we could spar." Wukong believed Frieza had exhausted his options. Little did he know, Frieza roared in anger, "You wretched monkey. Put away your facade. Your face disgusts me. Do you think you have won?" Upon finishing his words, Frieza unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Wukong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, realizing that this battle might still have life. In the distance, Whis nodded his staff, and the earth, shaken by Frieza's aura, ceased its tremors and cracks. "I never imagined Frieza could become this powerful in such a short time," Beerus marveled. Whis responded, "Indeed. Frieza has become remarkably strong in less than half a year since his resurrection. However, I am perplexed by his claim of being slain by Vegeta's son. From my observations, Frieza was killed by an unknown entity. Why then would it be Vegeta's offspring?" This was indeed suspicious. Beerus cast a glance at Whis. At that moment, Bulma interjected, "Are you referring to the one who killed Frieza back then?" "Yes, that would be my son with Vegeta, Trunks, who merely came from the future." Bulma spoke of Trunks with pride. "What? From the future?" Beerus exclaimed, leaping in surprise. "Miss Bulma, could you elaborate?" Whis inquired calmly. Bulma then recounted the details of the events to the two. "Is there a problem?" Bulma asked, observing Beerus's grim demeanor. "Manipulating time is a grave offense that warrants annihilation. How dare your future self meddle with time?" Beerus scolded vehemently. "Do you understand that even a slight alteration in time could create an alternate universe?" Beerus was fuming. "Lord Beerus, you must also take responsibility for this. It is your negligence that has led to such circumstances," Whis remarked. Bulma was unaware that her future invention of a time machine would yield such dire consequences and attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Well, it has been a long time since that happened, and we were unaware." Although Beerus was furious, he recognized that he too must share the blame, thus issuing a stern directive to Bulma prohibiting further development of time machines. Chapter 24. The ultimate technique of Golden Frieza. Having concluded their conversation, Frieza completed his transformation, radiating a golden brilliance that exuded elegance while concealing immense power. Beside him, Wukong was ecstatic, astonished that Frieza had managed to cultivate such strength. "What do you think? I have named this form Golden Frieza. How do you find it?" The king's face was aglow with confidence. Wukong nodded, exclaiming, "Frieza, you truly are a genius. I never imagined that after our long training, we would have only reached this level while you achieved it so effortlessly. In that case, I shall unleash my full strength for you to witness." Haha. The azure glow enveloped Goku entirely, and to everyone's astonishment, his long hair seemed to retract. As the radiance dissipated, the transcendent blue form of Goku materialized before them. "What is this?" Piccolo's face remained as green as ever. "Such overwhelming power, father. This force feels as if it exists in an entirely different dimension. With just a glance from you, I might be rendered immobile," Gohan exclaimed in awe. "How much stronger could Goku possibly become?" "It's utterly terrifying," muttered Kaiatsu, trembling. "This must be the Super Saiyan God. Such a realm is indeed formidable," Krillin stammered. Observing the grim visage of Frieza, Goku chuckled, scratching his nose, and asked, "So, Frieza, do you still wish to fight?" "You insolent monkey, do not underestimate me." Frieza screeched in a shrill voice, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku, employing the prince's battle tactics. Soon, the area where Goku stood was engulfed in a massive cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Goku emerged unscathed before the Golden Frieza. At this moment, Goku's power was not inferior to Frieza's. In fact, it was slightly superior. Once Frieza completed his assault, Goku suddenly appeared less than 30 centimeters away from him, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza, reacting quickly, concentrated energy around his midsection. Although he felt pain, it awakened his ferocity, and he retaliated with a kick to Goku's waist. The two combatants, seemingly oblivious to pain, exchanged blows with reckless abandon. Before long, both were battered and bruised. Frieza sent Goku flying with a kick, then swiftly moved beside him, landing another kick to Goku's abdomen. A cruel expression adorned Frieza's face as he ascended above Goku, seizing his hair and delivering a flying knee strike to his waist. However, Goku caught the strike with both hands, his aura flaring as he attempted to push Frieza away. Yet, Frieza quickly ensnared Goku's arms with his tail, binding him and putting Goku in a precarious position, struggling to break free. Frieza's physical strength was inexplicably formidable. Goku, ever astute, realized that Frieza intended to pull him closer. In that fleeting moment, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, striking Frieza head-on. Frieza screamed in agony, releasing his grip on Goku's tail. Seizing the opportunity, Goku launched a massive Kamehameha. Frieza, caught off guard, hastily retaliated with a wave of energy. But it proved insufficient to withstand the full force of Goku's attack, ultimately succumbing to the Kamehameha, albeit with diminished potency. Having endured 2 consecutive Kamehameha attacks, Frieza was significantly injured, while Goku bore his own share of wounds. The two warriors continued their aerial battle. However, Frieza's physique exhibited an inexplicable resilience, rendering him incredibly difficult to harm. Each blow Goku landed felt as if it struck against an unseen barrier that mitigated the damage. Recognizing this, Goku opted to avoid direct confrontation, utilizing guerrilla tactics and energy blasts to engage Frieza in a relentless skirmish. Indeed, Frieza's absolute strength was no match for Goku's finesse, and he soon began to exhibit signs of frustration as Goku deftly maneuvered around him. As Frieza pondered how to counter Goku's guerrilla tactics, Goku had already left several afterimages in the air, his true self concealed beneath a mountain peak below Frieza. In a moment of instantaneous movement, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha that left Frieza utterly disoriented. After a prolonged struggle, Frieza emerged from the sea, his face devoid of any expression, his eyes betraying only madness. A frenzied smile crept across Frieza's lips. "You foul monkey, you shall regret this profoundly. I intend to dismantle you piece by piece, demon of ice." Frieza clenched his hands, reminiscent of the time he had crushed Krillin, leading to his demise. Even Goku found himself immobilized. The ice demon race seemed naturally endowed with the ability to control others. Yet Frieza's power stemmed from absorbing the essence of all his ancestors' corpses, a unique talent he had mastered. The icy barrier surrounding his body was also a product of this ancestral essence, explaining Frieza's rapid ascension in strength. Additionally, his absorption of the primordial ice crystals from the ancestral homeland of the ice demons allowed him to fully assimilate the essence of all corpses, refining his bloodline to its utmost purity. This significantly augmented Frieza's potential, enabling him to effortlessly attain his golden form. A sacrifice that rendered the ice demons extinct, a price Frieza was indifferent to. At that moment, Goku was encased in ice from head to toe, his gaze dim and devoid of life, his spirit battered by the demonic assault. "Goku, Dad!" came the startled cries of several onlookers. Frieza, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily, arrogantly proclaiming, "Do not fret. He shall soon be tormented to death, and then it will be your turn. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta?" Vegeta hesitated, contemplating whether to rescue Kakarot, only to find Frieza's taunting remarks distasteful. He clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Frieza, you are as formidable as ever, an unstoppable force." "Oh, it appears that you are signaling something, Vegeta. Did you not previously declare your intent to kill me?" Frieza, mistaking Vegeta's demeanor for fear, continued his mockery. "However, I, Lord Frieza, am magnanimous. If you are willing to kneel and bow to me twice, I could spare your life." Frieza regarded Vegeta with a glint of amusement. "I find Lord Frieza's proposal quite agreeable. Thus, should you bow to me twice, I shall grant you mercy." Vegeta replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. "What? You seek death?" At this, Frieza's expression turned icy, and 2 beams of laser energy shot rapidly from his fingertips toward Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, swiftly appearing behind Frieza and delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. With both hands together, he transformed them into a hammer, striking down upon Frieza's abdomen with tremendous force, shattering the icy exterior and inflicting severe damage upon Frieza, who was left reeling and on the verge of unconsciousness. Vegeta instantaneously teleported near Kakarot and cast a restorative spell upon him. Although Kakarot's body was rejuvenated, his eyes remained vacant. Vegeta then emulated the soul-rejuvenating abilities of Spirito, swiftly purging the malevolent entity from Kakarot's soul, leading to Goku's revival. Meanwhile, Frieza, lying in the depths, witnessed this spectacle and coughed up a mouthful of blood, realizing that his demise was imminent. With Vegeta exhibiting such formidable power, despair enveloped Frieza, who resolved to take these adversaries down with him. Chapter 25. Release Frieza. Frieza contemplated a mutual destruction with these wild monkeys. With Vegeta's overwhelming strength, he recognized his odds were grim. Severely injured, escape was no longer an option. Even if the Sun family showed mercy, Vegeta would not. Kakarot, to think you could be defeated by Frieza is utterly disappointing. Vegeta sneered. Goku, upon hearing this, chuckled foolishly, replying, I also didn't expect Frieza to be so powerful and wield such bizarre skills. Thank you, Vegeta. Humph, Frieza dares to mock me. I merely assisted you out of convenience, Vegeta retorted with pride. How did you manage to restore me? I felt as if I were frozen by Frieza's attack. My soul engulfed in an abyss of darkness, plagued by a multitude of demons. Frieza's technique is truly terrifying, Goku marveled. Vegeta, realizing Frieza's strange abilities could not be allowed to escape, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Frieza, having just regained some composure, found Vegeta's strike overwhelmingly potent, causing him to lose his golden form. Frieza, contemplating his next move, decided that annihilating the planet was his best course of action. Self-destruction might not obliterate these monkeys, but destroying the planet would ensure their shared demise. How did you become so powerful, Frieza? Goku and Vegeta appeared instantaneously at Frieza's location, with Goku inquiring, while Vegeta looked down upon Frieza with an air of superiority. You foul monkeys cannot fathom the might of my lineage, the frozen demon race. After all, I obliterated your planet, Vegeta. Now, I shall destroy Earth. Frieza cackled maniacally. Lying in the pit, Frieza raised his hands, gathering immense power. With this strike, Earth would surely be shattered. Just as he prepared to unleash his destructive force, he felt a sudden void where his hands once were. His palms fell to the ground, and his body split in twain. In terror, Frieza gazed at Vegeta, realizing that in an instant, Vegeta had employed an acceleration technique, materializing energy into a sword that swiftly severed both Frieza's body and his intentions of mutual destruction. Frieza was utterly despondent. His mouth moved, yet no words emerged. Whis, let us return, he finally uttered. With a yawn, Beerus beckoned Whis to depart, acknowledging that Frieza's quest for vengeance had culminated in complete failure, devoid of significance. Vegeta, Goku, do bring some delectable treats next time you visit the realm of destruction, was called out as he took his leave, indifferent to the fate of Frieza and the others. As Beerus turned away, Frieza's last glimmer of hope extinguished. Just as he prepared for self-destruction, he overheard Goku addressing Vegeta. Vegeta, what if we let Frieza go this time? In such a short span, he has grown remarkably strong. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. The mere thought fills me with excitement and fervor. Goku exclaimed animatedly. This was a recurring flaw of Goku. Having previously spared both Vegeta and Frieza, he now contemplated granting Frieza another chance. Vegeta retorted sharply, Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Goku shook his head. I am now prepared for Frieza's trick. Having such a formidable opponent only serves to motivate our training, does it not? Goku viewed pressure as a catalyst for growth. But what if he ambushes Earth again? Vegeta countered. He won't. King Frieza would never return, interjected Sorbet, scrambling over. Lord Vegeta, please spare Lord Frieza. He has only just been resurrected, and the Frieza force is already in disarray. We cannot afford further losses. We need Frieza to survive for the sake of our future. Humph, insolent monkey. Who said I would show mercy? I, Lord Frieza, am not to be humiliated at your whim. Frieza lay feebly on the ground, his body in tatters, yet his spirit remained unyielding. Observing Frieza's pitiful state, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle, returning to his usual demeanor. Frieza's wounded pride was as profound as ever, and while he posed a threat, he also served to heighten vigilance, ensuring that Gohan, Goten, and Trunks remained alert. It would be utterly absurd for their lineage to lack combat prowess. Vegeta, after all, held a deep-seated concern for the strength of the Saiyan legacy, believing firmly in his responsibility as a prince. Hey, take Frieza with you, and ensure he never returns to Earth, Goku instructed. Sorbet hastily carried Frieza's broken form away from the planet. Humph, Kakarot, You will bear the consequences if this goes awry. Though Vegeta tacitly accepted Frieza's release, Goku's actions continued to irk him. I shall return to the realm of destruction and continue my training under Whis. Lest I be surpassed by Frieza, Goku declared, a resolute glint in his eyes. Go ahead. I will remain on Earth to train, Vegeta resolved. Having determined to push Super Saiyan Blue to its zenith and grasp the divine powers of Super Saiyan God, Whis had already pointed him in the right direction. And staying on Earth would also serve to mitigate the risk of Frieza's ambush. Why, Vegeta? Wukong scratched his head in confusion and asked. Our training speed in the realm of destruction is remarkably swift, isn't it? Their sparring sessions consistently yielded inexplicable advancements, which was precisely why Wukong desired for Vegeta to join him in the realm of destruction for further cultivation. Humph. The trouble you've caused by letting Frieza escape means I must remain on Earth, teaching Goten and Trunks the art of combat. Those two children possess immense potential. Vegeta retorted coldly. Very well, I leave Earth in your capable hands. I shall return to greet Gohan and Chi-Chi, and I will come to find you tomorrow morning. Then, you can escort me to the realm of destruction. Wukong waved goodbye as he departed. Vegeta was left speechless. This fellow was not merely thick-skinned but occasionally single-minded. Yet when it came to certain matters, he was resolute. His talent for training was undeniable, as was his keen instinct for battle. Whis was right. Despite Vegeta's formidable strength, his combat intuition paled in comparison to Kakarot's. Kakarot reveled in battle, often fighting without a second thought, yet somehow always managed to make the right tactical decisions. Vegeta, on the other hand, tended to overthink during combat, yet he relished the experience. After all, if one fought solely based on instinct, how different would that be from a machine? Vegeta returned home with Bulma and the others. Chapter 26. The Tournament of Universes 6 and 7 the following day. Wukong brought Goten along, and the two awaited in Vegeta's courtyard. Before long, Trunks dashed out, his face lighting up upon seeing Goten. Goten, did my dad mention you're going to stay at our house for a while? Yes, my dad told my mom that Frieza is still alive, and I should train with your dad during the summer break, so she agreed, Goten replied joyfully. After all, Trunks lived in a bustling city that was far superior to his own home. In truth, it had been several years since the defeat of Majin Buu, and both boys had begun to mature. Trunks was now 12, while Goten was 11. In the animated series, the boys appeared unchanged from their earlier selves, which was rather amusing. Trunks was born in the year 766, while Goten was his younger sibling, born a year later, making it 778 now. Why hasn't Gohan come? Trunks inquired. He's at home taking care of the kids, Goten answered. At that moment, Vegeta emerged, and Wukong glanced at him. Let's go, Kakarot. With that, the two departed Earth. As they vanished in an instant, Goten exclaimed, Instant transmission is so cool. Trunks, do you think Uncle Vegeta will teach us that technique? Trunks nodded enthusiastically. I'll ask Dad to teach us. Once we master it, we can sneak out and play. The two young lads then scampered off to the Capsule Corporation to frolic. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, two unexpected guests, Kampa and Beerus, encountered Whis, who promptly went to summon Beerus. At that moment, Wukong and Vegeta appeared out of nowhere. The two parties stared at each other, wide-eyed, as Kampa brusquely inquired, Hey, who are you two? At this moment, Vegeta and Goku were engaged in a discussion, remarking that this fellow seemed to be a tad plumper than Lord Beerus, while the woman nearby bore a resemblance to Whis. What are you two talking about? Kampa overheard the word fat and immediately glared menacingly, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach these two a lesson. Kampa, what brings you here? Came a languid voice, that of Beerus, accompanied by Whis. Humph, Beerus, who are these two? When will your realm of destruction allow mortals to enter? Kampa retorted with a mocking smile. Since when is the affairs of my seventh universe any of your concern? Beerus replied, dismissing Kampa entirely. Lord Beerus, who are these two? They seem to resemble a bulkier version of you. Goku leaned closer to Beerus, whispering curiously. What? You dare say I'm fat? Kampa growled, ready to strike. Beerus shot him a fierce glare. Kampa, do you intend to make a move? You are already plump. Is it not accurate for the scions of my universe to say so? When can your universe's god of destruction act in my seventh universe? It seems you wish to challenge me. The god of destruction of the sixth universe? Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished by the revelation. Upon hearing Beerus, Kampa paused and remarked, I recognize these two scions. They were the ones I fought previously. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something amiss and covered his mouth. Are you implying that you've witnessed my battle with him? So, you've been in my 7th universe for quite some time? Beerus displayed a look of horror. Kampa, undeterred, replied, I merely passed through. You had better tell me the purpose of your visit to the 7th universe, Beerus insisted, maintaining a serious demeanor. Humph. If you wish to know, then let us have a contest. Kampa countered sharply. I fear you not. Beerus retorted without hesitation. This exchange left Goku and Vegeta astonished, fearing a confrontation between the two gods of destruction. At that moment, Whis interjected, there is no need for concern. Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa frequently engage in contests, typically culinary competitions. Beerus and Kampa produced delicacies to commence their contest, and indeed, Kampa ultimately lost. In the aftermath, he revealed the matter of the Super Dragon Balls, which shocked Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the Super Dragon Balls, which had previously floated in the universe, had vanished. You came to my 7th universe solely to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Do you not have them in your own universe? Beerus inquired. The Dragon Balls certainly serve a purpose. To be frank, I have already located 6 of them, Kampa declared with a hearty laugh. Then his expression turned serious. Beerus, let us compete. The victor shall gain the right to use the wish orbs. What do you say? It appears you genuinely wish to challenge me. Beerus, do you possess the strength to do so? Beerus sneered. Humph, I am not here merely to compete against you. Let our 2 universes each send forth 5 champions. Whoever triumphs will be entitled to seek the 7th wish orb. What do you think? Having searched extensively through both the 6th and 7th universes, I have found nothing. Otherwise, how could it possibly come to this, Beerus? Kampa, however, exudes confidence, believing that his extensive time spent within the 7th universe has allowed him to traverse its entirety. Yet, he has encountered only a handful of truly formidable opponents. The top competitors from the 6th universe undoubtedly surpass those from the 7th, while Beerus, often indulging in slumber, exhibits a laziness that surpasses even his own. The strength of the 7th universe is woefully inadequate. Do you genuinely believe that the prowess of your 6th universe surpasses that of my 7th? Beerus, incensed, bellowed, raising his fist in defiance. Indeed, Kampa harbors such a conviction. With a hearty laugh, he retorted, is that not the case? Surely you do not intend to compare my 6th universe to yours based solely on these 2 scions. I have heard tales that your Frieza perished over a decade ago, and more recently, your Majin Buu has met his end. What remains in your universe is but a collection of pitiful remnants. Hey, Lord Kampa, we are not to be underestimated. Goku interjected, stepping forward. Although he was unfamiliar with the strength of the 6th universe, the prospect of Kampa seeking to gather participants for a competition in the 7th universe thrilled him, filling him with excitement rather than trepidation. Indeed, the scions of my universe are certainly superior to those of yours. Since you wish to compete, do share the rules. I accept this challenge. Beerus chuckled, recognizing that Kampa was clearly unaware of the situation's gravity. Upon hearing Beerus's agreement, Kampa could not help but smile. Excellent. In that case, let each universe send forth 5 contestants. We shall convene in 2 months at the chaotic rift marking the boundary between our universes. How does that sound? Agreed. 5 participants it shall be, competing in one-on-one elimination rounds. No potions are permitted. Being thrown from the arena or losing consciousness results in defeat. Should a participant inadvertently kill their opponent, the offending party shall be deemed the loser, and the remainder of the contest shall be forfeit. Beerus offered no further commentary, and the 2 swiftly established the terms for the competition between the 6th and 7th universes. Lord Beerus, I believe we should add a stipulation. The participants must be from a civilized and intelligent race, or else the competition will lack dignity and reflect poorly on our respective universes, proposed Vegeta suddenly. Indeed, the 6th universe appears to host quite a number of formidable entities. How do we determine eligibility? Perhaps Whis and Bardock could arrange a written examination. Beerus initially concurred, subsequently consulting Whis and Bardock. This may prove challenging to assess, as the disparities in civilization among races are vast, and there exists no standard for evaluation. I trust that Lord Kampa would not bring along any mindless beings. Your sister should ensure the quality of participants, Whis remarked. Indeed, how could you, Beerus, harbor such a view of me? Once my 6th universe triumphs in this contest, I shall wish for Earth to be granted to our universe. I look forward to seeing where you might find such delectable food henceforth. Kampa growled fiercely. Chapter 27. Contestants on the journey home. Bardock inquired of Kampa. Why have you set the date for 2 months hence? Is that not rather soon? Those two scions are no trifles. In their great ape forms, none among us, save for Hit, stand a chance. Even Hit may falter in a series of bouts. Bardock analyzed that the journey to find individuals would nearly consume a month, and she doubted that allowing them to linger in the realm of destruction for such a duration would enhance their prowess, let alone prepare them for a confrontation with those two scions. I am well aware that the arrogant Beerus would never anticipate my return, first locating Hit and then escorting them to the ancient god space for a month of training. This would surely alter the dynamics of our contest. Although Kampa may appear simple-minded, he possesses a certain intelligence. The ancient god space. It is remarkable that Lord Kampa would make an exception and permit mortals to enter. Bardock marveled at the ancient god space, where a month's training equates to a year outside, without restrictions. This illustrates the miraculous nature of the hyperbolic time chamber. Despite individual time constraints, for those with a modicum of strength, such limitations become trivial. Kampa laughed triumphantly, convinced that this time he would finally surpass Beerus. In Universe 7, within the realm of destruction, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis were engaged in discussion. Goku inquired, Lord Beerus, have you selected any candidates? Beerus glanced at Goku. Whis, what do you think? There are many capable fighters on Earth, and Frieza is still alive, Whis replied. You let Frieza go? Beerus responded in astonishment. Vegeta scoffed. It's all because of that fool Kakarot. Goku chuckled. With Frieza participating in this tournament, our chances of victory have increased, and Bu is formidable as well. So, that makes 4 participants. Conveniently, I also have a candidate in mind. Let us settle on that. Beerus nodded. Who is it, Lord Beerus? They must be exceptionally strong for you to consider them. May I challenge them? Goku asked eagerly. No, that fool Kampa may not know why he suddenly issued a challenge. But perhaps a powerful warrior has emerged in their universe. You all must utilize these 2 months to train diligently. Otherwise, I may have to destroy you, including Earth. Beerus warned. Understood. Vegeta, are you returning? Goku felt it would be best for Vegeta to train with him in the realm of destruction, as Frieza was likely still recovering from his injuries. After some contemplation, Vegeta decided it was best to return, saying, Yes, I will go back. When the time comes, I will bring Bu with me. Thus, Vegeta returned to Earth and informed Bu of the situation, but Bu showed little interest. Ultimately, Vegeta contacted Satan to relay the urgent circumstances, and Bu eventually agreed. By the time Vegeta reached Capsule Corporation, it was late. So he instructed Trunks and Goten to come for training the following morning. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, since mastering instant transmission, he had been traveling extensively, which instilled a sense of concern for his friends and family, prompting him to desire to mentor the younger generation. Of course, Vegeta was not aware of this realization. He merely felt it was unacceptable for a scion to be unable to fight. Early the next morning, Vegeta, Trunks, Goten, and Bulma gathered for breakfast. Vegeta revealed a startling piece of news: the impending contest between the 6th and 7th universes. It was the first time they had heard of the existence of other universes, and Vegeta mentioned that the 6th universe appeared to have scions as well, suggesting they could visit to observe. Dad, is it just you and Uncle Goku participating in the contest? Will the God of Destruction take part? Where will the competition be held? Trunks inquired, displaying his youthful curiosity. This tournament will feature 5 participants from each universe, and the God of Destruction will not compete. It will be Kakarot, Bu, Frieza, 1 from Beerus' side, and myself, 5 in total. I've heard the contest will occur in the chaotic realm of turbulence, Vegeta explained. Dad, are the scions over there very evil? Trunks asked inadvertently. Indeed, yes, Goten echoed, equally intrigued. Humph, we scions are merely combative. It seems today, I must impart to you both the methods of scion education, Vegeta replied, his expression nearly turning green with frustration. All right, Vegeta, don't frighten them, Bulma interjected, then added, since encountering the God of Destruction, our opponents have been from other universes. It is prudent to train the children, otherwise, it could be perilous. Bulma's perspective remained quite progressive, considering the broader implications. Vegeta nodded in agreement, leading the 2 youngsters to the training room to commence their regimen, while Bulma tidied the dining table before heading to work. The 2 children trained in the gravity chamber, and before long, they cried out in exhaustion. Vegeta, however, remained unsympathetic and resorted to the rigorous scion method of child rearing. imparting a stern lesson to the young ones. Humph, possessing immense energy within yet failing to train is a waste of talent. Vegeta admonished them sternly. He meticulously devised a specific training regimen for them, and ultimately elucidated the principles of spirit control, instructing them on combat techniques and sharing his experiences. Meanwhile, Goku was also training in the realm of the gods of destruction. Beerus and Whis had departed from their domain, with Beerus heading straight to Frieza's recovery location. Along the way, he encountered a passerby, Monaka, and invited him to accompany him to Frieza's location, all while Whis jested about Beerus not stumbling into a ditch. Upon arriving at the docking area of Frieza's spaceship, the two materialized in Frieza's healing chamber. Given that his body had been severed, the medical staff had exerted considerable effort to reattach him, and they were now in the final stages of the procedure. "Hey, who are you?" An alarm blared as the guards in the operating room recognized Beerus and Whis. With a mere wave of his hand, Beerus made everyone aboard the ship vanish, leaving only the unfortunate Frieza behind, who found himself utterly eliminated. Beerus gestured for Whis to restore Frieza's injuries. Subsequently, Frieza awakened, and Beerus urged him to participate in the tournament. Initially reluctant to join the Science, Frieza's demeanor shifted upon hearing Beerus mention the possibility of Science from Universe 6 emerging, prompting him to agree without hesitation. Nearly 2 months passed, during which Vegeta diligently trained alongside his children, particularly imparting the nuances of spirit control to them. In the process, he deepened his own understanding of the technique, mastering the Azure Aura with remarkable finesse, significantly alleviating the strain on his body. Chapter 28. The tournament begins. Vegeta felt that what he lacked was the consolidation of the Super Blue state. Its depths were truly unfathomable, leaving him with ample room for growth. As the tournament loomed, Vegeta brimmed with determination, convinced that even if Kakarot had trained in the God of Destruction's realm for 2 months, his own progress over the past month was far more substantial. The mastery of spirit control allowed his divine energy to flow more seamlessly. "Let us proceed to the God of Destruction's realm," Vegeta declared, leading Goten, Trunks, Bulma, and Buu directly to their destination. At that moment, Beerus and Whis were savoring tea while observing Goku practicing his punches, unperturbed by the impending contest between the 6th and 7th universes. In a flash, Vegeta and his entourage appeared in the God of Destruction's realm. "Hey Vegeta, you've arrived," Goku exclaimed upon spotting them. Vegeta nodded, while the others gazed in awe at the magnificent surroundings of the realm, their first encounter with it evoking excitement. "This is the God of Destruction's realm? It's truly spectacular," the two exuberant children exclaimed, with Buu curiously surveying his surroundings. "Vegeta, could you and Whis fetch Frieza?" Beerus requested. Whis nodded, saying, "Vegeta-san, we will need your instant transmission." Vegeta responded confidently, "No problem." With Whis's guidance, Vegeta instantly appeared on Planet Cold, where Frieza was in seclusion. Frieza harbored a deep-seated disdain for the two Scions, yet felt powerless against them. He contemplated how to torment the Scions from Universe 6 during the tournament, seeking to heal his wounded pride. In a flash, Vegeta and Whis materialized beside Frieza, who immediately glared at Vegeta with venomous hatred. "Oh, is that not the esteemed Lord Frieza, hiding in this grand palace to lick his wounds?" Vegeta taunted before Frieza could utter a word. Frieza's expression shifted, a flicker of rage crossing his features, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a facade of politeness, his tone as calm as a placid lake. "Vegeta-san, if you are willing, my palace could use an additional servant to serve tea." Frieza's smile was a veneer concealing his malice. Seeing the tension escalate between the two, Whis swiftly intervened. All right. Vegeta-san, Frieza-san, let us proceed to the God of Destruction's realm and not keep Lord Beerus waiting. Frieza-san, please place your hand upon my shoulder. Vegeta-san, let us be off." Vegeta harbored a hint of regret for having come to retrieve Frieza. Merely gazing upon this individual stirred a sense of nausea within him. Fortunately, he was not being held captive, and he hastened to depart, lest he succumb to the urge to vomit. In the next moment, the trio found themselves within the realm of the God of Destruction. Beerus rose, subtly signaling Whis, and upon Whis's arrival, Monaka trailed closely behind. For the past 2 months, Monaka had been residing in the God of Destruction's domain, yet he had been deliberately kept away from both Beerus and Goku. Beerus waved his hand, summoning everyone to gather near him. With all present, he declared, "Let us depart." Subsequently, the group boarded Whis's flying blanket, enveloped in an atmosphere both curious and peculiar. Vegeta glared at Frieza with evident displeasure, while Frieza's gaze was fixated on Goku, radiating animosity. Goku, in turn, eyed Monaka with excitement, and Monaka, overwhelmed by fear, stared at Beerus, who had just transformed an object into chocolate cookies while playing with two children, leaving Monaka utterly astonished. Before long, they entered the chaotic currents, and with a flourish of Whis' staff, a protective barrier enveloped them. The chaotic currents were lethal to all but the most powerful, compelling even Goku and Vegeta, in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, to tread carefully. Within the chaotic currents lay some planets, though predominantly asteroids. After approximately 2 minutes of travel, a planet emerged ahead, composed of an unknown material that had withstood the onslaught of the chaotic currents, albeit with many scratches revealing an orange surface. What is this? Super Dragon Balls? Vegeta immediately sensed the truth, exclaiming it aloud. He had encountered only one such planet possessing S-particle, that of the Super Dragon Balls. No wonder Zuno had only indicated 3 Super Dragon Balls, and Kappa had only located 6. It turned out one was concealed within the chaotic currents. It was no surprise that Kappa had been unable to find this Dragon Ball, as their journeys to other universes typically involved traversing spatial pathways created by angels, who would venture into the chaotic currents without cause. Super Dragon Balls? Vegeta, are you certain? Beerus inquired, astonished. Indeed, this is unmistakably a Super Dragon Ball. Only the Super Dragon Balls possess S-particle, Vegeta affirmed. Excellent. Whis, let us land on this planet and await Kappa and his entourage, Beerus instructed. Thus, the group awaited for over 10 minutes, until Kappa arrived with a multitude of followers. The planet had long been shielded by Whis' barrier, allowing everyone to feel completely at ease. Upon Kappa's arrival, Beerus gestured, prompting Whis and Beerus to act. The two angels promptly constructed a platform, which was completed in under a minute, adorned with the prominent faces of Kappa and Beerus on either side. Soon, the venue was fully prepared, and Kappa brought forth a referee to gather information on the competitors, who then proceeded to prepare for the drawing of lots. It seems your competitors lack considerable strength, Beerus, Kappa remarked, casting a glance at Monaka with a smile directed at Beerus. Beerus chose not to argue, patiently awaiting the commencement of the match. At this moment, Vegeta and his companions were observing the competitors from Universe 6. Leading the group was Hit, a tall figure with purple skin, dressed in an imposing leather coat, undeniably capturing the attention of the onlookers. Frieza's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, there were scions among the opponents, and not just one, but 2. One was shorter and slender, while the other shared a stature and build quite similar to Goku's. Frieza erupted in maniacal laughter, for aside from the purple individual, he was utterly confident that the others stood no chance against him, a testament to Frieza's unwavering self-assurance. Vegeta and his companions noticed Frieza's unusual demeanor and turned their attention to the 2 scions. The scions, in turn, were gazing at Goku and Vegeta, their tails evident behind them causing the 2 to furrow their brows. Subsequently, they waved to Goku and Vegeta, a gesture of greeting. Goku, less aloof than Vegeta, approached the Universe 6 resting area and exclaimed, "You are scions too, right? I am Son Goku from Universe 7. Seeing Goku's friendly demeanor, Vegeta also stepped forward to engage in casual conversation. "Greetings, I am Gabe, and this is our Scion King, Shirada." Gabe introduced his companions with a smile and extended his hand. Goku reciprocated the gesture, turning to Shirada in astonishment. "You are the king of the Scions from Universe 6? Vegeta here is also a prince." Goku pointed towards Vegeta, who exchanged a silent glance with King Shirada, both exhibiting a shared disposition of stoicism. Suddenly, Frieza approached, having been captivated by Frost, who was mingling with the group, and they began exchanging words, soon sharing a similar mirthful expression. Another member of Universe 6 was Batamo, a yellow bear-like creature. Chapter 29. The astonishment of King Shirada observing the silence between Vegeta and King Shirada. Gabe could not help but comment on their unspoken connection, remarking to Goku, "Prince Vegeta and our King Shirada bear a remarkable resemblance." He continued, "By the way, King Shirada was summoned here rather hastily by Lord Kampa. Are you unable to gather 5 individuals?" Goku inquired. "Not quite," Gabe replied. "King Shirada has been quite occupied and initially was not slated to participate in this tournament. However, during a training session led by Lord Kampa, Mr. Otemagita, having been reprimanded by Kampa, withdrew, prompting the urgent call for King Shirata. He was originally tasked with ensuring the safety of the Litai system, but upon Lord Kampa's direct summons, King Shirata could not decline and hastily arrived. Intending to return immediately after the tournament, Gabe gazed at King Shirata with admiration. Otamagita, the iron-clad individual, was indeed a fragile steel figure, easily rendered obsolete by mere reprimands. During Kampa's rigorous training sessions, he often unleashed his frustrations on these individuals, leading the emotionally fragile Otamagita to abandon his duties in frustration. This prompted Kampa to seek out King Shirata, promising future support for the Scion's peacekeeping endeavors, which ultimately led to King Shirata's agreement to participate. "You are indeed the benevolent side," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "I had assumed you were akin to the Scions of our universe, quite malevolent. Has Lord Kampa even provided you with special training?" "Not far off." Kampa overheard the mention of special training and bellowed, "Hey, the match has commenced. No more idle chatter." His face turned an alarming shade of green, knowing he would soon face Beerus's wrath for a lack of sportsmanship. As anticipated, Beerus roared in fury, "Kampa, how dare you provide special training to your universe's contestants?" He flew directly before Kampa, accusingly stating, "You are utterly shameless. Have you grown timid upon witnessing the strength of my universe?" Kampa, equally incensed, retorted, "You could train your own contestants as well." "Humph, there is no rule forbidding the training of fighters." In a fit of rage, Beerus contemplated engaging Kampa in a battle to the death. Just then, the sound of a bell rang out, followed by the announcer's voice requesting representatives from each universe to come forth for the draw of lots. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Kampa, declaring, "We shall settle this later." Yet, he retained confidence in Goku and Vegeta's prowess. The rules for the draw dictated that each participant would enter the arena according to the number they picked. Goku drew number 1, Vegeta number 2, Frieza number 3, Bu number 4, and Monaka number 5. From the 6th universe, Batamo was first to enter, followed by Frost, Kaba, Caulifla, and Hit. Goku was exhilarated at the prospect of being the first to face off against formidable opponents from other universes, hoping they would not disappoint him. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Batamo from the 6th universe and Son Goku from the 7th universe to the stage. Let us anticipate the thrilling contest that awaits us," the announcer proclaimed. Microphone in hand, standing at the foot of the arena, Goku leaped onto the stage, while Batamo ambled up, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Without a word, Batamo charged at Goku with surprising agility for his massive size. Goku, taken aback, swiftly dodged and exclaimed, "Hey, you could at least announce your intention to fight. How impolite of you." Goku frowned at the large bear-like creature. Batamo smirked dismissively and continued his relentless assault, momentarily overwhelming Goku. As Batamo unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, Goku managed to evade with remarkable speed, reappearing on the opposite side of the ring. "Unexpectedly, you are quite agile for your size. After such a prolonged assault." "It is my turn now," Goku declared, appearing before Batamo in an instant, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Batamo's face. The bear let out a pained cry, staggering backward and clutching his face. Goku, however, had no intention of halting his onslaught. He swiftly maneuvered behind Batamo, landing a devastating blow to the back of the bear's head, sending him crashing into the arena floor. Goku attempted to lift Batamo to toss him out of the ring, but Batamo managed to grasp Goku's tail, thwarting his plan. In response, Goku delivered a punch to Batamo's abdomen, causing the bear to collapse to the ground in agony. "How can this Scion be so formidable?" Kampa exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Beerus elucidated, "The power within this Scion appears to be extraordinarily potent, precisely as we anticipated. Poor Batamo is indeed unfortunate to encounter him. Thankfully, I had instructed Hit and the others to train for a while. I reckon this fellow's strength is roughly on par with Kaba's, even inferior to Frost's." Kampa realized that Batamo was destined to lose without a doubt. Witnessing Batamo clutching his abdomen and crouching down in agony, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, sending Batamo tumbling off the stage. "Mr. Goku from Universe 7 triumphs," the referee declared. "Daddy, Uncle, you're amazing," exclaimed Goten, while Trunks cheered enthusiastically. Goku scratched his nose, glancing at the next contender, who was Frost from Universe 6. At that moment, Frost, having undergone training under Kampa, had attained his final form. He leaped onto the stage and courteously greeted Goku, expressing admiration for the Scions, whom he regarded as noble heroes of justice. Goku reciprocated, explaining that the scions of his universe were not quite like those of Universe 6. Wishing they could likewise vanquish evil, the two then assumed fighting stances. Sensing each other's formidable aura, Goku understood that confronting Frost in his normal state would prove difficult. Thus, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frost was taken aback as he witnessed Goku enveloped in golden energy, his hair and eyes altered in hue. "What? Aren't you supposed to transform into a great ape?" he inquired, bewildered. Goku clarified, "We no longer need to transform into great apes. We are now Super Saiyans." "What?" Kappa, Kaba, and King Salad exclaimed in disbelief. "Can someone explain what is happening?" Kappa stuttered, slightly panicked, as this exceeded their predictions. The Super Saiyan is a legendary form among our Saiyan race, a supreme state for maintaining world peace, which has not manifested for tens of thousands of years. King Salad finally spoke up, utterly astonished by the sight of a Super Saiyan for the first time, his heart brimming with awe and excitement. "What? The legendary Super Saiyan has emerged in Universe 7. Kappa growled, feeling indignant that it manifested in Beerus's universe before his own. Chapter 30. Frost's Devious Scheme. Curse you, Frost. Eliminate the Super Saiyan. Kappa shouted. Frost, shaken from his astonishment, regained his composure, clearly aware of the Super Saiyan legend. Unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, Goku charged at Frost, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Frost struggled to defend himself, as Goku's immense strength nearly left his arms numb. While Goku relentlessly attacked, Frost seemed flustered, yet his energy remained steady. Sensing that Frost was perhaps holding back, Goku remarked, "You must possess more power than this. If you don't unleash it soon, I might just send you packing." Having spoken, Wukong came to a halt, and Frost, with a gentlemanly smile, remarked, "I fear that unleashing my full power may lead to my own loss of control. It would be unfortunate if I inadvertently harmed you." A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Frost's eyes. "Unleash your full strength. I yearn for it," Wukong eagerly urged. "Very well, as you wish," Frost replied. Commencing to unleash his aura, his form gradually expanding until he matched Wukong's stature, his muscles defined and brimming with power. With a sharp exclamation, a chilling voice emanated from the Ice Demon clan, and Frost soared towards Wukong like a rocket, leaving a massive scar upon the arena floor in his wake. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, sending forth tremendous ripples through the space around them, enveloped in a golden aura. Wukong let out a fierce roar as Frost ascended into the sky, delivering a crushing leg strike. Wukong raised his arms to block, then propelled himself upward, allowing Frost to perform a somersault in midair, landing a whip kick squarely upon Wukong, who staggered back several steps. "Such remarkable strength," Wukong remarked, admiring Frost. At that moment, Wukong held Frost in high esteem. This version of Frost was clearly not on par with the Frieza of yesteryears. Despite both wielding 100% of their energy, Frost evidently surpassed Frieza by countless measures. Having trained alongside the god of destruction, Wukong had made tremendous strides, no longer the same Super Saiyan he once was. Combined with the significant enhancement of his base power, Frost's ability to hold his ground against Wukong was a testament to his prowess. Excitedly, Wukong charged at Frost again, and their battle resumed. It was evident that Wukong's energy was on the rise, while Frost's offensive began to wane, slowly retreating into a defensive posture. Aware that continuing in this manner would ultimately lead to his defeat, Frost's expression darkened. Seizing the moment as Wukong blocked his punch with an open palm, Frost discreetly launched a slender, poisonous needle from his arm, striking Wukong, who was clearly unaware and fell victim to the attack. The gods of destruction and angels present immediately recognized the event. With their power, failing to notice such an act would render their divinity questionable. As was prepared to speak, Beerus interjected, "Let us observe for now. Should it be an artificially crafted poison needle, I shall eliminate him immediately. However, if it is a natural toxin inherent to his body, then Wukong must bear the blame for his own negligence. This fellow truly lacks sense." Whis nodded, recalling that during the formulation of rules, the use of weapons and toxins had been discussed. However, combat is combat. If one were barred from using weapons and relegated to mere hand-to-hand combat, how does that align with Vegeta's assertion regarding civilizations of intellect? Weapons are indeed part of one's strength, and some races naturally rely on poison and stealth for survival. Can one truly claim they are not formidable? Thus, the unified decree was established, No artificial toxins or concocted drugs may be employed, as it would detract from the honor of battle. Indeed, just as Wukong had not yet fully indulged in the fight, he suddenly reverted to his base form, completely drained of energy, and was promptly sent flying by Frost. I concede. Frost feigned humility, uttering the words with insincerity. As the referee prepared to speak, Weiss's voice interjected, urging a check. Bardos observed the situation and, realizing escape was futile, flew over, secretly hoping that Frost truly possessed venomous needles. After a thorough examination by Weiss and Bardos, they indeed uncovered a slender poisoned needle embedded in Goku's hand. This needle was remarkably minute, crafted with advanced technology, rendering it nearly undetectable to the average person. The two angels conferred and determined that Frost was at fault, allowing Goku to retain his qualification and continue the battle. The sudden turn of events left Frost in a state of panic. He had employed a needle so minuscule that even ultra-high technology could not detect it. How could it have been discovered? Frost realized that his cleverness was but a jest in the presence of such formidable opponents. Zeno, is this all your universe has to offer? Shouldn't I be given an explanation? Bills arose, his expression impassive, fixing his gaze on Frost. Zeno's face flushed with rage, ready to eliminate Frost. Just then, Goku spoke up. Lord Bills, Lord Zeno, may I finish this contest with Frost? Although he resorted to underhanded tactics, I must admit my own carelessness. If Frost indeed harbors poison within him, it would spell disaster for me. Seeing Goku's foolishness, Bills felt a tinge of embarrassment. He could have simply eradicated Frost due to this incident, yet Goku's reckless words undermined his authority over Zeno. Frost, sensing the shift, pleaded, Yes, Lord Zeno. Please spare me. I haven't used poison, only a substance that temporarily incapacitates. Grant me another chance. Bardos nodded and addressed Zeno, Mr. Frost has cultivated a commendable image in the sixth universe. Executing him without due consideration would have repercussions. Zeno pondered for a moment before responding, Very well, Frost. Should you fail to win this match, I will not show you mercy. Although Frost felt his life had been temporarily spared, he understood that he could not best the scion before him. The legends were indeed true. Super Scions were mythical beings. Regardless, he resolved to take a risk. I initially thought you were a paragon of virtue, unlike our universe's Frieza, yet you proved to be even less worthy. In that case, I shall show no mercy. Goku, surging with energy, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a powerful energy wave forcing Frost to bow his head. In an instant, Frost felt as if struck by a celestial body, losing consciousness as his body was propelled thousands of meters away before finally coming to a halt. What? How has he grown stronger again? Zeno exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing Zeno's voice, Goku took the opportunity to enlighten him. Lord Zeno, this is Super Saiyan 2. What is that? Not only Zeno but also the Scions of the sixth universe were left in awe. Vegeta scowled, watching Kakarot's ostentation with displeasure. Chapter 31. Goku and the Scions of the sixth universe. With a wave of Weiss's hand, the arena's pockmarked surface returned to its pristine state. Standing upon the arena, Wukong awaited the entrance of the next contestant from Universe 6. Campo wore a grim expression. The two remaining Scions on his side were certainly no match for that formidable opponent. Despite having trained them and taught them a technique capable of severing a Scion's tail to prevent their transformation into a great ape, it now seemed utterly futile. The strength of the opposing Scion surpassed all expectations, but a flicker of hope arose as Campo recalled Hit. As the spotlight shifted, the contestant from Universe 6, Cab, made his entrance. The referee's voice rang out, and Cab stepped onto the stage. I know I am not your match, but I will fight with all my might. Please be gentle with me, he said, gazing at the golden-haired, azure-eyed Wukong. Very well, let me witness the prowess of a Scion from Universe 6. Wukong replied with a smile, holding great respect for the Scions of that universe. With a spirited shout, Cab lunged at Wukong, who effortlessly blocked the attack. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wukong inquired, astonished. I cannot. I have only heard tales of the Super Saiyan transformation. Yet I am unable to achieve it, Cab confessed, lowering his gaze. Ah, so that is why you were so surprised earlier, Wukong remarked, scratching his head. He then continued. It seems your power has already surpassed the prerequisites for becoming a Super Saiyan. You simply have not discovered the method. The key to transformation lies in rage. Rage so intense that it clouds your reason. This unleashes immense power, breaking the shackles within, allowing one to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, Wukong reverted to his base form. How about this? After our match, come find me, and I shall teach you the art of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He assumed a combat stance. Upon hearing Wukong's offer to teach him the Super Saiyan transformation, Cab nodded eagerly. All right, let us complete this match. With a fist salute. Cab also adopted a fighting posture. In a flash, he appeared behind Wukong, delivering a swift knife hand strike aimed at him. Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, slightly sidestepping and raising his right arm to deflect the blow. Unfazed, Cab performed a swift roll, reappearing in front of Wukong to execute a sweeping kick aimed at his lower body. Caught off guard, Wukong stumbled, and, just as he was about to fall, Cab unleashed a flurry of punches to Wukong's abdomen, bringing him crashing to the ground. Groaning in pain, Wukong waved his hand, forcing Cab back. As he rose, he noticed Cab had already gathered an energy wave and was launching it toward him. Crossing his arms, Wukong braced himself against Cab's energy wave, retreating steadily. Just as he neared the edge of the arena, he caught a glimpse behind him and, with a mighty shout, propelled Cab's energy wave skyward. The moment he deflected the wave, Cab charged at him, enveloped in a powerful aura, clearly channeling all his strength into this strike, with the energy wave merely a ruse. Come at me, Wukong bellowed. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Wukong unleashed a powerful strike, colliding his fists, one larger than the other, against his opponents. Their energies clashed in a tumultuous roar as they exerted themselves to the utmost, eager to determine supremacy. Neither chose to relent. Instead, their ferocious auras resulted in a tremendous explosion that left a gaping hole in the arena. Eventually, they separated and leaped away, with Gabe, gasping for breath, gazing at Wukong. He clasped his fists together and acknowledged, "Mr. Wukong, you have triumphed." Gabe conceded defeat, realizing he could not even overcome Wukong in his normal state. One could only imagine the overwhelming strength of Wukong in his Super Saiyan forms, particularly Super Saiyan 2. Thus, feeling utterly spent, Gabe admitted his defeat. In a certain sense, "We have reached a draw," Wukong remarked, indulging in polite banter. The referee swiftly declared, with Gabe conceding, "Mr. Wukong of Universe 7 is the victor of this round." "Well done, Wukong. Now crush Universe 6. Beerus exclaimed, delighted. "Let us continue," Wukong replied, brimming with fighting spirit. Next, the representative from Universe 6, King Shirata, made his entrance. The referee gestured, microphone in hand, towards Universe 6's direction. King Shirata ascended to the arena. Wukong observed him closely. Unlike the slender Saiyan image typical of Universe 6, Shirata bore a striking resemblance to Wukong in stature and build, with a hairstyle reminiscent of Broly's, a robust physique, and a distinguished mustache that exuded authority. Rather than immediately engaging in battle, King Shirata inquired, "Might you share some insights about the Saiyans of your universe? How did your Super Saiyans come into existence?" Clearly, the emergence of Super Saiyans stirred a tempest within Shirata. Despite his outward resemblance to the proud and aloof Vegeta, his heart brimmed with kindness and a profound love for the Saiyan race. Wukong, recognizing Shirata as the Saiyan King and a good-hearted individual, found it challenging to speak about his own Saiyans. He replied, "To be honest, I am not quite well-versed in my universe's Saiyans. However, I have heard they were not the most virtuous. Decades ago, they were decimated by Frieza, leaving only myself, Vegeta, and a handful of survivors. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, I stumbled upon it inadvertently and managed to defeat Frieza." "You fought Gabe fairly. I can see you are a noble Saiyan," Shirata remarked. His curiosity piqued. The surviving Saiyans no longer harbor such heinous deeds. "Even Vegeta has transformed into a good person," Wukong cheerfully replied. "Silence, Kakarot. If you wish to battle, refrain from prattling. Otherwise, forfeit and let me take your place." Vegeta interrupted from the sidelines, irked by Kakarot's incessant chatter. Noting Vegeta's interjection, Shirata chose to refrain from further commentary, adopting a fighting stance as he declared, "In that case, allow me to witness the might of a Super Saiyan." His eagerness to engage a Super Saiyan was palpable. Wukong did not immediately transform into a Super Saiyan. He contemplated engaging in a fair battle with his opponent. "Come forth. Allow me to witness your prowess." King Shirata charged forward, and from the aura he emanated, it was evident that his strength far surpassed that of Gabe. Wukong bellowed, "Excellent. Let us clash. Unleashing his full energy as he surged ahead. The two soon found themselves in a fierce confrontation on the arena, their movements rapid and fluid. King Shirata, evidently a seasoned combatant, struck Wukong with a punch that was deftly parried, only for him to swiftly alter his attack and send Wukong hurtling away. Chapter 32, Hit vs. Wukong. In a blink, King Shirata reappeared in Wukong's trajectory, delivering a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes to Wukong's midsection, inflicting considerable damage. Ultimately, a powerful blow sent Wukong crashing beneath the arena floor. When Wukong emerged from the depths of the platform, it was clear he bore several injuries, with a trickle of blood gracing his lip. King Shirata, you are truly formidable. I never anticipated that a scion in their base form could reach such heights. I am eager to learn about your training regimen. It is merely a matter of a few additional years, Shirata replied knowingly, recognizing that Wukong was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, King Shirata was a few years Wukong's senior, prompting Wukong to adopt a serious demeanor as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. I apologize, King Shirata, but I must conclude this battle. Wait. You previously mentioned that transforming into a Super Saiyan is fueled by rage, yet I do not sense any anger within you, Shirata inquired. Indeed, my initial transformation nearly drove me to madness. However, with diligent training, one can master this power and transcend it, Wukong replied candidly. Very well. One last question. Is Super Saiyan 2 the pinnacle of that transformation? Shirata pondered, recalling his own experience with the Super Saiyan 2 form. No. There exists Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. Beyond Super Saiyan 3, there are further transformations, Wukong said with a mysterious smile before, in an instant. He appeared behind King Shirata and delivered a kick that sent him sprawling out of the arena. What? This fellow possesses multiple transformations. Kampa's face contorted in disbelief. Had he known this, he would have refrained from challenging the seventh universe. He instinctively glanced at Hit, hoping he could withstand the onslaught, as their side still had 5 fighters left, and the situation was growing dire. The seventh universe's son Wukong emerges victorious, the referee declared. Ha ha ha, splendid work, Wukong. Kampa, why do you not concede? One of our warriors could easily dispatch your entire team. Who was it that claimed our seventh universe was weak? Beerus grinned widely, relishing the glory of training Wukong and his comrades, which had enhanced his own reputation immensely. Kampa's face flushed with rage as he roared, Hit. Bring them all to their knees. At that moment, Hit finally opened his eyes and rose slowly to his feet. As Hit entered the arena, Wukong and the entirety of the seventh universe focused intently, sensing that the main event was about to unfold. Now, let us welcome the sixth universe's contestant, Hit, the referee announced. As Hit ascended the stage with a measured grace, Goku stood before him, akin to a warrior confronting a formidable adversary, his expression grave and solemn. This Hit emanated an inexplicable aura of oppression, his hidden power vast and terrifying. Goku understood that if he did not summon his true strength at this moment, he risked being annihilated in an instant. Upon stepping onto the stage, Hit transformed into his Super Red form, causing Goku's pupils to constrict with the divine essence that radiated from him. What? This is the essence of a god. A mere scion can wield such divine power? Kampa was left in stunned disbelief. Observing Kampa's dismay, Beerus erupted into laughter, proclaiming, Do you think I engage with these scions for no reason? They are the legendary Super Saiyan gods. Kampa, your universe is doomed. You might as well concede. Huh? Kampa, filled with indignation, retorted loudly, Do not revel too soon. Beerus. Hit is our universe's foremost assassin. After my training in the ancient god space, his strength far surpasses that of this fellow. What? The ancient god space? Kampa, do you have no shame? Beerus swiftly ascended above the barrier, with Kampa following suit. The two faced off, their foreheads nearly touching, their gazes locked in a fierce glare, the aura of destruction enveloping them both. With a hum, Whis and Beerus's staff intervened, dissipating their fury. Now, let us proceed with the match, my lords. At that moment, after a tense standoff, Goku could no longer contain himself and charged forward. The instant his fist connected with Hit, Goku was sent hurtling backward, utilizing his time-skipping technique. Hit maintained his prior stance while Goku's face met the impact of a devastating blow. Goku felt as though his nose might shatter. This left Goku in disbelief. He had not even perceived how Hit had struck, nor had he seen him move. This assault occurred even when Goku had not underestimated his opponent and transformed into Super Red. Goku recognized that Hit's prowess was leagues above the previous contestants. What is this? Whis, it seems he has the ability to manipulate time. Beerus inquired solemnly. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It appears he can alter the flow of time within a small vicinity around him, seemingly slowing it down. However, to onlookers, while they interact with the surrounding space, they remain unaware of the change in the temporal flow. In this slowed time, he can accomplish numerous feats. His manipulation of time does not affect others, which is why he is permitted to wield such power, was elucidated. Wukong wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and the nose, rising once more with a steely gaze. A surge of azure light enveloped him, radiating an ultra-blue aura that swept across the entire planet. The overwhelming pressure rendered the competitors from the sixth universe incapable of lifting their heads. Your name is Hit, isn't it? You are indeed formidable. Although I'm uncertain how you struck me, I suspect there is something surrounding your body that attacks anyone who approaches, Wukong observed confidently, fixing his gaze on Hit. Hit maintained a stoic expression, and the ultra-blue Wukong remained vigilant. As he charged forward, he unleashed a wave of energy before instantaneously teleporting behind Hit, delivering a devastating blow from above. This strike connected, and Hit was undoubtedly gravely injured. However, Hit's time-skipping technique was not to be underestimated, and Wukong had misjudged the situation. It was not merely an invisible object, but rather a domain influenced by the power of time. As Wukong's energy wave approached, Hit reacted swiftly, tilting his head, shifting his body, and crouching down, narrowly evading the attack. At that moment, he sensed something above him. Looking up, he was startled to find Wukong hovering right above. Unable to counterattack without risking a retaliatory energy blast, Hit chose to evade. To Wukong's eyes, it appeared as though Hit had vanished in an instant, only to reappear on the other side. Chapter 33, Instant Defeat of Hit. Although Wukong noticed Hit's reappearance, he was certain this was not a teleportation technique. He felt the flow of energy, affirming that Hit had physically moved, yet he could not see how. This revelation indicated that Hit possessed a remarkable ability. It was not merely an unseen object surrounding him, for if that were the case, Wukong's energy wave would have been obstructed at that location rather than passing through unimpeded. Quickly, remove this individual, or he will transform again, the frantic Compa roared, having been numbed by Wukong's transformations, finding it tiresome with the constant shifts between yellow, red, and now blue. Would green follow? Hit recognized that Wukong's absolute strength surpassed his own. Seizing the advantage of his ability to remain undetected, Hit aimed to defeat his opponent. As a trained assassin, he struck with full force, closing the distance to Wukong in an instant. Wukong, preparing to defend, found himself struck in multiple vital areas with tremendous force, nearly blurring his consciousness. At this moment, Hit, having undergone rigorous training under Compa, had reached the pinnacle of his true power as depicted in the original narrative's latter stages. His physical form remained intact, allowing his attack to overwhelm Wukong, who, under normal circumstances, would have withstood such blows due to his formidable ultra-blue defense. Wukong swiftly retreated to a safe distance, gasping for breath while frantically wiping away the blood that continued to flow from his mouth, his body racked with excruciating pain. Dad, what happened? What did that person do? Goten and Trunks were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events, only recognizing that Goku had inexplicably sustained injuries without his opponent even striking a blow. Bulma, having not witnessed the match clearly, noticed Goku vomiting blood after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and promptly nudged Vegeta, inquiring about what had transpired. Vegeta explained, "It appears that the opponent possesses a mysterious power that enables him to accelerate to astonishing speeds in an instant. Even I couldn't discern his movements." Kakarot was struck multiple times without realizing it. At this moment, Whis elaborated, Hit possesses the ability to accelerate within a small area around him, which left Mr. Goku unable to react. What? There exist individuals who can manipulate time? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Umph, I could eliminate this fellow with a single move, Frieza retorted defiantly, asserting his confidence in swiftly dispatching Hit. While Frieza's technique could indeed threaten Hit, it remained uncertain whether Hit would fall victim to it. And the source of Frieza's confidence was a mystery. Surrender now, continue fighting, and you will perish, Hit's icy voice resonated. As a lethal assassin, he acknowledged that, had this been a fight to the death, Goku would have already met his demise. The rules prevented him from killing, thus he had shown mercy. However, Goku remained oblivious to this leniency, clearly unwilling to concede. Taking a deep breath, Goku resolutely declared, "I will not give up." A fervent fighting spirit ignited within him. The blue aura enveloping him dissipated as he forcefully contained the Super Saiyan blue energy within, indicating that his body was still unprepared to endure it. Trembling, Goku realized that his time was limited, and he resolved to confront his opponent decisively. With a fierce roar, Goku charged forward, seemingly prepared to risk everything. Yet, in truth, he had also readied his defense as he approached Hit, a feigned attack. Indeed, Hit fell for the ruse, while one of Goku's punches landed. The other was firmly grasped by Goku, rendering Hit unable to withdraw. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed his full power in a Kamehameha wave, unleashing a massive force that struck Hit directly, shattering the barriers set by the two angels. Little did Goku know, Hit possessed a protective shield, though it shattered instantly. It absorbed a significant amount of damage, leaving Hit injured and his cloak tattered. After a fit of violent coughing, Hit noticed Goku had collapsed to the ground. He thought to himself, relieved that had Goku pressed further, he would have surely faltered. The contestant from Universe 6, Hit, is the victor, the referee declared. "Well done, Hit. You finally brought him down. Can you withstand any more?" Kampa felt a mix of elation and concern. He rejoiced at having defeated Goku, but worried about the remaining four opponents. Observing the expressions of the other contestants from Universe 7, Hit noted their lack of reaction. Two were with their arms crossed watching him, one was counting fingers, and another stared blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. This left Hit feeling uncertain, as Kampa remained silent in response. As Bardoss responded to Kampa, it appeared that Hit had sustained considerable injuries. If the next Saiyan was equally formidable, our chances of victory seemed bleak. Now, let us welcome the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta. Vegeta leaped onto the arena. Having observed the battle for quite some time, yet failing to devise an effective strategy against Hit. After all, only in the heat of battle can one truly comprehend an opponent's techniques and how to counter them. Watching from the sidelines offered little clarity, merely a sense of bewilderment. Vegeta transformed into Super Blue, opting not to forcefully employ the locked blue transformation as Goku had, even though he was capable of it. He knew he would not perform any better than Kakarot in the upcoming confrontation. Indeed, this adversary also possessed that transformation. While Hit maintained a stoic demeanor, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by the Saiyan named Goku, whose Super Blue form exhibited remarkable power, undoubtedly surpassing his own. He suspected that the individual before him was similarly formidable. At that moment, Kampa was fervently praying that this Saiyan was not as strong as the previous one. Once they took their positions for battle, neither made a hasty move, granting Vegeta a valuable opportunity to contemplate his tactics. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, Vegeta executed an accelerated instant transmission, appearing behind Hit before he could react. With a swift punch aimed at Hit, the seasoned assassin sensed an imminent danger. Instinctively, he employed his time skip ability. As Vegeta's fist neared, he felt time slow, allowing him to see the punch destined for his face. Hit noticed the opponent's other hand poised to unleash a ki blast, yet he felt reassured, realizing that Vegeta lacked advantageous techniques. However, just as he evaded Vegeta's punch, the Saiyan's explosive attack unfolded at normal speed within his time domain. The impact reverberated through the arena, sending Hit crashing into a massive crater, unconscious. It turned out that Vegeta had utilized the Spirito acceleration technique to catch Hit off guard, and compounded by Hit's pre-existing injuries. This assault proved too much for him to withstand. A profound silence enveloped the arena, even Vegeta surprised by the outcome. Chapter 34, The Saiyan's Sense of Responsibility. Vegeta was taken aback. His experimental use of the Spirito acceleration technique had unexpectedly led to Hit's defeat. Could it be that the acceleration technique could bypass an opponent's control over time? Mr. Vegeta from Universe 7 emerges victorious. Congratulations to Universe 7 for winning this battle against Universe 6, the referee announced exuberantly. Father won. Well done, Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed, leaping with joy. Excellent work. Beerus praised with applause. Humph, what a waste of a trip, Frieza grumbled, visibly displeased. With a loud crack, Kampa crushed the brick beneath him, his face flushed with anger. Bardoss, give them the Dragon Balls, Kampa gritted through his teeth. Beerus flew over, laughing heartily. So Kampa, how does it feel to see the elite of your universe defeated by two Saiyans from mine? What a delight. Who claimed that my Universe 7 was weak? Do not be so arrogant, Beerus. This time, it was merely your luck. I know those scions must have been trained by you long ago. Just wait, next time. I shall make your universe's contestants unable to lift their heads in shame, Kampa retorted fiercely. Beerus, still chuckling, replied, how can the inhabitants of your universe possibly compare to those of mine? No matter how you train them, the outcome remains unchanged. My universe has triumphed. And it shall again. Kampa's anger flared even more at Beerus's words, and just as he was about to respond, Whis intervened. Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus, look over there. Whis said, flying in to halt their escalating argument, his gaze directed towards another area. Both gods of destruction followed Whis's gaze, nearly losing their composure at the sight of the Omni King floating between two attendants. Lord Omni King. The expressions of the two gods shifted dramatically as they scrambled to the vicinity of the Omni King, kneeling in fear. Welcome, Your Majesty. We did not see you arrive. We humbly request your forgiveness. The two angels also knelt on one knee, acknowledging the presence of the Omni King. The Omni King, displaying little emotion, spoke, originally. The Grand Minister informed me that the gods of destruction of the 6th and 7th universes were holding a tournament between the two universes without permission. I thought to have the Grand Minister notify you to cancel the event, but then I realized it might be quite interesting. This seems to be the first tournament between two universes. Thus, I have come personally to observe, and indeed, it is quite entertaining. I have decided to host a tournament for all universes next time, and I shall have the Grand Minister inform you then. Yes, we understand, Your Majesty. The two gods of destruction nodded vigorously. Really? That sounds delightful. Please proceed. Goku exclaimed, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. This startled both gods of destruction immensely. And Beerus admonished loudly, silence. Goku, how dare you speak to the Omni King in such a manner? However, the Omni King remained unconcerned, responding, I remember you. You fought for quite a while. You were quite amusing. It shall be arranged soon. Goku, overjoyed, immediately reached out to shake the Omni King's hand, exclaiming, so it's settled then. This caused quite a stir among the onlookers. Beerus and Kampa remained kneeling, too fearful to rise or even breathe, while the Omni King's attendants glared at Goku with murderous intent. Yet, the Omni King simply smiled and shook Goku's hand, which relieved the crowd, suggesting that the Omni King's mood was favorable. What is your name? The Omni King inquired. My name is Son Goku, Goku replied, grinning as he released the handshake. Very well, I shall remember you. Until we meet again, the Omni King waved, ignoring everyone else as he vanished with his two attendants. Goku waved back, and as the Omni King completely disappeared, a heavy thump landed on Goku's head, causing him to exclaim, ouch! Wukong cried out in pain, Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Do you not understand that the Omni King stands at the pinnacle of the 12 universes? If the Omni King wishes, this universe could vanish, along with all beings and everything within it. Beerus bellowed, simultaneously imparting wisdom to Wukong. If your previous actions have angered the Omni King, not only will my 7th universe suffer, but the 6th universe may also share in the calamity. You fool. Beerus's voice resonated with fury. Wukong, though recognizing the Omni King's stature, felt no fear, as it appeared to him that there was nothing to be concerned about. He smiled at Beerus, saying, I believe the Omni King is not as fearsome as you portray, at least he seems rather amiable. Beerus, however, was not in the mood for levity, and with a grave demeanor, warned Wukong, let me enlighten you. Once, there existed 18 universes in this world, but 6 were obliterated by the mere thought of the Omni King due to their transgressions. Henceforth, maintain a sense of reverence towards the Omni King and refrain from any entanglements with him, lest your actions lead to the demise of the entire universe alongside you. Wukong, taken aback by Beerus's seriousness, promptly assured him, eliciting a nod of approval from Beerus. Just then, Gabe and King Shirata approached. While Beerus and Kampa engaged in a discussion regarding the Omni King's intentions, drifting away with the two angels, distancing themselves from the crowd. Wukong greeted King Shirata and Gabe, who congratulated him. Congratulations on winning this competition. Wukong smiled, responding, I never anticipated that Hit would be so formidable. I was no match for him this time. I will strive to train harder for our next encounter. Wukong always exuded an aura of spirited determination and unwavering confidence. By the way, let us seek out Vegeta, he declared, heading in Vegeta's direction. Gabe and King Shirata, aware that Vegeta is the prince of the Scion race from the 7th universe, greeted him as well. Gabe spoke directly, while King Sharada exchanged a nod with Vegeta first. Noticing this, Vegeta nodded in return and remarked, "Do you scions from your universe still reside on Sharada Star?" It was not Gabe who replied, but King Sharada, who stated, "Indeed, we dwell on Sharada Star. I am Sharada the 96th. I am Vegeta the 4th. Vegeta introduced himself. "Is planet Vegeta the new world you inhabit?" King Sharada inquired. "No, it has been destroyed. Our Sharada Star was obliterated due to internal strife, and later we relocated to planet Vegeta, which was annihilated by Frieza during my father's generation. May I inquire how many scions remain?" "Only 8. Does King Vegeta have intentions of reviving the scion race?" "I am willing to arrange marriages between the female scions of my universe and those of the 7th universe to aid in the rebirth of the scion lineage." King Sharada's proposal was astonishing. Chapter 35. The Unsettled Vegeta. A single utterance from King Salad startled Vegeta and his companions, leaving them momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Bulma interjected fiercely, "Listen, Vegeta, I warn you, regardless of your intentions to resurrect the scions, you are forbidden to seek out other scion women." With her hands firmly placed on her hips, it was evident that while she did not oppose Vegeta's aspiration to restore their race, she was adamantly against him spreading his lineage indiscriminately. "Vegeta, is this your consort?" King Salad inquired. Yes," Vegeta responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. "Indeed, I am Vegeta's wife, and this is our child," Bulma beamed, gesturing towards Trunks. "Hey, Vegeta, if you wish to revive the scions, why not simply use the Dragon Balls to bring them back?" Goku asked, perplexed. "No, thank you. The previous generation of scions committed too many atrocities. Their demise was well-deserved. I have no desire to see such scions reappear in the universe," Vegeta replied resolutely. "Haha, it seems Vegeta has now become a warrior dedicated to peace," Goku praised. "Silence. Kakarot," Vegeta seethed, wishing to silence Goku's incessant chatter. "King Vegeta, you seem quite different from the scions of the past. With warriors like you, who possess a sense of justice, the scions of the 7th universe could undoubtedly become harbingers of peace throughout the cosmos. Do you not yearn to restore the glory of the scions?" King Salad's words revealed his pride in their heritage, and he clearly did not wish to see the 7th universe's scions face extinction. Upon hearing King Salad's remarks, Vegeta visibly trembled. Deep down, he harbored a desire to restore the scion race, yet he grappled with the weight of their past sins. Salad's words plunged him into contemplation. Could the scions he led live for themselves and no longer be regarded as the villains of the cosmos? While he had made a home on Earth, gradually adopting its ways, he often took pride in being a scion. But what pride could one have in a race that had perished? After a moment of silence, Vegeta spoke. "Thank you for your kind words, King Salad. I shall give this matter due consideration, and I will seek you out in due course." "King Vegeta, there is no need for such internal conflict. I merely wish to broach the subject. I have come to seek your wisdom on how to attain Super Saiyan status. It is rather embarrassing, but in our universe, the legend of the Super Saiyan has never borne fruit. We must master this form to uphold the pride of the scions and foster peace among the myriad galaxies." King Salad humbly set aside his regal demeanor, approaching Vegeta with a sincere heart. He performed a respectful gesture typical of scion courtesy. Gabe observed King Salad with immense admiration, recognizing him as a true pride of the scion lineage, and he too offered a gesture of respect. Wukong, perplexed by the meaning of this etiquette, spoke up. "It's quite all right, King Salad and Gabe. Since I have promised you, I shall teach you, though I am uncertain if time will suffice." Vegeta, observing the two, felt a profound stirring within himself, reminiscing about his childhood in the scion world. Without uttering a word, he approached them, assisting them to their feet, gazing into their eyes, and declared, "I will teach you how to become Super Saiyans." Thereafter, Vegeta guided King Salad and Gabe as they soared to the far side of the planet. Wukong, witnessing this, shouted, "Wait for me, Vegeta," and followed closely behind. Trunks, noticing his father's unusual behavior, inquired of Bulma, "Mom, what is happening with Dad? This seems quite unlike his proud self." Bulma replied, "They are fellow scions, and he appears to be a king among them. Your father, as the Prince of Scions, might be experiencing some resonance." Trunks gazed, somewhat perplexed, in the direction the others had departed. At that moment, Kampa appeared nearby, and both Beerus and Kampa noted the absence of several individuals from their universe, questioning their whereabouts. Frieza, with an elegant bow, responded, Those scions have been whispering among themselves. I suspect they intend to establish a connection between the scions of the two universes. I believe I overheard them addressing Vegeta as King Vegeta, and he mentioned traveling to Universe 6. Subsequently, they flew to the other side of the planet. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, we cannot allow these scions to break protocol. If the universes interact, Lord Zuno may well be displeased. Whis, Beerus called, and upon Whis's glance, he remarked, it seems, Lord Beerus, that it is not necessarily a negative development. Clearly, Whis did not find any impropriety in the scions training one another, and Kampa remained silent. Frieza, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and fury, resolved that he could not allow these scions to grow ever stronger. He must intensify his own training. In that case, Whis, bring forth the good stuff, Beerus commanded. Very well, Whis replied, and with a flourish of his staff, a grand feast was laid out before them. Whis stated, since Lord Zuno has not expressed any objections regarding this martial gathering, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Lord Beerus invites everyone to partake in this meal of camaraderie. Your efforts are appreciated. In truth, Beerus merely wished to showcase the exquisite cuisine, compounded by his own hunger. Are you attempting to insult me, you rascal? Kampa's expression shifted. Yet his eyes glimmered with desire at the sight of the delectable food. Just say whether you will eat or not, Beerus replied unabashedly, taking his seat at the head of the table. Kampa, seeing this, hastily occupied the opposite seat and began to devour the feast voraciously. Everyone, come and eat. Whis beckoned, subsequently introducing Bardos to various delicacies, clearly relishing the opportunity to boast. Wow, this is truly delicious, exclaimed Batamo, the large bear, who had never tasted such exquisite fare. Instantly amazed, even Hit could not resist indulging in a few extra bites. After a brief interval, the so-called friendly feast came to a close. Beerus, observing the tearful Kampa, remarked, Kampa, please retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, Kampa, lost in sorrow over the absence of Earth in his universe, cast a sullen glance at Beerus and Whis. Whis, wiping his mouth, waved his staff, and 6 colossal orbs appeared, revealing the Super Dragon Balls. To be frank, this particular orb is the final Super Dragon Ball, Whis stated. Beerus leaned back in his chair, idly fiddling with a toothpick. With a flick of his hand, Whis dispelled the dust surrounding the orb, unveiling the magnificent Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars before the assembly. Whis, you know the incantation, correct? Beerus inquired. Indeed. It is chronicled in the ancient texts, Whis replied. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the 4-star Dragon Ball, Goku and Vegeta admired the radiant salad and gape, exclaiming their genius, pondering the trials they endured to attain the status of Super Saiyans. Chapter 36, Journey to Vampa. With a flourish, Whis recited the divine incantation to summon the eternal dragon. A resonant hum filled the air as the 7 massive Dragon Balls circled around, while Whis and Beerus enveloped the gathered individuals in a cube, separating the two universes. A tremendous roar filled the atmosphere, accompanied by a brilliant light and overwhelming energy. The golden super dragon emerged in a dazzling form, releasing a deep, resonant roar. Beerus, Kampa, and Whis bowed respectfully before the magnificent creature, while the onlookers expressed their awe and admiration. Seeing the admiration directed towards the eternal dragon by Beerus and his companions, Kampa felt as though his years of collecting the Dragon Balls had merely adorned someone else's wedding gown. He promptly instructed Whis to depart, indifferent to the wishes Beerus might make. Whis uttered a peculiar chant, seemingly making a wish. The super dragon's eyes glimmered, and he vanished, with the 7 Dragon Balls scattering once more. What wish did you make, Lord Beerus? Bulma inquired curiously, as others leaned in to discover his desire. A secret, Beerus replied, unwilling to divulge. It's time for us to return, Whis declared, gesturing with his staff as the cube began to traverse dimensions. You lot, once I return, I shall ensure you receive a thorough reprimand, Kampa scolded, directing his ire at the 6th universe's participants. Lord Kampa, it seems there is a situation arising in the 6th universe, Whis suddenly informed him. What is it? Kampa inquired. Look here, Whis presented his staff to Kampa. What is this? Earth? Or perhaps Earth that has developed a civilization? Kampa exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly realizing something profound. Humph, that Beerus fellow, listen closely, said Shalata King. Upon my return, I shall rigorously train you. Bring forth the most talented among your scions. The next time we encounter the 7th universe, ensure those 2 scions are thoroughly defeated. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Whis transported Goku and the others back to Earth, then returned with Beerus to the God of Destruction realm. Before departing, Beerus advised Goku and Vegeta to train diligently, as the Omni King planned to host a tournament. The formidable warriors from other universes would likely pose a significant challenge. By gaining early intelligence, they might secure victory through hard work. After Beerus and Whis had left, Goku turned to Vegeta and asked, "How did you manage to defeat Hit?" It was only then that Goku inquired, "Had you not expended so much energy fighting others beforehand? You could have likely bested Hit sooner," Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Goku. "Indeed, I believe I have deciphered Hit's techniques, but unfortunately, my stamina could not keep pace," Vegeta replied. Goku, feigning regret, suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "By the way, Bulma, do we have any food? I'm starving." Goku's sudden outburst startled Bulma, while Goten tugged at Goku's hand, saying, "Dad, before we left, Lord Beerus treated us to a meal." "What? Vegeta and I were not present," Goku replied, a look of despair crossing his face. "All right, I'll instruct the chef to prepare a meal for you and Vegeta. You two have indeed assisted Lord Beerus tremendously." Not even a meal was enjoyed. Bulma covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. At the dining table, Vegeta, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke up, "Kakarot, I must make a trip to Planet Wampa. You can proceed to the God of Destruction realm on your own." "Planet Wampa? Where is that? Is there something going on?" Goku inquired. "It's none of your concern," Vegeta replied curtly, merely informing Goku. Whis had previously mentioned that, aside from the Scions on Earth and Vegeta's brother, 2 Scions still existed on Planet Wampa. This sparked Vegeta's desire to visit and consider revitalizing the Scion race. "Is there a powerful warrior on Planet Wampa? Or are you going there to train?" Goku pondered, arriving at 2 conclusions. Whis once mentioned that 2 Scions inhabit Planet Wampa. "I wish to see for myself," Vegeta stated candidly. "What? You're leaving again so soon? Are those 2 Scions male or female? You must not go." Bulma, freshly dressed, approached just in time to hear this. I'm merely going to take a look," Vegeta replied, feeling slightly awkward at Bulma's strong disapproval. "No, you must take me with you," Bulma insisted, clearly affected by the mention of female Scions by Shalata King. "No, you mustn't act foolishly. I'm only going to observe," Vegeta retorted, exasperated. "I want to join too." "Vegeta, let's go together," Goku chimed in, equally interested in the excursion. "Bulma, you really shouldn't go. We don't know what the environment is like. If the gravity is several times that of Earth, you wouldn't be able to handle it." "Kakarot and I will go alone," Vegeta remarked, aware that the Scions resided on planet Vegeta, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The choice of these 2 Scions to settle on planet Wampa might indeed suggest a resemblance to planet Vegeta. "Well, do you know the location?" Bulma inquired. "No worries. We can simply ask King Kai," Goku responded. He promptly closed his eyes to consult King Kai, who, after a brief moment, relayed the location to Goku and the others. "Let's go, Vegeta," Goku called. "No, it's nearly dark. You should go tomorrow," Bulma insisted. All right," Goku conceded, deciding to return home for the night. Early the next morning, Goku sought out Vegeta, rising far earlier than the prince. After Vegeta prepared himself, they instantaneously transported to planet Wampa. Upon arrival, they were met with desolation, barren landscapes, rocky terrain, severe weather, and scarce water sources. This was their immediate reaction to Wampa. There are 2 energy signatures over there. That must be the 2 Scions, Goku sensed. The duo then soared towards the southeast, where the planet lacked both sun and moon, illuminated only by distant stars. They traversed swamps, dark forests, fissures in the earth, and volcanic magma, the planet rife with calamities. Goku mused, the environment here is truly harsh. How could those 2 Scions possibly reside on this planet? Vegeta ignored him, and after a minute, they reached their destination, a small plain, a nearly desiccated lake, and a gigantic tree that appeared to have a hollow at its center. A white-haired middle-aged man crouched by the lake, seemingly drawing water. At the sound of their approach, he turned and spotted Goku and Vegeta flying towards him. "Prince Vegeta?" Paragus exclaimed, his eyes filled with hatred. Chapter 37. Broly. "Hello there, sir. Are you a Scion?" Goku greeted the man upon making eye contact. To his surprise, the man ignored him entirely. "Broly," Paragus shouted. "He doesn't seem quite right, Kakarot," Vegeta observed, cautioning Goku to remain vigilant. At that moment, A robust young man clad in a green fur outfit burst forth from the hollow tree. "Father!" Broly rushed out, noticing the two strangers and hurriedly running towards Paragus. "Who are you?" Broly inquired loudly. "Greetings. I am Son Goku, and this is Vegeta. We have come to find you on planet Wampa." Goku introduced himself. "Broly, these two are Scions. Do you see that one? He is the son of King Vegeta, the offspring of our enemy." Paragus seethed with fury. "Prince Vegeta, did King Vegeta send you to kill us? Is this the son of Bardock?" Paragus bellowed. Before Vegeta and Goku could respond, Broly unleashed an astonishing surge of energy and launched a fierce attack towards Vegeta. Do these two harbor a grudge against my father? It appears that there exists a profound animosity between him and his father. Vegeta did not dwell on this thought, for Broly had already charged forth. Vegeta raised his hand to deflect Broly's assault, yet he underestimated the sheer force behind it, resulting in a dislocated arm and what seemed to be shattered bones. With a resounding impact, Vegeta was sent hurtling into the distant peaks, crashing violently into the mountainside. "Hey you, I haven't finished speaking," Goku called out. But Broly was already advancing towards him. Witnessing the extent of Broly's power, which had so easily incapacitated Vegeta, Goku realized the terrifying strength of this adversary. He did not underestimate Broly and opted to evade his attack instead. From a distance, Paragus observed as Broly effortlessly overwhelmed the two Scions, exclaiming, "Well done, Broly. Eliminate them." After dodging several of Broly's strikes, Goku began to discern Broly's techniques and strength. He noted that Broly lacked combat experience, possessing only a vast reservoir of power. Thus, as he skillfully avoided Broly's onslaught, Goku inquired, "Your name is Broly, correct? Would you mind allowing me to finish my sentence before we continue fighting?" Though Goku relished a good brawl, he believed it prudent to clarify matters first. Unrelenting, Broly charged at Goku with fierce determination. However, Goku's extensive combat experience rendered him untouchable. Broly's attacks consistently missed their mark. As frustration mounted within Broly, he let out a furious roar, his aura swelling with ferocity. Goku understood that without engaging in battle, Broly would likely not relent. Instead, Goku felt a surge of excitement. The might of this opponent was truly extraordinary. With a swift transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Goku faced Broly head-on. Broly, momentarily taken aback by Goku's golden hair, did not cease his assault. Instead, Goku began to absorb and counter Broly's strikes. In this exchange, Broly too became invigorated, the flow of battle becoming increasingly fluid. Having previously only sparred with his father, who possessed far lesser strength, most of Broly's energy had been spent on controlling his own power, leading to a lack of combat experience. However, now faced with a worthy adversary, Broly felt the blood within him boiling. Despite receiving numerous blows, he experienced no significant pain, only exhilaration. Goku, witnessing Broly's escalating vigor and burgeoning strength, was filled with astonishment. "Are you truly a Scion?" he could not help but ask. When Broly offered no reply, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing both of Broly's arms and pulling them back. Broly found himself immobilized, struggling futilely against Goku's grip. "Can we converse now?" Goku inquired. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from Broly, sending Goku flying across the landscape, where he rolled uncontrollably until halted by a foot pressing down upon him. It was Vegeta. Looking up at Vegeta, Goku questioned, "Vegeta, are you alright? Is this fellow truly a Scion? This is utterly astonishing." Vegeta twisted his wrist, having already utilized his healing technique, and remarked, "I'm perfectly fine. I just didn't expect that fellow to possess such immense power. This is the first time I've encountered a Scion of this caliber, and I suspect he may be the legendary Super Saiyan." "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Goku inquired, perplexed. Vegeta elaborated. "The legendary Super Saiyan is a mythical warrior said to emerge only once every 1,000 years, possessing extraordinary strength from birth, with bloodlines tracing back to the primordial Scions. If one can master their power and maintain their sanity, they can transform into a Super Saiyan at will. That guy already has such tremendous power without transforming into a Super Saiyan. What would happen if he did?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, he has not undergone systematic training and seems to have avoided life and death battles. If he were to train as we did in our time, I suspect that, even together, we would be no match for him. Vegeta's expression turned grave. "What shall we do?" Goku asked, recognizing that it was imperative to consult Vegeta, as he was the one who had initiated this encounter. As the two conversed, Broly roared in fury, and after releasing his energy, he began searching for their whereabouts. Lacking control over his ki, he was unaware of their exact location and continuously unleashed energy blasts in the direction he had last sensed Goku flying. Observing the energy waves emanating from Broly, the duo understood that defeating him was a necessity before they could sit down and converse properly. Dodging the incoming attacks, Goku asked, "Who will confront him?" Vegeta replied, "You take him on. I need to find his father and ascertain the situation." "All right," Goku responded, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, Broly was in his Oozra-like humanoid form, representing his ultimate power. Goku flew directly in front of Broly, drawing his attention, and they engaged in an intense physical confrontation. Even with the might of Super Saiyan 3, Goku could only suppress Broly momentarily, as Broly grew increasingly ferocious. His bloodshed igniting his primal instincts, allowing him to swiftly break free from Goku's restraint. Meanwhile, Vegeta had appeared behind Paragus and bluntly stated, "Humph, what is your intention?" "Old man." Paragus, entirely unaware of Vegeta's presence, turned around and was startled to see him, collapsing in fear as he exclaimed, "Prince Vegeta, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 38, The Destruction of Planet Vampa. "Why did you instruct him to attack us right away?" Vegeta glared icily at Paragus. Noticing that Vegeta seemed disinclined to attack, Paragus hesitated, his earlier intent to summon Broly with his device faltering. This machine not only restrained Broly, but could also call upon him when necessary. "Prince Vegeta, spare me the pretense. You have come to eliminate both me and my son, Haven to you? Unfortunately, Broly's power will obliterate you here." Paragus seethed, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Vegeta. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Planet Vegeta was destroyed decades ago, and my father has long since passed away." Vegeta cast a glance at the ongoing battle between Broly and Goku and declared, "What? Planet Vegeta has been annihilated? Who would dare to obliterate Planet Vegeta? How is it that you are still alive?" Paragus exclaimed in disbelief. "Frieza summoned all the Saiyans scattered across the universe decades ago and decisively eradicated Planet Vegeta. Now, only Kakarot, the son of Bardock, and I remain of our kind," Vegeta revealed, omitting any mention of his brother. "How could Lord Frieza destroy Planet Vegeta? You must be lying," Paragus shouted, suddenly agitated, calling out, "Broly." He sought to summon Broly back for protection, yet received no response. The combat raged fiercely, as Broly had succumbed to fury, while Goku struggled to endure. Goku, astonished by Broly's overwhelming power, unleashed a furious roar and transformed into his Super Saiyan form, landing a single blow that sent Broly sprawling. Broly, akin to a bloodied beast, emitted a terrifying roar, completely losing control. The planet Wampa, already a harbinger of calamity, now suffered from the convergence of fire, water, and wind, resembling an apocalyptic scene. "No, Broly, this cannot continue," Paragus bellowed, frantically pressing buttons on the controller. Broly, having lost his sanity, clutched his head and began attacking indiscriminately. "What on earth is happening with this creature?" Vegeta inquired of Paragus, narrowly avoiding a barrage of energy blasts. Broly's innate combat prowess surpasses that of all Saiyans. Thus, King Vegeta deemed him a threat to Planet Vegeta and resolved to eliminate him. However, not everyone agreed with this course of action, leading King Vegeta to exile Broly and meet a Planet Wampa. Broly possesses exceptional talent. He can harness the power of the great ape without the influence of the moon. Yet prolonged anger results in a loss of reason, Paragus explained, incessantly manipulating the controller as Broly continued to clutch his head, mindlessly releasing energy blasts. Is this device truly meant to control him? If this continues, this planet will be destroyed. Vegeta observed Broly and a beleaguered Kakarot attempting to evade. No. Broly cannot destroy this planet, nor can he annihilate Planet Vegeta. Paragus seemed entranced, persistently blaming King Vegeta for instilling fear of Broly's potential. Despite acknowledging Broly's loss of control, he had constructed the controller specifically for this purpose. Now, upon hearing Vegeta's assertion that the planet was on the brink of destruction, Paragus became frantic, shouting like a madman. "Broly!" After calling out to Broly several times without a response, one of Broly's energy blasts struck nearby, sending Paragus tumbling. He muttered to himself, "It is not Broly's fault. It is not Broly's fault. Broly would never bring disaster to Planet Vegeta." Upon encountering Paragus, who appeared to be mentally unhinged, Vegeta soared to Goku's side and declared, Kakarot, let us incapacitate him before we discuss anything further, or this planet shall soon face his wrath. Agreed. Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form, and, together, they advanced toward Broly. With a deafening roar, Broly shattered his collar, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to a ferocious beast. Goku struck Broly squarely in the face, sending him flying over a meter away. Vegeta followed up with a kick, launching Broly skyward. The two alternated their relentless assault on Broly, whose physique was remarkably resilient. Despite their frenzied attacks, Broly endured without any fractures, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce bellow, Broly thrust the two warriors apart, seizing Goku by the head, while Vegeta's combat suit propelled them skyward. Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, his mind clouded by rage and devoid of strategy. Goku and Vegeta braced for a heavy blow, only to realize that in his irrational state, Broly's attacks could be evaded. Regaining their composure midair, they dodged the projectiles, leveraging their combat experience and speed to amplify their strength. After an arduous struggle, they finally managed to render Broly unconscious. Phew, we finally subdued him. He is truly terrifying. Goku exhaled deeply, yet Vegeta remained tense, urgently instructing, Kakarot, you take this one, and I shall handle that one. We must leave immediately. This planet is on the brink of destruction. As he flew toward Paragus, he added, let us head to the Kaioshin realm. If this one awakens and goes berserk, Earth will be doomed. Goku nodded, grasping Broly's arm and focusing his energy before transporting them to the Kaioshin realm. Vegeta swiftly appeared beside Paragus, disregarding his state, and promptly knocked him unconscious, then vanished from Vampistar with him. Indeed, within 30 seconds, Vampistar erupted like a watermelon, its core exploding and disintegrating into cosmic dust. In a flash, Goku and Vegeta materialized in the Kaioshin realm, accompanied by Broly and Paragus. Kakarot, Vegeta. The Kaioshin hurried over. Observing the tattered attire of both warriors along with the two unfamiliar figures, and inquired, what transpired? After Goku and the Kaioshin recounted the events, the Kaioshin understood that this might have been a misunderstanding, albeit one with grave consequences, as a planet had been obliterated. Shall we awaken them? The Kaioshin asked. Let us rouse this one first, Vegeta indicated toward Paragus. Very well. The Kaioshin placed his hand on Paragus's head, and he gradually awakened, abruptly sitting up and exclaiming, Broly, clearly in a state of panic. Chapter 39. The continuation of the Scion lineage plan. Paragus gazed at the unconscious Broly beside him and questioned, where are we? The Kaioshin replied, welcome to the Kaioshin realm. I am Kaioshin Shin. Paragus gazed bewilderingly at Shin, as well as the silent Goku and Vegeta, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of the Kaioshin. Humph, the Kaioshin stands at the pinnacle of the universe. For a mere mortal like you to encounter a Kaioshin is indeed a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Jebet appeared and immediately reprimanded Paragus. You are the deity of the universe? Paragus, having encountered the Kaioshin before, hastily rose to salute. Enough, Paragus. I have come to see the surviving Scions. But it appears a misunderstanding has arisen. What are your plans now that planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Vegeta interrupted Paragus. Prince Vegeta, I have not set foot on planet Wampa for many years. I remain unaware of the circumstances in the universe, Paragus replied, clearly skeptical of Vegeta's assertion regarding the destruction of planet Vegeta and incredulous that the seemingly loyal Frieza would annihilate it. Decades ago, Frieza had obliterated planet Vegeta, leaving only Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz as survivors, though Nappa and Raditz subsequently perished. Several years prior, Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza, who has since met his demise. However, Frieza has now been resurrected. Shin recounted the events of the past decades in their entirety. What? Lord Frieza truly destroyed planet Vegeta? Frieza has been resurrected? Paragus collapsed to the ground. Wait, Lord Kaioshin, did you mention Super Saiyan? Suddenly, Paragus grasped the significance of Shin's words. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan. It seems you were unaware. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan before their eyes. The legend is true. Only a Super Saiyan can defeat the Frieza clan, Paragus murmured, now convinced by Vegeta and the others, recognizing that the Kaioshin was not a fraud. Nor was the existence of the Super Saiyan a fabrication. I apologize, Prince Vegeta, I misunderstood you. causing you to clash with Broly and leading to the destruction of planet Wampa. My home with Broly is now in ruins. I implore you, Prince Vegeta, to find a shelter. My purpose here extends beyond merely seeking the surviving Saiyots. I believed you two had settled on planet Wampa due to its resemblance to planet Vegeta. So I made this journey. Since planet Wampa is not a suitable planet, its destruction is inconsequential. I shall seek a more appropriate planet for the Scions to reside. Vegeta crossed his arms, tilting his body slightly. Does Prince Vegeta intend to recreate planet Vegeta? But what of us, merely a handful? Paragus, having come to understand Vegeta's intentions, found that his animosity towards the prince had dissipated. He recognized that the blame lay with King Vegeta, who had been but an infant at the time. Now, they were among the few remaining survivors, and Frieza had been resurrected. Prince Vegeta aspired to restore planet Vegeta, never forgetting his Saiyan heritage, often dreaming of returning to his homeworld. Yet, he was aware that he must first eliminate King Vegeta. With the king's demise and the loss of his former Saiyan comrades, Paragus felt a profound sorrow. The reconstruction of planet Vegeta was no trivial endeavor. I have resolved that the reborn Scions shall not replicate the bloodshed and plunder of the past. At the very least, they must adhere to a code of conduct. Vegeta proclaimed. By the way, Vegeta, you never mentioned what prompted this sudden desire to restore planet Vegeta. I have not seen such intentions from you before. Was it the encounter with King Shalata and his kin that inspired this thought? Goku inquired from the sidelines. Planet Vegeta has long been a source of my inner turmoil. It was only upon meeting King Shalata and his people that I realized this emotional burden had remained unresolved. I once believed that my father and the Scions deserved their fate for their foolish conflicts that led to the destruction of our planet. Now, as the Prince of the Scions, I cannot allow my people to fade into obscurity amongst the cosmos, Vegeta replied, turning his gaze toward the horizon. Well said, Vegeta. I stand behind you, Goku cheered, giving Vegeta a pat on the back, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the prince, who let out a disdainful huff. Indeed, Vegeta speaks wisely. I too support the notion of transforming the Scions into a peace-loving race. However, the pressing question remains, can we resurrect the Scions? Will the resurrected Scions alter their inherent nature? King Kai interjected. Resurrect? Can Lord Kaioshin truly bring back the deceased? Was Frieza also revived by Lord Kaioshin? Paragus asked, bewildered. Before Kaioshin could respond, Vegeta interjected, I do not intend to resurrect the Scions. Instead, I have decided to seek out orphans or wandering Scions from Universe 6 to bring to Universe 7. Wow, Vegeta, you truly wish to recruit Scions from Universe 6? Aren't you concerned about Bulma? Goku exclaimed, astonished, before breaking into an impressed grin and giving a thumbs up. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta was about to explode with anger. But Goku quickly waved him off, averting the confrontation. Universe 6? This is all too overwhelming for me, Paragus admitted, feeling numb from the revelations of the day. Vegeta offered no further explanations, but Kaioshin remarked, this is indeed a viable plan, though one must ponder whether this would dilute the Scion bloodline of Universe 7. This question also troubled Vegeta. The weight of Vegeta's words and the experiences of the day deeply moved Paragus, prompting him to kneel and declare, Prince Vegeta, I am willing to dedicate myself to the endeavor of rebuilding the Scions. I hope you will restore the Scion identities of both myself and Broly. Indeed, Broly is a promising talent. I hope that during this period, you and Broly can remain in the realm of the Kais, where the Supreme Kai can guide him in his training. You must also explain everything to Broly. It appears that the 12 universes may soon host a tournament. And I wish for our universe, along with a few Scions, to shine brilliantly, showcasing the glory of our race. After Vegeta spoke, he beckoned Goku to follow. Hey, I'll return to spar with Broly after some time. I entrust you with him, Supreme Kai. Please train him well, for he is exceptionally powerful, Goku added earnestly. Wait a moment, Prince Vegeta. Paragus interjected, seemingly hesitant. Vegeta turned to regard him, and Paragus, after a moment's pause, spoke up. Prince Vegeta, since Frieza has been resurrected, why do we not eliminate him once and for all? It was evident that Paragus was aware of Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta and harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Frieza is indeed our motivation for training. It is because of him that both you and I have devoted ourselves so diligently to our training. However, with Broly's presence now, I firmly believe that he will be capable of defeating Frieza, Goku remarked with a relaxed demeanor. I understand. I shall ensure that Broly diligently trains to confront Frieza. Chapter 40. Parallel Worlds. Vegeta and Goku departed, making a brief return to Earth to gather provisions in preparation for their continued training in the God Realm. However, they were unexpectedly compelled to stay for a night, and just as lunchtime approached the following day, Beerus and Whis arrived, drawn by the prospect of a feast. Thus they waited eagerly for the meal to commence. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a weary Trunks, covered in dirt and dust, navigated through the ruins of a devastated city. Behind him, several energy blasts trailed leisurely. As Trunks rounded a corner of a factory, panic surged through him, prompting him to unleash a massive energy blast to obliterate the pursuing blasts. The explosion decimated the factory and several nearby structures, leaving a vast crater while dark smoke billowed upward. Trunks gasped in horror as he recognized a familiar, yet terrifying figure. He fled the scene, reappearing atop a mountain several kilometers away, gazing down at the smoldering ruins of the city. Damn it, another city destroyed. I should take a detour, he cursed, leaping down the mountainside and sprinting into the distance. In an abandoned underground factory, Trunks cautiously observed his surroundings for some time before slipping inside. Upon opening a subterranean door, he was greeted by Mai, who rushed towards him with concern. After pouring him a glass of water, she inquired, "What did Bulma say? Are you all prepared?" At the mention of Bulma, Trunks' eyes brimmed with tears, and he broke down sobbing. Mom was seen while clearing the solar panels. Mai's expression turned to one of alarm. Instinctively taking a step back, with a sorrowful countenance, she approached Trunks and enveloped him in a comforting embrace. They remained entwined for a considerable time before Mai rose and said, "Trunks, we must persevere. You are our last hope." Trunks nodded silently. Observing the sorrow etched upon his face, Xiao Wu produced a can and offered it to him. Trunks, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this a can? Where did you procure it?" Xiao Wu urged him not to inquire further and to eat swiftly. After consuming half, Trunks handed the remaining portion to Xiao Wu. He then rose to his feet and declared, "There is but one piece of good news. The energy for the time machine has been sufficiently stored, albeit at the cost of my mother's life. I must personally eliminate that fiend. Is it fully charged? When shall we depart?" Xiao Wu inquired as she continued to eat. "As soon as darkness falls, we shall set off for 17 years past, into a time I have previously visited, a world where my father and others still live," Trunks responded. "Why must it be 17 years ago?" Xiao Wu questioned, perplexed. "I have traveled with that machine before. Its settings can only target this specific temporal juncture. Any other time could lead us to entirely different worlds, possibly not the one we recognize," Trunks explained, washing his face. Here, the previous modification regarding Whis' ability to rewind 3 minutes has been addressed. If Whis were to rewind 3 minutes without creating alternate parallel universes, Trunks would be unable to traverse this primary timeline, as it would be 3 minutes apart from his parallel world. Meanwhile, in the normal world, the feast continued. In the backyard, Bulma, hosting Jack and Ties, raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Their familiarity was evident. "I heard from Ties that you are researching the time machine?" Jack inquired. "Indeed, what of it?" Bulma replied. "It is forbidden to manipulate time, a grave transgression that can easily give rise to parallel worlds. Lord Kaioshin himself once visited our Galactic Patrol headquarters to caution Lord Galactic King about this matter, hence my warning to you," Jack stated with a serious demeanor. Relax. I was merely expressing a fleeting interest. True research would take quite some time. Besides, what of the creation of parallel worlds?" Bulma retorted. "I do not know. It seems Lord Kaioshin disapproves of the emergence of parallel worlds, though I cannot say for certain," Jack replied, clearly adhering to protocol. Meanwhile, young Trunks and Pilaf were attending a lesson. At this juncture, both Trunks and Pilaf were 12 years old, having worked at Bulma's residence for some time. Noticing their similar ages, Bulma had arranged for Trunks to have companions. "Wow, is this what a fresh meat bun is? It's delicious," Beerus exclaimed, reveling in the culinary delight. Bulma approached and asked, "Whis, why does Lord Kaioshin prohibit the creation of parallel worlds?" How curious that Bulma would pose such a question, Whis remarked, glancing at her in surprise. It was he who mentioned it. Bulma pointed towards Jack. At this moment, Bulma's inquiry drew the attention of everyone present, including Beerus, who cast a glance at Jack. Originally, this matter was not under the jurisdiction of Lord Kaioshin. However, it was entrusted to him. Thus, he cannot recklessly allow the birth of parallel worlds. After all, the emergence of parallel worlds could lead to numerous complications. Allow me to pose a question to you all. Lord Zuno is the supreme deity of the universe. If parallel worlds were to manifest, do you believe another Zuno would arise? Whis first elucidated this point before inquiring about everyone's thoughts. Perhaps, Bulma replied uncertainly. To be frank, Lord Zuno transcends time and space. Irrespective of how parallel worlds may evolve, there is only one Zuno. Unless he permits it, another Zuno cannot come into existence. If another were to emerge, fundamentally, it would still be but one Zuno, Whis explained. How could Lord Zuno possibly agree to the birth of another Zuno? The crowd queried in confusion. As long as Lord Zuno wishes it, he can obliterate all universes in an instant. Thus, it is quite normal for him to consent to the emergence of another Zuno. Wouldn't the other Zuno also possess the ability to erase all universes? Wouldn't that result in two distinct beings? This touches upon a different aspect that I cannot disclose. But it is worth noting that the creation of parallel worlds could lead to chaos, which is why it is prohibited, Whis remarked. Alright, Whis, that's enough. Why did you suddenly bring up parallel worlds with Bulma? Beerus gestured for Whis to cease speaking and pointed at Gak. Well, I heard that Bulma was conducting research on time machines, so I came to see, Gak said, cautiously lowering his head upon realizing he was in the presence of a god of destruction, unwilling to tell a lie. Upon hearing this, Beerus's gaze turned icy as he glared at Bulma. Hey, Bulma, are you trying to get me to destroy you? Beerus warned. How could that be? I am well aware of that. Besides, I currently lack the capability to create a time machine. It is beyond my reach at this moment. Bulma exclaimed in a flustered manner. Suddenly, a machine emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo materialized out of thin air. Chapter 41. A desperate call for help. The machine fell to the ground and ceased to respond, drawing the attention of everyone present. Young Trunks, closest to it, immediately flew over. Beerus's gaze sharpened, while Whis remained composed. Huh, what is this? Bulma exclaimed, recognizing it as a time machine. Hey, Kakarot. Vegeta immediately lost his composure and rushed forward, with Goku and Bulma following closely behind. There is someone inside. He has fainted, young Trunks reported after peering inside. Trunks, bring him out, Bulma shouted. Young Trunks lifted the unconscious Trunks out, and Bulma rushed forward to embrace him, saying, Goku, could you fetch me a senzu bean? No need, Vegeta replied. A flash of light emanating from his hand as Trunks' injuries were instantly healed. Moments later, Trunks awoke. Upon awakening, Trunks immediately attacked Goku, but upon being blocked, he sensed something amiss and quickly apologized, inquiring, Goku-san, did you not perish? Goku scratched his head and replied, you must be referring to the time when Cell self-destructed. For some reason, I have returned to life. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, Hey, Trunks, what transpired? Is it Majin Buu? His expression darkened. Father, mother, I apologize. But it is not Majin Buu, Trunks said, lowering his head. Little Trunks gazed in astonishment at his older counterpart. What, father and mother? Is this fellow the illegitimate child of Mr. and Mrs.? Meanwhile, Pibara and his companions were gossiping nearby. He is quite handsome, remarked Mai. Hey, this guy is the future version of that little brat. Beerus could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, pointing at both Trunks. Mrs. Bulma, you just claimed you did not create a time machine. At this juncture, Whis also arrived. It was not me. It was the future version of myself who constructed the time machine. Trunks had visited us over a decade ago, and we were unaware at that time. Bulma revealed the fact that Trunks had come 15 years prior. What? He arrived 15 years ago. Beerus bellowed. It seems Lord Beerus was napping, Whis noted, prompting Beerus to regain his composure. Trunks, what is the origin of the enemy? Vegeta inquired, ignoring the ongoing dispute. He claims to seek justice by exterminating all humanity. He has annihilated countless inhabitants across various planets. By the time he reached Earth, we were utterly defenseless. Within a year, scarcely anyone remained, not even Mother. Trunks spoke in a hushed tone, his head bowed. What? Even I perished? Bulma exclaimed, approaching the conversation. That enemy is Mr. Goku, Trunks continued. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Observing their reactions, Trunks clarified. That individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Goku, yet he is unequivocally not Mr. Goku. Beerus's interest was piqued, and he continued to listen intently. But, did not the future Goku die? Bulma questioned. Trunks expressed uncertainty, stating, it is precisely because this individual is not Mr. Goku that Mother named him Black Goku. That sounds rather cool, Goku remarked. It sounds so cliched. How could my future self choose such a name? Upon hearing Goku's comment about it sounding cool, Bulma retorted. Now that we are aware of the enemy, we shall assist you in vanquishing him, Trunks, Goku declared. However, the energy of the time machine is only sufficient for this singular journey, Trunks lamented. Humph, then why did you return by the time machine? Vegeta scoffed. Trunks understood Vegeta's implication, lowering his head in silence, fists clenched, and refrained from speaking. Ah, Vegeta, what are you doing? Trunks, I just examined the time machine slot. With all our machinery harnessed, it should be fully charged within a day. Bulma hurriedly approached to comfort Trunks. A day? Trunks was astonished, surprised it could be so swift. We've spent over a year gathering the energy for this one-way trip back. Vegeta, we should embark on this journey. Goku remarked, and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Wait. He is indeed formidable. I fear that neither my father nor Mr. Goku will be his match, Trunks cautioned. It's simple. We will train together and assess the situation, Goku suggested. Subsequently, the two made their way to the pond in the garden, positioning themselves at opposite ends. Trunks brandished his sword behind him. Reminiscent of their initial sparring match years ago, Beerus and Whis lounged on deck chairs. Beerus spoke. Whis, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lord Beerus, this situation is rather intricate. This child visited us 15 years ago, indicating that history has already been altered, resulting in various parallel universes. However, we remain unaware of how many have been created. The secondary world influences the primary universe, and the lack of response suggests that there is no immediate issue, was explained. Parallel worlds resemble parallel lines. The secondary line, unexpectedly resembling a strand of hair, has forked and intersected with the first line, causing alterations in the first line itself, which has also been affected by the resulting fluctuations. Since those who create and manipulate these lines have not expressed any concerns, we should assume all is well. Yet, why does the future present a Goku who is not Goku? Beerus pondered, nodding in contemplation. This may indeed be a variable. I hope Goku and the others can resolve this matter. Otherwise, should any unfavorable outcomes arise, Lord Beerus, Shin may find himself in dire straits, Whis remarked. Indeed. Once this young man finishes his match with Goku, I shall inquire further. Huh. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his body crackling with electricity. Goku nodded in admiration. Impressive. You are significantly stronger than Gohan was back then. After all these years, I have diligently trained, Trunks declared, sword in hand. Goku also exuded a powerful aura, crackling with energy. Come on, Trunks, he urged, launching a fierce punch towards Trunks. Trunks deftly deflected Goku's strike, and Goku swiftly aimed a kick at Trunks' head. Trunks leaned back, supporting himself with his hands to evade Goku's attack, then propelled himself upward, landing a kick that sent Goku soaring into the air. With a mighty roar, Trunks raised his sword and struck down. Goku, with a joyful expression, summoned a golden light from his fingertips, blocking Trunks' successive strikes. Their strengths are evenly matched, Whis observed. Is my future self truly this formidable? Young Trunks marveled, as if witnessing a reflection of himself. Chapter 42. Unveiling Identities. Trunks. Allow me to introduce you to a world unknown to you, Goku declared, forcing Trunks back down to the ground. Goku's tail coiled around his waist unfurled into a brilliant golden hue, manifesting the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 with an awe-inspiring aura that he controlled with remarkable finesse. This overwhelming presence was astonishing. This power? I never anticipated an additional transformation. I have spent over a decade exploring this stage, yet remain unsatisfied. Trunks, astonished, erupted with energy, and the spirals of lightning ceased to encircle his exterior aura, instead drawing close to his body. Quite impressive, Trunks, Goku praised. Vegeta silently concurred, noting, this young man is indeed putting in the effort. The overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 2 is bound to generate fierce lightning, yet he has chosen a different path, perfectly mastering this power. Well done. Trunks charged at Goku with his sword, but Goku remained unperturbed. As Trunks swung his blade, Goku did not react. Trunks narrowed his eyes, realizing my intent. Indeed, in the next instant, Trunks appeared behind Goku, yet before he could make contact, Goku struck him with his tail, sending him hurtling backward. Rising once more, Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and deactivated his transformation, stating, truly, Mr. Goku, this transformation is formidable. It seems to unleash the primal power of the Saiyan to its fullest extent. Indeed, this transformation was taught to me by your father, Goku indicated towards Vegeta. Huh, father? Trunks looked at Vegeta, joyfully exclaiming, so, my father has become so powerful. The energy collection takes a day. Come to my gravity chamber tomorrow morning. Vegeta nodded without further comment. Yes, father. Trunks felt a flicker of excitement. Ever since he learned of his father's unwavering rush towards Cell after his death, he realized that Vegeta indeed loved his son, albeit unexpressed. Now, Vegeta seemed markedly improved, speaking more and exhibiting a gentler demeanor. Is this the true nature of my father? Trunks felt his eyes welling with tears, lamenting that his mother would never see this. Lord Beerus. Whis, shall we venture to the future time tomorrow? Goku then turned to Beerus. What nonsense. How could I interfere in such a trivial matter? You all must resolve the troubles you've created yourselves. Beerus retorted fiercely, then turned to Trunks and inquired, however, why hasn't he, the god of destruction from your world, intervened and allowed this fellow to run rampant? Trunks, having overheard, replied, which god of destruction do you refer to? Did the Supreme Kai of your world not mention it to you? Beerus asked. The Supreme Kai sacrificed himself long ago while battling Beerus from the demon realm, Trunks revealed, his expression filled with sorrow. What? That scoundrel, clearly a coward. Yet he meddles in affairs. Beerus exclaimed, panicking and cursing the Supreme Kai. Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Goku inquired, puzzled as to why Beerus was cursing him after the Supreme Kai's demise. The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction share a symbiotic relationship. If one perishes, the other cannot survive. Thus, it can be inferred that Lord Beerus in Trunks' world must also be deceased, as explained by Whis. What? This revelation left everyone astonished. They had learned much today, and it was the first time they had heard such things. Mr. Trunks, could you provide me with specific information about this Black Goku? Whis inquired. Whis, what do you suspect? Beerus asked, to which Whis nodded, indicating that Trunks should speak first. Trunks lowered his head and replied. The adversary speaks of justice, claiming humanity is foolish and intends to eradicate all beings from the universe, even gods. He stated that he has already slain all the gods. And now it is humanity's turn. What? This fiend? Beerus exclaimed, visibly enraged. It appears that the opponent is aware of the symbiotic relationship between the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, by eliminating all Supreme Kais. He could proceed with his plan unopposed. I suspect this individual may also be a deity, as only a being of considerable status would know of such a bond. Whis conjectured. This is dire. This individual could potentially manifest in our world. Whis, we must take action. Beerus' expression changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yes. Let us first consult the Supreme Kai, Whis suggested. As dawn broke the following day, Vegeta and Trunks were training in the gravity chamber, while Goku sat by the pool, meditating. At that moment, the Supreme Kai appeared, approaching Beerus. Lord Beerus, what is it that you require of me? Is there a god in your vicinity who harbors a deep disdain for humanity? Beerus remained silent, prompting Whis to question the Supreme Kai. After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Kai mentioned the name Jebet. Before Beerus and Whis could respond, Whis' staff received a notification from the Grand Minister. Lord Beerus, a message from the Grand Minister. Whis announced. What? The Grand Minister? Beerus was taken aback. What is the matter? Lord Zuno wishes to see Goku. He is to go to Lord Zuno immediately. Beerus abruptly sprayed his drink across the Supreme Kai's face in shock and hurried over. What? Lord Zuno wants to see me? But I have matters to attend to. Can it not wait? Goku replied, visibly troubled. Fool, you must go at once. Whis, take him immediately. Beerus urged, agitated. I can escort Mr. Goku. I can teleport to the Zuno Palace in an instant. Lord Beerus, the Supreme Kai interjected. Indeed, make haste, Mr. Goku. Let us go. Whis and Goku, along with the Supreme Kai, vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the three appeared at the Zuno Palace, where the Grand Minister awaited their arrival. After Whis and the Supreme Kai paid their respects, the Grand Minister led them to meet Lord Zuno. At this moment, Whis informed Goku that the Grand Minister ranks among the top 5 fighters in the entire universe. Subsequently, Goku met with Lord Zuno, who presented him with a button, after which Goku and his companions returned to Earth. Upon returning to Earth, before a word could be spoken, Jebet reappeared, and the group, poised to confront him, was instead met with vital news. Zamasu, the Kai of Universe 10, had inquired with Zuno about the Super Dragon Balls, as well as concerning Goku and Vegeta. even asking if Zuno could facilitate a body exchange. This revelation left everyone in shock, realizing that Zamasu might indeed be Black Goku, a true deity. The identity of Black Goku had finally surfaced, leading Vegeta and Goku to embark on a journey to the future, while Beerus and Whis set out to eliminate Zamasu. Chapter 43. The Aid of Black Goku. Vegeta, let us depart swiftly, Goku exclaimed. Vegeta and Trunks, having just emerged from the gravity chamber, inquired about the unfolding events. Dad, Goku-san, I also wish to fight. I want to personally vanquish that fiend, Trunks asserted. Consult your mother regarding the energy supplies. Once prepared, we shall leave, Vegeta instructed. Wait a moment, wasn't Kakarot deceased in that future timeline? How could he have exchanged bodies? Vegeta suddenly questioned. I surmise he employed the time ring, which the Kais can utilize to traverse parallel worlds, was posited, before asking, Trunks-san, does Black Goku possess an earring akin to that of the Supreme Kai? Is there a ring upon his finger? Indeed, but he wears only one earring, unlike the Supreme Kai who wears two. His is green. He also bears a ring on his finger, Trunks replied. That confirms it. Lord Beerus, we must hasten to Universe 10. The Supreme Kai may be in peril. Whis urged Beerus, who nodded in agreement, and promptly instructed the Supreme Kai on a matter before departing with Whis. Shortly thereafter, Bulma approached the group, announcing that the energy was fully charged, and the three Scions were prepared. To be cautious, they also brought along a few Senzu beans. With a swish, the trio arrived in the realm of the Great D. As they materialized, Black Goku sensed their presence from afar and swiftly approached. Upon landing and witnessing the desolate landscape, they felt Black Goku drawing near, deciding to await his arrival. Suddenly, a cat sprang forth, darting towards Trunks. It was a feline once cared for by Bulma. Trunks attempted to embrace the cat, only to find it leading him to a particular location. Indeed, Trunks discovered the gravely injured Mai, and the group hastily retrieved the Senzu beans. Trunks fed one to Mai, who gradually regained consciousness, and the two embraced. Goku watched the reunion with joy for Trunks, pleased to see him find love so swiftly. However, Vegeta harbored a different sentiment, observing as Trunks recounted the events to Mai, introducing both Goku and himself. Mai's expression was one of astonishment. Vegeta opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally stating, Trunks, we shall engage in battle shortly. You two should maintain your distance. If danger arises, retreat to the past, understood? Without waiting for Trunks to respond, Vegeta and Goku soared into the sky, intent on intercepting Black Goku. As fate would have it, the three encountered each other midair, coming to a halt. Black Goku displayed a look of utter astonishment and inquired, what brings you two here? Humph, we are already aware that you exchanged my body using the Super Dragon Balls. You are Zamasu from Universe 10, aren't you? Goku retorted, his voice laced with fury. You even know such intricate details in my identity. Which parallel world do you hail from? Black Goku was taken aback, astonished by the complete exposure of his identity. Yet, he regained his confidence, chuckling, even if you know, what of it? I shall bury you here, and no one will ever find out. Humph, Kakarot, I shall teach this fellow a lesson. You are not to interfere, Vegeta coldly declared, wasting no time as he surged forward to engage in combat. Black Goku, undeterred, remarked, though I acknowledge your strength, Vegeta, you merely seized an opportunity. Why does Goku not fight personally? Humph, I will slay you. With that, Black Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward. Vegeta, confused by the comment about seizing an opportunity, nonetheless transformed into Super Saiyan 2 mid-flight, ready to withstand Black Goku's fierce assault. Vegeta grasped Black Goku's fist tightly, exhilaration coursing through him as he beheld the familiar face. He was determined to pummel this foe into a pulp before delivering the final blow. As he attempted a kick, Black Goku blocked it with an elevated arm. Vegeta swiftly spun in midair, landing a kick to Black Goku's head, sending him hurtling away. Following up, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes, each one forcing Black Goku to cry out, the sound reminiscent of Kakarot's own cries, much to Vegeta's delight. He couldn't resist taunting. Is this all the strength you possess? Hurry and unleash your full power. Upon hearing this, Black Goku opened his eyes amidst the onslaught, twisting his body to evade Vegeta's strikes. In an instant, he unleashed a power far greater than before, moving faster than sound itself to appear beside Vegeta. Black Goku launched a fierce offensive, while Vegeta met his attacks with calm composure. When Black Goku threw a punch, Vegeta leaped into the sky. Black Goku, glancing at him, unleashed an energy wave upwards. Vegeta, however, smirked disdainfully and accelerated towards the energy wave, skillfully maneuvering around it with speed that surpassed the wave itself, reaching Black Goku's side in a heartbeat. In a moment of disbelief in Black Goku's eyes, Vegeta struck him with a powerful fist. The impact sent Black Goku crashing into the ruins of the city. Emerging from the debris, battered and with tattered clothing, he gasped for breath but managed to smile, exclaiming, "You, Vegeta, possess such strength. This is truly splendid. You still dare to laugh and boast so brazenly? Very well, I shall send you on your way." Vegeta transformed directly into Super Blue, unleashing a tremendous explosion attack without uttering a word. Black Goku, initially astonished and intimidated by Vegeta's Super Blue form, found himself unable to react just as he was about to be struck. At that critical moment, a shadow intervened, whisking Black Goku away. "Who is that?" Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. "That fellow." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he realized that another Vegeta, clad in a purple divine robe, had appeared. "Is this Father? What is happening?" Trunks, rushing to the scene, couldn't help but inquire. "I am Zamasu from this world," the purple-clad Vegeta declared. "Your body should contribute to our human eradication plan, and you should feel honored." At that moment, two more figures emerged behind Black Goku and the purple Vegeta, two embodiments of Zamasu. The two Zamasus remained silent, only grinning ominously before proceeding to heal Black Goku. "What? So many Zamasus? What on earth is happening?" At this juncture, Beerus and Whis, having already vanquished Zamasu, appeared on Earth. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Kai also made his entrance. Reporting, "Lord Beerus, there are actually 6 time rings. For Zamasus from parallel timelines have vanished." "What? How can there be so many parallel timelines?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, while Whis covered his mouth in surprise. Chapter 44. All parallel timeline Zamasus. The 6 time rings signify 6 parallel worlds. In the first world, logically, it remained unaltered by time travel, representing the primary universe, the unmodified Trunks world, where Goku suffers from heart disease and the androids are ruthless. After Trunks visited the second world and returned, he eliminated androids 17 and 18, vanquished Cell from his universe, and thwarted the emergence of Majin Buu, only to later be slaughtered by Zamasu, leading to the total annihilation of humanity and the erasure of the entire universe by the Omni King. In the second world, Goku never contracted heart disease. In this initial timeline, the third timeline Cell killed Trunks, who later arrived here, enabling Goku's heart condition to be treated. The androids became stronger yet milder, presumably not undergoing final adjustments. Another Cell ascended to its perfect form before being defeated. Humanity, due to its greater numbers compared to the first world, attracted Babbidi's group sooner, resulting in Zamasu's demise at the hands of Beerus. The third world is a divergence of the first. Goku suffers from heart disease again. The androids are brutal. Trunks travels to the fourth world and returns to eliminate androids 17 and 18, but he is killed by Cell, who travels back to the second world via time machine. In this world, Trunks is stronger than androids 17 and 18, yet weaker than Cell, unaware of the impending ambush. In the fourth world, when Trunks from the third world ventured forth, he inadvertently caused Goku to suffer from a heart ailment, which was subsequently treated. This world bears a striking resemblance to the second world. However, the entity known as Android 1718 is presumed to be malevolent. In this reality, Cell remains confined in a basement, devoid of any alternate dimension counterpart to traverse, expected to emerge years later, only to be vanquished after being nurtured to full power by the protagonists. Consequently, Trunks from the third world remains oblivious to Cell's existence. Following their triumph over Android 1718, Trunks engages in training, having also confronted the 1718 from his own world, albeit finding himself weaker than Cell. Humanity, akin to the second world, faces the threat of Babbidi's minions, who arrive sooner due to an increased population compared to the first world. However, the absence of Cell's phase renders the protagonists weaker than their counterparts in the second world. Furthermore, Goku's survival prevents him from achieving Super Saiyan 3, while the protagonists will inevitably nurture Majin Buu, leading to their certain defeat. After Buu wreaks havoc, shortly thereafter, Beerus awakens to obliterate him, speculated. In the fifth world, Events unfold similarly to the Second World prior to Goku's agricultural endeavors. Zamasu slays Gaosu, wishes to exchange bodies with Goku, and subsequently kills Goku, Chi-Chi, Goten, and others. Later, Vegeta's body is also seized in this world. The god of destruction is forced to perish, while Whis is compelled to suspend operations. In the Sixth World, the 12th universe initiates the creation of a time machine, forming a parallel universe through its inaugural traversal. In this universe, Zamasu is unable to enter, resulting in only 4 Zamasus remaining outside. The sudden emergence of this quartet perplexes everyone, despite Goku and others having never encountered Zamasu. The presence of 2 identical individuals clearly signifies the original Zamasu. With a quintessential appearance of a Kai, one of the Zamasus proclaims, "We have traversed parallel dimensions, and indeed, there exists a multitude of beings like myself, sharing the same ideals. We are destined to fulfill the divine aspiration of humanity's eradication." He produces a time ring. Glancing at it, why is there an additional time ring? We now possess 7 time rings. Hey, what wishes did you all make using the Super Dragon Balls? Goku, unconcerned about the implications, directly inquires, viewing the situation as merely the emergence of 3 additional foes. At this moment, Purple Vegeta approaches, offering no response to Goku's question. Instead, he gazes at Goku and states, "I have come to engage you in some entertainment." This Purple Vegeta presents a stark contrast to the original, as he perpetually wears a congenial expression, creating a dissonance for those familiar with the true Vegeta. Goku eagerly accepts the challenge, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charging forth. Meanwhile, Black Goku attacks Vegeta. However, Black Goku proves no match for Vegeta. Each time Vegeta seeks to eliminate his adversary, one of the original Zamasus intervenes to rescue him. Each revival only serves to empower Black Goku further. Vegeta casts a glance toward Goku's battle, experiencing a similar cycle of defeat and revival, leaving him in profound disgrace as he finds himself unable to overpower Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta sensed the dire situation and swiftly circumvented Black Goku to confront the 2 Zamasus behind. Simultaneously, Goku charged forward, evidently aligned in thought with Vegeta. However, before they could reach the Zamasus, 2 figures suddenly flashed into view. Black Goku transformed into a striking magenta hue, embodying his Super Saiyan God form. Clearly, his divine aura differed from that of Vegeta and Goku. Merging with Goku's essence, he adopted this roseate appearance, while the other, a violet Vegeta, completed his transformation into Super Saiyan God, albeit with a dark crimson divine aura. The magenta and dark crimson Zamasus utilized the empty vessel of Goku to achieve their divine forms, and through this transformation, they materialized right before the 2 warriors. Goku and Vegeta regarded the formidable duo with grave expressions. Their strength was substantial, yet 2 more original Zamasus lurked ominously nearby, presenting a significant threat. "Hey, Kakarot, deal with those 2 behind us swiftly. I'll handle these 2 first," Vegeta shouted. "What? Vegeta, can you manage?" came Goku's incredulous response. "Enough with the chatter," Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his full power in a state known as Super Blue Full Power. Simultaneously, Goku surged towards the 2 Zamasus in the rear. Yet the roseate and dark crimson figures paid no heed, engaging Vegeta in combat. The magenta and dark crimson entities were no mere pushovers, despite Vegeta's full power. He found himself at a disadvantage. It appeared they were in perfect sync with one another, their attacks seamless. Infuriated, Vegeta shouted, pushing both foes apart and employing his royal combat strategy. He understood that he needed to buy time until Kakarot could eliminate the 2 Zamasus. "What?" Goku's exclamation echoed as he realized the 2 Zamasus he had swiftly vanquished had returned to life. Goku's shock momentarily distracted Vegeta, who too noticed the resurrected Zamasus. In that instant, 2 beams of energy struck Vegeta's abdomen, piercing through him and sending him hurtling into the debris of a distant building, leaving his fate uncertain. "Vegeta, Dad!" cried Goku and Trunks in alarm. Chapter 45, Temporary Retreat. Haha, daring to lose focus while battling us? Humanity truly deserves extinction, mocked the magenta Goku. While the dark crimson Vegeta wore a sinister grin, Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side, but before he could approach, a tremendous force vaporized the nearby structures. Vegeta emerged, pressing his hand against his abdomen, where the wound vanished. Spotting Trunks approaching, he commanded, "Trunks, get out of here with her immediately." Leave this to Kakarot and me. No. Dad. I want to fight too. Trunks protested loudly. Leave now. If things turn dire, Kakarot and I will retreat to your position. Vegeta asserted with an unyielding expression. Trunks clenched his fists, a look of shame washing over his face, alternating between shades of blue and white. He understood that his presence here was nothing but a burden, a weight dragging down his father and the others, a sin deserving of the gravest punishment. Without a word, Trunks took to the skies, while Vegeta returned to the battlefield. At that moment, the two original Zamasu were attempting to wield divine power to control Goku. The two Zamasu, having exchanged bodies, were poised to strike. Yet before their divine power could even graze Goku, it was utterly crushed by the blue aura surrounding him. The two Zamasu displayed expressions of terror, their anger boiling over as they exclaimed, "The power of the divine cannot even approach a mortal body. What a lamentable world this is. Humanity truly deserves annihilation." The two, Rose and Dark Red, resolved to launch a direct assault. The two original Zamasu, possessing only their immortality, were pitifully weak. Perhaps they could cultivate their strength over many years. But time was a luxury they could not afford. Kakarot, no matter what you must do, ensure that those two are taken away. They cannot be allowed to interfere. I'll handle them. Vegeta charged forward, intending to intercept Rose and Dark Red's direct attack on Goku, only to be halted by Goku's command. Goku, blocking the incoming strike, shouted, "You deal with those two. I'll handle this here. Take the Senzu Bean and recover your strength." He tossed a Senzu Bean to Vegeta. Goku understood that the best course of action was for one of them to eliminate the two original Zamasu, allowing the remaining one to deal with the others at a measured pace. However, how to defeat these Zamasu, seemingly akin to Beerus in their immortality, posed a significant dilemma. Goku had no effective solution. The Spirit Bomb would be futile, as it only affected pure evil. The fact that Vegeta and Frieza had survived a Spirit Bomb indicated they were not entirely malevolent, which is why Goku had spared them. Zamasu, despite having taken countless lives, raised questions about the definitions of good and evil. His ascension to godhood hinted at a complexity beyond mere villainy, yet his actions were undeniably heinous, reflecting an extreme ideology. Realizing he was at an impasse, Goku urged Vegeta to devise a plan. The Senzu Bean exploded in midair as he proclaimed, "You two have violated the sanctity of the divine. Do you truly believe you can survive?" The two Zamasu remained unfazed, even mocking him. Their divine power had no effect on Goku and Vegeta, yet they clearly wielded control over objects like the Senzu Bean. At this juncture, Goku found himself flustered by their assault. Rose and Dark Red Zamasu proved to be far more formidable than the Zamasu of the original narrative. The original Zamasu's frailty had limited their power boost, allowing Goku, now exerting his full strength in Super Saiyan Blue, to match Vegeta's capabilities. However, against the two, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. As Vegeta strategized while delivering blows to the two Zamasu, he recognized that they had likely wished for immortality through the Dragon Balls, rendering their elimination impossible. The pressing question remained, how could he neutralize their influence on the battle? With a swift motion, Goku evaded the energy swords of the two adversaries through instantaneous movement. His expression turned grave as he inquired, "Vegeta, do you have a plan?" Vegeta, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, replied, "Not before, but I do now." He floated before Goku, declaring, "I will handle these two. You keep those others occupied." Pointing at the pink and dark red figures, he prepared to confront them anew. "All right, Vegeta, what is your strategy?" Goku questioned. "Kakarot, just hold them off and keep a close watch," Vegeta instructed. With a vigorous leap, he positioned himself between the pink and dark red foes, seizing them without regard for their assaults. In an instant, he executed instantaneous movement, and the three vanished. "What?" The two incarnations of Zamasu panicked momentarily before one of them sneered, "You cannot kill us. Once those two return to this planet, you will be doomed." In truth, their boastful words masked their true intent, as they secretly sought the locations of the pink and dark red figures. Being trainee Supreme Kais, they too possessed the ability to teleport, but Goku was not about to grant them that opportunity. "Forget it. You two are going nowhere," he declared, admiring Vegeta's prowess as the Zamasus had swapped bodies, rendering them unable to teleport. Goku unleashed a flurry of attacks, employing the prince's combat style, leaving the two Zamasus in disarray and utterly incapable of resisting his Super Saiyan Blue form. Meanwhile, Vegeta, along with the pink and dark red figures, materialized in the God of Destruction's realm, a location far removed from Earth. Unless the pink and dark red figures mastered instantaneous movement, they would be unable to return promptly. Upon realizing that Vegeta had transported them to the God of Destruction's realm, the pink and dark red figures cast wary glances, fearing that Vegeta might lead them into perilous territory. This moment allowed Vegeta to disengage from them, relocating to a safer position before he swiftly teleported back to Earth. When he returned, Vegeta was drenched in blood, a massive gash running from his shoulder to abdomen, with blood flowing profusely. Half kneeling on the ground, he pressed his hand against the wound, his energy waning. Although he managed a faint recovery, it merely reduced the bleeding. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's return and his relentless bleeding, hurried to his side. "Vegeta, how are you holding up?" Before he could finish, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. "We need to retreat immediately." Goku understood that the situation was dire. The sudden appearance of four Zamasus had caught them off guard. He teleported beside Trunks, who, seeing the unconscious Vegeta, realized the gravity of the situation. Taking out the time machine, the group boarded it and traveled back to the past, while the late-arriving Zamasus seethed in frustration. Meanwhile, the pink and dark red figures in the God of Destruction's realm sat cross-legged, and in the next moment, they opened their eyes, having mastered instantaneous movement. The two individuals swiftly returned to Earth, only to hear the frenzied bombardment of their surroundings. Now in their Super Saiyan God forms and endowed with divine energy, they could teleport with remarkable speed, yet it still required a brief moment of time. In that fleeting interval, Goku, Vegeta, and the others had already made their escape. Chapter 46. Rigorous Training on Earth. Several individuals traveled back to Capsule Corporation via the time machine. Bulma and a few others, having received word of the situation, administered Senzu beans to Goku and Vegeta. As they regained their strength, Trunks and Mai remained silent, their heads bowed, creating an atmosphere tinged with unease. While Bulma incessantly inquired about the circumstances, King Kai also reported to Beerus about his intention to visit Universe 10 to meet with Gowasu before departing. The four Zamasu not only exchanged bodies with Goku, but also with Vegeta, having acquired immense power and immortality, which indeed was terrifying, as Whis remarked. "Regardless of the circumstances, these troubles were of your making. I have already dealt with the present Zamasu. How you proceed from here is your responsibility," Beerus stated. The energy storage would still require a day, leaving them with scant time to devise a plan. The concern was that Zamasu might destroy the future and then flee, complicating matters further. Even if they separated, the situation would become precarious. Bulma anxiously paced back and forth. "There's no need, Mom. We cannot allow Dad and Goku-san to go back to their demise," Trunks' somber voice interjected. A powerful punch struck Trunks, sending him flying. As he looked up, he saw it was Vegeta who had delivered the blow. "Get up," Vegeta commanded, his gaze fixed on Trunks, who dared not meet his father's eyes but remained on the ground. "I'm sorry, Dad. I cannot let you face death. I would rather retreat to a secluded corner with Mai. I won't disturb you," Trunks pleaded. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance, gripping Trunks by his collar and tossing him outside. "If you are still my son, if you are still a Saiyan, even in the face of despair, you must fight until the very last moment. This is your honor, this is your pride. Where has your Saiyan blood gone?" As Trunks landed, he listened to Vegeta's roar, propping himself up but keeping his head low, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Mai rushed over, her heart aching for Trunks as she tended to his wounds. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" "Trunks is acting this way out of desperation. It's a last resort." Bulma approached, chastising Vegeta, her concern for Trunks evident. "Indeed, Vegeta, there is no need to direct your anger at Trunks. We should focus on resolving this matter to the best of our abilities," Goku chimed in, attempting to mediate the situation. At that moment, Trunks lifted his head, rose to his feet, and gazed at Vegeta with unwavering determination. "I'm sorry, Father. You were right. I hesitated. I couldn't even protect my own world. This is all my fault for being too weak. Please train me, Father. I must surpass them and defeat them." "Is this all you've got?" Vegeta retorted, his frustration flaring. "You need to become stronger than anyone else." With that, Vegeta charged at Trunks. Yet, Trunks stood his ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yes, Father." Upon hearing this, Vegeta halted his fist mid-air, paused, and turned to say, "Follow me." With that, Vegeta took off into the sky, and Trunks eagerly followed suit. "What is Vegeta up to?" Goku wondered, initially believing Vegeta would strike Trunks, only to be bewildered when they both vanished in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Goku was utterly perplexed. It seemed that Vegeta had quite the unique approach to educating his son. Beerus, akin to discovering a new continent, found this scene inexplicably delightful. Oh, Vegeta's methods of education are truly peculiar, Whis remarked with a chuckle. Hey, Goku, Vegeta has taken his son for training. What are you planning to do next? Beerus inquired. Lord Beerus, do you have any methods for dealing with immortality? I'm quite troubled, Goku said, furrowing his brow and scratching the back of his head. It's simple. Just obliterate it, Beerus scoffed. But I can't do that, Goku rolled his eyes. Goku-san might consider other methods, such as sealing, manipulation, enslavement, or diversion, all of which could render immortality ineffective in battle, Whis suggested. Right, the magic sealing wave can seal. I need to learn that. Wait, the magic sealing wave seems only capable of sealing one person. What should I do? Goku pondered, feeling frustrated. Oh, I could use 2 jars, Goku exclaimed, suddenly realizing the solution. Bulma, please gather the energy. We will head to the future in a day, Goku said before departing. Wait, how can you be certain that those 4 Zamasu will be waiting for you in the future? Bulma quickly asked, but Goku had already taken off. They will undoubtedly be there. They must understand Goku and Mr. Vegeta well enough to know that neither of them will accept defeat and will return to continue the fight. Whis replied. At the sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta and Trunks prepared to enter, with food and other essentials ready. Mr. Popo reminded, Vegeta, you've already entered twice. If you go in again, you may not return. With a cold snort, Vegeta strode inside. Seeing Vegeta enter, Trunks politely apologized to Mr. Popo before stepping into the hyperbolic time chamber as well. What do you believe is the essence of battle? Trunks heard Vegeta's question just as the door closed behind him. To restore peace to the world and protect those I love, Trunks replied without hesitation. You lack the heart of a true warrior. Huh. Trunks was taken aback by Vegeta's remark. You have always passively grown stronger, constantly training for the sake of others. Your resolve is insufficient. How can you aspire to become a formidable warrior, to vanquish one powerful foe after another? To conquer others, one must first conquer oneself. Vegeta remained steadfast. His back turned to Trunks. The silence enveloped Trunks, his father. Vegeta walked further away, settling down in a meditative posture. In a subdued tone, he addressed Trunks. Trunks approached, also sitting cross-legged on the ground. Mastery requires not only personal effort, but also guidance from esteemed mentors, and above all, relentless combat. How much of that do you possess? Vegeta inquired. Perhaps you have exerted yourself adequately in your training, yet you are unable to uncover a path to greater strength, lacking battles against diverse adversaries. Living in a small corner of Earth has constricted your potential for growth. Do you perceive any distinction between us a decade ago and yourself now? What difference do you foresee a decade from now? Vegeta continued to probe. Father and Mr. Goku have made significant strides. Yet I have yet to transcend to a higher level, Trunks acknowledged. I shall first guide you to become a Super Saiyan God. Subsequently, you will train with me daily. The training will be exceedingly rigorous, Vegeta stated. The father and son engaged in their training within the hyperbolic time chamber, while Goku diligently practiced the Mafuba under Master Roshi's tutelage, as time gradually slipped away. Chapter 47. A Battle for the Future. Oh dear, I veered off again. Goku had repeatedly practiced the Mafuba under Master Roshi's guidance, struggling to perfect the precise control required for sealing. It is indeed a formidable challenge, Goku remarked, listening to the rustle of pages turned by Master Roshi behind him. What do you expect when you typically rely on clumsy techniques? You lack precision, Master Roshi reprimanded. Goku felt quite frustrated. In light of this, grandfather, why not accompany us to the future to seal Zamasu? Goku proposed, hoping to have Master Roshi join them. Master Roshi felt a wave of exasperation. This child is truly ungrateful. Does he wish to send himself to his demise? Sealing such a being demands an immense expenditure of mental and physical energy. Should I attempt to seal him, I might perish before completing the task. With your current mental fortitude, sealing such a monster is feasible, but do not expect me to risk my life. You must train diligently. Master Roshi's expression was grave. After all, he had perished while sealing Demon King Piccolo in his youth. Goku recognized the wisdom in Master Roshi's words. Zamasu's strength was only at the level of a Super Saiyan 2, thus sealing him would indeed be manageable. Goku, Remember that sealing 2 at once is unwise. Otherwise, the energy expenditure will surpass that of sealing 3 or 4 individually. Seek an opportunity. If something goes awry, it could be disastrous, Master Roshi cautioned. Upon hearing this, Goku became unusually serious. Those two, if one is sealed, the other might very well escape in an instant. It may not be as simple as it seems. Time is of the essence, and I am uncertain how Vegeta and the others are faring in their training. Let us forego sleep tonight, when weariness strikes. Consume a senzu bean to restore your vitality. Otherwise, given your current abilities, you may not even gain entry, and the situation appears grim. Master Roshi imparted his wisdom, acknowledging that the situation was indeed grim. With 4 Zamasus at hand, the pressure was anything but trivial. I am aware that this predicament is quite troublesome. Their strength is rather limited. Even Vegeta and I could easily handle 2 of them. However, the immortality of Zamasu and his divine powers significantly influence the battle's outcome. Judging by Vegeta's demeanor, he seems intent on confronting the 2 Zamasus who have exchanged bodies. It is imperative that I deal with the original Zamasus. Goku nodded in agreement and resumed his training with the Mafuba technique. At that moment, 6 months had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Under Vegeta's rigorous tutelage, Trunks swiftly mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta trained him tirelessly, and even when Trunks was injured and fell unconscious, Vegeta would heal him. Only when Trunks could no longer bear the mental strain would Vegeta allow him respite. Yet, each time Trunks awoke, he would find his father still training, which motivated him to persevere. As dawn broke, Goku yawned, and Master Roshi stood behind him, pointing to the last 2 jars of pickles taken from his home, stating, "The most crucial element is the final sealing talisman. I shall paint it for you now." Master Roshi then retreated into his dwelling. Goku waited outside, nearly dozing off, until he finally saw Master Roshi emerge, holding 2 talismans. It was evident that drawing these symbols had drained him, as Master Roshi's complexion appeared pale. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Goku rushed over to support Master Roshi and took the talismans from him. "You must hurry. Do not delay," Master Roshi urged, prompting Goku to take his leave. After expressing his gratitude to Master Roshi, Goku departed. Meanwhile, in the Turtle Hermit's abode, Master Roshi collapsed, his final thought being that he should not have expended so much life force on the talismans. With a resounding crash, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber was violently kicked open by Vegeta, who emerged alongside a ragged Trunks. They promptly flew back to Capsule Corporation. Upon arrival, Goku witnessed their descent and quickly produced 3 senzu beans for them. After consuming them, Goku eagerly regarded Vegeta and Trunks, remarking, "It seems we have made significant gains this time." "Indeed, that is correct. My father." "Silence, Trunks," Vegeta interrupted, gesturing for Trunks to accompany him to wash up and change clothes. A few minutes later, everything was prepared, and the trio boarded the time machine to venture into the future. Mai expressed her desire to join, but was persuaded otherwise, given Trunks' unwavering confidence. Mai chose to place her trust in him. Arrive, eliminate them, and depart immediately. At that moment, the 4 Zamasus were engaged in discussion. Having been on the verge of leaving, they believed that once they eradicated humanity on Earth, should Trunks and his companions seek the aid of a god of destruction in a desperate bid to reclaim their dignity, they would find themselves in grave danger. The 4 Zamasu revealed malevolent smiles, clearly sensing only 3 distinct auras, indicating that only Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta had arrived. In the span of a single day, it was improbable for them to devise a strategy to confront the quartet, suggesting that their adversaries were undeterred, intent on a fatal confrontation. The 4 exchanged glances, their excitement unspoken. In an instant, they materialized before the trio. Goku was seen cradling 2 jars tucked under his arms, wearing an enigmatic expression. The 2 original Zamasus erupted into laughter. "Huh? Son Goku, have you come to offer us gifts as an apology? Do not presume that acknowledging your faults will spare you." The 4 displayed sinister expressions. Goku, unfazed, replied with a smile, "Within my jars lies something remarkable." He then soared to the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper. While Black Goku and Purple Vegeta exchanged glances, signaling the 2 original Zamasus to follow suit. "Vegeta, are you here to court death again? Have you forgotten the wounds I inflicted upon you last time?" Black Goku mocked, having personally dealt Vegeta a grievous blow. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. "You 2 wretches dare to call yourselves gods?" Upon hearing this, the 2 Zamasus' faces contorted with rage. transforming into their magenta and dark red forms, ready to charge. At that moment, Trunks, standing beside Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, intercepting the dark red Zamasu. "Leave the remaining one to me. Father, I will hold him off," he declared. "Just you, Trunks? Do not think that merely achieving this form enables you to challenge me," the dark red Zamasu retorted, clearly looking down upon Trunks. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full power. Over the year, he had made significant strides and recognized that transcending limits might be merely a fleeting moment. With a resounding thud, he met the Magenta Zamasu's punch head-on, clearly overpowering him. For the Magenta Zamasu felt an overwhelming force upon impact, causing him to stagger back several steps. "What's wrong? Is the god so feeble in single combat?" Vegeta mocked, provoking the Magenta Zamasu into a furious rage, his eyes bloodshot as he recklessly sought a life-or-death struggle with Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage, swiftly putting the Magenta Zamasu on the defensive. Meanwhile, the clash between Trunks and the dark red Zamasu was equally intense. Trunks wielded a long sword crackling with blue lightning, unleashing a flurry of strikes in rapid succession. The dark red Zamasu, initially underestimating Trunks, found himself caught off guard as one of the sword's energies sliced into his arm, leaving a deep gash, blood pouring forth. Shocked, he hastily attempted to staunch the wound, proceeding with caution in his battle against Trunks. Magic Seal Wave. At this moment, Goku, having severely injured the two Zamasu, seized the fleeting opportunity to unleash the Mafuba. One of the Zamasu was immediately sealed within the jar, and with swift reflexes, Goku affixed the sealing talisman. Upon turning his gaze to the other Zamasu, he witnessed a look of sheer horror as his companion was confined inside the vessel, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. In a state of panic, he prepared to flee, but Goku's Mafuba forcibly restrained him. Despite his desperate struggles, he realized he was powerless against the force, and as he teetered on the brink of being captured, he uttered a cry for help. "Save me." Chapter 48. The reddish-brown Vegeta. At this juncture, Mehong observed the smirk at the corner of Vegeta's mouth and bellowed, "Do not smile." A peach-hued energy wave surged towards Vegeta, who merely pivoted slightly to evade it, his disdainful grin becoming ever more pronounced. Rage threatened to strip Mehong Zamasu of his sanity as he relentlessly unleashed energy waves upon Vegeta, gritting his teeth and growling, "I warned you to suppress that expression." A rapid and concentrated energy sphere hurtled towards Vegeta, yet he effortlessly leaped aside. Upon landing, he launched himself towards Mehong Zamasu, who hastily raised both hands in defense, only to be struck squarely in the palm by Vegeta's punch. Mehong Zamasu's face contorted in agony as he struggled to withstand Vegeta's relentless barrage of attacks. Suddenly, a cry for help drew the attention of both Vegeta, Mehong Zamasu, and Trunks, who was engaged with the Crimson Zamasu. "What?" both Zamasu exclaimed in surprise. Although these two were not warriors, they served as valuable support, and Zamasu required his allies. Exchanging glances, the two Zamasu swiftly disengaged from the battle and appeared atop a ruined tower. "What's this? Unable to fight back, are you attempting to flee? Is this the extent of a deity's prowess? To retreat when the situation turns dire?" Vegeta mocked. The two Zamasu, standing atop the tower, glared at Vegeta and his companions with murderous intent, grinding their teeth as they declared, "The greatness of the divine is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The methods of the divine cannot be fathomed by your kind. Humanity should be extinguished. All of you must perish. Witness the birth of the perfect God." With that, the two Zamasu donned the Patera earrings, and a radiant light enveloped the arena as they began to merge in a fit of manic laughter. Observing this, Vegeta fired two energy blasts, but they dissipated before they could reach their target. "Dad!" Trunks, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly moved closer to Vegeta. "Vegeta, this bodes ill. If they fuse, could it result in Vegeta?" Goku, aware of the implications of their fusion, understood that the emergence of Vegeta would present a formidable challenge. He and Vegeta were all too familiar with Vegeta's immense power, prompting Goku to approach Vegeta with the two jars in tow, hoping that their unity might afford them a fighting chance. "Trunks, take those jars and move quickly. If those two Zamasu are released again, none of us will escape today." Vegeta made a prompt decision, opting for the most prudent choice at that moment. Although Trunks had mastered Super Saiyan Blue, there remained a slight disparity in strength compared to Goku. Trunks hesitated for an instant, but recalled the words his father had imparted to him within the hyperbolic time chamber. He then departed with the jars in hand, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Initially, he had assured little Mai of their overwhelming strength before embarking on this venture, promising a triumphant return. However, he was taken aback by his father and Goku's foreboding assessments of the situation. To ensure safety, he resolved to safeguard the jars, placing his trust in his father and Goku. Should they find themselves outmatched, they could always seek him out for a retreat. Little did he know that their adversary intended to merge, a strategy that seemed to evoke trepidation in both his father and Goku, as they had previously encountered this fusion. Goku swallowed a Senzu bean and addressed Vegeta. There is but one Senzu bean remaining. Should we consume it in preparation for the ensuing battle? No, Vegeta replied. I have not exerted myself significantly. However, dealing with Vegeta will undoubtedly be a challenge. This time, we must join forces. Though Vegeta was reluctant to ally with Goku, the formidable foe they faced was Vegeta. Based on their understanding, their combined might not suffice, and they could only hope that Vegeta was not overwhelmingly strong, considering he did not possess the Saiyan spirit. As the light gradually dimmed, a figure emerged, arms outstretched, body vertically aligned, head tilted back, and a countenance exuding invincibility. With deep auburn hair and an aura of grandeur, clad in a black and red divine robe, the Zamasu version of Vegeta materialized. What should he be called? Zamet? Witnessing the birth of the supreme deity of the universe, the Super Zamasu, it is indeed an honor for you. You ought to repent for your past transgressions against the god Zamasu, for otherwise, the annihilation of 10 universes worth of humanity would scarcely atone for your sins. A smirk graced Zamet's lips, embodying the essence of a deity who believed he could dictate fate, his tone dripping with superiority and disdain. Your demeanor is truly detestable. Grotesque enough to provoke laughter, Vegeta retorted, unable to tolerate Zamet's countenance or his condescending manner of speaking. Indeed, even if you transform into Vegeta, I and Vegeta will undoubtedly defeat you. Come, let us engage in battle, Goku declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Zamet chuckled coldly, descending slowly to the ground. You shall pay with your lives for your insolence against the divine. 100 deaths would be insufficient. No sooner had he spoken than Zamet vanished, only to reappear behind Goku and Vegeta. Struck as if by lightning, they realized in that fleeting moment that Zamet had delivered a devastating blow to their abdomens, forcing both to step back. Yet, they found themselves perilously close to Zamet. With a swift motion, Zamet raised his hands, propelling them skyward. A mere flick of his fingers sent Goku and Vegeta hurtling far away, shattering numerous structures in their wake. Do not let your filthy bodies come into contact with the divine. It is truly repugnant, humans. Zamet displayed a look of disdain, shaking his hand as if the act of attacking Goku and Vegeta had sullied him. Such formidable power indeed. It is astonishing that a mere mortal could wield such strength. Creator, you are truly a sinner. Zamet gazed at his hands, filled with intoxication and admiration, profoundly satisfied with the might granted by his fusion. Ahem, Vegeta. Did you witness that fellow strike? Goku, amidst the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, having tended to both himself and Goku, remarked that he could see a glimmer of hope for battle, yet cautioned against prolonged engagement. They needed to find Trunks, or they would be in peril. Clearly, Vegeta was quite rational. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, reducing the nearby ruins to ashes. Standing resolutely at the center, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance and nodded before charging at Zamet. Upon seeing their advance, Zamet wore a scornful expression. Vegeta launched into a flurry of prince-like attacks, while Goku sought an opportunity to unleash his Kamehameha. Ignoring Vegeta's maneuvers, Zamet erected a shield with a mere gesture, effortlessly deflecting all assaults. In the next instant, he appeared before Goku, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" Realizing their intentions, Zamet swung a punch aimed at Goku's face. Goku reacted just in time, crossing his arms to block, but Zamet's power was relentless. Another punch targeted Goku's abdomen. He evaded by twisting away. Vegeta then materialized beside Zamet. Yet his attack was anticipated and evaded with ease. Calmly, Zamet retaliated, striking both Goku and Vegeta with devastating force. The sheer might of his blows made it difficult for them to withstand. Goku, in particular, felt his arms grow numb under the overwhelming strength of Zamet. Chapter 49. The Fifth Kill of Guashaha. Vegeta, Where is your arrogant demeanor now? Overly proud, Zamate's laughter was filled with malevolence. After sending Goku flying, he relentlessly assaulted Vegeta, whose struggle to fend off Zamate's fierce blows was evident. Observing Vegeta's strained expression, Zamate's laughter grew more frenzied. Vegeta, you shall be the first to perish. In a sudden motion, Zamate pressed one hand against Vegeta's abdomen, unleashing a wave of energy that struck him directly. Wah! Like a kite severed from its string, Vegeta's body contorted as he was blasted, landing far away, battered and broken. Vegeta, Goku appeared near Zamate, seizing the moment to attack. But before he could close the distance, Zamate's protective shield thwarted his efforts. In an instant, Zamate was face to face with Goku, whispering, "Do not rush. You will be next, ah." Zamate laughed maniacally as he moved past Goku, making his way to Vegeta. Goku hovered in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Vegeta, you are burdened with the gravest of sins. Having so audaciously offended the divine, attacking and mocking the deity, and trampling upon the face of divinity, you shall now face divine retribution. Zamate conjured a scythe of energy, preparing to strike down Vegeta. With a swift turn, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. You dare to call yourself a deity? Let us see whether today marks your demise or mine. Unfazed, Vegeta's fist glimmered with azure light, coalescing into a blue energy sword, engaging Zamate in a flurry of strikes. Kakarot, Vegeta called out to Goku, who finally roused from his stupor, his fist gathering a sphere of energy, transforming into an energy punch, charging towards Zamate. In an instant, Zamate found himself contending with both warriors, proclaiming, "You too are already wounded. While I remain in an overwhelmingly powerful state, I shall see how you can contend with me. You are both destined to perish." Yet, as he spoke, a flicker of realization crossed Zamate's mind. It seemed futile to eliminate them quickly. He should first rescue the two others. Trunks had been located. The three combatants roared in a tumultuous display of power, the battle appearing fiercely intense. However, it was evident that Vegeta and Goku were at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Zamate vanished from the fray. Huh, that guy has fled, Goku panted, bewildered. Vegeta sighed deeply, hastily asserting, I suspect he has gone after Trunks. We must hurry, or Trunks will be in grave danger. Suddenly, Vegeta grasped the urgency of the situation and rushed to locate Trunks' energy. He teleported directly, with Goku trailing just a moment behind. Upon reaching Trunks, Vegeta and Goku beheld a harrowing sight. Trunks' jar had already fallen into Zamate's grasp, and he was battered and bloodied. Zamate held Trunks aloft in one hand while manipulating the two jars, which floated ominously in the air. He prepared to launch Trunks into the sky for a lethal strike. Trunks! Vegeta bellowed in fury, realizing he was too late to save him. Zamath! At that moment, a figure emerged. Guas! Guas! Zamate halted his actions, stunned by the sudden appearance. Zamate, cease this folly. Do not slay these innocents any longer. Guas implored. Zamate scoffed. It seems the past has altered. You survived. What can you possibly achieve by showing up now? I have ascended to become the supreme deity, wielding unparalleled power. What is the worth of such power? I have continually reminded you that while we are indeed gods, our purpose is to guide humanity, not to elevate ourselves above them. If we extinguish humanity, what significance remains for our existence as deities? If my teachings cannot steer you towards the righteous path of divinity, that is my failing. Now, return with me to Universe 10, and let us seek an audience with the Omni King. I shall advocate for your redemption, Guas earnestly urged, extending his hands towards Zamate in a plea for reconciliation, hoping to redirect him onto the rightful path. At that moment, the Supreme Kaishin also appeared beside Goku and Vegeta, observing the tense standoff between Guas and Zamate. Zamasu appeared to be somewhat moved. He set Trunks down, who fell to the ground, and Zamasu slowly extended his hand, intending to shake hands with Gaosu. Upon witnessing this, Gaosu smiled, but in the next instant, Zamasu pierced through Gaosu's body. Wah! Gaosu gazed at Zamasu in disbelief as he fell, his eyes vacant, landing beside Trunks. He could scarcely believe that Zamasu would murder him. Lord Gaosu, the Supreme Kaishin exclaimed in terror. This is the 5th time I have killed you, Zamasu declared, a sinister grin spreading across his face, clearly reveling in the act of slaying Gaosu. Trunks, witnessing the death of Gaosu, who had sacrificed himself to save him, disregarded his own injuries and rushed to embrace Gaosu's lifeless body. Supreme Kai, you must not die? Trunks cried out in anguish. Supreme Kai-Shin arrived. His gaze fixed intensely on Zamasu, indignantly stating, a deity who should lead the universe to peace committing such an atrocity must not be forgiven. He was about to charge at Zamasu for a life-and-death struggle when Goku intervened, with Vegeta standing nearby. At that moment, two figures emerged beside Zamasu. It turned out that Zamasu had opened a jar, releasing two Zamasus. The two Zamasus, their expressions filled with horror, angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! How dare you seal a god?" After surveying their surroundings, the two Zamasus smiled at Zamasu. "Congratulations, brother! You've finally achieved your ultimate form and even killed Gaosu. Let us join you." The two Zamasus exchanged glances and prepared to fuse using the Patera earrings, to which Zamasu nodded in agreement. What? Patera? Supreme Kai-Shin was unaware that Zamasu had fused through the Patera. He merely thought that Zamasu had undergone some transformation. The reddish-brown Vegeta, with an evil demeanor, was momentarily unrecognizable. Now he understood why Zamasu was so powerful, having left Goku and Vegeta in a state of disarray. With the fusion of the two Zamasus, their appearance and physique remained unchanged, yet a transparent divine halo appeared behind them. Zamasu laughed heartily. The true god of the universe, Zamasu, has been born. Zamasu looked at the two fused beings and applauded. Brother, we are now one step closer to our plan for humanity's eradication. The two fused beings exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 50. Vegeta returns to the fray. Hey, Vegeta, this is troublesome. What should we do? Goku's expression was more serious than ever. Kakarot, if you're afraid, take Trunks and the others and leave at once, Vegeta replied, his demeanor stern, his tattered clothing barely holding together, and his fists clenched. I will fight to the end. As the proud prince of all Saiyans, I will not retreat a second time. With that, Vegeta's energy surged as he prepared to engage Zamasu and Zamasu in a fierce battle. Wait, Mr. Vegeta, use this. It may be able to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Supreme Kai-Shin suddenly interjected, causing both Goku and Vegeta, who were ready to charge into battle, to pause. What is this? Patera earrings? As Ryukong took the earrings, he cast a glance at Vegeta. What do you say, Vegeta? Vegeta snorted coldly, turning away and charging forward. Observing this, Ryukong shouted Vegeta's name and followed suit. Zamasu and Zamato exchanged glances, sharing a brief smile before Zamasu stepped back, allowing Zamato to advance. Vegeta was the first to reach Zamato, launching a fierce assault with his fists. Zamato extended his hands, bellowing loudly, and instantly immobilized Vegeta. Two crimson light rings ensnared Vegeta, rendering him powerless and suspended in midair. Zamato erupted into maniacal laughter, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Vegeta, who cried out in agony. The final blow, a powerful roundhouse kick, struck Vegeta squarely in the face, sending him flying and reverting him to his normal state. Ryukong, arriving just in time, caught Vegeta. At that moment, a colossal surge of energy erupted into the sky. Zamasu, I shall slay you. It was Zamasu, who had maneuvered to Trunks' side, intent on eliminating both Trunks and the Supreme Kai. Trunks, initially beside Guas, realized that Zamasu showed no mercy even towards Guas' lifeless form, prompting him to retaliate. The divine aura behind Zamasu glimmered ominously, and Trunks felt his body suddenly become sluggish, as if rusted. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Zamasu. With a sinister smile, Zamasu raised two fingers, and an array of casing steel descended upon Trunks from above. What? Trunks gasped, witnessing the multitude of casing steel plummeting toward him, emitting numerous energy blasts. He prepared to shatter them, only to be caught off guard as Zamasu launched a surprise attack, delivering a punch that Trunks could not evade. The combined power of Zamasu had evidently surged, yet his innate strength remained lacking. Trunks absorbed the blow, but the casing steel overhead had yet to be destroyed and now fell upon him. Trunks was struck, and the realization dawned upon him that Zamasu's power had amplified exponentially after merging. The casing steel, imbued with Zamasu's divine energy, was not merely a diversion. It was a devastating assault. Trunks found himself crushed beneath the weight of the steel, rendered silent. Mr. Trunks, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in a panic. Trunks. Both Vegeta and Ryukong cried out in alarm. Kakarot, we must assist Trunks. Despite his grievous injuries, Vegeta managed to mend his body just enough to engage with Zamato alongside Ryukong. However, with Trunks in peril, Vegeta was engulfed by urgency. I shall not permit you to pass. Zamato sneered wickedly, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts toward the two. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Vegeta declared, Kakarot. The Patera earrings. The two braced themselves against the onslaught of energy and donned the earrings. The energy wave generated countless particles of dust, which vanished in the blink of an eye, revealing an extraordinarily radiant light. From this brilliance, two energy blasts were unleashed, one aimed at Zamet and the other at Zama's. The latter's attempt to eliminate the Supreme Kai was thwarted. Startled by the energy wave, Zamet quickly erected an energy shield, as the assault was perilously close and its speed overwhelming. Fortunately, his shield held firm against the onslaught. As the light dissipated, a figure was seen clutching its neck, twisting it while a tail danced behind. Upon opening its eyes, a sinister smile emerged, lips curling as it consumed the last Senzabine. You two, Zamet exclaimed, realizing that Vegeta and Goku had fused into one, adorned with earrings that signified their union. Anger contorted Zamet's face. Such divine artifacts are not for mortals like you. He roared, charging forward. Vegeta, arms crossed, maintained a devilish grin. Hey, I don't have time to play with you. In an instant, he vanished from Zamet's sight, reappearing beside Zama's, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Zama's cried out in agony as his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, while spilling onto the ground. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta sent Kassenkang flying, revealing an unconscious Trunks. He entrusted Trunks and Guas to the Supreme Kai, urging them to depart promptly. Curse you. Do not presume that your fusion grants you the strength to defy the divine. Using divine artifacts on mere mortals is an affront. Zama's and Zamet positioned themselves together, preparing to strike Vegeta in unison. Oh, you claim to be gods, yet your power is pathetically meager. Even if you were to fuse again, I doubt you would pose a challenge to me, Vegeta proclaimed, exuding confidence. What? To underestimate the gods. There is no one in heaven or earth who can save you. The duo seethed with rage, their teeth clenched as they glared at Vegeta. It seemed they were unwilling to back down, prompting Vegeta to demonstrate just how insignificant their strength truly was. With that declaration, he unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, a fierce energy gust forcing his opponents to raise their hands in defense. Even if you have stolen my body and assumed my form, your strength is worlds apart from mine. With such feeble abilities, you are only capable of petty tricks, Vegeta stated, materializing before them. Before they could react, both received a heavy punch to the face, accompanied by Vegeta's mockery. The immortal Zama's was the first to recover, launching a frenzied assault. His fists relentlessly targeted Vegeta, yet the latter paid them no heed, allowing the blows to land. Vegeta merely shook his head. How weak. Realizing his attacks were futile, Zama's summoned numerous Kassenkang to strike at Vegeta, who, with a mighty shout, reduced them to mere ashes. Chapter 51. Vegeta's divine slaughter. Having wiped away the blood from his nose, Zamet exuded an overwhelming aura, a deep crimson flame darkening ominously. Well, you have truly angered me. Compelling me to unleash my full power is no small feat, and you should take pride in that. Observing his brother's body swell with energy and still bearing wounds, Zama's swiftly channeled his divine power into healing, mending Zamet's injuries and tempering the encroaching darkness of his power. Yet Zamet's strength did not diminish. Instead, it sharpened into something fierce. Vegeta, coldly watching the two, made no move. Have you prepared adequately? Come forth. I await your attempt to slay me. You shall soon pay dearly for your arrogance, foolish mortals. Zamet charged towards Vegeta, while Zama's followed closely behind, bestowing various enhancements. Mid-charge, Zama's unleashed a gust of energy, aiming to send Vegeta flying, but Vegeta stood unwavering, as resolute as a pine. As Zamet neared, Vegeta suddenly moved, appearing behind him in an instant, delivering a flying kick that sent Zamet sprawling far away. What? Zama's, taken aback, found himself unable to keep pace with Vegeta's speed. How could he apply a debuff under such circumstances? Zamet, now in a crater, clutched his bleeding mouth and nose, veins bulging in disbelief. This is impossible. With that, he surged into the sky, glaring at Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, expressionless. With a primal roar, Zamet unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, his face twisted with madness. The prince's combat skills were unparalleled as countless blasts rained down upon Vegeta, creating clouds of dust. Zama's arrived just in time to provide healing. Fully aware that he would not be able to intervene in this battle, His role was solely to support. With newfound vigor from the healing, Zamet's energy exploded forth, causing the very earth to tremble and fracture at the spot where Vegeta had previously stood. Zamet cackled maniacally, envisioning the devastation. The earth shall be their tomb, and they will surely be driven to despair by this humiliation. As if sensing the earth's lament, a radiant glow erupted at the explosion's epicenter. A thin layer of energy enveloped Vegeta, yet Zamet's energy blasts had no effect upon it. With a simple wave of his hand, Vegeta enveloped the entire planet in a shimmering blue shield, stabilizing it in an instant. This was a tactical application of Vegeta's Spirito. However, converting his Spirito to protect the Earth required considerable effort, yet it bore no burden upon him. What? Before Zamet could withdraw, Vegeta charged forward, sweeping aside Zamet's hands and unleashing a flurry of powerful punches into his abdomen. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Zamet shut his eyes tightly, writhing in agony. A final elbow strike bent Zamet's arm at a grotesque angle. Ah! Zamet's anguished cries echoed like a wounded beast as he plummeted to the ground. Brother! As Zama sensed the dire situation, he hurriedly rushed to treat Zamet. After a continuous minute of healing, he finally restored Zamet's vitality. Just as the two had regained their composure, a voice echoed from above. Here, allow me to present you with something extraordinary. Vegeta, holding a perfectly condensed blue orb of energy, hurled it downwards. The moment they looked up, dread washed over their faces as they witnessed Vegeta's attack descending upon them. And they helplessly observed the orb engulfing them. What is this? A voice came from afar, where Trunks and Shin were spectating. Startled, Trunks, who had just regained consciousness and was brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Lord Goku, you're alive. Shin, the Supreme Kai, responded with surprise, and Goku, puzzled, nodded. I'm not quite sure how I awakened. I distinctly remember perishing in that moment. Could it be? The Supreme Kai suddenly thought of Trunks and inquired whether Trunks had completed the ritual taught by the Supreme Kai. Trunks confirmed that he had, and the Supreme Kai informed him that he had officially become his disciple, thus possessing the power of resurrection. Trunks finally realized he had revived both Mai and Goku. What is the current situation? Goku inquired. The Supreme Kai replied, the battle rages on. Lord Goku, take a look. Those two scions have merged using the Patera earrings? Goku discerned the fusion of Vegeta immediately. Indeed, Lord Goku, with their combined strength, they have become formidable enough that Zamas cannot withstand them. The Supreme Kai remarked with a smile. This is not good. A mortal's fusion can only last for an hour at most. And that is under the condition of not exceeding the limits of the Patera's power. If they surpass the time, it will be significantly shortened. Goku expressed his concern anxiously. What? I was unaware of this. We must inform them to end the battle quickly, otherwise, they will be in grave danger. The Supreme Kai also displayed a look of urgency. I shall go. My strength should suffice for self-preservation. You two Supreme Kais should remain here to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Trunks declared before taking flight. Meanwhile, after Zamas and Zamet endured Vegeta's strike, the blue orb made contact, erupting into a towering pillar of blue energy. Their bodies twisted within the light. Anguished cries resounded. Just then, Trunks arrived. Dad, hurry and defeat them. The fusion lasts at most an hour, but your strength is overwhelming. The earrings cannot endure for long, and they will soon separate. Please, finish this swiftly. Not knowing Vegeta's name, he ultimately decided to address him as Dad. Once the blinding light dissipated, Zamas appeared as if he had melted. Reduced to a puddle, while Zamet had shrunk dramatically, his flesh sinking inwards, his expression nearly shattered. Zamas, now a mere puddle, began to writhe before reforming into his original self. Though he appeared gravely ill, his face devoid of color. In a panic, Zamas rushed to heal Zamet. A brilliant blue energy sword pierced through Zamas's heart, and he fell lifeless to the ground. No, brother. Zamas desperately channeled healing divine power into Zamas, but it dissipated upon contact with Vegeta's energy sword. The Zamas that traversed multiple parallel universes perished within the fused form of Zamas. Zamas's earrings shattered, reverting him to the ordinary forms of Goku and Vegeta, their expressions revealing an unmistakable demise. The remaining fused Zamas trembled, fear etched on his face. As Vegeta wielded his energy sword, cleaving both the living Zamas and the deceased Goku and Vegeta into countless pieces of flesh intertwined, Vegeta raised his hand, poised to obliterate the remnants, when suddenly, A radiant light flashed from within his body, and Goku and Vegeta reappeared, their forms disintegrating once more. Chapter 52, The New Zamas. Huh, disintegration so soon? Goku glanced at his hands, clearly taken aback. TCH, it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Next time, it might be less than a minute. As I will surpass the Super Saiyan God and grow even stronger. Henceforth, I shall never fuse with you again. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Father, Goku-san, your fusion is incredibly powerful. I suspect it surpasses even Lord Beerus, Trunks remarked, approaching them. Not at all. Lord Beerus never fights at full strength. We have no idea how strong he truly is, only that when he gets angry, it's terrifying. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Hey, we should deal with the mess first. Vegeta gestured toward the pile of flesh that was once Zamas. Upon hearing this, Trunks turned to eliminate Zamas, but suddenly, a look of terror crossed his face. Wah? Trunks seemed unable to utter a sound. Vegeta and Goku followed Trunks' gaze, realizing that while they were speaking, Zamas' remains began to writhe, coalescing together, even absorbing the remnants of Goku and Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, the flesh had taken shape, yet it continued to squirm, appearing humanoid but not fully formed. What? Did those two's bodies merge with it? Can it truly revive? Goku exhibited a look of astonishment. No. We must stop him. Trunks snapped back to reality, ready to intervene, but Vegeta was quicker, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and unleashing a colossal explosive attack. A massive energy sphere erupted forth. Following swiftly was Trunks' ultimate flash, and Goku unleashed a Kamehameha. 3 energy blasts surged from different directions, all aimed at the coalescing Zamas. Uncertain of what form Zamas would take, they knew they had to intervene. The 3 energy waves collided with the flesh-mud Zamas, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The immense energy shaking the Spirito that Vegeta had just set up. Indeed, the divine being is truly favored by the heavens. The true god Zamas will never falter. Zamas is destined to become the greatest deity in the entire universe, and all beings shall extol the name of the divine Zamas. The resounding roar of a tremendous explosion cannot overshadow the emergence of this voice, as a figure materializes at the epicenter of the blast, Zamas. However, at this moment, Zamas' appearance undergoes a profound transformation. His skin is no longer a pure green, but has taken on a crystalline yellow-green hue, appearing somewhat translucent. His hair has evolved from a mere tuft of white at the crown to a lush mane of black, cascading from both sides. His eyes have shifted from the distinctive shape of a supreme Kai to a square form, and his eyebrows, once white, are now a peculiar gray. His pupils have vanished entirely. Clad in a purple-black divine robe and striking white boots, a golden divine halo radiates from behind him, exuding an air of sanctity. I extend my gratitude for your contributions to the divine being, allowing the 4 of us to merge into a singular entity. Henceforth, there shall exist only one true God Zamas, the epitome of perfection in the universe. As a gift, I shall send you to the depths of hell. Upon his rebirth, Zamas obliterates the entirety of the explosive energy, and with a flicker of his divine halo, countless golden raindrops begin to descend from the space above the 3. Danger! Goku bellows. The 3 of them raise an energy shield to defend against the deluge, but the golden raindrops sizzle upon contact, swiftly penetrating their barrier. What formidable penetrating power! Quickly evade! Vegeta exclaims, astonished as they all strive to dodge. Attempting to flee, Zamas cackles, raising his index finger as the space beneath their feet suddenly collapses, plunging them into a mire that hampers their movement. The golden raindrops fall upon them like arrows. All 3 cry out in anguish, with Goku's voice rising above the rest, for he possesses a naturally loud voice. In the distance, the Supreme Kai senses the peril and rushes to assist. Lord Gas, we must join forces to dismantle Zamas' divine power, so Goku and the others can fight. Otherwise, they will be in grave danger, he urges, his expression grave. Indeed, Zamas' divine power has become extraordinarily formidable. Only by uniting our strengths can we hope to overcome it. In an instant, Gas and Shin enter the fray, their divine powers erupting forth. The golden rain descending from the unknown space dissipates, and the mire beneath their feet vanishes. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks. We will hold Zamas' divine power at bay. You must engage him in close combat, or victory will be elusive. Shin shouts. You 2 Supreme Kais have grown weary of life. How fortuitous, for I have long desired to eliminate you. Since you have delivered yourselves to me, I shall not be courteous, Zamasu declares, revealing a grim expression upon witnessing the two Supreme Kais. With a brilliant flash of his divine halo, an inexplicable golden light materializes before Gas and Shin. Lord Gas, hold firm, they exclaim as they thrust their hands forward, unleashing white radiance to collide with the golden light. Kakarot, do you feel it? At this moment, Vegeta rose to his feet. Although the golden rain possessed formidable penetrating power, it was merely the sheer volume that inflicted considerable pain upon the trio. While both Vegeta and Goku fared relatively well, Trunks, already nursing injuries and slightly weaker than the other two, suffered more severely. Indeed, that fellow fights with divine power, yet it fails to inflict any substantial harm. Close combat remains uncertain for now, but opportunities should arise, Goku mused, aware that Vegeta shared his insights. Dad, Goku-san, we must hurry, otherwise the Supreme Kais will soon be overwhelmed, Trunks urged. Vegeta, Trunks, let's move. Quit your prattling. The three surged forward, preparing to engage Zamasu in direct confrontation. Zamasu regarded the advancing trio with arrogant laughter. You humans are truly foolish to think you can confront a god head-on. How could the perfect deity Zamasu rely solely on mere divine power? Zamasu's hair, a striking blend of black and white, stood on end as a white aura enveloped him. Crackling with dark lightning at the periphery, his presence magnifying exponentially. The oncoming trio was momentarily taken aback, this being's power rivaled that of the original Zamasu. Aware that he might possess immortality, the three gritted their teeth, steeling themselves for battle until the very end. Soon, they were embroiled in fierce combat, with Vegeta and Goku facing Zamasu head-on while Trunks, slightly weaker, sought opportunities from the side. The Supreme Kais, Shin and Gaosu, sat exhausted on the ground, exhaling deeply. Gaosu lamented, "It has been far too long since we exerted ourselves. We are of little use now. We can only place our hopes in those three." Shin gazed with deep concern at the ongoing battle. Chapter 53. A grueling battle. Vegeta, I never imagined you could refine your Super Saiyan Blue to such an extent. It seems your training with Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber has borne significant fruit, Goku remarked as they blocked Zamasu's punches together. Humph, Kakarot. I have trained for a year in the time chamber. If I cannot distance myself from you, what sort of elite Saiyan genius would I be? Vegeta retorted coldly. In truth, the two understood each other's progress during their fusion. Goku had initially grasped the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, yet it placed a tremendous strain on his body, while Vegeta had attained the pinnacle of this form, prompting Goku's comments. At that moment, Trunks seized the opportunity presented by Zamasu's attack on the duo, raising the Sword of Hope and striking at Zamasu's back, landing a significant blow that created a massive gash. What an opportunity! Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, diverting Zamasu's punch and unleashing their ultimate techniques, Final Flash and Kamehameha. Zamasu was struck directly, yet he emitted no cry of pain. In an instant, he burst forth from the center of the explosion, his injuries gradually healing. Suddenly, Zamasu noticed that the rate of healing for his wounds had slowed, particularly the deep gash on his back, which seemed to be oozing something that hindered its closure. What could this mean? Zamasu's expression darkened. In the distance, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with realization. It appeared that the Spirito deprivation technique had an extraordinary effect on Zamasu. Just moments ago, Vegeta had employed this very technique, and Zamasu's regenerative abilities seemed significantly compromised. Kakarot, it seems our chances of victory in this battle have greatly increased, Vegeta declared confidently with a smile. Vegeta, did you do this? How did you manage it? Goku inquired, suspecting Vegeta's involvement in Zamasu's predicament. Kakarot, do you recall the 4 signature techniques of the planet Yardrat? Vegeta asked. It sounds familiar. I think I heard Pibra mention it, but I didn't pay much attention. Is it truly effective? Goku replied. Indeed, the Spirito deprivation technique appears to be quite effective against Zamasu. Vegeta proclaimed, raising his hand. Kakarot, Trunks. Now I wish to face him alone. Vegeta's audacity took them by surprise. Not only were Goku and Trunks astonished, but Zamasu, who was in the process of recovering, also displayed an expression of intense fury. Vegeta, how dare you underestimate a god? I will see you dead. Zamasu's aura surged violently as he disregarded his injuries, charging recklessly toward Vegeta. Dad! Trunks exclaimed, hastily drawing his sword, but Goku swiftly intervened. Trunks, observe your father. Goku discerned Vegeta's strategy. The angrier Zamasu became, the more irrational he acted, neglecting his wounds. This presented Vegeta with a golden opportunity. Had all three of them engaged simultaneously, Zamasu would have heightened his defenses, complicating their chances of victory. Vegeta approached the confrontation with utmost caution. As Zamasu lunged, Vegeta refrained from a direct clash, instead opting for a continuous skirmish. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Vegeta sustaining several blows, fortunately avoiding any critical damage. Meanwhile, Zamasu's back grew increasingly agitated, his wounds formed granulations, and his recovery was excruciatingly slow. Suddenly, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Zamasu's nose. Ugh! Zamasu staggered back, bewildered. What just happened? Why have you suddenly become faster? Has your strength increased? He roared, veins bulging on his forehead as the flow of blood from his nose began to subside. Humph. It is not that I have grown stronger. Rather, you have weakened, Vegeta replied, shaking his shoulders and arms, feeling the soreness from the earlier exchange. What? How could I possibly be weaker? Zamasu retorted, disbelief etched on his face. His pupils trembled, and he lost the haughty demeanor of a god, irrationally charging at Vegeta. With a swift knee strike, Vegeta struck Zamasu in the abdomen, forcing bile from his throat. Zamasu staggered back, clutching his abdomen, coughing violently as blood spilled from his lips. Observing Zamasu's pitiful state, Vegeta showed no mercy. He delivered a powerful kick to Zamasu's right leg, resulting in a gruesome fracture. Zamasu's left leg buckled, and his right leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Oh, are you kneeling before me? Vegeta taunted. From his elevated position, Vegeta gazed down upon Zamasu, who ceased his lamentations and lifted his head, fixing his gaze, devoid of pupils, intently upon Vegeta. Suddenly, blood began to stream from Zamasu's eyes, and his entire body convulsed violently, blood oozing from his nose, ears, and mouth, as if he were driven to madness. I want you dead. I want you all dead. Zamasu's countenance twisted into a frenzied expression. His fractured leg unexpectedly detonated, catching Vegeta off guard and resulting in a direct hit. The immense explosion hurled Zamasu's mangled form far away, while Vegeta remained shrouded in the smoke of the blast, his fate uncertain. Father! Vegeta! Goku and Trunks exclaimed in horror. Zamasu's dismembered body lay at a distance, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. I am immortal. I am a god of immortality. What is one leg? I shall self-destruct completely. You shall all perish. Indeed, Zamasu detonated all but his head, obliterating the spirit of the earth that Vegeta had meticulously arranged. The shockwave perforating the planet. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks could not escape the devastation. Only the two Kaioshins, sensing peril, fled to Jupiter to observe the calamity on Earth. Ha ha ha! Have you all met your end? This is the price for provoking Zamasu, the immortal. Restore me. Zamasu's head, now reduced to mere bones with remnants of flesh, continued to emit sounds. Gradually, Zamasu's immortality began to take effect, and he started to regenerate. However, in the next moment, his restoration abruptly halted. The flesh on his head remained incomplete, leaving only the skeletal structure. Panic surged through Zamasu. Could it be that I consumed the flesh of those two? Is my immortality faltering? He seethed inwardly. Zamasu, you shall have no more chances. A blood-soaked Vegeta, nearly bare, emerged near Zamasu, clutching one arm in classic fashion, prepared to unleash the ultimate flash. At this moment, Vegeta was exceedingly weak, and even his ultimate flash appeared dim. Zamasu, now a mere skeleton, struggled to fend off the attack, yet Vegeta's ultimate flash could not entirely engulf him. Kamehameha. From the ruins, Goku raised a hand and weakly unleashed the Kamehameha, catching Zamasu off guard and overwhelming him with the combined energy. Chapter 54. The arrival of the Omni King. Zamasu, in skeletal form, struggled amidst the two energy blasts. At that moment, the observing Kaioshins descended, first rescuing the gravely injured Trunks and placing him in a safe location. They then gazed upon the faintly visible Zamasu, fervently praying that this time he would be completely eradicated. Zamasu resisted fiercely for a prolonged period, but ultimately succumbed to the corrosive energies of the two, disintegrating into ashes, which then transformed into a radiant white light, gradually dissipating into the cosmos. The two Kaioshins, witnessing this turn of events, erupted into cheers, finally vanquishing Zamasu. Goku, Vegeta, are you both alright? Xin was overjoyed, rushing to support Wukong, who had fallen. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unable to bear the burden, collapsed to the ground, and Guavas promptly assisted him. "Well done, Vegeta," Wukong said, as he approached Vegeta with the help of the Kaioshin, giving him a thumbs up. Surprisingly, Vegeta did not scowl at Wukong but instead displayed a look of relief, promptly inquiring, "What about Trunks?" indicating that he could still stand. Vegeta slowly made his way toward Trunks. Trunks was gravely injured, having lost consciousness, but Guavas reassured them that he should be fine. As they gathered around Trunks, Vegeta gently extended his hands, performing a light healing on him before collapsing himself. "Vegeta?" Wukong exclaimed in shock. "It's all right. He must have overexerted himself. We should return quickly. This has been extraordinarily difficult," Exaion said. The group nodded, preparing to leave. "Return? You shall not leave," a voice echoed ominously, resonating from all directions. "Zamasu." Their expressions changed drastically. How could Zamasu still be alive? "You have caused me to merge with this planet. But this world is exceedingly fragile and on the brink of destruction. I shall take you with me to the grave." Zamasu's voice reverberated like a hammer striking their very beings, causing immense discomfort. "This is bad, Lord Guavas. We must return to the past," Exaion decisively declared, attempting to flee. The two Kaioshins flickered with white light, ready to depart, but the light merely flickered without effect. "I warned you, none shall leave. Here, I am the god, and you shall all perish." Zamasu's voice thundered again as the earth began to tremble, the oceans boiled, fierce winds howled, and torrents surged forth, relentless forces converging upon them. Zamasu harnessed the powers of the universe. Though he seemed to lack a physical form, he could manipulate the very forces of nature. Normally, they would not fear such a power, but in their current weakened state, with the Kaioshins rendered ineffective, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the heavens quaked, and a face materialized in the sky. Zamasu's visage, filled with malevolent fury, stared down at them. His face also appeared upon the ground, and with a furious roar, the earth erupted with molten lava. Guavas, quick-witted, erected a protective barrier to shield them. Within the barrier, Guavas continuously reinforced their defenses, while the Kaioshin Exaion had a sudden inspiration, retrieving the universal capsule from Trunks' possession, which instantly manifested a time machine. They prepared to escape in the time machine, but even it seemed unable to breach Zamasu's ceiling of this realm. Infuriating. Such a troublesome foe. If only we had senza beans, we would not be so vulnerable. Wukong lamented, feeling around his waist. What is this? The King's summoning device. Without hesitation, Wukong pressed the button, and suddenly, the barriers of the universe seemed to dissolve. A diminutive figure materialized. The king had descended. "Ah, king." As Wukong greeted the Omni King, the two Kaioshins promptly knelt in reverence. "Omni King, how could you be here?" Zamasu's voice echoed with palpable fear throughout the realm. "Oh, Wukong, did you summon me? How did you end up here?" The Omni King expressed his bewilderment. "Is this the Omni King of our timeline? What is happening? Does this timeline lack an Omni King?" Before Wukong could respond, the Omni King remarked, "This world is rather unsightly. Perhaps it should cease to exist." He raised his small hand. "What?" Wukong and the Kaioshin gasped in shock and hastily jumped into the time machine, fleeing from the scene. As the Omni King clenched his tiny hand, the entire world seemed to freeze. Zamasu's screams silenced, and the very fabric of time and space dissipated. Wukong and his companions returned to the present, with the Kaioshin urgently pulling Wukong out, disregarding the astonished gazes of the Capsule Corporation employees. In an instant, they were transported back to the future. Initially dazed, Wukong suddenly became alert, thanks to the Kaioshin's mysterious method. "Hey, Wukong, where did you just go?" The Omni King, surrounded by chaos, questioned Wukong with a puzzled expression. Wukong smiled and explained, "I cannot survive in the vastness of space, so I had the Kaioshin assist me. I can only remain by his side." He gestured towards the protective barrier erected by the Kaioshin. "Oh, I see. Go play in my palace," the Omni King exclaimed. "I apologize, Omni King, but as you can see, I am quite injured. Could we perhaps wait until I recover before visiting you?" Wukong pointed to the various wounds adorning his body. "Very well. I shall wait for you in the Omni King's palace. Heal quickly and come find me." The Omni King glanced at Wukong's injuries before vanishing from sight, seemingly returning to his palace. At this moment, the Kaioshin finally dared to reveal his face, kneeling on the ground in terror. The Omni King is truly fearsome. This timeline has been reduced to chaos. I fear we have lost a piece of the time rings. Kaioshin, we must return quickly before they grow concerned, Wukong urged, and together they returned to the present timeline. What on earth transpired? Beerus inquired of Whis, who recounted the events to him. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks, having consumed the Senzu beans, gradually regained consciousness. And Wukong and the Kaioshin returned to the Capsule Corporation. What? You summoned the Omni King? Beerus exclaimed in alarm, turning to Wukong. You fool. Stay away from me, in the future. You summoned the Omni King for such a trivial matter. If you were to blame me, I would not have enough lives to spare. Oh, come now, Lord Beerus. Everything turned out fine, and the Omni King didn't express any displeasure, Wukong replied with a sheepish grin. Has the future timeline been erased by the Omni King? Whis inquired. Indeed, the Omni King is quite terrifying. The entire timeline transformed into chaos, which is rather frightening. By the way, Mr. Whis, why was the Omni King I summoned still the one from our timeline? Wukong posed his question. I have long asserted that the Grand King has transcended the boundaries of time and mortality. There exists but one Grand King. The emergence of parallel worlds replicates all beings and objects, yet those who transcend the constraints of time and life are singular. This represents a realm of truth. In essence, while those who have not transcended may manifest in multitudes with the advent of parallel timelines, the transcendent remains unchanged regardless of temporal fluctuations. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare. As explained by Whis. Wait, are you saying the Grand King I just summoned is not from our timeline? Goku pondered, clearly perplexed and unable to grasp Whis' meaning. Indeed, he is the Grand King of that particular parallel world, yet there is no conflict with the Grand King from any other realm, was clarified. Chapter 55 Realm? That sounds rather impressive, but the Grand King does not seem to exude immense power, Goku inquired again. To reach the realm of the Grand King, one no longer requires an aura, Beerus interjected. Who else resides within this realm? Vegeta, having listened intently, finally spoke up. Quite right, I too wish to know, Goku. Ever the warrior, expressed his curiosity about the powerful beings. Why inquire so much? Beerus retorted, his temper flaring slightly. Whis, remaining composed, replied, Indeed. This is rather distant for you. Even Beerus and I are worlds apart. However, I can inform you that Lord Dragon God Salam and the Grand Minister also exist within this realm. What? The group was taken aback. The Grand King and the Grand Minister were already to be expected. Given the Grand King's supremacy and the Grand Minister's role as the Grand King's steward and leader of the gods. However, the revelation that Dragon God Salam also belonged to this realm was astonishing. Piccolo, his complexion paling, asked gravely, I have heard that the Dragon God is our ancestor. Yet we know so little about him. Whis, what can you tell us? Whis shook his head slightly. I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything. The Dragon God is quite exceptional. To think we are still so distant from such powerful beings. Vegeta remarked, Goku, did you hear that? I am invigorated. I must train with even greater diligence. Humph. Vegeta, feigning indifference, turned his head away, yet secretly resolved to surpass Kakarot and attain this realm first. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis. Lord Shin, I shall return to Universe 10 now. Farewell. Gaosu bid his goodbye as he departed. I will prepare dinner. Let us celebrate well. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Dinner? Beerus queried Trunks. Young man, your timeline has been obliterated. What are your plans now? Although my world was destroyed due to the defeat of Zamasu, I have aided other universes in resolving their troubles, so I bear no grievances regarding my fate. As for my future, Trunks began, but was interrupted by Bulma. You shall remain here, she asserted. Absolutely not. Beerus countered vehemently. Hello? If there happens to be another competition across the cosmos, our Trunks should certainly be able to participate. He is quite formidable, you know, Bulma remarked optimistically. Indeed, Trunks staying here wouldn't be a problem at all. Goku, munching on his food, mumbled in agreement. However, Beerus seemed somewhat apprehensive and interjected. The Trunks from the future and the one from the present, should they affect one another, could lead to dire consequences. Just then, a little girl unexpectedly dashed out of nowhere and collided with Beerus's waist. The sudden impact caused him immense pain, sending him soaring into the air. Hey, little girl, whose child are you? Where are your manners? Beerus exclaimed, clutching his side and glaring at her all. If you don't speak up, I won't hesitate to teach this girl a lesson. Wait, I don't think we've ever seen this child before. Where did she come from? Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. Bulma, you truly don't recognize her? Beerus replied, his face contorted with fury. Huh. I genuinely don't know her. Bulma quickly distanced herself, aware of Beerus's notorious pettiness. Why do I feel an instinctive urge to protect this child? Whis mused, gazing at the pink-hatted girl as she ran amok, creating mischief. Hey, Whis, don't you dare intervene. I need to discipline this child. Beerus, in a fit of rage, approached Aral and lifted her upside down, preparing to spank her. To everyone's astonishment, Aral released a burst of pink gas, knocking Beerus unconscious. What? This child is incredible, Goku exclaimed, invigorated by the spectacle. He approached Aral. Hey, you must be really strong. How about we spar? Without flinching, Aral took Goku's punch and was sent soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. What have you done, Son Goku? Bulma rushed forward, horrified that he had struck a child. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Goku was suddenly hit by something from behind and fell into the garden pond. Aral's back. She cheered, raising her hands in excitement as if nothing had transpired. What? Vegeta's pupils narrowed, astonished at the girl's abilities. All right. Miss Aral isn't a villain. She appears to be quite extraordinary. I cannot fully comprehend her nature, but she did just materialize out of thin air. However, she gives me a similar vibe to Zuno, Whis quickly intervened to restrain the others from approaching. Really? Goku, now with a crab perched atop his head, excitedly gazed at Aral. Leaping from the water, he pulled her hand and exclaimed, Aral, how about I take you somewhere fun? Sure, Aral replied, completely unguarded. Lord Kaioshin, Mr. Whis, can you take me to the palace of Zuno? Goku asked eagerly. Goku-san, are you implying? Whis discerned Goku's intentions. Indeed. Subsequently, Wukong introduced Aral to the Omni King for some playful engagement, and it appeared that the two children were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The following morning, Bulma encountered Trunks and Mai waiting for her at the door. Trunks declared, Mom, Mai and I have made up our minds. We wish to return to the future. What? Are you planning to create another parallel universe? Absolutely not. At that moment, Beerus approached from a distance. My apologies, Lord Beerus, but please grant Mai and me this wish. No need, Trunks. Lord Beerus and I inspected the situation last night, and there are currently 2 parallel universes available for your journey. One exists where humanity still thrives, while the other is a realm devoid of Earth. In both worlds, your presence is absent. Which one do you wish to choose? Whis inquired. Is there truly a world where humanity still exists, and where I am not present? Indeed, that world aligns temporally with your original timeline. Its creation was instigated by a being named Cell, who ambushed you, leading to your demise before utilizing the time machine to escape to another world. Whis' staff unveiled an image, a scene he had captured. Refer to Chapter 44, All Parallel Timelines featuring Zamasu. All right, Mai and I shall venture to this world. Trunks and Mai exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. We shall bid farewell to everyone. Trunks and Mai set off in search of those they wished to say goodbye to. At last, in the fleeting moments before departure, Vegeta and Trunks exchanged a gesture known only to themselves, and Trunks finally departed from this world. Everyone else followed suit, resuming their lives and returning to their routines. Chapter 56. Paragus seeks an audience in the year 780 of the age, following the ordeal with future Zamasu. Life resumed its normal cadence. Training, working, and studying continued as usual, with the notable exception of Bulma, who was pregnant. After 2 months of training under Whis, Vegeta hurried back upon receiving the news of Bulma's pregnancy. His sudden actions caught Goku's attention, revealing that Vegeta had been training in the God of Destruction's realm for quite some time. This revelation stirred Goku's restless spirit, prompting him to seize an opportunity to slip away to the God of Destruction's domain. Upon returning home, Vegeta attended to Bulma for a few days but soon realized that he was of little assistance and lacked the capability of a proper caretaker. He resolved to resume his training in the God of Destruction's realm when suddenly, the voice of the Supreme Kai resonated in his mind. Prince Vegeta, Mr. Paragus wishes to meet with you. If you have the time, please visit the Supreme Kai's realm. Vegeta thought to himself, perfect. He informed Bulma and departed Earth, materializing directly in the Supreme Kai's realm. In the Supreme Kai's realm, 5 individuals were gathered. Broly and Paragus had even begun constructing a dwelling. Upon Vegeta's arrival, the Supreme Kai greeted him, and Paragus bowed respectfully, addressing him as Prince Vegeta. Broly nodded in acknowledgement, signifying a greeting. Upon seeing Broly, Vegeta remarked, "It appears that the environment of the King Kai's realm is quite pleasant. You seem to enjoy it here. The King Kai's realm exudes peace and tranquility, a setting I find quite appealing. Broly, being a man of few words, simply nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Broly is a remarkably quiet individual. Through our observations and guidance over this period, we have discerned that within Broly lies an immense power. However, given his current state, he is unable to harness this strength. Thus, my ancestor and I have engaged him in fundamental training of ki and mental cultivation. Mr. Broly's prowess has already become formidable, the King Kai explained. At this juncture, it is established that Broly's strength surpasses that of Super Saiyan Red, but is somewhat inferior to that of Super Saiyan Blue, as he has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, I am well aware of Broly's vast potential. Should he gain mastery over this power, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to both myself and Kakarot. Vegeta recognized the legendary Super Saiyan's formidable prowess, yet he was astonished at the exaggeration of Broly's capabilities. After decades of training alongside Kakarot, and under the tutelage of the Angel Whis, they had attained their current level of strength, while Broly appeared to achieve such remarkable feats solely through his Saiyan lineage. By the way, Paragus, what brings you to me? Vegeta inquired. Prince Vegeta, you previously mentioned your intention to venture to the 6th universe. Paragus hesitated to articulate. Vegeta perceived Paragus's growing impatience due to his lack of action. Nodding, Vegeta replied, indeed. I do intend to travel to the 6th universe. However, I must consult Whis regarding the means of arrival. How about this? Broly will accompany me to the God of Destruction's realm, where I will have Whis further train him. Who knows? He may soon transform into a Super Saiyan, at which point I shall bring him along to the 6th universe. The God of Destruction's realm? I have heard from the King Kai that the God of Destruction is a being of unparalleled stature in the universe. To receive guidance from such an entity would indeed be a privilege for Broly, Paragus expressed with reverence. Broly, what are your thoughts? Vegeta inquired, as he believed that Broly's decisions should not be swayed by Paragus, despite their familial ties. Broly hesitated, preparing to decline, but Paragus quickly interjected, Broly, I shall remain in the King Kai's realm, where there is no danger. My will and aspirations depend on your assistance. Once you have mastered your skills under Prince Vegeta, you may visit me anytime. Broly, I hope you grow stronger, so that neither of us will suffer any indignities. Looking into his father's eyes, Broly ultimately nodded in agreement. Wonderful. It would be a waste of Mr. Broly's talents for him to train here with us, as we cannot impart much knowledge. However, under Mr. Whis' guidance, Broly's potential can be fully realized. Both the King Kai and Paragus smiled, for the two had already conspired together, which is why Vegeta had been summoned. The Supreme Kai had a brief conversation with Paragus, who took it to heart. Following their discussion, they concluded that Broly could be trained in the realm of the Destroyers. The Supreme Kai believed that Broly was a formidable deity whom they could not adequately instruct, and they were apprehensive about the potential consequences of their guidance. Thus, they resolved to depart. Come, Broly, rest upon my shoulder. I shall take you directly to the realm of the Destroyers. Vegeta, unconcerned, promptly led Broly away. Vegeta and Broly's sudden appearance astonished Goku. Vegeta, wait, you brought Broly with you. Hey, Broly, come and spar with me. I sense you've grown stronger. Goku's excitement was palpable upon seeing Broly. Before Broly could respond, Whis approached. Ah, Vegeta-san has brought a new friend. And who might this be? Whis, this is Broly, a fellow Saiyan. I hope you can assist him in his training, Vegeta replied, producing a bag of spicy snacks and offering them to Whis. Is Lord Beerus still asleep? Upon seeing the new delicacies, Whis swiftly accepted them. Just then, a loud roar echoed. Vegeta, you brought a newcomer, but you didn't offer me the food first. Beerus emerged from a nearby hollow, rushing toward Vegeta. Whis, I want to eat first. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Vegeta before demanding the snacks from Whis. Lord Beerus, these were given to me by Vegeta-san first, Whis declared, unafraid in the presence of Beerus. What? As Beerus prepared to unleash his wrath, Vegeta interjected. It's just a bag of spicy snacks for a taste. I have plenty more. He produced a capsule filled with an array of spicy treats, everything from Wei Long to spicy chicken and stinky tofu, forming a small mountain of snacks. Humph, in that case, I shall forgive you. Beerus, clearly appeased, began indulging in the food alongside Whis, while Goku joined in as well. Broly watched, nearly drooling, yet he restrained himself. Clearly unfamiliar with such cuisine and feeling somewhat shy in this new environment, he found it challenging to assimilate. Hey, why isn't Broly eating? Goku inquired. Listen here, kid. Even though you are new to the realm of the destroyers, I have but one request. If you fulfill it, I shall not trouble you, Beerus said, tearing open a pack of daunting lake fishtails and preparing to consume them without grasping the gravity of his statement. Broly paused, unsure of what the request might be. Humph, you must not be like these two and steal my food. Before Beerus could finish his thought, he dashed at lightning speed to a nearby river, leaping in. Ha ha. Lord Beerus has been caught off guard by the spice. Whis chuckled. Now, Broly-san, please take a seat and enjoy the food. I am Whis, the angel. And there is no need for formality. Whis's amiable demeanor was evidently more inviting, and, upon seeing Vegeta nod, Broly seated himself and began to partake in the meal. Chapter 57. The Techniques and Laws of the Gods. During the meal, Vegeta inquired of Whis. Whis, how can we travel to Universe 6? Are you planning to visit the 6th universe? Would you like me to accompany you there? Vegeta remarked. Whis glanced at Vegeta and nodded, saying, given your current strength, you are now capable of grasping certain concepts. Setting aside his food, Whis continued, as I mentioned previously, you are at the initial stage of divine training. There are two paths you may pursue. One is to directly cultivate divine techniques, and the other is to reach the pinnacle of divine realms. Mastering divine techniques will bring you and Goku remarkably close to this realm. Although these techniques are challenging to master, they significantly enhance your power. The pinnacle of divine realms is a steadier path, albeit one that may require more time for cultivation. Ultimately, both paths aim to achieve mastery over the laws of existence. And the key to traveling to the 6th universe lies in comprehending spatial laws. Proficiency is not strictly necessary for the journey. Another method involves navigating the chaos currents. But this is ill-suited for you, as even the gods of destruction find this path perilous and easily lose their way. What exactly are divine techniques? Goku inquired. You mentioned you would explain it to us last time. Surely the time has come? Divine techniques are the manifestations of a deity's continuous exploration, mastery, and creation of divine power. These techniques often intertwine the innate qualities of the deity's race with certain laws, refined through relentless practice and improvement. Few can truly be called divine techniques. And what do you mean by laws? Vegeta asked. Laws are the essence of existence. Without various laws, the world could not function, nor could species exhibit diversity. The divine cultivation is aimed at mastering these laws, while the Kaishin's ability to employ unique techniques stems from their divine office. I see. So, both you and Lord Beerus are cultivating these laws. Have you mastered them? Vegeta queried. Mastering laws is no simple feat. Even Lord Beerus and I have not fully grasped them, Whis replied. What? You and Lord Beerus are already so powerful, yet have not completely mastered the laws. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the ability to comprehend certain laws is a prerequisite for becoming a god of destruction, Whis patiently explained. After finishing their meal, Broly ultimately succumbed to Goku's enthusiasm and agreed to spar with him, which was deemed an excellent opportunity to observe Broly's training for guidance. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Beerus stood at a distance to watch, while Whis positioned himself closer to the combat between Goku and Broly. Goku immediately activated his Super Saiyan Blue form, and Broly unleashed his full power, resulting in an intense clash in the skies. You have gathered the Saiyans. Do you aspire to become their king? Beerus inquired, arms crossed and gazing coldly at Vegeta from afar. No, I have no interest in being the Saiyan king, but as the prince of the Saiyans, I must do something for my people, Vegeta candidly expressed, somewhat perplexed by Beerus's insinuation. How tedious. Beerus seemed to dismiss Vegeta's thoughts and actions with disdain. Vegeta continued. Our Saiyan race has committed numerous transgressions. Destruction and aggression became commonplace with Frieza's dominion. My father's pursuit of power marked the inception of our people's annihilation. And the fate that befell us was inevitable. I merely strive to do something for the Saiyans. Suddenly, Beerus pivoted, forcefully pressing Vegeta's face down to the ground. With a grim expression, he coldly admonished, I say, that is exceedingly dull. What are you doing? Vegeta, pinned to the ground, was bewildered by Beerus's actions. If you were solely responsible for your own sins, that would be one thing, but do you wish to bear the weight of the entire Saiyan race? Do not elevate yourself so highly. Upon finishing his words, Beerus flung Vegeta away. Vegeta collided with a tree, clutching his head and shaking it to regain his senses. Let me share some good news. It was I who urged Frieza to eradicate the Scions. Beerus's voice echoed from afar, igniting a furious reaction in Vegeta. What did you say, you scoundrel? Vegeta's veins bulged as his energy surged dramatically, the wrath swirling within his mind. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Yet did not cease. His energy continued to inflate until it reached a critical point. With a powerful exclamation, Vegeta transcended, his blue hair becoming denser and darker. While the azure flames surrounding him intensified, though they remained contained, revealing a more pronounced white aura enveloping his form. Disregarding everything, Vegeta charged at Beerus, who displayed no interest in Vegeta's new transformation. Without granting Vegeta any respect, Beerus appeared behind him and struck him down with a swift blow. The explosive aura had already captivated Goku and the others' attention. Hey, what is Vegeta doing? It seems he is clashing with Lord Beerus. Goku halted his battle with Broly and inquired of Whis, who merely smiled and replied, there is nothing of great consequence. From his elevated position, Beerus looked down at the fallen Vegeta and remarked coldly, what relevance do past events have to your present self? If you remain haunted by such matters, your growth will cease here. With that, Beerus pressed his hand against Vegeta's abdomen and unleashed a destructive force, shredding the fabric of his clothing. The immense energy from the destruction knocked Vegeta back to his normal state, leaving his abdomen in a gruesome state. Vegeta lay on the ground, writhing in anguish. Is this Lord Beerus's divine technique? Goku gasped in astonishment. Indeed, merely destroying an article of clothing possesses such formidable power. What? Do you wish to learn it? Whis inquired. No. I have no desire to become a god of destruction, Goku replied, shaking his head fervently. Beerus continued to address Vegeta. If you allow an obsession with the Scions to consume you, you will never unlock the divine technique, nor comprehend the power of the laws. Vegeta's eyes widened, as if he had come to a profound realization. It was evident from Beerus's words that without a refined state of mind, one could never master the divine techniques or laws. If he continued to bear the burden of the Scion's transgressions in a quest for redemption, he would surely falter. Perhaps fulfilling the Scion legacy was more important than deliberately seeking to atone for past sins. In doing so, his heart would find completeness. Chapter 58. The Grand Universal Tournament. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had diligently trained in the God of Destruction's realm for 8 long months. One day, Vegeta calculated the days and concluded that Bulma was nearing her time to give birth. Therefore, he announced his intention to return home, stating he would refrain from training for the time being. Goku, perplexed, inquired about the reason, but Vegeta said nothing further and simply departed. Hey, Vegeta's gone back, and Broly has been in seclusion for quite a while. I really want someone to spar with, Goku lamented. Oh, last time, Zuno mentioned hosting a grand tournament across the universe. I'll go inquire about that, Goku exclaimed, a sudden thought striking him. He produced the Zuno button, and in the blink of an eye, found himself in the Zuno Palace. At that moment, Zuno was engrossed in a game of cosmic chess with Aral, joyfully consuming each other's universes. It was clear that Zuno regarded Aral as a friend, granting her the highest respect within the palace. The primary reason for this camaraderie stemmed from Zuno's inexplicable fondness for Aral, a sentiment even the Grand Minister shared. Meanwhile, Aral felt a sense of companionship with Zuno, and their prolonged play had caused Zuno to forget all about the tournament. I'll consume your 5th universe. Zuno seized the opportunity to claim Aral's 5th universe. Observing the chessboard, he remarked, we still have 2 universes left. Indeed, there are so many universes. How long will this game last? Aral mused. Upon hearing Aral's comment, Zuno was about to suggest eliminating some universes when Goku appeared. Goku. Zuno joyfully rushed over. You've finally come to play with me. Hi, Zuno. How's the game going? Goku responded. We're playing cosmic chess. It seems there are too many universes. Should we remove some? Zuno innocently asked, completely unaware that his words could determine the fate of countless beings. Wait, Goku exclaimed, taken aback. You mentioned that the grand tournament across the universe has yet to take place. The tournament promises to be quite entertaining and will surely delight you. There's no need to eliminate any universes, right? I want to watch too. I want to watch. Aral chimed in eagerly. Seeing that his 2 dear friends were keen on hosting the tournament, Zuno readily agreed, summoning the Grand Minister. Hey, Grand Minister, please organize the grand tournament across the universe. Of course, I'll gather the representatives of the universes so we can discuss the event, the Grand Minister replied, wielding his staff. With a flash of light, the message was dispatched. Indeed, within moments, all the Supreme Kai, gods of destruction, and angels arrived, filling the Zuno palace with a multitude of beings. Salutations to Lord Zuno and the Grand Minister. The assembled deities bowed in reverence. At that moment, Goku stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of Beerus, whose expression twisted in irritation as he internally cursed. That rascal Goku has undoubtedly stirred up trouble again. This fool has caused me no end of grief. Once this is over, I shall ensure he pays for his antics. Everyone, please rise. Lord Zuno and his esteemed guest, Miss Aral, are eager to witness a grand tournament across the cosmos. What say you? Inquired the Grand Minister. Is this akin to the recent tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7? Queried the god of destruction from Universe 1, Iwan, whose visage was adorned with dark fur, marking him as one of the oldest of his kind. Shall we gods of destruction participate as well? Asked Arak, the god of destruction from Universe 5. Will the format be a knockout tournament or a free-for-all among our numerous universes? Inquired Zedel from Universe 9. The Grand Palace of Zuno erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Ahem, the Grand Minister interjected, raising his hands to signal silence. The chatter among the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai subsided. In light of Lord Zuno's eagerness, the tournament will commence in 40 hours. The victorious universe or individual shall be granted a wish with the Super Dragon Balls, while the defeated universe will face dire consequences. How do you all perceive this? Grand Minister, if we gods of destruction enter the fray, the nature of the contest would devolve into sheer chaos among us. If so, the element of suspense would be utterly diminished. Voiced the clown god of destruction from Universe 11, Waymeda. Goku, hearing this, stepped forward. Indeed, the gods of destruction are far too powerful. We others would stand no chance of competing. He addressed the Grand Minister. Mr. Waymeda and Mr. Goku present valid points. In that case, let us first organize a contest among the gods of destruction. After witnessing that, we shall devise the specifics of the subsequent matches. With Goku now participating in the discourse, the Grand Minister resolved to first observe a battle between the gods of destruction. Pray tell, Grand Minister, what shall be the punishment for the defeated? Inquired Zampa at that moment. The vanquished universe shall be obliterated. Swiftly now. Lord Zuno is not one to be trifled with. Yes. The gathered gods of destruction gasped in shock, hastily affirming. The Grand Minister extended his arms, and a grand arena materialized. Let it be known, any god of destruction who conspires to throw the match shall be annihilated on the spot. With a flourish of his staff, all the gods of destruction found themselves upon the arena. Hey, Beerus, this is a splendid opportunity for us to determine the mightiest god of destruction. Taunted Katra, the god of destruction from Universe 4. Stop pestering me, Katra. Beerus snapped, his mind elsewhere, fixated on the impending obliteration of the defeated universe. That scoundrel Goku. At that moment, Goku's voice echoed from behind him. Go for it, Lord Beerus. Hearing Goku's cheer, Beerus lost his composure. Goku, do you think this predicament is a result of my own doing? And you dare to root for me from the sidelines? Beerus turned to berate Goku, who stood there sheepishly. Huh? Why are you scolding me? The other destroyers turned their gazes toward Goku, realizing that he was indeed the root of the trouble. Consequently, they directed their enmity toward Beerus. Observing the hostile stares around him, Beerus felt as though he were caught in a quagmire of disgrace. Wishing he could eliminate Goku 100 or even 1,000 times over. Was it yet again the mischief of the 7th universe? The destroyer of the 2nd universe, Hellas, seemed to be aware of this predicament long before. Ha ha ha. Beerus, let us see how you contend with me this time. You have stirred the ire of many, and now all shall turn against you. The rodent destroyer cackled. Faced with such a situation, Beerus could not afford to concede. Humph, you wretched sweet potatoes and rotten eggs. Do you truly believe that your pitiful numbers can defeat me? His expression hardened. There was no escape from this battle. Now, let the match commence. With the Grand Minister's command, the chaos among the destroyers erupted. As soon as the Grand Minister spoke, the multitude of destroyers swiftly encircled Beerus, even Compra among them. Leaving Beerus at the center, his eyes slowly closing in contemplation. The rodent destroyer was the first to charge at Beerus, followed closely by the remaining 10 destroyers. Beerus stood expressionless, eyes shut tight, exuding an enigmatic aura. None of the attacks from the other destroyers found their mark, as he evaded with astonishing speed and angles. What is this? Mr. Whis, could it be? Goku suddenly inquired of Whis, who stood nearby. Indeed, it is the body's instinctive judgment. A primal ability to evade attacks and seek fortune while avoiding calamity, Whis affirmed with a nod. Lord Beerus is truly a genius, Goku marveled. However, Whis shook his head, explaining that such a technique is not easily mastered, and even Lord Beerus had yet to fully comprehend it. Indeed, as the battle raged on, Beerus, after a series of evasions, suddenly found himself pressed down by the steel machine destroyer from the third universe, Mosca, who managed to pin him down, making it difficult for Beerus to break free. Excellent. The rodent and elephant destroyers charged forth, the rodent's fist glowing with a dark teal light, while the elephant lunged with its tusks. Struggling under the grip of the machine destroyer, Beerus's expression shifted drastically, veins protruding as he forcefully broke free from the machine destroyer's grasp. He swiftly evaded the incoming attacks. The rodent's dark teal energy struck the machine destroyer's massive hand, causing it to let out a pained cry as rust marred its palm. Yet, the machine destroyer reacted with remarkable speed, a burst of earthy yellow light enveloping its hand, restoring it to its original state. The mouse and the elephant, upon witnessing that Beerus had narrowly escaped, swiftly turned their gaze to the right. There stood Beerus, now near the first universe destroyer, the long-haired Ewan. Ewan reacted with great speed, emanating a shimmering aura of pure black light that enveloped Beerus. Simultaneously, the female destroyer from the second universe rushed forward, conjuring a bow and arrow in her hands, and aimed directly at Beerus. Infuriated by the relentless pursuit, Beerus unleashed a surge of purple energy, causing the arrow shot by the female destroyer to disintegrate into dust before reaching him, shattering the black field. In the blink of an eye, the other destroyers arrived at the scene. The elephant destroyer let out a thunderous roar, affecting all the other destroyers who trembled, as if struck at the core of their flesh and spirit. Their souls quaked, and their muscles contracted, seemingly frozen in that moment. The elephant destroyer charged at Beerus, who was in a poor state and was struck squarely by a punch. "Ramsey, you scoundrel!" The other destroyers seethed with rage. The impact of this move even knocked out all the Kaioshins outside the arena. Goku, rendered immobile, collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "What is this?" He found himself unable to budge a single finger. With a gentle tap from Whis, Goku was instantly revitalized. Whis remarked, "This is the ultimate technique of Lord Ramsey. Being struck by it can have significant repercussions, even for the destroyers." Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the power of the destroyers was terrifying. If I were hit head-on, I might very well perish on the spot. The battlefield began to shift as it appeared that these destroyers had experienced an AoE attack, leaving them feeling humiliated. True to form, the clown destroyer showed no mercy, supporting himself with both hands, exerting an inexplicable force on all the destroyers, as if lifting them off the ground. Devil card. Above the heads of the destroyers appeared a playing card, depicting a devilish clown. It became clear that all the destroyers were being lifted by this devil card, which subsequently embedded itself within each destroyer, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The explosion produced a vast cloud of smoke, momentarily stilling the scene. Suddenly, an unusual pink smoke began to emanate from within, prompting alarm. "This is Hellas' illusionary power." A warning echoed from one of the destroyers. "Humph." From the smoke arose a destroyer, the merfolk destroyer of the 12th universe, who coldly declared, "Devour." All the smoke was inexplicably consumed by a space surrounding him, drawing even the other destroyers toward him. "Damn it! Annihilation." The destroyer Alec from the 5th universe slammed his hands onto the ground, causing the void in the area to collapse incessantly. "What, is Alec going all out?" The other destroyers realized that this battle had devolved into chaos, no longer merely targeting Beerus, but necessitating the full display of their unique abilities. Alec's annihilation obliterated vast areas, prompting numerous destroyers to invoke their defensive or protective measures. The merfolk destroyer-s devouring space began to collapse, revealing an expression of distress. In the vast cosmos, the long-haired god of destruction ranked among the weaker deities of destruction. Enveloping himself in a realm of darkness, he manifested a black cocoon, which pulsated with dark energy that radiated outward in all directions. The machine god of destruction, unwilling to be outdone, donned a suit of earthy yellow armor for protection. With a forceful clap of his hands, he unleashed a tremendous gravitational pull that caused all the gods of destruction to plummet to the ground. The god of destruction, Kampa, had lost count of the curses he had muttered. Suddenly ensnared by the machine god's gravity, his corpulent form bore the brunt of the force, igniting his fury. With a clenched fist directed at the machine god, a transparent energy erupted from him, shattering the armor and leaving countless dents upon his body. In an instant, the arena erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, as various energies clashed amidst continuous explosions. The figures of the combatants darted about, but soon they realized that Beerus had vanished. Where's Beerus? The combat ceased momentarily as all the gods of destruction paused, each bearing signs of battle. Though they were formidable, the chaos of 12 deities fighting simultaneously had taken its toll, and they were all injured. Yet, it was clear that they would not easily concede defeat. As the gods halted their skirmish, they began to search for Beerus' aura, while Kampa and several other heavily wounded deities took a moment to catch their breath. Suddenly, destruction manifested as Beerus appeared at the center of the arena. From his presence, a purple, translucent wave of energy swiftly enveloped the entire arena, incorporating all the gods of destruction within its grasp. The purple energy erupted violently, engulfing the entire arena and the sky above, submerging everything beneath a protective oval shield established by the Grand Priest. Observers like Goku witnessed the energy shield transform into a swirling mass of purple-black energy, rendering everything inside, be it the arena, the air, or the deities, completely invisible. Such a bore, I can't see anything, remarked Aral to the king of all, who had been enjoying the vibrant display, though the chaos of the battle seemed to fall outside his sphere of appreciation. If it isn't pleasing, then I shall look away. The king of all seemed considerate of Aral's sentiments. They fight so fiercely, yet I cannot see, Aral lamented, her initial clarity of sight lost amidst the ensuing turmoil. Shall we halt the contest? The Grand Priest inquired, seeking the king's counsel. Let us stop. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest soared toward the arena, entering the purple-black energy field created by Beerus. Before the energy could touch him, it receded like a tide, allowing the Grand Priest to materialize at the center of the arena. Pointing a finger, he froze all the emerging gods of destruction within the energy barrier, revealing only 3 figures standing: Beerus, the mouse, and the jester. Chapter 60. Wukong vs. Topo. The 3 gods of destruction bore countless wounds, with Beerus and the mouse god of destruction exchanging fierce glares, while the clown withdrew to the side, seemingly disinterested in the fray. The other gods of destruction lay in a pitiful state, each one battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground in unconsciousness, evidently suffering greatly from Beerus's final blow. Very well. This competition concludes here. Your battle has displeased Lord Zuno and Miss Aral, thus the gods of destruction shall not partake in this event any further. With a wave of the Grand Priest's staff, the gods of destruction regained their mobility. The contest is over, you may withdraw. The gods exchanged glances, realizing that no definitive victor had emerged to claim the title of the strongest god of destruction. The 12 angels swiftly approached to mend the wounds of their respective universes' gods of destruction, and soon they were all able to rise and retreat. Wukong, I wish to see you fight. Your previous battle was quite entertaining, spoke Zuno from his elevated seat, with Aral chiming in enthusiastically. I want to watch too. The Grand Priest, taken aback, quickly responded to Zuno. Very well, Lord Zuno. I shall make the arrangements. Mr. Wukong, since that is the case, please step onto the stage. With a flourish of his hand, a new arena materialized, enveloped in a protective barrier. Wukong scratched his head in confusion and asked me, who will I be fighting? The battles of the gods of destruction were far too intense. I am no match for them. Fear not, for Mr. Topo, the substitute god of destruction from Universe 11, has also arrived. You shall engage in combat with him, as Miss Aral appears to be somewhat unfamiliar with the caliber of battles among the gods of destruction. The Grand Priest's intention was clear. As Zuno's ally, Aral enjoyed special consideration, and thus the Grand Priest decided to have Wukong and Topo face off for her amusement. Me? Topo from Universe 11 was taken aback, not expecting to be summoned for a match. If it's him, perhaps I can manage. Wukong replied with confidence, promptly leaping off the stage, which caused Topo to furrow his brow. Topo, this match was likely suggested by that fellow. Make sure to defeat him soundly and bring glory to our Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Vermouth, urged. Understood, Vermouth-sama, Topo acknowledged, rising to leap onto the arena. As Wukong and Topo stood poised on the stage, an overwhelming aura clashed between them before the match even commenced. The gods of destruction and supreme Kais from other universes began to murmur among themselves, speculating that these two might indeed be the strongest representatives of Universe 7 and Universe 11, making this competition an opportunity to gauge the strengths of both universes. I have seen that scion from Universe 7 and the battles of Universe 6 on the Divine Tube. His power is already sufficient to qualify as a substitute god of destruction in our universe. Alarak, your universe is filled with misfits. Even as a substitute god of destruction, they are merely a joke. Yardrat, the god of destruction from the 5th universe, found himself challenged by Ligier, the god of destruction from the 8th universe. What? Ligier, what do you mean? Yardrat exclaimed, his frustration palpable. It seems our battle has yet to determine a victor. Just you wait. In a fit of anger, he continued. Referring to the previous skirmish, the rules were amended to forbid flight and the killing of opponents, with any participant who fell from the ring deemed the loser. As the Grand Priest called for the commencement of the match, the battle between Goku and Torpo officially began. Before the contest unfolded, Torpo regarded Goku and remarked, I have observed your fight against the 6th universe. You possess some strength, though at best. You might be on par with me. You must be the strongest in your universe. Yet our universe has someone far more formidable. Clearly, those from other universes who had witnessed the divine streams believed Goku to be the mightiest from the 6th and 7th universes, attributing Vegeta's victory over Hit to Goku's prior injury inflicted upon him. Is there truly someone in your universe stronger than you, the god of destruction's successor? Goku expressed his surprise, followed by an eager smile. Very well, I look forward to facing him. Torpo, realizing that verbal taunts were ineffective, unleashed his energy, preparing to knock Goku from the ring. Sensing Torpo's power, Goku recognized that he too had cultivated divine energy, rendering him a serious threat and explaining his role as a successor. Aware that Torpo remained unfazed after witnessing his battle with Hit, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The clash of their immense energies formed a colossal blaze on the arena, with blue flames opposing Torpo's golden red flames, creating two massive auras that relentlessly pressed against one another, reflecting their mutual refusal to concede. Torpo's gaze sharpened. The two auras erupted in an explosion. With what seemed like an uncoordinated body, Torpo surged towards Goku, who greeted him with a hearty laugh. Come at me. As Torpo struck with a palm, Goku raised his arm to block and countered with a kick. Torpo's massive form twisted in an unnatural angle, executing a 720-degree spin before delivering a powerful kick aimed at Goku. Goku crossed his arms above his head, absorbing the blow. Yet the tremendous force caused him to sink a meter into the arena floor. With a grunt, Goku propelled Torpo away with his arms, launching himself from the pit to assault Torpo aggressively. Torpo's enormous hands moved with remarkable agility, blocking Goku's attacks with precision. Seizing an opportunity, Torpo landed a kick that sent Goku soaring into the sky. In an instant, Torpo appeared above him, his hands clasped together, delivering a crushing blow to Goku's midsection, driving him deep into the arena. Torpo pressed his advantage, relentlessly bombarding the hollowed pit with golden red energy blasts. The crater expanded massively under the onslaught, which continued for several seconds, with Torpo unleashing hundreds of thousands of energy orbs until the Grand Priest's constructed arena was breached. Only then did Torpo cease his assault. Wow, how intense. Has Goku lost? Aleo gazed at the roaring arena, a spark of excitement illuminating her features. Undoubtedly, she is the beloved daughter of Akira Toriyama, which explains the Grand Minister's fondness and indulgence towards her. The Grand Minister remarked, Goku's fighting is far more captivating than the previous bout. He is truly remarkable. Topo, observing the gaping holes left in the ground, remained unperturbed. Furrowing his brow, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Hey, big guy, are you tired? It's my turn now. What? When did? Topo had barely turned his head when a fierce blow struck his face. Chapter 61. A resounding defeat for Topo. Goku's fist connected with Topo, who was caught off guard and sent flying. With a primal roar, Goku surged forward, his energy swelling, and in an instant, he was before Topo once more, delivering a powerful punch to Topo's ample abdomen, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Goku showed no signs of mercy, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes upon Topo. Finally, with a decisive kick, he propelled Topo outside the arena, leaving him utterly defenseless as he fell from the ring. In a moment of clarity, Toppo managed to grasp the edge of the arena, flipping himself back onto the platform. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Goku and declared, "Your strength exceeds my expectations. I indeed underestimated you. However, if you believe this means I will concede, you are gravely mistaken." Toppo bellowed with fury, causing the entire arena to tremble in response. As Goku faced Toppo, his martial spirit intensified, excitement radiating from his countenance. "I never imagined you would be this formidable. The thought that there are even stronger opponents out there sends a thrill through me," Goku exclaimed. Goku gathered his Super Saiyan Blue energy, clearly prepared to unleash his full power for an exhilarating clash with Toppo. In a flash, he charged toward Toppo, who stood resolute in a defensive stance. Goku unleashed a barrage of strikes, and Toppo, with unwavering focus, braced himself against the onslaught. The intensity of their battle left the gods of destruction watching in awe. This level of combat surpasses anything we have witnessed in our universe. How can this match continue? The gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from Universe 10 were nearly overwhelmed with frustration at their own fighters' inadequacies. This is a battle of divine proportions. I never anticipated the strength of the contestants from Universe 7 and Universe 11 to be this extraordinary. It seems we cannot engage in a direct confrontation. We must employ special strategies, one of the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai discussed. In Universe 6, Compa sighed in relief. Fortunately, after returning last time, I made it a point to train those fighters. Despite the high stakes of this competition, they possess fighting spirit. The clown god of destruction, indifferent to the other universes, remarked to his angel, "No matter how the other universes fare, Jiren will be the strongest. This competition is a foregone conclusion." The angel of the clown, a stunningly beautiful woman named Margarita, sweetly remarked, "The adult is indeed correct. This scion from the 7th universe possesses commendable strength. However, when faced with Jillian, he would undoubtedly be vanquished." The situation for Torpa could become quite dire. As if to validate Margarita's words, Torpa on the arena was repeatedly struck by Goku, revealing that although Torpa was strong, his raw power paled in comparison to Goku's Ultra Instinct at full capacity. After a few exchanges, Torpa exhibited signs of despair. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a flurry of blows, soon rendering Torpa utterly defenseless, transforming the match into a one-sided affair. Torpa, battered and bruised, lay on the arena floor, his defeat all but assured, yet he remained resolute in refusing to concede. In a moment of desperation, Goku had no choice but to unleash a Kamehameha, knocking Torpa unconscious. Mr. Goku of the 7th universe emerged victorious. Observing the battered arena, the Grand Priest nodded in acknowledgement and announced Goku's triumph, subsequently deactivating the protective barrier. With a flick of his staff, Torpa was returned to the stands of the 11th universe. "Goku is truly remarkable," exclaimed the king, enthusiastically waving his small hands. "How impressive," echoed Aral in agreement. Goku soared into the sky, nodding at the king and Aral before returning to the stands of the 7th universe. "Well done," remarked Beerus, clearly pleased, though his expression remained restrained due to the trouble Goku had caused. With a sheepish grin, Goku rubbed his finger beneath his nose, a gesture of awkwardness. The Grand Priest then flew near the king to deliver a report. After receiving the king's approval, he ascended to the center of the 12 platforms and declared, "Following 2 matches, we have agreed upon a tournament of strength to take place in 40 hours. To accommodate the lengthy battle duration, 8 universes will participate, while 4 universes with higher overall human levels will not compete, thereby reducing the number of contestants and the time required for the event." Upon hearing this announcement, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai became restless, inquiring which universes were exempted from the competition. The Grand Priest raised his hand to signal for silence, stating, "The 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes will not partake in the battle, as they demonstrate a commendable level of human achievement. This is a reward from the king for your diligent governance." The audience erupted in a cacophony of murmurs, ranging from curses and jealousy to sighs and expressions of joy, before eventually falling silent. The Grand Priest continued, "In this tournament, each universe shall send forth 10 warriors, engaging in a free-for-all format. The duration will be 48 minutes. Killing is strictly prohibited, as is the use of poisons, and flying is not allowed. The universe that survives until the end shall be crowned champion and will be granted a wish from the eternal dragon. The defeated universes shall face eradication. Now, disperse and return to select your participants. With that, the Grand Priest turned, signaling for everyone to depart. As they made their way back, Beerus scolded Goku vehemently. You fool! Have you found joy in putting other universes at risk just so you can fight? Apologies, Lord Beerus. I never anticipated that the Grand Zuno would simply eradicate the universe upon his decree, Goku hastily expressed. If we lose this match, I shall first obliterate you before vanishing. Beerus retorted vehemently. Oh, pray do not say such things, Lord Beerus, for I have no certainty of victory myself. If you lack confidence, how dare you approach the Grand Zuno's palace? I do not care. You must ensure our triumph in this contest. Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. At this moment, Whis interjected. Lord Beerus, our immediate priority is to locate the 10 participants. Beerus paused, contemplating for a moment before inquiring of Goku. Aside from you, Vegeta, Broly, Bu, and Frieza, we still require 5 additional contestants. Who else do you have in mind? Gohan and Piccolo are certainly viable options. What? 10 participants? And 8 or 9 of them are from your Earth. Are there no others from different realms? Beerus fumed. In that case, let us proceed to Earth, Lord Beerus. Whis suggested that they should first visit Earth, given that the strongest fighters were Goku and his companions, while the others could serve merely as fillers. Chapter 62. The contestants very well. Let us head to Earth, Beerus declared. They soon arrived at Earth, specifically at Capsule Corporation, where Vegeta stood on the balcony. Suddenly, Whis and the others appeared, prompting Vegeta to turn and inquire. What has transpired? Goku recounted the situation to Vegeta, who responded with a torrent of curses. Vegeta lamented that Bulma was about to give birth, leaving him unable to assist. Whis, however, directly summoned Bulma and, employing his abilities, facilitated the delivery of the child into the void. Observing Bulma joyfully cradling her newborn, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words and ultimately agreed to participate in the competition. He then asked about the particulars of the contest. Goku explained. The rules of the match were established following the battles between all the gods of destruction, as well as my fight against Topo from Universe 11. 8 universes will engage in a chaotic melee, with 10 fighters from each universe. Flight is prohibited, as is murder, and the use of weapons or poison is forbidden. The universe that survives until the end shall emerge victorious, granting the victor a wish from the Super Dragon, while the vanquished face annihilation. Oh, the gods of destruction fought against one another? What was the outcome? And what manner of being is that Topo from Universe 11? Topo is the second strongest in their universe, a potential replacement for a god of destruction. The battles among the gods of destruction were intensely fierce. Although no definitive victor emerged, Lord Beerus truly displayed remarkable strength, particularly in that final moment. What was that technique, Lord Beerus? Goku exclaimed with excitement. Beerus turned his head away, clearly reluctant to explain, while Whis stepped in to clarify. That was Lord Beerus's power of authority. Both Goku and Vegeta displayed expressions of astonishment. Whis continued to elucidate. All gods of destruction have comprehended the laws, albeit in various forms. The minimum criterion to ascend as a god of destruction is to master divine techniques. However, the current gods of destruction have held their positions for an extended period, having already grasped the power of the laws. The god of destruction of the first universe, Ewan, has mastered the law of darkness. The second universe's god of destruction, Hellas, has attained the law of illusion. The third universe's god of destruction, Mosco, has understood the law of gravity. The fourth universe's god of destruction, Quatella, has embraced the law of decay. The fifth universe's god of destruction, Iraq, has come to terms with the law of annihilation. The sixth universe's god of destruction, Kampa, has assimilated the law of destruction. The seventh universe's god of destruction, Beerus, has mastered the law of ruin. The eighth universe's god of destruction, Liquor, has comprehended the law of energy. The ninth universe's god of destruction, Sidra, has embraced the law of strength. The 10th universe's god of destruction, Rumshi, has understood the law of rage. The 11th universe's god of destruction, Vermaud, has grasped the law of demons. And the 12th universe's god of destruction, Jin, has mastered the law of devouring. Which of these laws is stronger? Inquired Vegeta. Those that can be classified as laws are generally of comparable strength. Only a select few of the most fundamental laws possess greater potency and are more challenging to comprehend. Therefore, The strength of those who understand the laws can be gauged by the quantity and depth of their comprehension, Whis patiently replied. Whis, let us not dwell on explanations. Time is of the essence. Let us first seek out the participants, Beerus interjected, interrupting Whis. Very well. Goku, Vegeta, the task of finding individuals falls to you. Whis and I will bring Broly and Frieza along. I expect to see 8 individuals gathered here for my review, Beerus instructed Goku and Vegeta. By the way, you have only 30 hours. The remaining time must be spent in transit, Beerus remarked as he cast a glance back at Vegeta and Goku before departing. I have Vegeta, Broly, Frieza, and Beerus. Who else should I summon? Gohan and Piccolo, perhaps? Goku and Vegeta deliberated. Kakarot, I shall not concern myself with your selections. I intend to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a day, Vegeta declared, dismissing Goku's choices, deeming such matters unworthy of his worry. As he was not in any haste to enter the chamber, with 30 hours to spare, he decided to spend 6 hours with his children. Thus, Vegeta stealthily visited his kids, leaving Goku to navigate the situation alone. Ah, Vegeta, how vexing. I too wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Alas, I shall first seek out the others, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, one by one, Goku resolved. Time swiftly passed, and Goku began his visits. Initially, he had hoped to invite Goten and Trunks to participate as well. These 2 youngsters had already reached the age of 14, their stature and physique having matured significantly. Moreover, following the training led by Vegeta, they had proficiently mastered Super Saiyan 2, their strength being quite formidable. Should they fuse into Gotenks, their power would likely surpass even Gohan's. However, this notion was resolutely opposed by Chi-Chi, and thus it remained unfulfilled. The remaining 5 contenders were finally determined: Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 17, and Android 18. After a brief encounter with Goku, it became evident that Android 17 possessed extraordinary strength, surpassing even that of Gohan in his prime. Ultimately, Goku persuaded Android 17 with a wish from the Super Dragon, leaving Goten and Trunks to assist 17 in safeguarding his island, to which the 2 young boys readily agreed. Subsequently, Goku visited Buu's residence, only to find that Buu had entered hibernation, rendering Goku unable to awaken him. In a state of urgency, Goku decided to summon Master Roshi. At that moment, Whis arrived, accompanied by Beerus and Broly. Observing Goku's preparations for flight, Beerus inquired, Goku, are you ready? Well, I was prepared, but Buu is in hibernation, and I can't wake him up. I was about to call Master Roshi, Goku replied. That old man with the turtle shell? Whis teased, go wake Buu. Beerus, struggling to contain his irritation, retorted, this is a matter of cosmic survival. I would rather rouse him from slumber than let him remain asleep. Whis, understanding Beerus's agitation, refrained from further comment and promptly arrived at Buu's residence. With a mere tap of his staff, Buu awakened, a trivial task for Whis, dependent solely on his willingness to act. Ah, so this is Mr. Majin Buu? I've heard you are the most malevolent entity in the universe. Perhaps we could be friends, Frieza greeted Buu, unaware that Buu had shed his former evil nature. Buu, however, showed no interest, leaving Frieza in an awkward predicament. Just then, Vegeta, who had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, joined the group. Thus, the 10 participants for the tournament were ready, and under Whis' guidance, they proceeded to the palace of the Omni King. Chapter 63. The tournament commences. As time elapsed, the group finally arrived at the palace of the Omni King, where the Grand Minister had seemingly prepared the venue in advance. 12 viewing platforms encircled the vast arena, which was adorned with a variety of landscapes, forests, lakes, rivers, ice fields, and lava, resembling a miniature world. This design aimed to accommodate the diversity of the universe, infusing the tournament with vitality. A mere arena would have led to a chaotic melee, devoid of intrigue for those with formidable survival skills. Whis led the group to the viewing platform of Universe 7, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, no other universes had yet arrived, and Universe 7's 10 participants had gathered swiftly, arriving early. Suddenly, several individuals from Universe 11 appeared on their platform, led by the God of Destruction, Vermaud, accompanied by the Angel Margarita and the Supreme Kai, followed by a cadre of individuals clad in red uniforms, with Jiren at the forefront. What is this? Sensing Jiren's unfathomable power and imposing presence, the group recognized they were facing a formidable opponent. Goku's excitement was palpable, This must be the strongest fighter from Universe 11 that Topo spoke of. The depths of power are truly unfathomable, and I find myself trembling. Goku quivers with excitement, for Jiren's strength surpasses all imagination, towering like an insurmountable peak. Its imposing aura rendering those present breathless. The god of destruction, Kampa, cast a glance at the spectators in Universe 7, betraying no emotion. For he harbors unwavering confidence in Jiren's prowess. Gradually, other gods of destruction from various universes arrived, those from Universes 1, 5, 8, and 12. Along with the angels and Kaioshin's, gathered to witness the spectacle. The last to arrive was Kampa's universe, accompanied by 4 Scionts, 3 Namekians, along with Hit, Frost, and the colossal bear, Batamo. The 8 universes presented a diverse array. The second universe appeared as a blend of monsters and women. The third universe showcased technologically advanced warriors. The fourth universe was filled with a cadre of superpowered individuals. The sixth universe comprised a mix of Scionts and Namekians. The seventh universe represented the protagonists. The ninth universe was a collection of beasts. The 10th universe boasted a group of muscular men. And the 11th universe was characterized by a proud team. King Vegeta, exclaimed the ruler of the 6th universe, the Sadala, as he greeted Vegeta, who acknowledged him with a nod, arms crossed. Upon spotting Hit, Goku shouted, "Hit! I look forward to battling you again." Goku had since grown significantly stronger than before, eager to avenge his prior defeat at Hit's hands. He had devised a strategy for his time-skip technique, confident in his ability to triumph over Hit. Hit, however, remained indifferent, hands in pockets, casting a brief glance at Goku and Vegeta without uttering a word. At that moment, 2 enormous chairs descended slowly from above the arena, where the Grand Zeno and Aral took their seats. 2 attendants stood behind the chairs while the Grand Priest appeared in front of the Grand Zeno, surveying the crowd. Is that the Grand Zeno? And who is that little girl? Many were witnessing the Grand Zeno for the first time and were equally astonished by Aral's presence. The Grand Priest exchanged a glance with the Grand Zeno, who nodded, prompting the Grand Priest to float to the center of the 12 platforms, hands behind his back, and announced, "Welcome to the Grand Zeno's palace for this tournament of power. I trust you are all familiar with the rules, so I shall not reiterate them. Without further ado, I declare the tournament of power officially commenced. Competitors, please step forward." With a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest summoned the contestants from each universe to the arena. He then declared, "Universes that fail will be eliminated on the spot. So I urge you all to give your best." His words marked the official beginning of the competition. The members of Universe 7 disregarded Beerus's admonition regarding teamwork, as 7 participants dashed off in different directions, leaving only Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo to form a defensive triangle, somewhat bewildered. "Let us stick together for mutual support," Krillin suggested awkwardly, though in truth, he had no intention of taking the initiative, feeling himself to be the weakest among them, and preferred the company of others for reassurance. Goku charged directly toward the realm of Universe 11, arriving at a mountaintop. Vegeta ventured into the vast plains, where numerous individuals appeared to gather. He aimed to eliminate the weaker opponents first. Frieza sped toward Universe 6, while Broly found himself on a rocky plateau reminiscent of Planet Vampa, content to remain there and fend off any intruders. Android 17 raced toward the nearest contestant, while 18 casually glided to an arbitrary location. As for Bu, he spotted a hot spring and promptly settled in for a soak. Such behavior from Universe 7 irritated Beerus, who felt his teeth clench in vexation. These individuals disregarded his words entirely. Whis, however, remained unfazed, noting that they were all formidable fighters, and it was wise to dispose of the weaker contestants first. 17 swiftly knocked a muscular fighter from Universe 10 off the stage, taunting, "Your universe's strength is rather lacking." The remaining muscular fighters from Universe 10 quickly regrouped, realizing that within mere seconds, one of their own had been eliminated, prompting a sense of caution among them. 18 encountered a group of peculiar creatures from Universe 2, who, despite their striking beauty, seemed to perceive her as an easy target. Dressed in a red tracksuit, 18 faced the onslaught of the monsters without fear. She delivered a powerful kick to the enormous belly of the nearest creature, which, caught off guard, was sent tumbling across the ground, crashing into numerous trees. The circle of attackers faltered, and 18 seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that engulfed the creatures in a fiery torrent. Frieza arrived at the position of the 10 fighters from Universe 6, which had divided into 4 small factions. For Scions formed one group, 3 Namekians, and a Bear another, while Hit and Frost each led their own teams. Upon seeing Frieza's approach, the others displayed wary expressions, tightening their formations. Frieza, undeterred by the others, exchanged a knowing glance with Frost, and they both smiled before soaring beyond the confines of Universe 6. Goku charged toward Jiren, who sat in meditative silence atop the highest peak. As Goku attempted to approach, he was intercepted by other members of the Pride Troopers. He shouted toward Jiren, "Hey, I want to fight you." The Pride Troopers glared at him with indignation, declaring, "You are unworthy of Jiren's attention." 7 members of the Pride Troopers encircled Goku, while Toppo and Ribrian appeared unhurried to engage. Focused solely on battling Jiren, Goku refrained from unleashing his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and pressing onward toward Jiren. Meanwhile, Vegeta arrived at the plains to find the technologically advanced warriors of Universe 3 clashing with the beastly fighters of Universe 9. With a powerful explosion, Vegeta scattered the 20 combatants, drawing their ire. Yet, with a smirk, he remarked, "Weaklings, you may depart first." Chapter 64. Eliminating the weaklings. Vegeta was acutely aware of the stakes involved. When faced with formidable opponents and the safety of the entire universe, he unhesitatingly prioritized the latter. This distinction marked the most significant divergence between him and Kakarot. Thus, he resolutely set about purging the lesser foes. In Vegeta's perspective, amidst the chaos of survival, it was imperative to first eliminate the weaker adversaries to avert any detrimental impact on the battle's outcome. The Beast Team of the 9th Universe. Led by the trio of canine creatures, the troublesome trio of the wolf, raccoon, and fox was somewhat formidable, while the rest were merely inconsequential, utterly weak. The high-tech warriors of the 3rd Universe appeared equally ineffectual. As a throng of opponents surged towards him, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Red form, the most energy-efficient state. As his aura expanded, the 20 assailants charging from all directions collided violently against the energy barrier enveloping him, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Even the high-tech warriors, wielding their ultimate energy blades, found themselves unable to breach Vegeta's formidable energy field. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, the adversaries sought to flee. But Vegeta was not inclined to grant them mercy. With a swift movement, just as the 20 were turning to escape, they found themselves immobilized in an instant, collapsing one by one under his assault. Only the troublesome trio managed to feebly defend against the onslaught, yet they too sustained injuries. "Well done," Vegeta declared, leaving them behind. Beerus, observing from the arena, felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Vegeta dispatching so many foes with such ease. Vegeta was prepared to abandon the lot. Yet the trio of misfits forced themselves to rise. They seemed to synchronize in a peculiar combination attack, the primary colors of red, blue, and green forming an enigmatic formation around him, continuously orbiting and unleashing energy waves that felt inescapable. Undisturbed, Vegeta swiftly countered each energy surge with deft movements of his hands, deflecting all energy blasts. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed a massive explosive attack, shattering their formation as if it were mere paper. This transpired in mere seconds, and before the onlookers could react, the troublesome trio was ejected from the colorful barrage. "Hurry, fuse together," shouted the god of destruction of the 3rd Universe, emerging from within the confines of his robotic exterior, clearly flustered. The high-tech warriors of the 3rd Universe promptly regained their footing, their belts gleaming with light. In an astonishing display, 10 of them merged into a singular entity, resembling a mech fusion. Some formed the body, others the head, and others the limbs, coalescing into a colossal, Gundam-like assembly. From the sidelines, Beerus exclaimed in frustration, "They dare to resort to fusion. Such a breach of martial ethics." This fusion was the trump card of the 3rd Universe's god of destruction, Mosca, who had not anticipated deploying it so soon. Peering out from the robotic shell, he commanded vehemently, "Cast that individual from Universe Beerus down." The colossal mech nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, wearing a scornful smile, responded, "A despicable tactic, utterly feeble." In a swift motion, Vegeta materialized behind the Gundam, delivering a fierce kick aimed at its head. Surprisingly, the internal radar of the Gundam warrior registered the incoming attack. Yet it was evidently a moment too late. The Gundam warrior instinctively lowered its head, only for its stylish crown to be shattered by Vegeta's strike. Taken aback, the Gundam warriors sought to retaliate, unaware that the cannon ports on its back were not merely for show, but rather intended for air defense. With astonishing speed, the air defense cannon unleashed a barrage of fire towards Vegeta, who adeptly evaded the onslaught, only to discover that the missiles were homing in on him. Reluctantly, Vegeta unleashed a series of energy blasts, obliterating the missiles. Seizing the opportunity, the Gundam warrior propelled itself forward, flames erupting from its back, and in a flash, it stood before Vegeta, wielding a colossal energy sword akin to Galen's Grand Blade, thrusting it towards him. Vegeta, radiating a crimson glow, remained still until the Gundam warrior was upon him, at which point he unleashed a devastating punch that struck the Gundam warrior's abdomen, disassembling it entirely. Observing the fallen competitors from other universes scattered around him, Vegeta waved his hand, sending them all soaring into the sky, effectively eliminating all participants from the 3rd and 9th universes. In an instant, the platforms of the 2 universes were filled with figures. As the Grand Priest spoke with solemnity, the 3rd and 9th universes have been eliminated. The Omni King raised a small hand, and with a firm grasp, the 3rd and 9th universes were erased, leaving no trace save for the angels. The deities of the remaining universes sensed the absence of these 2 universes, their expressions turning to shock as they fervently urged their competitors to hold on. Simultaneously, Androids 17 and 18 had dispatched several contenders from other universes. Android 17 focused his efforts on the muscle-bound warriors of the 10th universe, who proved to be lackluster opponents, swiftly succumbing to his onslaught. In no time, the 10th universe faced elimination as well. After dealing with a few monstrous foes, Android 18 found herself ambushed by a group of peculiar women, whose unattractive appearances were accompanied by derogatory taunts, branding her as an ugly creature and vowing to cast her from the arena. Unable to tolerate such insults, Android 18, accustomed to being praised for her beauty and grace, became furious. With a leap into the air, she unleashed a torrent of indiscriminate energy blasts, fueled by her boundless energy, a testament to the relentless nature of both Androids 17 and 18. Her frenzied assault soon captured the attention of the crowd, as the arena bore the scars of her bombardment, with energy blasts striking various locations and impacting other battles. The women of the 2nd universe, however, were not to be underestimated. After withstanding the onslaught, they sought opportunities to counterattack, leading to a tense standoff. In a moment of carelessness, Android 18 was ambushed from behind by 2 of the unattractive women, who ensnared her with energy restraints. The lead among them, a portly and unsightly woman, prepared to send Android 18 tumbling from the platform. Buzzing. "Watch out," cried the surrounding women suddenly, as the overweight woman and the unattractive girl prepared to launch their attack. They suddenly sensed something amiss. Hastily lowering their heads, they watched as a hat resembling antennae was effortlessly severed from above. It was then that Krillin arrived to provide assistance, masterfully wielding his Kienzan technique. Though his initial strike missed, the Kienzan continued its flight and severed the bindings from Android 18. Krillin swiftly embraced 18, retreating from the battlefield. With Krillin's arrival, Gohan and Piccolo soon followed. Just as Gohan and Piccolo were poised to engage, they were taken aback to see several unattractive women from Universe 2 suddenly fixating on Krillin with infatuation. "Wow, so handsome." As Krillin held Android 18, he felt a tinge of petrification. Huh, who are they talking about? Chapter 65. Chaos. Krillin found himself at a loss, yet Android 18 quickly reacted, exclaiming, "Hey, you ladies better not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about my husband." She clung tightly to Krillin's neck. The unattractive women from Universe 2 were incensed. "How can a plain girl like you marry such a perfect man?" They charged towards Android 18, intent on defending their idol, Krillin. Piccolo and Gohan stood dumbfounded, completely forgetting any intentions of engagement. Suddenly, Piccolo let out a scream as his arm inexplicably fell away. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan rushed to his side, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, only to see a figure emerge from the shadows of the jungle, Frost, who regarded Piccolo and Gohan as prey. Piccolo's arm regrew, and Gohan, filled with fury, charged at Frost, engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, Krillin and Android 18 found themselves embroiled in a skirmish with the unattractive women. Piccolo realized that Gohan had not fought in a long time, making him somewhat ill-equipped to handle Frost. Indeed, Frost's power had seen a significant increase since the last tournament. proving challenging even for Gohan at the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Struggling to hold his ground, Gohan faced difficulties, prompting Piccolo, as a father figure and devoted caretaker, to leap in to assist him, resulting in an intense battle on two fronts. Elsewhere, Frieza launched a surprise attack on 4 Saiyans from Universe 6, who promptly transformed into Super Saiyans, all reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Among them, it was evident that Charlotte was the strongest. The 4 Saiyans joined forces against Frieza, yet he remained unfazed, dispatching them with casual ease. In front of the remaining 3 Namekians from Universe 6 stood 3 Psychic Warriors from Universe 4, engaged in a 3v3 confrontation. The Namekians found themselves at a disadvantage, as they were combat-oriented and struggled against the Psychics. However, being a race endowed with various remarkable abilities, the Namekians possessed some understanding of their opponents, making it a fiercely contested match with no clear victor in sight. Meanwhile, Bautamo, the enormous bear, was locked in combat with Android 17. This bear had undergone rigorous training and exhibited immense strength. Most notably, it appeared to have mastered transformation during its training, morphing into a gray bear with formidable claws, displaying a ferocity reminiscent of Tibur's as it engaged Android 17 in a back-and-forth struggle. At this moment, Majin Buu was frolicking in the hot spring, reveling in his playful antics. Just as he settled down to enjoy a delightful nap, he suddenly noticed something and pointed to a particular spot, exclaiming, "Are you here to play with me?" It appeared as though he were conversing with the air. To his astonishment, the 2 transparent figures exchanged alarmed glances. Could this pink, rotund creature truly see them? Initially, they had intended to ambush him, dismissing him as a mere nuisance, yet he was luxuriating in the warm waters. They approached him first, having observed that the others were formidable opponents. Upon hearing Majin Buu's words, the 2 transparent beings were uncertain if he could genuinely perceive them, but they decided to retreat. Suddenly, Majin Buu elongated his arms and swiftly captured both of them, plunging them into the hot spring, causing a splash. Majin Buu gleefully exclaimed, "You two are quite amusing. You are transparent." The 2 figures turned pale, realizing that this chubby creature could indeed see them. Fueled by desperation, they launched 2 powerful punches that penetrated Buu's body, creating 2 gaping holes in his abdomen. They erupted in laughter, but to their shock, Buu reverted to his original form and asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you playing a game with me?" This revelation frightened the 2 transparent beings significantly, and they quickly nodded in agreement, realizing the absurdity of their situation. This creature was a true anomaly, capable of self-restoration and detecting their presence. Paralyzed by fear, they stood in the hot spring as Buu transformed them into various whimsical shapes for his amusement. The god of destruction, witnessing this, was taken aback. These 2 transparent beings were his trump cards. He possessed a plethora of peculiar entities, yet their strength was not formidable. He did not expect them to triumph over anyone. His strategy was to endure, waiting until the end, regardless of which universe emerged victorious, as long as he still had allies in the arena. Unfortunately, these 2 had unwittingly encountered Buu and were met with misfortune. Meanwhile, Goku had been defeated by Jiren multiple times. Fueled by fury, Goku transformed into his Ultra Instinct form, unleashing his full power against Jiren. Despite achieving this form, Goku found himself outmatched. Jiren effortlessly blocked all his attacks and delivered a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen. Goku, reeling from the impact, fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Jiren's indifferent gaze rested upon Goku as he extended his palm, stating, "Do not engage in such futile endeavors next time." He prepared to send Goku off the stage. In a flash, Hit appeared beside Goku and swiftly whisked him away, while the shockwave from Jiren's palm struck the arena floor with tremendous force. "Thank you, Hit." Goku expressed his gratitude to his savior. "I did not save you for your sake. I simply find this stoic individual rather displeasing. If he were to win the match, it would greatly displease me," Hit replied, standing tall with his hands in his pockets while addressing Jiren. "I had not anticipated Jiren's prowess to be so formidable," Goku remarked with a wry smile. "Knowing how formidable he is, you still charged in alone? I truly believed you had some hidden card," said Hit indifferently. "Indeed, I have one technique yet to be perfected. Jillian is a powerful adversary, and once I master this move, I am certain I will be able to contend with him," Goku replied, rising to his feet and gazing towards Jillian alongside Hit. "It seems you are out of luck. I shall defeat this fellow." Hit suddenly turned his attention to Goku. a mysterious smile gracing his face. Huh. Hit. Your strength appears to have significantly increased since our last encounter. Perhaps there is a chance after all. Goku did not refute this assertion. He could sense the considerable enhancement in Hit's power, and he himself lacked absolute confidence in victory. Jillian had never faced Hit's timeskip before. He might suffer greatly. Hit approached Jillian, and they exchanged steady glances. Jillian's expression remained utterly unperturbed, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. Come now, do not waste time. Clearly, Jillian did not regard Hit as a significant threat. In the next moment, Hit suddenly appeared in front of Jillian and landed a fierce punch to his face. Jillian staggered back, his head twisting from the blow, but quickly regained his composure, turning his gaze with a piercing glare that sent Hit reeling several steps back. Your speed is impressive, but your strength is lacking, Jillian remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Hit. Observing Jillian's advance, Hit swiftly activated his timeskip. Yet, within his own accelerated time, he watched helplessly as Jillian's fist connected with his face before he could react. Bang! Hit was sent flying 8 meters away. Clutching his nose as he stood up. You must be able to accelerate the time around you. Thus, for you, others' punches seem to slow down. However, if my speed exceeds your reaction capability, your technique becomes ineffective, Jillian stated, folding his arms with a nonchalant demeanor. In just a few words, he had discerned Hit's flaw. Having countered Hit's timeskip after merely one encounter, truly terrifying. Chapter 66. The battle intensifies. Blood streamed from Hit's nose as he took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of energy. A pale purple aura erupted around him, escalating in intensity as he roared, growing ever more formidable. Goku, observing Hit, could not help but gasp, murmuring, if Hit had been able to unleash this kind of energy earlier, our universe would undoubtedly be unable to contend. At that moment, Hit's physical prowess rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue. Despite not having trained in divine energy, he had elevated his power to such heights through a millennium of accumulated strength, truly astonishing. Suddenly, a menacing aura enveloped Hit, teeming with murderous intent. As the foremost assassin of the Sixth Universe, the mere thought of Jillian's strength stirred genuine apprehension within him. Although the tournament forbade killing, Hit understood the necessity of giving his all. After all, Jillian was no easy target. Suddenly, the presence of Hit vanished, and he himself disappeared. Jillian's expression remained unchanged, yet she became inwardly vigilant. Without warning, Jillian struck at an empty space above her, causing ripples to spread through the void, but she failed to hit Hit. In an instant, Hit reappeared at a distance behind Jillian, as if time had leaped and directly materialized before her. Just as Jillian sensed Hit's aura behind her and was about to turn, Hit's palm came together, forming a faint purple blade, which he thrust towards her abdomen. In a critical moment, Jillian, as if catching a white blade with bare hands, clapped her palms together to meet Hit's attack. His blade pierced her skin but could advance no further. Seeing his strike thwarted, Hit unleashed another punch at Jillian. She leaped into the air, executing a 720-degree spin, her immense power causing Hit to spin uncontrollably. Although Hit's punch missed, his blade slipped free. With his assassination attempt failing, Hit prepared to retreat. This was the assassin's customary tactic. If one strike failed, seek another opportunity, avoiding direct confrontation. Hit's figure flickered as he prepared to vanish into the void, but Jillian, with her egg-sized eyes scanning the area, appeared right behind his concealed position. Hit reacted quickly, attempting to flee once more, but Jillian seized his neck and lifted him effortlessly. Hit struggled, but Jillian's arm was like an iron claw, impossible to escape from. Assassins are the most disgraceful, Jillian's cold voice whispered in Hit's ear. With one hand gripping his throat, she gathered a brilliant orange light in her other hand and pressed it against Hit's waist, sending him flying as if he were a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ground below the arena. Hit! Goku exclaimed, as he watched his prideful team members fall. In free fall, with smoke billowing around him, Hit suddenly felt himself being caught, then lost consciousness. The one who caught him was Vegeta, who had teleported in just in time, simultaneously firing an energy wave at Jillian. Jillian regarded the suddenly appearing Vegeta with an expressionless face, allowing his energy wave to strike her without inflicting any harm. Vegeta landed back on the arena, tossing the unconscious Hit into the area of the ongoing battle in Universe 6. He then approached Kakarot's side. Gabe, seeing Hit, quickly freed himself from Golden Frieza's entanglement and caught Hit. However, Gabe's diversion allowed Kale and Caulifla to be ensnared by Frieza's tail around their necks. At this moment, Kale was in her Super Saiyan form. Under Kampa and Beerus's training, she had mastered Super Saiyan, but her transformation only reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Reminiscent of the old version of Broly, Caulifla and Kale are not particularly strong in Dragon Ball Super. They merely dealt with some minor threats. While Caulifla was easily overwhelmed by Goku. Given Goku's strength surpassing Super Saiyan 3, Kale is not exceptionally powerful either, hence the reference to the old version of Super Saiyan. The details of Caulifla's fusion will not be elaborated here. Caulifla Kale. As King Saladra witnessed the two individuals ensnared by Golden Frieza, he prepared to rush to their aid. However, Frieza fled directly, inciting great fury within King Saladra, who intended to pursue him. Yet, Gabe intervened, urging King Saladra to first attend to Hit, as Caulifla and Kale still required their secret weapon. Upon hearing this, King Saladra's expression softened slightly. Gabe, how is your mastery of the God Ki progressing? Gabe approached King Saladra, carrying the unconscious Hit, and inquired. King Saladra replied, I feel as though I am missing something crucial. What about you? Since their arrival in the 6th universe, Kampa had led them through rigorous training in the ancient god space, allowing them to swiftly master and refine their Super Saiyan forms to their zenith, and even commence their studies of God Ki. Look at King Vegeta. Gabe suddenly pointed towards Vegeta, who remained at a distance in his Super Saiyan Red form. Gabe, merely observing, sensed something profound and then burst into laughter, exclaiming, I understand now, King Saladra. I have comprehended. A crimson aura flickered around Gabe as he achieved the Super Saiyan Red transformation. Witnessing Gabe's accomplishment, King Saladra meticulously observed and soon attained the same form, prompting both to share a hearty laugh. Together, they swiftly dispatched 3 powerful foes, liberating 3 unfortunate Namekians who had been relegated to the role of caretakers, an all too familiar tradition. As King Saladra and Gabe prepared to charge towards Frieza's position, a sudden green light shimmered in the distance. Caulifla and Kale chose to fuse, as Frieza's intention to torment them was evident, reminiscent of a twisted psyche. Unable to endure the humiliation of being toyed with like a football, they opted to merge, emerging as Kefla with an impressive flair reminiscent of Vegeta's transformation. Hey! The Grand Priest was about to speak when he suddenly heard the king and Aral excitedly exclaiming about the duo transforming into a single entity, praising their striking appearance. The Grand Priest acquiesced to their enthusiasm. Frieza, upon encountering the fusion for the first time, was taken aback but did not exhibit any fear, as he had been conserving his strength throughout the encounter. Even with the fusion, he doubted they would pose any challenge to him. Kefla, brimming with confidence, boldly proclaimed that she would reduce Frieza to a mere pig's head before allowing him to retreat. Without hesitation, she transformed into her Super Saiyan 2 peak form, convinced that her strength rivaled that of Hit. Unbeknownst to her, Hit had yet to unleash his full power. Had he done so, his capabilities would surpass even the Super Saiyan Blue level, a reality Kefla's overconfidence blinded her to. Seeing that Kefla was unharmed, Gabe and King Saladra proceeded to assist Batamo, the colossal bear. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Batamo had already been eliminated by Android 17, who appeared entirely unfazed. Gabe and King Saladra then engaged in combat with Android 17, but as they exchanged blows, Kefla was suddenly sent flying towards them, disrupting their battle. Frieza, mistakenly believing Kefla possessed considerable strength, employed significant force against her, yet she was unable to withstand it and was swiftly sent reeling. Observing the disheveled Caulifla and the approaching Frieza, Android 17 lauded Frieza's formidable strength. However, Frieza dismissed the praise, relishing the thrill of overpowering these Saiyan's. With a triumphant cackle, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Caulifla, mercilessly tormenting her. Although Kaba and Shalat sought to intervene, they were thwarted by Android 17. Meanwhile, Vegeta was preparing to engage Jiren when he was intercepted by Topo and Dispo. Vegeta, somewhat irked, questioned why even the most insignificant opponents dared to challenge him. In truth, Topo believed Vegeta to be inferior to Goku, considering him the second strongest in Universe 7. Thus he eagerly sought a duel with Vegeta, with Dispo joining him to lend support. Goku, reinvigorated, was ready to resume his battle with Jiren. In the distance, Krillin and Android 18 had already perished alongside the unattractive warriors of Universe 2. Frost seized the opportunity to cast Piccolo aside, and witnessing his father's defeat. Gohan was consumed by anger and guilt. Transforming into his mystic form, Gohan, who had not fought in years, returned stronger than ever. As Gohan observed Frost's dismissal of Piccolo, fury ignited within him, and he transformed into Mystic Gohan, catching Frost completely off guard with a sudden assault. The explosive resurgence of Mystic Gohan drew the attention of all, prompting Frost to panic and flee towards Frieza. However, Mystic Gohan was not so merciful. He pursued Frost relentlessly, inflicting severe punishment upon him. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged with Toppo and Dispo. Toppo's power was only slightly below that of Super Saiyan Blue at full strength, and with Dispo's assistance, their combined might could rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. Consequently, Vegeta was unable to conclude the battle swiftly. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, also referred to as Super Saiyan Blue 2, diverting the attention of Goku and Jiren, who were locked in their own fierce struggle. Vegeta's overwhelming power sent Toppo and Dispo staggering perilously close to the edge of the arena. Goku was also in a dire state, struggling against Jiren's relentless onslaught. As Toppo and Dispo teetered on the brink of the crumbling stage, Vegeta prepared to unleash a Kamehameha to finish them off. In desperation, Toppo and Dispo called out to Jiren for assistance. Upon hearing their pleas, Jiren abandoned Goku and flew swiftly to their aid, dispersing Vegeta's energy wave. He instructed Toppo and Dispo to watch closely, stating that he would handle this next battle alone. No sooner had he spoken than the arena beneath Toppo and Dispo cracked apart, sending them plummeting off the stage. At that moment, Universe 11 was left with only Jiren standing. Just as Vegeta readied himself to confront Jiren, a violent green beam of light erupted in the distance, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The overwhelming force nearly toppled the stage, heralding the arrival of Broly. Rising slowly from the green radiance, Broly's clothing tattered and his green hair billowing in the energy, he emitted a monstrous roar, suddenly transforming into his legendary Super Saiyan form. Originally, Broly was savoring the essence of the planet Wampa on the rocky plateau when he was abruptly disturbed by several psychics from the fourth universe. Rather than resorting to lethal force, Broly opted for expulsion. However, these psychics united to ensnare him in an illusion. Within this phantasmagoria, Broly witnessed the brutal demise of his father and the mother he had never met, shattering the mental fortitude he had painstakingly cultivated over time. Overwhelmed by fury, he lost his sanity and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly's furious roar reverberated throughout the arena, and the violent energy he emitted sent the psychics tumbling from the stage. In a frenzied dash, Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, leaving the arena riddled with devastation. At this juncture, reason had entirely eluded him. The other combatants, witnessing Broly's rampage, ceased their battles. The clash affected Shenron and Frost, as well as Frieza and Android 17, alongside the 6th Universe Saiyans, scattering the battlefield and introducing further unpredictability to the already volatile situation. Most crucially, it was knocked off the stage alongside the Namekians. Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta were also caught in the crossfire of the energy blasts. Faced with such overwhelming power, Goku chose not to absorb the blows directly, while Jiren and Vegeta braced themselves against the onslaught, demonstrating their formidable strength. Observing that they had withstood the assault, Broly charged toward them, with Jiren becoming the immediate target. Unfazed by the impending confrontation, Jiren opted to engage Broly head-on. Both were muscular titans, and their clash was nothing short of a brutal exchange of blows. Broly seemed impervious to pain. When Jiren struck him in the abdomen, Broly absorbed the impact, seizing Jiren's head with the intent to crush it. Jiren grasped Broly's hand in a desperate attempt to break free, yet Broly effortlessly lifted him. Jiren's expression soured with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as an intense orange aura began to emanate from him, reminiscent of searing stone. Broly's palm was scorched, releasing a plume of white mist, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Momentarily taken aback by the pain, Broly loosened his grip just enough for Jiren to deliver a powerful kick to his chin, toppling Broly and causing him to release Jiren. Believing he had inflicted significant damage, Jiren was taken aback when Broly, seemingly unscathed, roared once more and swiftly re-established his grip around Jiren's neck. This time, Jiren was caught off guard. Jiren! The members of Universe 11 cried out in alarm. Even the god of destruction, the clown, clenched his fists in distress. Ha! Broly, splendid job. Toss this fellow off. Beerus cackled with delight. Beside him, Kampa, witnessing Broly's display of strength, couldn't help but exclaim with disdain, "Are all the scions from your universe insane? Beerus?" No wonder Jiren feels an itch for battle. The scions from Universe 7, under Beerus, are indeed formidable beings. Each one has eliminated several opponents, their strength peculiar, yet overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing that of the scions from his own universe. The god of destruction has fallen silent, leaving only universes 4, 6, 7, and 11 still in contention, while the others have been vanquished. Now, merely 3 individuals remain from his own universe, and they are significantly weaker. Broly continues to grip Jiren by the neck, who perceives an immense power emanating from him, seemingly greater than before. His energy attacks seem futile against Broly, merely producing wisps of smoke upon impact. As Broly tightens his hold, Jiren struggles to breathe, an overwhelming fury surging within him. A singular thought occupies Jiren's mind, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. He seizes Broly's arms and, with sheer determination, forces them apart. A pair of fiery orange beams erupt from his gaze, striking Broly's head. Broly tilts his head, leaving 2 bloody trails across his cheek. Unrelenting, Jiren unleashes a surge of orange energy, launching a powerful swing at Broly. The sheer force of Broly's massive frame reverberates through the arena, ultimately hurling him out of bounds. Observing the battle with keen eyes, Goku swiftly catches Broly, preventing his elimination from the tournament. Although Broly has endured Jiren's fierce assault, he appears only lightly injured. Goku, having saved Broly, becomes his new target. Jiren looks at the frenzied Broly with disdain, perceiving him as a madman, and finds it intolerable that he is being bested by one so unhinged. At this moment, Goku is in a precarious situation, grateful that Broly has lost his rationality, allowing him to maneuver and hold on a little longer. Vegeta, without concern for Kakarot, charges directly at Jiren. Chapter 68, Speedy Salable. The Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta approaches Jiren, their eyes locking in a fierce stare as orange and deep blue auras clash. Vegeta takes the initiative, dashing towards Jiren and unleashing a flurry of punches. Jiren, opting for a direct confrontation, meets Vegeta's strikes head-on. The intensity of their battle leaves Krillin and Piccolo in astonishment, unable to comprehend the rapid exchanges. Jiren's demeanor has shifted, pressured by Broly. He is now compelled to unleash his full power. The speed and force behind his blows are formidable, quickly overwhelming Vegeta. Acknowledging Jiren's strength, Vegeta steels himself, determined not to be outdone by anyone, especially with Broly's might on display. With a resolute expression, Vegeta's power surges, fueling his resolve to defeat Jiren and prove his worth. Jillian unleashed her true fury, relentlessly pressuring Vegeta with a ferocious onslaught. A powerful punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, igniting his desire to retaliate as he delivered a kick towards Jillian. However, Jillian countered with a kick that evidently surpassed Vegeta's strength. Vegeta swiftly retracted his leg, but Jillian followed up with a barrage of punches, striking Vegeta multiple times across his body in an instant, swiftly shredding his garments to tatters. Amidst the chaos, Jillian taunted, "Even if all you scions come at me one by one, I fear you not." With a heavy blow, she sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, leaving him battered with numerous wounds and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Super Saiyan Blue 2 appeared no match for Jillian, yet Vegeta rose slowly, gathering his energy anew, and closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he charged at Jillian once more, disdainfully proclaiming, "So you do fear the power of us scions." In this moment, Vegeta's fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Aware of his impending defeat, he was resolute in facing Jillian head-on. Meanwhile, the battle dynamics between the 6th and 7th universes had shifted, disrupted by Broly's interference. Caulifla joined forces with Frost, while Android 17 engaged in combat with Frost as well. Cabba and King Sadala found themselves at the mercy of Frieza, trapped on a precarious fragment of the arena. Frieza, with a mere flick of his power, shattered a piece of the arena, leaving Cabba and King Sadala looking gravely concerned. At that moment, Kampa shouted, "King Sadala, Cabba, use that technique." Exchanging glances, the two began to dance. Frieza watched, bemused. "Are you two celebrating with a dance?" Upon completing their dance, they emanated a radiant white light, forming a beam that signified the Metamoran's fusion technique. Seeing the situation unraveling, Frieza unleashed a purple beam, towards the two merging fighters, while another struck the fragment beneath them. Surprisingly, the beam seemed to vanish into thin air, but the fragment shattered. Yet, a figure moved with incredible speed, landing on the main arena without falling. Frieza gazed at this new presence, which bore a resemblance to Vegeta, sporting a hairstyle akin to an adult Goten and a beard that added an air of authority. "Who are you?" Frieza inquired. The figure pointed to himself with a smirk, declaring, "I am Super Kaba." "Oh, another pathetic fusion technique." Frieza scoffed, his disdain evident, having already witnessed the inadequacy of Caulifla's fusion. However, Super Kaba paid no mind to Frieza's mockery. He surveyed the battlefield, noting that only he, Caulifla, and Frost remained from Universe 7. The fight between Caulifla and Shin was reaching a fever pitch, both warriors igniting their true power, seemingly evenly matched. Android 17 continued to battle Frost, who appeared to be in a precarious position, yet not yet on the brink of defeat. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Jillian were still locked in combat, with Jillian appearing to dominate the encounter. Wukong was also engaged in a skirmish with Broly, while Bu appeared to be joyfully luxuriating in a hot spring. "It seemed that only you remained to face me." Shalabi seemed to regard Frieza with disdain. Frieza, taken aback, realized that this individual had been observing others out of contempt for him. However, those others were embroiled in battle, which prompted such a remark. Enraged yet amused, Frieza exclaimed, "Do you comprehend the fate of those who provoke the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza?" With a powerful whip of his tail against the ground, fissures erupted across the surface, a clear indication of the Cosmic Emperor's wrath. "Oh, are you aware of the repercussions of inciting Super Shalabi's ire?" Shalabi appeared exceedingly arrogant, his aura flaring as he transformed into Super Red Shalabi, showing no fear towards Golden Frieza. With a shriek, Frieza lunged at Shalabi, unleashing his full power, intent on tormenting this adversary to relieve his pent-up rage. Shalabi, unfazed, possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. As Frieza charged, he too advanced, their palms colliding, producing a shockwave that rippled through the air. Neither retreated, as they seemed to engage in a contest of strength, each grasping the other's arms and pushing forward. In that moment, Frieza realized that despite Shalabi's mere transformation into Super Red, their strengths were nearly equal, an astonishing revelation. Frieza's face contorted with fury, feeling as though he was being humiliated before this group of scions, as if they existed solely to thwart him. Frieza's screams filled the air, while Shalabi continued to exert force. Ultimately, Frieza could not contain himself and swung his tail directly at Shalabi. Observing this, Shalabi relinquished the power struggle, swiftly retreating, during which 5 energy spheres manifested at his fingertips, hurtling towards Frieza. Frieza flexed his hand, still feeling the lingering pain from their earlier clash. As the energy blasts approached, he leaped into the air, unleashing a fierce roar as he kicked apart the 5 spheres. However, Shalabi reappeared behind Frieza, seizing his tail and spinning him around before launching him into the sky. Shalabi then leaped upward, wrapping his arms around Frieza for a devastating throw to the ground. Boom! Frieza crashed violently to the earth, suffering greatly from the impact. As he emerged from the crater, his face was contorted in agony, bloodshot eyes fixated on Shalabi. Frieza enunciated each word with chilling clarity, "Demon Ice Prison." Instantly, Shalabi was ensnared, his body encased in ice except for his head, tormented by Frieza's demonic power. Frieza erupted in maniacal laughter, approaching Shalabi and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Chapter 69. The ultimate realization of freedom. Frieza unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks toward Salab, who remained utterly unresponsive. This technique proved effective against opponents with weaker souls, as a successful strike would initially freeze the opponent's body, momentarily dulling their thoughts. Subsequently, relentless demons would torment the soul with fear, which was the essence of this technique. This fleeting moment of mental paralysis could ensnare the opponent, rendering them unable to awaken. Frieza, consumed by rage, did not anticipate that Salab would suddenly open his eyes. His soul's will appeared remarkably robust, rivaling that of Frieza. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Salabi's spirit ignited, and the frost enveloping him melted away in an instant. He swiftly rose and delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, leaving Frieza momentarily dazed and spewing frothy bile. Raising his arm, Salab struck down with a fierce elbow to Frieza's head, causing the latter to reel from the impact, blood gushing from his nostrils. Without pausing, Salab executed a devastating slap across Frieza's face, sending him flying across the arena. Salab charged forward, intent on knocking Frieza from the platform, when suddenly, a figure intervened. Number 17, who had just dealt with Frost. 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, momentarily stalling Salabi's assault and preventing Frieza's elimination. At that moment, a gasp erupted from the audience. Goku. It turned out that Goku had been captured by Broly, who had succumbed to madness. Broly hoisted Goku aloft, preparing to snap him in half across his thigh. Goku, already battered and bruised, faced a blow that would surely spell either death or severe injury. Haha. You deities of destruction are embroiled in your own chaos. What could be more thrilling than this? The mouse god of destruction scoffed, just as despair threatened to engulf Goku. He heard Whis' calm voice whispering in his ear, "Advance and retreat without hesitation, free your heart from troubles, attain profound enlightenment, become one with the void, and remain untouched by the dust of the world." Upon hearing this, Goku immediately closed his eyes, as if the Broly grasping him were not truly present. Broly, in a fit of rage, prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Goku's thigh. In that moment, Goku's mind was flooded with the teachings of his former masters. Coalescing into a singular message, Master Roshi's words echoed, "Life is about letting go. Attachment will weigh you down." Karen's wisdom resonated. "Your unnecessary movements are too many. You will soon find yourself out of breath." Bubbles advised, in defense, remain as tranquil as the sky. In offense, strike with the swiftness of lightning. The North Kai instructed, to be a true warrior, one must not only train the body but also forge the heart, achieving inner stillness to break free from constraints. Whis imparted, action born of thought breeds doubt. Instinctual movement embodies true spirit. In this revelation, as Broly's blow descended, Goku suddenly opened his eyes. Broly's hand, poised to strike, found itself gripping nothing. An unexpected flicker of awareness crossed Broly's mind. Suddenly, Wukong appeared before Broly, his eyes gleaming with a silvery hue, while his pupils bore a dark silver shade. An enigmatic aura enveloped him, with a blue-white energy surging around his form. Even his jet-black hair shimmered with an inexplicable silver reflection, slightly rising as if buoyed by an unseen force, exuding an extraordinary charisma. "What is this?" Beerus exclaimed, rising in disbelief as he observed Wukong. "The ultimate freedom." The other gods of destruction gasped in astonishment. Wukong regarded Broly with a calm demeanor, his intangible presence profoundly affecting Broly, who felt an unbearable throbbing in his head and instinctively clutched it, rolling frantically on the ground. Wukong remained unfazed, his mind consumed by three words: great freedom. With a thunderous roar, the transparent blue-white energy erupted skyward, drawing the attention of all present, who stared at Wukong in sheer astonishment. The battle between Jiren and Vegeta came to a halt, with Vegeta clutching his traditional left arm and panting heavily, gazing at Wukong. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, a testament to Jiren's overwhelming power, as Vegeta struggled just to keep pace. Wukong paid no mind to the anguished Broly, transforming into a beam of light and appearing between Vegeta and Jiren. Without uttering a word, he struck Jiren's abdomen with a punch as swift as lightning. Jiren, caught off guard, was struck with tremendous force, expelling a copious amount of blood. This was undoubtedly the gravest injury he had sustained since the start of the tournament. Jiren's eyes bulged in fury, his smooth head veins bulging, his bloodshot gaze filled with boundless rage as he launched a fierce counterattack. Wukong's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed, as he deftly evaded Jiren's relentless strikes by turning, tilting his head, and retreating. With a resolute glare, Jiren unleashed another punch, which Wukong met with a counter. The two fists colliding and sending the injured Vegeta staggering back several paces. "Insect, have you finally decided to stop evading?" Jiren growled, his expression darkening, frustration evident as he was repeatedly thwarted. "I had no intention of dodging. My body simply moved on its own," Wukong replied candidly, retracting his arm. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, feeling a serene clarity within, as if his heart were a tranquil lake, harmoniously attuned to the universe. "Kakarot, that guy?" Vegeta seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust at the sight of Kakarot's form. Though he acknowledged the potency of divine techniques, he was taken aback by how swiftly Kakarot had grasped them. Yet, Vegeta remained steadfast in his training path, refusing to waver simply because Kakarot had surpassed him once more. Humph, a mere evader dares to face me in direct combat. Jiren felt his resolve intensifying, unable to endure Kakarot's demeanor any longer. Wukong opened his eyes, his expression unchanged, and responded, very well. With determination, Goku launched himself towards Jillian. Anticipating the attack, Jillian threw a punch, which Goku skillfully evaded, countering with a strike of his own. However, Jillian retaliated simultaneously, landing a solid blow on Goku. Due to the disparity in their arm lengths, Jillian's attack reached Goku first, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Yet, undeterred, Goku pressed on, charging at Jillian once more. Jillian matched his resolve, launching a flurry of punches, but Goku adeptly dodged each one. In a surprising move, Jillian attempted a kick, only to have it blocked by Goku's raised arm. Can Goku really withstand Jillian's assault now? Has his physical strength increased significantly? Krillin observed, witnessing their rapid exchange. Despite Jillian's punch landing on Goku, he appeared unscathed, leading Krillin to believe Goku's resilience had greatly improved. No, it's not that simple, Whis explained. Goku's understanding of Ultra Instinct has deepened. Although he was struck, he managed to avoid critical damage, thus experiencing no adverse effects. Wait, so Goku's body hasn't actually strengthened? Krillin questioned, perplexed. Not quite, Krillin. Observe closely, Whis replied respectfully. The essence of Ultra Instinct is far more intricate. As precision increases, physical strength can indeed enhance correspondingly, even allowing for specific areas of the body to be fortified to a higher level. However, for Goku at this moment, it is still premature. His physical strength has improved, but not to the extent you suggest. After blocking Jillian's kick, Goku swiftly positioned himself behind Jillian. Anticipating this, Jillian unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending Goku flying. Jillian followed up with a barrage of attacks, yet Goku managed to perfectly defend against each strike, his arms crossed in a flawless block. Seizing an opening, Goku delivered a kick to Jillian's neck, sending him soaring through the air. Suddenly, Goku leaped into the air and closed his eyes. By this time, Jillian had regained his footing, determined not to allow Goku any advantage. With a fierce surge of energy, he charged at Goku, unwilling to accept defeat. As his ambitions remained unfulfilled, how could he prove himself if he failed here? As Goku began to descend, Jillian approached, and just as he was about to make contact, Goku opened his eyes with a sudden burst. With a resounding impact, Jillian was sent flying before he could reach Goku. At that moment, Goku transformed dramatically, embodying the perfection of Ultra Instinct. What is happening? How has Goku mastered perfect Ultra Instinct so swiftly? Beerus asked incredulously. Goku has fully comprehended Ultra Instinct, and his state now perfectly aligns with it. Therefore, achieving perfect Ultra Instinct might have been an unforeseen occurrence. Perhaps he may never reach this state again, was asserted. Possessing considerable authority on the subject of Ultra Instinct. I see. It seems the outcome is already determined, Beerus declared confidently. No matter how powerful Jillian is, he cannot triumph over perfect Ultra Instinct. It is difficult to say, Lord Beerus. It appears that Goku can only momentarily enter this state, and given his current condition, he may faint upon exiting it. One can only hope that he manages to defeat Jiren while exiting the perfected state of Ultra Instinct. Goku gazed at Jiren, who had been violently pushed back by his power, without a hint of hesitation. He unleashed a Kamehameha, a dazzling blue and white light radiating from his hands, akin to the first rays of dawn. The arena was consumed by this brilliance, and Jiren was instantaneously engulfed in the azure and alabaster sea. Silence enveloped the arena. A profound stillness, with not a single sound to be heard, leaving only a few fragments of dust upon the stage. After expending the Kamehameha, Goku collapsed. For with the arena gone, his fate became clear. Had Jiren lost, Toppo and the other team members lay incapacitated on the ground, their minds seemingly shattered by the overwhelming presence. In an instant, several figures appeared in the remaining cosmic stands, all gravely injured and unconscious. While the formidable Jiren bore not a single unscathed patch of skin, mere steps away from death. Is there no one left on the stage? How will this match be resolved? Aral voiced her confusion. Grand Minister, how do we account for the complete elimination? The Omni King preferred to leave complex matters to the Grand Minister's discretion. Your Majesty, the match has not concluded. However, the 6th and 11th universes have been eliminated. The Grand Minister stated, his focus unwavering on the competition, missing no detail. With a wave of the Omni King's hand, the 6th and 11th universes vanished. Beerus displayed a look of utter astonishment, for he was aware that one of their own had yet to be eliminated, Bu. The critical factor was that one competitor from Universe 4 remained unscathed, though their identity was currently unknown. Bu. Mr. Satan shouted as he observed the match. Indeed, amidst the shattered remnants of the arena, a small piece of pink flesh began to stir, growing larger with each movement. Subsequently, Bu returned to his original form. The fragment of stone clearly struggled to support Bu's weight, but Mr. Satan had repeatedly instructed him not to fall from the arena, prompting Bu to lessen his weight, allowing the fragment to sustain him, which seemed quite improbable. Beerus, you're cheating. Bringing such a contender is utterly disgraceful. The mouse, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Beerus, immediately launched into a tirade upon witnessing Bu's restoration. Tekla, I did not anticipate that someone from your universe would remain uneliminated. Who could it be? Beerus, indifferent to Tekla's insults, focused on the imminent victory. Survival was paramount. Before Tekla could respond, Beerus bellowed, Bu. There is still one more individual who hasn't been eliminated. Exercise caution. The mouse god of destruction was filled with confusion, reasoning that the individual in question should not have been able to withstand the previous attack. How could this be? Upon hearing Beerus's words, Bu scratched his head and glanced around, then reached into the air hole atop his head. Extending his hand, he inquired, Is this it? Indeed, at that moment, Beerus noticed a minuscule bug, no larger than an nanometer, resting in Bu's palm. With a swift motion, Bu cast it aside. Beerus exclaimed loudly. The god of destruction, witnessing this scene, appeared utterly despondent. As if he had fainted, Bu wore an innocent smile. He had already detected the bug, which had crawled into his air hole for reasons unknown. Assuming it was merely a microscopic creature from the arena, he had disregarded it, even going so far as to protect it during Goku's Kamehameha wave. Yet, the tiny creature still succumbed to unconsciousness. Gently releasing it, the bug tumbled from his hand, and the Grand Minister promptly declared the 4th universe eliminated. With a wave of the Omni King's hand, the 4th universe vanished, leaving only the 7th universe's participants. Beerus in the stands displayed a sorrowful expression, despite the victory. Joy eluded him. He had yearned for triumph during the competition, yet upon achieving it, a deeper melancholy enveloped his heart. Congratulations to the 7th universe on their victory, the Grand Minister announced, fully aware of the outcome. Bu, realizing their win, leaped down and returned to the 7th universe's stands. The Grand Minister floated above the 7th universe's spectators, observing the many injured and unconscious, and remarked, You may discuss your wishes. I shall summon the dragon to facilitate Mr. Bu's wish. This arrangement was designed to prevent the last victorious universe from having 2 survivors who might quarrel over their wish, thus ensuring that the winning universe collectively decided their desire. Bu, I hope you can revive the other universes. Satan approached the Grand Minister as he departed. Beerus cast a surprised glance at Satan, while Whis also raised an eyebrow. Seeing that the god of destruction, Supreme Kai, and Angel showed no objections, Bu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Bu wished for the revival of all universes obliterated in this competition, and Satan emerged as a hero of the universe, for it was he who proposed the wish. Chapter 71 concluded. Following the Tournament of Power, the 7th universe returned to tranquility. Beerus and Whis exhaled in relief, eager to return to Earth for a celebratory feast. For Goku, a ticking time bomb might stir trouble again, and that would be quite the predicament. While returning to the god of destruction's realm, Beerus inquired of Whis, to prevent Goku from causing further disturbances, should we not find him a long-term task to divert his attention? Positioned beside Whis, Beerus continually wagged his tail, his head aching with the dilemma of how to manage Goku. He pondered what activities or jobs could keep Goku occupied, as idleness led to chaos. This time it had been a universe-wide tournament, yet who could say what trouble he might conjure next? Whis suggested, since Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct, it would be prudent for Lord Beerus to direct him towards further training in that area. I cannot teach him. Beerus, do not overstep your bounds. After a brief silence, Beerus spoke again. Come to Earth in a few days and bring that fool Goku to the god of destruction realm. Whis, you shall personally guide him to the sacred tree's secret domain. Tell him that he must succeed in his training to leave, otherwise, I will be tormented by this fellow. The sacred tree's secret domain is indeed an excellent place for cultivating the ultimate instinct. But isn't that not where you train? Do you not mind? Regardless, it has been years since I have used it. If Goku stirs up trouble again, even 10 lives wouldn't suffice for me to endure his antics. With a casual flick of his hand, Beerus unleashed energy that obliterated a nearby planet. Very well. I shall arrange it, Whis nodded. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku continued his life on Mount Payos, while Vegeta had embraced fatherhood, spending his days tending to his child and training. Especially after Goku had outperformed him in their last tournament. One day, Whis arrived on Earth and took Goku away, claiming he would teach him the ultimate instinct, which thrilled Goku to no end. He hurriedly accompanied Whis to the God of Destruction realm. Observing this, Vegeta felt a surge of urgency and followed them. But upon entering the sacred tree's secret domain, with Beerus refusing to train anyone and Broly returning to the Kai realm to visit Paragus, Vegeta decided to return home after 2 days to care for his child. Vegeta sat in the gravity chamber, where the weight was set to 1,000 times Earth's gravity. To Vegeta, this was trivial, no different from his normal state. He floated in the air, meditating as he had on planet Yardrat years ago. The chamber was eerily silent until suddenly, Vegeta opened his eyes and vanished from the gravity chamber. When he reappeared, he was on planet Yardrat, which remained serene and peaceful. Pibara, witnessing Vegeta's sudden arrival, was not surprised. He regarded Vegeta with a gentle smile and inquired about his purpose. Vegeta explained, recently, I have made significant progress in my training, but my rapid advancement has led to a bottleneck. My mastery over my energy is not yet perfect, and I have come here to train. Vegeta and Pibara had trained together for a long time, each considering the other as either a mentor or a disciple. Although Vegeta did not openly acknowledge it, he held a deep respect for Pibara. Follow me, Pibara said, though he lacked strength. His understanding of spirit control far exceeded Vegeta's, which was precisely why Vegeta sought him out. We Yardratians, aside from our own training and research, enjoy reading extensively. To explore a multitude of worlds through literature allows us to find tranquility more easily. You have attained the divine realm, yet your comprehension of it is insufficient. No matter how much energy you accumulate, it will only lead to quantitative change, not qualitative transformation. To achieve qualitative change is essential for the next step, to know oneself, to dissect oneself, to master oneself. Pibara led Vegeta to the Sea of Books at the Cloud Summit, a place dedicated to the reading of vast collections of literature. What? You want me to read? Vegeta's expression shifted in disbelief. It matters not. Here, it is just the two of us. And I shall not speak of it to anyone else. Pibara possesses a profound understanding of Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated to approach, clearly unable to set aside his pride. Even in solitude, he felt incapable of engaging with the texts. Do not worry. Immerse yourself in reading, for perhaps you shall find inspiration therein. Pibara ventured deep into the sea of books, engrossed in his own reading. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta approached a nearby bookshelf and casually selected a volume titled How Gods Are Forged, which elucidated the paths by which mortals and divine beings ascend to godhood. Upon finishing, he picked up another book, The Definition of Spirit, which imparted invaluable insights about the essence of spirit, enriching Vegeta's understanding. He delved into titles such as The Mechanisms of the World and The Transformation of Matter, and before he knew it, he had read through 10 books. The day slipping away unnoticed. The knowledge gleaned from these texts proved immensely beneficial, and Vegeta found this experience unexpectedly gratifying. Thus, Vegeta spent half a year on the planet Yardrat, engrossed in literature and engaging in continuous discussions with Pibara. These readings illuminated many truths for him and clarified his path forward. His perspective had shifted significantly, granting him deeper insights into humanity, existence, divinity, nature, and the cosmos. Through this journey, he glimpsed his own reflection and unearthed his true self. His essence became increasingly substantial. Consequently, his realm of understanding naturally ascended. As the divine energy accumulated to a certain degree, a breakthrough became inevitable. Longing to explore, Vegeta felt compelled to venture forth, having absorbed so much knowledge. He discovered a myriad of new realms to experience, as articulated in How Gods Are Forged. The cultivation of divinity must harmonize with the natural world to elevate one's status. Even the destroyer must comprehend the essence of existence. This enlightenment cannot be divorced from the divine's understanding of the universe. Only by transcending life and death can one escape the confines of the material world. Thus, this journey requires profound insight, for mere amplification of power does not equate to true strength. At that moment, however, Bulma unexpectedly sent a message indicating that someone had arrived on Earth seeking Vegeta. The visitor had initially intended to meet with Vegeta, but, failing to locate him, sought out Bulma at Capsule Corporation. Bulma then attempted to reach Vegeta, but given the considerable distance, the voicemail was a relic of an hour past. Consequently, Vegeta resolved to return to ascertain who might be searching for him, someone seemingly familiar. Vegeta bid farewell to Pabala and returned to Earth, only for Bulma to inform him that the individual had gone to the Satan residence, seemingly in search of someone. Chapter 72. The request of Merus. Vegeta sensed the aura emanating from the Satan household. It was Merus's presence. It appeared that Merus had come in search of him. Vegeta soared towards the Satan residence, where he found Merus already waiting, as if he had anticipated Vegeta's return. What is it, Merus? What brings you to seek me? Vegeta descended slowly, observing Merus, who approached empty-handed. Long time no see, Mr. Vegeta. I hear you've been involved in quite a number of incidents recently. Merus stood at the entrance of Boo's house, turning his head to look back at Vegeta. It seems your keen eyes cannot be deceived. When did the Galactic Patrol become so well-informed? Vegeta regarded Merus with a sardonic smile. Do not overthink it, Mr. Vegeta. The Galactic Patrol is far more intricate than you presume, Merus replied with a grin. Oh, I would argue it is you who is rather extraordinary, Vegeta said, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. You jest, Mr. Vegeta. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Vegeta broached the subject. Merus cleared his throat and said, I have come to seek Mr. Majin Buu. However, it seems he is currently hibernating. What business do you have with Buu? Vegeta inquired. Do you recall the fiend Moro we encountered last time? Is this related to Moro? Has he escaped? Vegeta recalled the old goat he had seen deep within the Galactic Patrol headquarters prison. Indeed, Moro has successfully broken free with the assistance of another criminal, Karambari. He is now out in the world, absorbing energy to regain his powers. The Grand Kaishin, who was sealed within Mr. Buu eons ago at the cost of much of his divine strength, is the only one capable of re-imprisoning Moro. That is why I have come, hoping the Grand Kaishin can intervene once more. Otherwise, the universe will face utter devastation, Merus stated. I apologize for the previous misstatement regarding the Grand Kaishin being older than the old Kaishin. Karambari, if I recall correctly, is a remnant of Frieza's army, correct? What capabilities does he possess that could assist Moro in his escape? Vegeta asked. There were indeed some managerial oversights, which is why the Galactic King has tasked me with the urgent duty of resealing Moro, hence my arrival on Earth. Is there anything that your elite captain, Merus, cannot accomplish? Merus's expression stiffened as he replied, I regret to inform you, Mr. Vegeta, that this matter exceeds my capabilities. As far as I know, Buu appears to be in a deep slumber, and awakening him is no trivial task. The last time, it took Whis to rouse him. Vegeta began to walk toward Buu's residence. Upon hearing Whis's name, Merus found his steps involuntarily halting as he followed Vegeta, a look of dismay crossing his face. What shall we do? Merus lamented. With each planet Moro devours, he grows more powerful, and the universe will again be plunged into chaos. Vegeta glanced back at Merus and remarked, Isn't that merely alleviating Beerus's burdens? Merus lowered his gaze, murmuring, No. It is the duty of the God of Destruction to collaborate with the Kaishins in overseeing the universe. The Kaishins take the lead, while the God of Destruction is tasked with obliterating those celestial bodies or entities that disrupt the balance of the universe. What? But isn't Beerus known for disregarding the Kaishins? Vegeta questioned, puzzled. No, the God of Destruction and the Kaishin are of equal rank. Yet the former possesses far greater power, which is why they do not heed the Kaishins. It is also for this reason that an angel is assigned to each God of Destruction. It appears that even the God of Destruction may not heed the counsel of angels. Vegeta is somewhat perplexed. The angels, with their gentle demeanor and non-confrontational nature, primarily serve to guide the gods of destruction and prevent potential issues. It is precisely for this reason that I find the pairing of angels, gods of destruction, and Kaishins rather illogical. While they may contribute to the evolution of the universe, they have yet to achieve true cosmic peace or the happiness of humanity. Listening to Merus, Vegeta perceives that he too seems to possess divine qualities. Otherwise, how could he be so well versed in these matters? So, are you also a deity? Discontented with the actions of the gods? Vegeta's inquiry strikes a chord. Merus remains silent, walking into Boo's home, gazing at the slumbering Boo with a contemplative expression, before breaking into a smile and saying, "Let us resolve this matter first, shall we, Vegeta-san? And how do you intend to resolve it?" Vegeta queried. "Since Mr. Boo cannot awaken, I would like to request your assistance, Vegeta-san, to help me restrain Moro. Our galactic patrol has long since developed a magic suppression net specifically for Moro. Once captured, he shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape," Merus explained. "Why should I assist you?" Vegeta recalled the last time Merus had sent him to seek out Zuno, whose condition had been a kiss, a fact Merus had conveniently omitted, leaving Vegeta quite irked. "I sense a profound tranquility within you, Vegeta-san. It seems you have reached a significant level in your training, have you not?" Vegeta nodded, acknowledging that his recent endeavors had indeed borne fruit. Yet he felt the need for further refinement. "Once the Moro incident concludes, I shall reveal to you an exceptional training location. How does that sound?" Merus proposed. "How can I ascertain that your so-called exceptional training spot will be beneficial to me?" Vegeta retorted. "I would never deceive you, Vegeta-san," Merus asserted earnestly. "Very well. Enlighten me as to Moro's whereabouts." Vegeta chose to trust Merus. "As far as I am aware, Moro's target appears to be Namek. At this juncture, he is likely nearing his destination." "What? Namek? His aim is the Dragon Balls." Vegeta soon comprehended the situation. Hirurin had informed Moro that the Namekians possessed Dragon Balls, persuading him to facilitate their escape, and upon hearing of the wish-granting Dragon Balls, Moro had readily agreed. "We must act swiftly to thwart Moro," Merus advanced. "Come, grasp my shoulder." Vegeta understood the gravity of the situation. He refrained from calling Kakarot, knowing from Whis that Kakarot was likely honing his skills in the Ultra Instinct. If he did not seize this opportunity for training, he would surely fall behind upon their next encounter. Although Moro was formidable, this also presented a valuable opportunity for growth. Only through relentless combat could his potential be awakened. Moreover, given his past transgressions on Namek, perhaps this journey could serve as a means of redemption for those he had wronged. "All right." Merus looked at Vegeta, who was willing to assist, and smiled faintly. In an instant, they departed from Earth and reappeared on Namek. Chapter 73, The Arrest of Moro. With a whoosh, Vegeta transported Merus to Namek. What awaited them was the sight of Moro, who was ruthlessly slaughtering the Namekians in the village, absorbing their essence. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar and charged forward. Having savored his conquest, Moro paused momentarily, clutching a Dragon Ball, as he sensed Vegeta's energy. He burst into laughter, recalling the overwhelming power Vegeta had displayed before. Now, it was significantly amplified. By absorbing Vegeta, he could surely regain a substantial portion of his strength. Moro sprinted towards Vegeta's direction, tossing the Dragon Ball to Kuramburi. "Kuramburi, you go collect the Dragon Balls. Before I deal with Vegeta, I hope you can gather the others." Boom. Before Vegeta and Moro could confront one another, Vegeta's assault surged from a distance. Moro, taken aback, gaped as he forcefully absorbed the impact of Vegeta's attack. Although it was not as straightforward as absorbing the energy of a person or a planet, forcibly absorbing Vegeta's raw power was indeed feasible. In the next moment, Vegeta appeared right before Moro, gazing at the old goat and the now lifeless village in the distance, his eyes burning with fury. "Moro, I have heard that you escaped from prison to obtain the Dragon Balls. Is it true that you sought revenge against the Scions for overthrowing Frieza's rule? Kuramburi mentioned that you were once slain by Frieza, but resurrected by the Dragon Balls." Moro chuckled at Vegeta's words. "Vegeta, you think you can completely eliminate me? The Galactic Patrol has failed to do so for millennia. What makes you believe you possess the strength to defeat me? You Scions are merely fodder for my power." With a smirk that hinted at malevolence, Moro continued, "Very well, let me show you what I am capable of." Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his overwhelming aura sending Moro's robes fluttering in the wind. Moro's expression turned to one of shock as he involuntarily exclaimed, "What is this? The realm of gods? You have mastered the divine energy? Impossible. In just a few short years, you have attained such power?" Moro was astounded. The Supreme Kai who had stripped him of his powers was unfathomably strong, although Vegeta's divine energy was distinct. However, it was clear that an empowered Vegeta was not to be trifled with, especially when Moro's strength was merely at 10% of his peak. Before Moro could regain his composure, Vegeta appeared before him, delivering a fierce punch to Moro's head. Grabbing hold of Moro's horns, he hurled him skyward. following up with a devastating uppercut that sent Moro soaring far away, crashing into the ocean below. Vegeta revealed a smile and remarked, "Do not blame me for bullying the elderly or for lacking martial ethics. Even at your peak, I am not necessarily afraid of you." Slowly rising from the sea, Moro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly regarded Vegeta, saying, "I did not anticipate that within a mere few years you would cultivate to such strength. When I first encountered you, your power was pitifully weak." "Humph, Moro, return to the Galactic Patrol prison obediently, and I shall spare your life. Is that so? Should I express my gratitude to you?" Moro did not lose his temper, yet subtly absorbed the life energy of planet Namek. Vegeta realized that Moro was stalling for time while speaking to him, and in that brief moment, Moro had absorbed a considerable amount of life energy. Vegeta's body moved, charging toward Moro. Clearly aware that he could not engage Vegeta in direct confrontation until his strength was restored, Moro chose to avoid the conflict, darting around and continuing to siphon the planet's power. However, Moro did not anticipate Vegeta's incredible speed as he was suddenly upon him. Moro raised both hands, causing a surge of red energy to erupt from the ground below, hurtling toward Vegeta. Observing the approaching energy, Vegeta smirked disdainfully and swiped his hand to deflect it, only to discover its overwhelming force. Although he could disperse it, being caught off guard would still result in injury. Haha. Do not think that just because my strength has not yet returned, I am incapable of dealing with you. Vegeta, my methods are beyond your imagination. Moro appeared atop a mountain, energy continuously coalescing around him, which he consumed, while simultaneously wielding his hands to unleash attacks on Vegeta using the natural powers of planet Namek. Although both Vegeta and his companions could effortlessly obliterate planets, the power of a planet is akin to a mere stick. You may break it or crush it with ease, but when struck by it, you will undoubtedly feel pain. This is the strength of Moro's manipulation of planetary energy. Vegeta understood that Moro would not be easily subdued. Thus he prepared to unleash a portion of his own power. With a thunderous shout, the surrounding energy dissipated before it could approach him, as Vegeta entered his full power Super Saiyan Blue state. Seeing Vegeta unleash an even greater power startled Moro, prompting him to intensify his control over the planet's energy while simultaneously absorbing the power of planet Namek and surreptitiously drawing from Vegeta's strength. What is happening? Moro observed as Vegeta slowly approached, dispersing one of his planetary energy attacks with a single hand. This was the first time he encountered a mortal whose energy he could not absorb, causing him to feel a sense of panic. Vegeta's power was beyond his capacity to devour? In truth, this was the result of Vegeta's rigorous training. The reason he had not immediately subdued Moro was that he wished to test Moro's methods and strength. It now appeared that while Moro might indeed be formidable at full strength, he was not on the same level as Vegeta at this moment. Vegeta was determined not to allow Moro to regain his former power, especially given the cautionary tale of Cell, whose encounter had severely tarnished his reputation. Vegeta gracefully descended before Moro, who gazed at him with disbelief. With a powerful knee strike, Vegeta forcefully collided with Moro's abdomen, eliciting an expression of profound agony on the elder's face. At that moment, Merus fortuitously appeared, calling out from behind Moro, "Vegeta-san, step aside." Merus, standing upon a mysterious flying device, extended his fist toward Moro, causing a hole to appear in the sleeve of his garment. A net was then unleashed directly towards Moro. Observing this, Vegeta swiftly evaded, ensnaring Moro within Merus's net. Writhing in pain, Moro clutched his stomach and howled in anguish. Despite his furious roars in response to being captured, he realized he could not escape Merus's net. Chapter 74. The Secret of Moro. Thank you, Vegeta-san, for assisting in the capture of Moro. Let us return to the galactic prison and seal him away once more, Merus said with a smile. There's still a minor nuisance to deal with, Merus. You handle that, Vegeta replied, reverting to his usual demeanor as he regarded Moro, who was struggling within the net. Understanding that Vegeta referred to Kuririn, Merus responded, Vegeta-san, I'll leave Moro in your hands. I will go retrieve Kuririn. Very well, Vegeta nodded, accepting custody of Moro. Merus hurried off to confront Kuririn, while Vegeta remained still, confident in Merus's ability to manage the situation without doubt. Moro, who had been thrashing about, calmed upon seeing Merus depart and remarked, It seems the Galactic Patrol has crafted a magic restraining net specifically for me. If only I could absorb a bit more power, I would surely break free. Alas, a slight miscalculation has led to my predicament. Moro sighed, lamenting that he had been forcefully subdued by Vegeta before he could gather sufficient strength. Vegeta remained silent. Although he yearned for a challenging adversary, he recognized that someone like Moro could easily incite further complications, leading to undesirable outcomes. After a moment of silence, Moro spoke again. Vegeta, I am aware of your past misdeeds under Frieza's command. Why not join me? Once I regain my power, I promise to significantly enhance your strength. At that time, I shall be the strongest in the universe, and you will be second to none. Upon hearing Moro's words, Vegeta let out a laugh and replied, My strength is earned solely through my own battles between life and death, through relentless training. I have no need for the power you offer. What a pity, Moro sighed. I still find you admirable. It seems to me that you and the Galactic Patrol are not allies. Though I cannot discern your motivations for aiding them, I sense you are not a purely virtuous being. Take my advice, Moro. Speak less and conserve your energy for the remainder of your days in prison. Vegeta said with a cold smile. Vegeta, do you know of my origins? Moro suddenly inquired. You must be of the demon race, correct? Vegeta glanced at Moro. No, I am merely an ordinary goat. But do you know how I came to possess this power? Then enlighten me. If you release me, I shall reveal to you the means of acquiring magical power, enabling you to attain immortality, just as I have. Moro seduced. I, Vegeta, have never coveted such trivialities. Vegeta replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving Moro perplexed. Moro believed that anyone would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of eternal life and immense power. The two fell into silence. Vegeta awaited Merus, while Moro bowed his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a few moments, Vegeta suddenly inquired, Were you once the ruler of the demon realm? Reflecting on Moro's formidable magical prowess, which might have originated from the demon realm, and recalling his prior encounter with the demon realm's former sovereign, Dubra, Vegeta posed the question. The demon realm is merely a collection of stray dogs. Moro exclaimed upon hearing the mention of the demon realm. What do you mean by that? Vegeta asked, intrigued. Moro, gazing at Vegeta, sighed slightly before responding. The demon realm was once a formidable domain, possessing powers akin to those of the gods. In its heyday, the demon realm sought to contest for a share of power with the deities, but ultimately met with failure, leading to its decline. Many eons ago, divisions emerged within the demon realm. Some members willingly integrated into the worlds governed by the gods, while others retreated into the shadows of the demon realm. Clinging to the hope of reclaiming authority, their ambitions diminished, narrowing to the desire for dominion over the underworld, yet they were still suppressed by the gods. They only managed to secure a single position, that of the King of Hell. But the constant turnover of the King of Hell eventually resulted in the position being filled by agents of the gods, leaving the demon realm utterly powerless. Then, as a being of the demon realm, why have the gods not slain you amidst your mischief in the universe? Vegeta queried. I am not of the demon realm. I was once an ordinary goat person, struggling for survival in the cosmos until I inherited the legacy of a demon god, and my abilities stemmed from that origin. Ultimately, I was thwarted by the Kaioshin, and it appears that the more powerful gods have chosen not to intervene. Are you implying that your existence is not significant enough to warrant the attention of the mightier gods? Indeed, demons can also achieve uniqueness akin to that of gods, as we can comprehend the laws through divine energy or magical power, which once rendered the demon realm so formidable. However, those demon gods have long since faded into the annals of history, and the contemporary demon realm is merely a pack of lost souls. Moro divulged the secrets of the demon realm, and while Vegeta understood that enlightenment of the laws could only be attained through divine energy, he was astonished to learn that the denizens of the demon realm could also achieve this. Vegeta also recognized that exceptionally talented mortals could cultivate to comprehend the laws. Yet the pace of mortals' enlightenment is hindered by their fleeting lifespans, making it exceedingly challenging for them to grasp the laws. It is not to say that comprehending the divine essence will significantly extend one's lifespan. Rather, this divine essence nourishes the body, allowing it to become imbued with divinity. As a result, the functions of the body gradually improve, and longevity may be enhanced. This enhancement, however, is contingent upon the level of divine essence one attains, as each individual's divinity and origins vary, leading to differing increments in lifespan. Thus, grasping the laws based on divine essence becomes considerably easier, otherwise. It is exceedingly challenging for mortals to comprehend these principles. It appears you have not acquired the power of the demon god. Vegeta is aware that the demon god has comprehended the power of the laws. If Moro had attained such understanding, his strength would surpass that which even the Grand Supreme Kai could contend with. I have inherited the legacy of the demon god Kunmo, whose true form is that of a fowl. However, he has grasped the principle of plunder, thus he refers to himself as Kuin. I inadvertently discovered the tomb of Kuin and obtained numerous opportunities, gaining insight into the essence of the plunder principle, although I cannot fully comprehend it. If you would allow me to leave, I would be willing to share the plunder principle with you. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter, pointing a finger at Moro, causing the energy within Moro's body to surge uncontrollably, escaping his grasp. A large stream of green energy cascaded onto Namek, while some grayish-white energy drifted towards an unknown destination. What? Moro exclaimed in horror as he watched the energy he had painstakingly absorbed spill out, leaving him unable to wield his powers, his body growing increasingly frail. What have you done? Moro shouted in terror. This technique is called Spirito's plunder technique. It appears to resonate with your plunder principle, Vegeta remarked as he noticed Moro nearing his limit and ceased his actions. Chapter 75. Ancient Secrets. With a flick of his finger, a ball of crimson golden energy emerged from Moro's body. Seeing this, Moro's expression shifted dramatically, and he angrily demanded, "What are you doing? This must be the power you cultivated through the demon god's legacy, is it not?" Vegeta mused, playing with the energy that remained intact under his control, an extraordinary sight. "Damn you, Vegeta. Just wait. If I survive, I will have you executed in the most torturous manner." Moro's aged face twisted with rage, displaying an unnatural hue of red and white. Restless even within the net, Vegeta taunted, delivering a kick that sent Moro's confinement into a tumultuous roll. Thanks to Merus's firm grip, Moro remained ensnared. Moro let out a muffled groan, fully aware of his predicament. He resolved to refrain from provoking Vegeta further, his mind racing to devise an escape from this dire situation. At that moment, a spaceship descended, and Merus emerged, carrying several Dragon Balls from the vessel. It was indeed the ship of Kirinbel. "Vegeta, everything went smoothly this time. I will be taking Moro with me. How about it? Shall we return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters together?" Merus asked with a smile, tossing the Dragon Balls to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, indicating his intention to first return the Dragon Balls to the new Elder of Namek. Vegeta soared through the air, fixated on a distant point. During his flight, he was astonished to witness the revival of the Namekians who had perished at the hands of Moro, while those slain by Kurambari remained lifeless. Could it be my doing? He pondered, marveling at the remarkable resilience of the Namekians, who could return from death. After a brief journey, he arrived at the Grand Elder of the new Namek and relayed the story along with the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder expressed profound gratitude towards Vegeta, absolving him of the past transgressions of having slain many of their kin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Vegeta vanished from the sight of the Namekians, reappearing before Merus. He instructed Merus to transport both Moro and Kurambari directly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters via his instantaneous movement. Merus directed others to take Vegeta to the Galactic King, while he himself proceeded to confine Moro and Kurambari. Upon meeting Vegeta, the Galactic King lavished praises and indulged in lengthy discourse, which soon became unbearable for Vegeta. He promptly teleported to Merus's side and observed as Merus secured Moro in confinement. Merus placed Moro in the same prison as before, but this time reinforced with a magic restraining net and chains, effectively ensuring that Moro would remain imprisoned within the Galactic Patrol for the rest of his life. After Merus completed the confinement, Vegeta produced a crimson golden energy that belonged to Moro, sharing with Merus what Moro had previously disclosed to him. Vegeta then posed a series of inquiries. What precisely is the essence of the demon race? Why do the gods suppress demons, forbidding their entry into the universe? How does the Spirito deprivation technique manage to extract Moro's plundered power? Given that the Spirito deprivation technique is merely a unique skill of the Yardrat star, how can it strip away powers governed by the laws? What transpired during the Divine Demonic War? Vegeta's intuition urged him that Merus was privy to these matters, prompting him to ask without reservation. After a prolonged silence, Merus finally spoke. "These are truths you were not meant to know, yet since you have uncovered some, I shall impart further knowledge. Follow me." Merus led Vegeta to his humble abode, a simple room. After securing the door, he invited Vegeta to sit at a tea table and prepared a pot of tea. He then spoke with deliberation. Firstly, I must inform you that deities are categorized into primordial gods and postnatal gods. The primordial gods existed before the universe's inception, while postnatal gods attain their divine status through cultivation and the acquisition of authority. Similarly, demons are ancient and potent beings that have existed since the universe's birth, albeit their cultivation system differs significantly from that of the gods. Taking a sip of tea, Merus continued, the universe's origin is a topic of debate. Some attribute its creation to the Omni King, while others contend it formed naturally. Undoubtedly, the Omni King possesses unparalleled strength, holding the power to create and obliterate universes, thus standing above all. On the surface, the Omni King appears to align with the divine, yet in reality, he remains indifferent to such matters. During the ancient era, the universe was in a state of chaos, prompting the Grand Priest to propose the establishment of divine offices, enabling the ancient gods to maintain the universe's order and manage its diverse affairs. Thus, the cosmic structure was solidified, observing the creation of divine positions by the Omni King. The formidable demon race, confined to the demon realm under divine governance, grew discontent. The demon king, Zuno, had not been seen for eons. Consequently, a council was convened within the demon realm, where the ancient demon was appointed as the new demon king. Under his leadership, they sought to claim a portion of authority from the Omni King. However, the Omni King chose to disregard this matter, leaving it to the Grand Priest to address. The denizens of the demon realm, being inherently malevolent, failed to meet the Grand Priestess criteria for certain divine positions. As a result, negotiations faltered, and the conflict between gods and demons ensued. This battle unfolded amidst the chaotic currents, leading to the demise of many ancient gods. Ultimately, the demons faced defeat, as the Grand Priest intervened decisively, slaying the ancient demon and causing significant casualties among the demon ranks. The demon race retreated, gradually declining thereafter. In the aftermath, the Grand Priest promised to grant the demon race some positions among the deities of the underworld, yet none could fulfill the requirements, leaving the matter unresolved. Only the weak Yama met the Grand Priest's standards, thus becoming the sole representative of the demon race to hold a divine position. Yama later brought along some trusted allies, which the Grand Priest tacitly accepted, and he came to be revered as King Yama, excelling in his divine duties. As for the technique known as Spirito, capable of stripping the demon Moro of his plundering powers, it was unexpected. Although Moro had not comprehended the laws, his strength at the time rivaled that of formidable beings who had mastered divine techniques. Thus, Spirito was not as simple as it seemed, nor were the four great techniques of the Yardrat. Mels conveyed a wealth of information in one breath, and Vegeta, absorbing this plethora of knowledge, came to understand much about the ancient era. For instance, gods and demons existed even before the universe's birth, explaining why the Namekians could embody both demonic and divine traits. After all, the dragon race was created by the dragon god. It is thus reasonable that the dragon god, having witnessed both the divine and demonic, molded the dragon race accordingly. The final remarks from Mels resonated with Vegeta, leading him to ponder whether the four great techniques of the Yardrat might represent the embryonic forms of the laws or perhaps powerful divine techniques. Chapter 76. The conclusion, guided by the information provided by Mels, Vegeta ventured to the ancient god's training ground within the chaotic currents. After navigating various dangers, he discovered the sanctuary, where he found numerous means to enhance his power, ultimately achieving the perfected divine state of Ultra Blue. Vegeta once again discovered a teleportation array in the training hall, which unexpectedly transported him to the sixth universe. There, Vegeta journeyed extensively and ventured to the planet Salad, where he paid homage to the ancestral land of the Scions in the sixth universe. It was here that he comprehended his own unique Scion abilities, which he dubbed the Pinnacle Power. This newfound strength harmoniously integrated all the transformations that the Scions had ever achieved, liberating him from the need to transform to augment his power, which ascended to a level surpassing the perfected godly form of Super Saiyan Blue. During this period, Granola from the seventh universe wished to become the strongest in the cosmos. However, Vegeta was not present in the seventh universe. Goku was in the Tree of Might's realm, and Frieza existed in a different dimension. Only Broly, under Whis' tutelage, continued to grow increasingly formidable. As a result, Granola acquired power that transcended Broly's perfected Ultra Instinct, reaching a level that nearly matched the perfected state of Ultra Instinct itself. It should be noted that Granola achieved such extraordinary strength in 500 years, rather than 150 years. The Heater organization, employing similar tactics as in the previous narrative, sought to incite Granola against Goku and Vegeta by traveling to Earth and summoning Goku and Bulma. However, Vegeta remained in the 6th universe, and Whis did not call him back, instead releasing Goku. Now having successfully mastered perfected Ultra Instinct, Goku set out alone to challenge Granola on the planet Cyril. Without Vegeta's company, Goku had become more cautious. He swiftly dispatched Granola's illusion, only to be ambushed by Granola's true form. However, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Armed with 2 Senzu beans, Goku consumed one and engaged in a fierce battle with Granola. Ultimately, both warriors sustained grave injuries. Granola, intent on perishing alongside Goku, was thwarted by Monito, which led to the Heater organization's gas wishing to become the new strongest in the universe, costing him 1,000 years of his life. Monito revealed to Goku and Granola the tale of Bardock saving Granola, prompting both combatants to cease their hostilities. They followed Monito to his dwelling, where he presented Goku with Bardock's abandoned scouter. This revelation allowed Goku to discover his true self, elevating his emotions and culminating in a state of spiritual completeness, transitioning into a new phase of existence. However, the arrival of gas resulted in the immediate demise of Monito. In a fit of rage, Granola engaged gas in battle, suffering immensely. In the final moments, Goku rushed to save Granola, consuming a Senzu bean himself, yet found himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing confrontation with gas. In a swift motion, Wukong utilized instantaneous movement to circle the 7th universe with gas, ultimately returning to planet Cyril with the intention of abducting Granola. However, upon awakening, Granola resolutely refused to leave. In the ensuing struggle, gas returned, leading to another confrontation between Granola and gas. Wukong intervened to assist, yet ultimately, Granola was slain by gas, prompting Wukong to transform into Emotional Mastery Ultra Instinct, defeating gas. Nevertheless, the emergence of Gas's aged form left Wukong at a disadvantage once more. It was then that Frieza arrived, transforming into the ancient Ice Demon. This new form was redefined from Frieza's prior lineage absorption, wherein he had drawn upon the bloodlines of numerous ancestors, achieving a purity of lineage that approached that of the original Ice Demon. Thus, this form was dubbed the Ancient Ice Demon, characterized by a black gold aesthetic, appearing significantly more malevolent than in previous depictions, with a slightly smaller stature. Rather than radiating a metallic sheen, his skin was enveloped in a translucent black gold flame, imparting an eerie distortion to his appearance. With a single strike, he dispatched gas. Concluding the Granola arc, Wukong wished to revive Granola and Monito using the Namekian Dragon Balls, but was thwarted by Whis, leaving the matter unresolved. As time passed, Wukong, feeling the pressure of Frieza's new form, dedicated himself fervently to training, engaging in continuous battles with Broly. Witnessing this newfound diligence, Beerus felt a sense of relief, as Wukong, in Beerus's eyes, had often been a source of trouble. After a period of rigorous training, Wukong perfected his mastery of Emotional Mastery Ultra Instinct, a form most suited to him. His subsequent journey involved honing this form further, striving to surpass the perfected state and carve out his own unique mastery. During this time, Vegeta, feeling his training in the 6th universe was sufficient, traveled to Kampa's planet, requesting Beerus to return him to the 7th universe. Kampa, however, refused, suggesting that Vegeta sever ties with the 7th universe, a notion Vegeta vehemently rejected. This led to a conflict between the two, resulting in Kampa resorting to violence against Vegeta. In their fierce clash, Vegeta exerted all his strength, yet Kampa, in his ordinary form, could not overpower him. Kampa then unleashed a divine technique known as annihilation, a method he had mastered prior to comprehending the laws of destruction. As he became a focal point, his every action seemed to induce a cataclysm, with everything around them appearing to crumble under his incredible power. Ultimately, the battle between Kampa and Vegeta concluded with Kampa gaining a slight advantage, albeit without employing any laws, solely relying on his divine technique. Kampa acknowledged Vegeta's strength, and subsequently, the two engaged in a negotiation. Kampa expressed his desire for Vegeta to accompany him to the Fifth Universe. While the Fifth Universe had not participated in the Tournament of Power, its god of destruction, Iraq, had previously mocked Kampa's universe for allegedly cheating with Patera. Thus, Kampa sought to confront the Fifth Universe. He promised to return Vegeta to the Seventh Universe afterward and to impart upon him a divine technique, one that Kampa had obtained many years ago from a relic but had never trained in. Vegeta also expressed his doubts, questioning how he could represent the Sixth Universe to teach a lesson to the Fifth Universe's warriors. Given that the deities were aware of his affiliation with the Seventh Universe prior to the Tournament of Power, Kampa presented Vegeta with a mask, once worn by an ancient deity, one that even the god of destruction and angels could not discern. With this disguise, Vegeta accompanied Kampa to the Fifth Universe, where he decisively defeated numerous formidable fighters. Subsequently, Vegeta acquired the divine technique that Kampa had mentioned, inscribed on a bone, and was returned to the Seventh Universe's Earth by Beerus. Upon reuniting with his family for a time, Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train in the divine technique known as Extreme Intent. This technique allows the wielder to harness two opposing forces, creating a tremendous power, one that Kampa himself had never mastered, and it was the only divine technique Vegeta had encountered thus far. After 2.5 years of rigorous training within the chamber, Vegeta ultimately grasped the four divine abilities of the planet Yardrat: time, instantaneous movement; space, spatial manipulation; life, restoration; and death, deprivation, thereby generating the extraordinary power of Extreme Intent. Upon exiting the chamber, Vegeta arrived at Beerus's realm, where he witnessed Goku and Broly engaged in combat. At this moment, Goku had achieved perfect emotional control, while Broly had mastered his own power, further enhancing his abilities under Whis' guidance, entering a perfected state akin to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Goku could only barely restrain Broly through his emotional mastery. Both Goku and Broly were taken aback by Vegeta's overwhelming presence in his normal state, with Goku eagerly desiring to spar with him. Whis approached and lavished praise upon Vegeta, noting that he had reached a perfect divine state and returned to his true essence, achieving the unity of God and man, thus making him a worthy opponent for Goku. Consequently, the two fated warriors, Goku and Vegeta, engaged in a fierce duel. Their powers were nearly equal, with Vegeta halting the battle after just a moment, aware that should he unleash his divine technique, Goku would be utterly defenseless. At that instant, Vegeta was indeed superior to Goku. Beerus, observing their confrontation, approached, visibly impressed by Vegeta's performance, though he maintained an air of disdain outwardly. After the battle concluded, the group indulged in a lavish feast. During this time, Goku marveled at Vegeta's newfound strength while discussing the ancient demonic form of Frieza. Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation, recalling how Frieza had effortlessly defeated Kakarot, a stark reminder of the looming threat he posed. This instilled a sense of urgency within Vegeta, prompting him to seek guidance from Whis after their meal. However, Beerus intervened, stating he would personally train Vegeta, under the condition that Vegeta could best him, with the stipulation that Beerus would not employ the laws of destruction or divine techniques. In a contest of strength, Beerus, without employing his divine abilities, appeared to be on par with Vegeta. However, when he unleashed his godly powers, Vegeta found himself struggling against Beerus's destructive force. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta invoked the essence of destruction, resulting in the annihilation of the time and space within the realm of the gods, causing an explosive clash between life and death. Seizing the opportunity, he managed to inflict damage upon Beerus. Enraged, Beerus was momentarily restrained by Whis, allowing Vegeta to subsequently hone the power of destruction. Beerus left a profound impression on Vegeta with his words: "Before one can create and build, one must first learn to destroy." Thus, while mastering destruction, Vegeta began to explore the principles of creation, aiming to amplify his destructive prowess. Time progressed to the era of Cell Max, where Gohan and Piccolo had attained new forms. Golden Piccolo exhibited strength comparable to the early stages of Ultra Instinct, while Beast Gohan surpassed Ultra Blue, yet had not reached the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct. One might question the limits of Gohan's extraordinary abilities, as those who blindly claim that Beast Gohan exceeds the emotional Ultra Instinct are merely zealous enthusiasts of Dragon Ball. Years later, a decade following the conclusion of the Buu saga, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. During the bout between and Goku, unexpected guests arrived, Frieza and his minions. Eager to participate, this development thrilled Vegeta, Goku, and Broly, as Frieza's formidable presence invigorated them. With a mere snap of his fingers, Vegeta teleported the group to the Kaioshin realm, a testament to his mastery of spatial power gained through his training in the essence of destruction. Alarmed, the Kaioshin hastily made his way to the realm of destruction. The true essence of the World Martial Arts Tournament emerged in the ensuing battles. After extensive training, Vegeta had perfected the power of destruction, while Goku increasingly harmonized with his Ultra Instinct state. Broly, inspired by Goku and Vegeta's transformations, broke through to a new form. Characterized by light teal hair and a more compact physique, his teal aura tearing through space with unimaginable force, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Confident in his own might, Frieza boldly challenged them to confront him together. However, Broly, unable to contain his excitement, charged forward, transforming into his new form. Realizing something was amiss, Frieza swiftly shifted into his ancient demon form and engaged in a fierce battle with Broly. Despite frequently sparring with Vegeta and Goku, Broly's combat experience was somewhat lacking, and Frieza's power ultimately proved superior, leading to Broly's defeat. As Vegeta and Goku vied for the opportunity to engage first, the Kaioshin arrived at the realm of destruction, accompanied by Beerus and Whis, seeking assistance. Beerus instructed Whis to restore Frieza's stamina, desiring to witness the extent of Vegeta's mastery over the power of destruction. Thus, Vegeta and Frieza engaged in a fierce battle. Vegeta unleashed his divine techniques, yet his form remained unchanged due to his state of unity with the divine. Even as his power expanded boundlessly, the clash with Frieza escalated intensely, ultimately forcing Frieza to reveal his final trump cards, his demonic and freezing talents. Awakened through years of honing his ancestral bloodline, in a moment of crisis, Vegeta invoked the extreme powers of creation and destruction, which he had recently comprehended, shattering Frieza's bloodline abilities. However, this act of power backfired on him, and both warriors collapsed, leaving the outcome of the world's greatest martial arts tournament in disarray. In the aftermath of this event, an unexpected gathering occurred, summoning all the gods of destruction and angels from the universe. A momentous event had transpired, stirring the slumbering Lord of Time and Space. Previously mentioned that the gods of time merely managed the time ring temporarily, as the Lord of Time and Space remained in deep sleep. Consequently, a meeting was convened at the palace of the Omni King, where the Grand Minister elucidated that an individual had arrived from the future. Amidst the swirling mists, the Lord of Time and Space spoke, revealing that a certain entity had inadvertently wreaked havoc in the demon realm with a mere sneeze, resulting in the emergence of fissures in time and space. 15 demon gods from the future, accompanied by a faction of demons, had discovered these fissures and were transported to this temporal juncture, currently situated within the primordial space, contemplating the establishment of a new demon realm. This primordial space was previously part of the 6 universes annihilated by the Omni King, reduced to a void after their destruction, merging with chaos over time, and thus was dubbed primordial space. It was within this primordial realm that the dragon god Salama lay in slumber, and it was his sneeze that triggered the current predicament. Due to Salama's existence, the Grand Minister and several other supreme beings could not personally traverse to the primordial space. The Lord of Time and Space warned that the fissure could easily lead to the collapse of all timelines, ultimately leaving only a few enlightened beings. The Omni King, representing the world in chaos, the Grand Minister, embodying balance and moderation, the Lord of Time and Space, denoting time and space, the dragon god Salama, symbolizing miracles and wishes, and the rebirth matron, representing reincarnation and nirvana. To illustrate, time and space could be likened to an ever-extending line, with one end representing the birth of the world. As time progresses, the other end of the line represents the present, continuously stretching forth. Beyond the current endpoint lies an infinite array of illusory future lines. The past is immutable. If individuals from the future attempt to alter the past, a tangible future line would emerge, seeking to connect with the present's endpoint. However, this future line's past is fixed and cannot be altered, resulting in the formation of another line parallel to the present one. This is the essence of parallel worlds and timelines. If the crossing were merely a normal occurrence, it would not disturb the Lord of Time and Space. However, The fissure caused by the dragon god Salama's sneeze cannot heal autonomously and does not affect the timeline. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the gods of destruction, armed with the temporal symbols bestowed by the Lord of Time and Space, to mend the temporal rift. The outcome of the meeting within the royal palace concluded that the 12 universes would dispatch 9 gods of destruction, accompanied by the finest warriors of their respective realms, to venture into the primordial space. Their mission was to vanquish and repel the forces of the future demon realm before mending the rifts in time and space. Ultimately, the gods of destruction from the 1st, 6th, and 12th universes remained behind, tasked with journeying to the present demon realm to thwart its denizens from escaping and pledging to restore it. Thus, the Grand Priest granted the Supreme Kai 1 hour to assemble the elite fighters from their universe. Once all the champions arrived, they would embark on the time vessel of the Time Lord to reach the primordial space. Although the journey could typically be completed in 10 minutes, the Time Lord deliberately slowed the passage of time, extending it to an hour. This decision was intended to allow the warriors from various universes to cultivate within the time vessel, where the flow of time was such that 1 hour equated to 10 years. This strategy aimed to minimize the casualties among the elite fighters and to invigorate the gods of destruction, who had long refrained from combat. Each universe contributed 3 or 4 warriors, with Universe 7 represented by Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza. During the 10 years of training, Vegeta diligently explored various forms of power and ultimately grasped the essence of the limitless strength that Beerus had spoken of long ago. He realized that true invincibility lies beneath the laws. Once the laws are invoked, even the mightiest of powers must yield, unless one's strength becomes a law itself. Akin to a former god of destruction who mastered the law of power. The power of the laws allows one to cultivate the same principles as others. Yet pursuing the same law leads to a lethal rivalry. Either you perish or I do, unless one attains the path of a sage. For instance, the angels cultivate the doctrine of moderation espoused by the Grand Priest, while the divine technique of freezing perfection is derived from this very principle, allowing one to engage in battle instinctively, evading attacks without conscious thought. Though the angels master the law of moderation, they will never surpass the Grand Priest. Nor will they encounter a life or death scenario. Yet should the Grand Priest decree your demise, you must comply. Upon learning this, Vegeta meditated within the time vessel for 8 years, ultimately discovering the nascent form of his own path, the infinite law. Broly, having faced defeat at the hands of Frieza previously, spent the ensuing decade relentlessly battling Frieza, his rapid growth and fervor provoking exclamations of ire from the composed Frieza. In the end, Broly reached his true pinnacle, embodying the Super Saiyan transformation, with emerald green hair, eyebrows, and tail, devoid of pupils. His physique remained unchanged from his normal state, not exhibiting the muscular increase characteristic of Super Saiyan Grade 1 or the moderate enhancement of Grade 2, appearing instead in a state of flawless equilibrium. Frieza, having fully digested the bloodline of his ancestors, experienced a deceleration in his advancement. However, through prolonged combat with Broly, he sensed that the power within his lineage was gradually evolving, seemingly surpassing that of the progenitor of the Frost Demons, endowing him with an innate affinity for certain abilities, particularly the freezing power. This marked the embryonic stage of Frieza's own law. During the span of a decade, Wukong diligently honed his emotional mastery. Ever since he uncovered his true self on Cyril Star, he developed a profound emotional tranquility and discovered a path that resonated with his essence. Throughout this period, he frequently intervened in the confrontations between Broly and Frieza. In the latter years of this decade, he entered a phase of stillness, ultimately manifesting his instinctual mastery of tranquility, elevating his realm of understanding to new heights. Upon arriving at their destination, the various gods of destruction split up to seek out the whereabouts of the denizens of the demon realm. Elite fighters from each universe were dispatched on this quest, and should the demonic presence emerge, they would swiftly converge through a unique communication method. Wukong was the first to detect the demonic beings, but true to his nature, he charged into battle. Within the demon realm, several so-called masters sought to challenge Wukong one-on-one, yet they proved to be mere fodder before his might. Eventually, a son of a demon god emerged, but even he could not match Wukong's prowess. This confrontation inadvertently summoned the demon god himself, prompting Wukong to send out a signal. Eager to engage in combat, the demon god, perceiving Wukong as merely a human, refrained from employing his powers of the laws, yet found himself unable to subdue Wukong, who could inflict harm upon him. This infuriated the demon god, who unleashed his dreamlike powers, ensnaring Wukong in an endless illusion. Initially intent on vanquishing Wukong, the demon god sensed a formidable aura approaching and swiftly imprisoned Wukong within his dream pool. 9 gods of destruction descended, and the remaining demon gods appeared as well. A total of 14 present. One had ventured to the modern demon realm to negotiate with the contemporary demon god, ultimately being left behind by the likes of Kampa and others. A powerful aura enveloped the scene, prompting the gods of destruction to urge the demon god to retreat to the future, only to be met with refusal. The demon god seemed aware that the Grand Priest and his allies could not intervene personally, emboldening him further, and with their numbers. He exhibited no fear of Beerus and his companions, setting the stage for imminent conflict. At this juncture, Vegeta and his comrades arrived, taken aback by the fierce battle above. Below, a multitude of denizens from the demon realm launched an assault against them, yet the tide of battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The 3 demon gods overseeing the fray could no longer stand idly by and descended to confront the mightiest among them, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza. The gods of destruction above also shared some of the burden, as previously, it had been Beerus against 4 or 5 opponents. Now he, alongside the mouse god of destruction and the clown god of destruction, held their own against 2 adversaries, gaining the upper hand, while Vegeta and his allies struggled. In the latter stages of the battle, Vegeta suddenly grasped a fragment of the power of the laws. The extent of one's heart determines the magnitude of their strength. He thus embarked on the path of infinite laws, swiftly reversing the situation and gaining dominance over his foes. However, Broly and Frieza found themselves utterly overwhelmed. At that critical moment, a surge of power emanated from below, a manifestation of Wukong, who, amidst the trials of the dream pool, had inadvertently comprehended the laws of reality, thus rescuing Broly and Frieza. It turned out that Wukong, while trapped in the dream pool, endured relentless torment through illusions, ultimately leading him to an understanding of his true self, the authentic him, and the genuine world. This enlightenment stemmed from Wukong's continuous journey of self-exploration, with the pivotal moment being his revelation on Cyril Star. This was the essence of Wukong's own path. In the end, all demon gods retreated in disarray back to the future, and the rifts in time and space were restored. Upon returning to their respective universes, the multitude discovered the path forward. Goku and Vegeta embarked on a new phase of cultivation. The Grand Priest summoned the 2, revealing the secrets of the cosmos. In the primordial era of the universe, chaos reigned, teeming with powerful beings. Numerous entities grasped the laws of existence. The Omni King wielded the law of chaos. The dragon god Salama commanded the law of miracles. The Grand Priest upheld the law of balance, and the Nyenpa governed the law of nirvana. Countless beings vied for supremacy until the Omni King comprehended the law of the world, merging it with his chaos law to forge the path of the universe, thereby creating existence itself. However, the Omni King, in his immense power, sought to subjugate all beings as his servants. In such an environment, many complied while others resisted, the latter being vanquished. Those who remained neutral could not survive either, ultimately opting for self-dissolution, leaving only the compliant. In this grand context, the dragon god Salama emerged, mastering the law of wishes to actualize miracles and commanding the fate path. He forged the Super Dragon and the Dragon Clan, allowing Namekians to embody both divine and demonic forms, as they were birthed from the dragon god's duality. Thus began a grand conflict between Salama and the Omni King, culminating in the Omni King's psyche regressing to that of primordial chaos, while Salama remained in a state of slumber, one a senile elder, the other a vegetative being. The third to attain enlightenment was the Grand Priest, who, after comprehending the law of balance, grasped the doctrine of moderation, which coalesced into the path of non-action. He lamented the fates of the 2 ancients and willingly stepped forth to assist the Omni King in leading and balancing the world. The fourth was Nyenpa, who presided over the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation. The fifth was the master of time and space, who commanded the temporal and spatial laws. Thus, the current cosmic hierarchy was established, with the Omni King undeniably the most formidable, yet retaining the innocence of a child. His reliance on the Grand Priest ensured that the world was spared from inadvertent destruction. Ultimately, Goku and Vegeta achieved unity. Goku mastered the essence path through the laws of truth and falsehood, while Vegeta commanded the primordial path through the infinite and the zero law. Having discovered a midpoint between positive and negative infinities, both attained eternal lifespans. Frieza, having grasped the law of frost, found himself lacking in strength. After a series of tribulations, he assimilated the demon realm, becoming the new 13th universe and comprehending the law of kings to emerge as a new destroyer god. In time, Broly, alongside his father, re-established the Scion race of the 7th universe and wed Caulifla, while Kale and Kaba formed a union as the new Scion royalty of the 6th universe. Eventually, the inhabitants of Earth, over the passage of time, succumbed to decay, leaving behind a realm of bones. However, Goku and his 2 wives, under his guidance, forged a new world within the primordial space, free from the passage of time, living unrestrained lives. The 2 fated rivals ultimately found themselves unable to defeat one another. Thus concludes this tale.